college senior on the verge of graduation wakes up to find himself a human lord in another world. Welcome to the continent of chaos. As a lord, you will lead your race in a struggle for supremacy against all others. The vast, booming voice snapped Huang Yu fully awake. Clutching his aching forehead, he glanced around and realized he was in a crude wooden hut. In its center stood a low stone pedestal, above which hovered a ghostly blue flame. Fire seed? Lord? A war of races? He muttered, forcing down his shock as he pushed open the door. A gray, desolate sky stretched overhead. Beside the hut stood two thatched cottages, and faint silhouettes lay sleeping inside. The three lonely buildings perched on a hill ringed by dense forest. From the trees came birdsong and beastly roars, hinting at hidden threats. In the distance shimmered a vast body of water, lake or sea. He couldn't tell. Huang Yu took a deep breath and steadied himself. So I really did cross over into a place this brutal. He shook his head, reluctantly accepting the truth. Just then the voice rang out again in his mind. Because humans rank low among the races, your territory receives a 7-day protection period. During this time, no hostile creature may enter. After 7 days, your land will be tested by the continent. Fail, and you lose your title and your life. A chill ran through him. Only 7 days to build up? He'll have to race the clock. He hurried back inside and fixed his gaze on the blue flame. The fire seed was a lord's lifeline. Let it die, and the lord died with it. As he stared, translucent icons surfaced within the flame. Lord Info, Chaos Shop, World Channel, Trade Hub, and more. At the top, a red daily sign-in button pulsed. Huang Yu focused on it. The flame flared and dimmed so violently he feared it would go out. Then it steadied, and an exultant voice declared, "Congratulations, Lord. You have obtained the discount artifact. It is now integrated into the Chaos Shop and will refresh bargain items daily." Discount artifact? Huang Yu licked his lips, intrigued. He opened the shop. Items of every kind filled the display, ranked from common, fine, rare, excellent, perfect, transcendent, epic, legendary, mythic, to supreme. Settlers, resources, food, class scrolls, skill books, bloodline potions, building blueprints, everything was there. Heart pounding, he switched to the Lord Info pane. Lord, Huang Yu. Level 1. Fire Seed. Tier 1 adds 1 resident per day. Upgrading to Tier 2 costs 100 soul crystals, 1000 wood, 500 stone. Territory. Huang Yu Village. 100 meters. Name can be changed once. Population. 10 level 1 common residents. Special buildings. None. Soul crystals. 10. Equipment. None. He gave a wry smile and renamed the settlement Huang Yu, though the gesture did little to lift his spirits. 10 soul crystals flat broke. He filtered the shop for discount artifact deals, but prices remained staggering. Berserker class scroll, excellent grade, 90% off 2,000 soul crystals. Out of reach. Population pack, 100 settlers, 70% off 300 soul crystals. Still impossible. Legendary Blade of Judgment, 99.9% off 600,000 soul crystals. Scrolling on, he realized just how poor he was. The discounts were outrageous, yet still useless at this stage. Fine, he'll grab a few common longbows. He sighed, ready to buy the 10% longbows had seen earlier, but an odd impulse made him turn one more page. His eyes locked on a listing framed in dazzling purple gold, a transcendent grade blueprint. Spartan Training Camp Blueprint, 0.00001% of original cost. Original price, 1,800,000 soul crystals. Sale price, 1.8 soul crystals. Huang Yu stared, rubbed his eyes, then pinched his thigh. When the numbers stayed put, a grin stretched from ear to ear. Now that's a discount. Looks like my luck just turned. After he used the construction blueprint, a new building sprang up in front of the cabin. Amid swirling dust, a training camp covering more than 200 square meters rose on the open ground. Wooden palisades fenced it off from its surroundings, and at its center lay a sand pit of roughly 100 square meters, its soft, pale yellow gravel stretching to every wall, the legendary Spartan warrior training ground. While Huang Yu was still stunned, a translucent virtual panel popped into view. Spartan Training Camp. Grade. Extraordinary. Building level. Tier 1. Note. Upgrading to Tier 2 requires Fire Seed Tier 2-1, Soul Crystals 50, with 800 units, Stone 400 units. Functions. 1. Trains 5 humans per day into extraordinary unit Spartan warriors with a 100 success rate. 2. Spend 10 soul crystals to train 1 additional Spartan warrior. 3. Each Spartan warrior has a 30 chance to gain a secondary profession, a 5 chance to become a hero unit, a 0.1 chance to become a king unit, and a 0.01 chance to become a god unit. 4. Spartan warriors recover fully while resting in the camp. Additional information. Unit ranks, in ascending order, are soldier, warrior, hero, king, god. This building can currently train only humans at LV 10 or below. Extraordinary units, and even a 1 in 10,000 chance at a god tier. Huang Yu clenched his fists, already picturing a brilliant future on the chaotic continent. Unfortunately, he still had no idea how strong they actually were. The spectacle at the training camp alarmed the nearby settlers. 10 of them pushed open the rough wooden doors of their huts and hurried over, bowing from a distance as they shouted, "Long live the Lord! The Lord is mighty! The Lord is so handsome!" The same 3 lines, over and over, drove Huang Yu up the wall, so he brought up their status screens. Settler number 1. Level, LV1. Loyalty, 90. Potential, black iron can only reach LV9. Note, potential tiers, in ascending order, are black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, extraordinary, sanctum, legendary, immortal, eternal. Base profession, farmer. Settler number 2 base profession, gatherer. Settler number 3 base profession, cook. Settler number 4 base profession, slacker. All 10 shared the same level and potential, with only minor differences in loyalty. Their professions varied. 5 farmers, 3 gatherers, 1 cook, and 1 carefree slacker. Seeing the word slacker almost made Huang Yu hurl the panel away. Someone actually dares refuse the blessing of a 996 schedule? Fine, he'll be the first to get re-educated in the Spartan camp. He immediately selected 3 farmers, 1 gatherer, and the slacker. The 5 lined up and pushed open the camp's heavy wooden door. The slacker turned back every few steps, showering him with flattery. "The Lord is wise. The Lord is merciful." Huang Yu gave him no chance to beg, simply raised a foot and kicked the man inside. Daily quota reached. Begin training? Yes. Training initiated. Estimated duration, 1 hour. The door slammed shut and the bar dropped back into place. Huang Yu lifted his eyes to the distant forest. Shapes flitted through the swaying treetops, and animal roars echoed one after another. Monsters were everywhere. His territory, meanwhile, had neither weapons nor enough food. If he didn't gather supplies before the grace period ended, he would probably starve to death. For now, the Spartan warriors were his only hope. Time ticked by, and the hour passed in a flash. Under Huang Yu's expectant gaze, the camp doors swung open with a boom. 5 burly warriors stepped forward one after another. They were bare-chested, clad only in snow-white trunks, their feet planted in the packed earth. Muscles jutted like chiseled stone, glimmering wheat gold, as if every inch of skin stored explosive power. "Lord!" All 5 dropped to one knee in perfect unison, right fists to their chests, voices deep and steady. Huang Yu's gaze swept across their faces before he reopened the information panel. 1. Spartan warrior shouts. Level, LV1. Loyalty, 100 devoted. Potential, diamond, can advance to LV49. Class, infantryman. Skills, Spartan combat arts, Spartan phalanx. Secondary profession, butcher. Motto, slaying men is no different from slaughtering pigs. Good grief, Huang Yu blurted out. One night in the training camp had remade the man. His level remained 1. Yet his potential had jumped 4 tiers, and had awakened Spartan skills, gained a side profession, and even adopted a motto. 2. Spartan warrior Shaoan. Identical level, potential, and skills to Shao's, but without a secondary profession. 3. Spartan warrior Aoer. Pure infantryman, same level and potential, no secondary profession. 4. Spartan warrior Oru. Same attributes as Aoer, though the last 3 lacked side professions. For warriors with diamond potential were more than enough to satisfy Huang Yu. At last his eyes settled on the final fighter. 5. Spartan hero Diluo's unique. Level, LV1. Loyalty, 100 devoted. Potential, sanctuary, can advance to LV69. Class, Spartan berserker. Skills, Spartan rage, Spartan combat arts, Spartan phalanx. Motto, this is Sparta. Heroic trait, Spartan warriors led by Diluo's current cap. 10 gain a massive boost in battle and feel neither pain nor fatigue, but they gradually lose their reason, becoming merciless killing machines. Only their king, a god, or their lord can pull them from the frenzy. A 5% chance, and I got it. Huang Yu's heart pounded. A unique hero unit bound for sanctuary rank, proof of how terrifyingly effective the extraordinary grade training camp was. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Could he enter the Spartan training camp himself? The moment it surfaced, the system's icy warning rang out. Entering the training camp will strip you of lord status. A lord's potential is limitless. Please choose wisely. Unlimited potential. Not giving up my position, Huang Yu muttered, dismissing the idea at once. He turned to the resource panel. Supplies, upgrades to the camp. Even the fire seedle required soul crystals, and he had only 8.2 left. How do I get more soul crystals? As soon as the question formed, a prompt appeared. Slay wild creatures, monsters, or enemy units to obtain soul crystals. Devour an enemy lord's token to convert a large number of crystals, or upgrade your fire seed. So that's the way Huang Yu realized he had to venture out, perhaps even clash with other lords. If he sat idle, rival lords would swallow him, or wandering monsters would wipe him out. Never mind the 7-day trial looming ahead. He ordered the 5 Spartan warriors to move freely around the territory, then entered the lord's cabin, opened the chaos store, and prepared to purchase a batch of weapons. With proper arms, the Spartans would be unstoppable. Huang Yu spent 5 soul crystals on a set of spears he found in the clearance bin. He then handed over another 1.5 soul crystals, the last of his ready cashto by Dilios, a well-made round shield. The shield's list price was sky high, but after rummaging through the discount racks, he snagged it for a laughable 1% of its value. The 5 spears were only common grade. At full price, they would have cost 10 soul crystals each, yet he had paid barely a tenth of that in total. With the transaction done, he tossed the few remaining shards on a bargain sack of flour and emptied his purse completely. Fortunately, one of the settlers was a decent cook, and there was a well on the estate. A single sack of flour could be turned into 25 units of food, enough to feed 11 people for 2 days, so no one would go hungry for the moment. Still, Huang Yu had no intention of basking in such fragile comfort. He ordered Dilios and the 4 Spartan warriors to drill with their new spears and shield and stay on alert, then moved to the campfire to consult his only window on the world, the global chat. His friends list and the trading board were silent, but the red dot on the chat icon blazed 999. With billions of players allowed one free message a day, the feed was an endless waterfall. Huang Yu opened it. New lines scrolled by every second. I walked out of the village to chop wood and ran into a wolf the size of a bison. Chaotic continent is way too dangerous. I want to go back to Blue Star. Huh. My first day reward gave me a warrior. I was born to be an emperor. Calling me son? I drew a mount with transcendent potential. I'm the chosen one in this war of races. What happened to fair play? All I got was 1 unit of food. Feel for you. Bro, I at least received a longsword. I pulled a 20-man troop with gold level potential. Huh? Damn. That's insane spawn invincibility, huh? Huang Yu glanced at the 5 Spartan warriors outside the wooden cabin. There were only 5 of them, but in terms of potential and combat power, they could still overpower that so-called 20-man gold troop. Luck was everything in the sign and draws. With billions of players, someone was bound to hit absurd probabilities and receive bizarre rewards. So far, though, he had yet to see anything as outrageous as his pile of discounted artifacts. Suddenly, a new string of messages popped up, and his brows knit together. Level 1 common villagers are useless. Sent them out to forage, and a boar the size of a truck killed 6. The other 4 are badly hurt. Don't leave town. I just watched a crocodile over 10 meters long crawl past the gate. I saw a dragon. A real fire-breathing dragon. Are these creatures something ordinary people can handle? Just chop trees, break rocks, farm slow XP, but at least it's safe. No good. I spawned in a desert, nothing but sand. A different race has me pinned 4 trolls at the village entrance. Somebody help. The flood of pleas and panicked shouts drove home the point. On chaotic continent, every beast was enormous and lethally dangerous. Some regions are even home to sapient non-humans and legendary creatures such as dragons. Outside the wooden cabin, 5 Spartan warriors stood at rigid attention, shields ready and spears in hand. Huang Yu studied them, his brows knit with concern. Conquest was a distant dream. Survival alone would take everything he had. Dangers lurked beyond the village. Yet if they kept hiding behind the palisade, chopping wood, breaking rocks, and farming, the Black Iron peasants might gain a few levels, but they would never pass the trial in 7 days. A random beast could wipe out this fledgling settlement with ease. He pushed open the door, and Diriosi strode up to greet him. The other 4 warriors lined up beside him, 5 spears rising in perfect unison. Lord, our spears are thirsting for battle. Diriosi bent his knees, voice ringing with fervor. Your warriors were born to fight. Grant us leave to claim victory in your name. Hurrah! The others roared. The explosive battle cry sent a shockwave through the air. 5 common villagers nearby turned pale and scrambled for the outhouse. Huang Yu shook his head. Tomorrow the fire seed would summon 1 more villager, would keep a single gatherer, and convert everyone else into Spartan warriors. He refocused on the bronze-clad fighters. Their levels were still low, but their fighting spirit blazed so hot, he finally nodded. Go, my heroes, bring back victory. At once, wise lord. Diriosis' eyes shone with fanatic light. After a crisp salute, he charged toward the forest, the other 4 close behind. Huang Yu halted at the edge of his domain, watching their first expedition disappear into the trees. Under the dim canopy, Diriosi pushed aside bushes with his spear, advancing on high alert. Suddenly the foliage exploded. A snake as thick as a man's arm shot out, leaving a green blur in the air, its fangs gleaming with eerie violet light. Swish! Diriosi flicked his wrist. The spear flashed and pinned the serpent to a nearby trunk. The giant snake writhed, then fell limp. The Lord has gained 28 experience and 1 soul crystal. A pleasant tingle rushed through Huang Yu's limbs. So the Lord really did share his subjects' experience. Diriosi grabbed the 5-meter carcass and tossed it back toward the settlement. Huang Yu waved 2 gatherers over. Though pale, they steeled themselves, slit the belly, and stripped the usable parts. Moments later the system prompt appeared. Gained 5 units of snake meat common food. Gained 1 sheet of snake skin common material. Gained 1 pair of venomous fangs common material. Usable parts were stored in the cabin. The rest was buried on site. Buoyed by the first success, Huang Yu fixed his gaze once more on the Spartan squad. From deep in the brush came a guttural squeal. 3 wild boars crashed through the leaves, tusks gleaming and eyes blood-red. The lead boar was the size of a small car. Huang Yu's heart clenched. Sparta! Diriosi roared as blood-red flames erupted around him. His skill, rage of Sparta, had ignited. Shield in his left hand, spear in his right. He burst forward and met the giant boar head. Bang! The collision boomed like thunder. He snapped his shield upward, wrenching the boar's head back, then drove the spear straight into its heart. The boar shrieked, thrashed for a moment, and fell silent. Looking back, the 4 Spartan warriors were still tangling with the wild boars. Dilios raised his spear, muscles coiling down his arm. With a single, violent throw, the screaming point punched through a boar's skull, spraying blood in every direction. Without even glancing at the twitching carcass, he spun and chased the last boar, trying to escape. Boom! He soared up and kicked it over, sending the beast tumbling. 2 Spartans closed in, blades biting deep. The boar's shriek died midair. The whole exchange was brutal yet perfectly timed, and the sight made Huang Yu's blood surge. The Lord has gained 62 experience and 3 soul crystals. The Lord has gained 54 experience and 2 soul crystals. The Lord has gained 50 experience and 2 soul crystals. A pale gold glow visible only to Huang Yu swept across his vision. Power flooded his limbs, and his oddly patterned 9 square abs reorganized into a tidy 8-pack. He threw a test punch. Bones crackled like popcorn. One hit like that could make Tyson beg for mercy. On the Lord panel, his level quietly flipped from LV1 to LV2. My lord. Dilios dragged a boar several times his own size back to the village, eyes blazing. I feel stronger already. At Huang Yu's mental command, Dilios' stats appeared. Spartan hero, Dilios. Level, LV2. Loyalty, 100 fanatical. Potential, sanctuary, upgradable to LV69. Class, Spartan berserker. Skills, Spartan rage, Spartan combat arts, Spartan phalanx. Just as he suspected, Dilios had leveled up. The 4 warriors were now LV2 as well, thanks to the bonus experience from killing higher-level foes. Excellent. Huang Yu nodded. Keep fighting, my warriors. Battle will make us even stronger. As you command, my lord. Panting with excitement, Dilios led the warriors back into the forest. Soon, earth-shaking roars and monsters' death screams echoed among the trees, while system prompts popped up non-stop experience, and soul crystal numbers climbed higher and higher. The forest teemed with creatures, and the Spartans barely paused for breath. Under Dilius' orders, they shrugged off pain and fatigue, turning the land around the village into a blood-red hunting ground. Corpses piled up at the gate, where 2 gatherers rushed back and forth, hauling food, hides, and other materials to the log cabin. Huang Yu's soul crystal stash quickly climbed past 20. Inside, crates were stacked to the rafters, and excess supplies littered the floor. A quick count showed 120 units of food, enough to feed everyone in the village for 10 days. All of it fresh meat rather than the coarse bread from the chaotic marketplace. But without refrigeration, the meat would rot in 2 days. Worse yet, the chaotic marketplace only accepted soul crystals. It never bought anything back. Resell? A light bulb flicked on in Huang Yu's mind. There was still the trading platform. For a single soul crystal, would other lords choose coarse bread or juicy cuts of fresh meat? They'd choose meat, obviously. It tastes better, packs more protein and fat, and offers far more value than a hunk of gritty bread, and maybe they wouldn't even have to pay in soul crystals at all. Chaos Mall only accepted soul crystals, but the trading platform allowed bartering. Huang Yu quickly realized he could make other lords work for him, exchanging his surplus food for their wood, stone, and other construction materials. Even if the gains were short-term, an early lead would make future growth snowball. He immediately opened a personal shop on the platform, uploaded 100 portions of food via the fire seed, and labeled them fresh meat. Then he set the price. 1 soul crystal, or 20 units of wood, or 10 units of stone per unit, for a total of 100 units. Each day, every lord could speak only once in the world channel, and he wasn't about to waste the chance. Announcement. Universal Emporium is now open. Fresh meat, 100 units. Fair price, first come first served. The post had barely gone up before the channel exploded. Someone's actually selling supplies already. Holy crap, meat. Same price as coarse bread, just 1 crystal. I lost 2 villagers catching a chicken and only got 3 units of meat. People die catching chickens now. 100 units of meat. How many monsters did he kill? Soul crystals are too precious. They'll pay with wood. I just cut down a ton of trees. Scalper. Charging double the wood or stone for 1 unit of meat. Robbery. The multi-race war had only just begun. Most lords were still shell-shocked from transmigration, stuck chopping wood and breaking rocks to level up. Few dared venture out to hunt monsters. Dumping so much food at once made everyone jealous. It signified not only wealth, but strength. After the shock came the backlash. In Chaos Mall, 1 crystal bought 1 unit of food, 10 units of wood, or 5 units of stone. Huang Yu's meat matched the crystal price, but bartering demanded double the wood or stone, and many grumbled. Some tried moral blackmail, urging him to sell cheap or even donate food to the human faction for the greater good. One message suggested pooling all surplus resources for centralized control. It was quickly drowned out. Huang Yu remained calm. Give the food away and the complaints would only grow. Limited supply breeds envy, and the empty-handed always howl the loudest. People need to pay a price to learn there's no free lunch. As for a united boycott, he wasn't worried if billions of humans could truly act as one. They would have reached the edge of the galaxy back on Blue Star. As long as his goods were superior and his prices competitive, they would sell. And they did. Seconds after the ad went live, notification chimes from the trading hub and friend requests merged into a continuous buzz. The entire stock of 100 units of meat vanished instantly. He pocketed 25 soul crystals along with 700 units of wood and 400 units of stone, all safely stored on the platform and ready for use. Finally, he opened his friend list. Seeing 99 requests, he hit clear all without hesitation. A true king walks alone. He doesn't need friends. Two gatherers delivered another batch of supplies and food. Yu Huang immediately listed the food on the trading board, exchanging it for 11 soul crystals, 220 units of timber, and 90 units of stone. Combined with the 32 soul crystals the Spartan warriors had earned by hunting beasts, he now possessed 78 soul crystals, 920 units of wood, and 490 units of stone. He was only a step away from upgrading the Flame Seed to Tier 2. With luck, it might be done before nightfall. The system chimed. The Lord has gained 312 experience and 12 soul crystals. A brilliant golden flare erupted from Yu Huang the moment the message faded, blazing for several seconds before slowly dissipating. A surge of power flooded his body, and he could plainly feel his physical abilities multiplying. Another level up? He muttered. He pulled up the Lord interface and was stunned to see he had skipped 2 levels at once, landing at LV4. What happened? What did that guy Darius do to let me jump 2 levels at once? Before the question cleared, cries erupted outside the cabin. Yu Huang threw the door open and froze at the sight of a colossal beast, not far away, a creature 3 meters tall and nearly 10 meters long, resembling the extinct ancient monitor lizard of Blue Star, only twice the size. Darius and 4 Spartan warriors, drenched in blood and eyes blazing red, were heaving the creature by its massive tail, leaving deep footprints with every step as they dragged the carcass into the settlement. They roared, "Sparta!" The 5 men bellowed, faces contorted, dropped the corpse, and turned to plunge back into the forest. A beast's bite had torn through Captain Xiaoen's thigh, blood spurting freely, yet he seemed numb to the pain, leaning on his spear and still eager to charge. Darius, halt! Yu Huang commanded. Yu Huang's heart tightened as he shouted the order. It was clear the 5 warriors were in a berserk state, and only the Lord's command could stop them. Darius skidded to a stop and hurried over, bowing respectfully. "My lord, your orders." "Today's battle is enough," Yu Huang said, his tone calm but firm. "Your victory has pleased me. Rest now, and bring me fresh triumphs tomorrow." At his words, the berserk fury drained from the 5 warriors, leaving them exhausted but still glowing with pride. "Yes, honored lord." They saluted, then hauled their battered bodies back to the Spartan barracks where they could recover fastest. Post-battle stats showed Darius at LV4 and the other 4 at LV3. Yu Huang told himself he would have to keep a closer eye on them next time. The sight of his warriors spattered with blood left him shaken. If they ran into an adult dragon, these frenzied Spartans would still charge at Hedon. Right now he could not afford to lose a single Spartan. They were his greatest asset. Yu Huang turned his attention to the enormous corpse, and its data surfaced before his eyes. Ancient monitor lizard. Level, LV10. Status, dead. They had actually slain a monster far above their tier. Huang Yu was stunned by the Spartan warrior's overwhelming power. As expected of a transcendent unit, even standing still he radiated a razor-sharp aura. After working most of the day, the 2 gatherers finally finished processing the ancient giant lizard. A pale golden glow swept over them, and their levels silently climbed to LV3. In contrast, the farmers chopping trees, the miners swinging hammers, and the cook tending the pot were still stuck at LV1, which showed just how demanding the lizard had been. System notifications rolled across his vision. Obtain giant lizard meat superior food 35. Obtain giant lizard hide common material 10. Obtain giant lizard claw common material 20. Superior food, huh? Nice. Huang Yu's eyes lit up. He picked up a slab of lizard meat. The translucent crimson flesh gave off a faint warmth in his palm. He instructed the cook, roast it until it's crispy on the outside and juicy inside. With a few coals the fat began to sizzle, and the fragrance spread in seconds. Surrounded by hungry stares, Huang Yu took the first bite. Wow, that's incredible. The tender, juicy meat exploded with flavor. He had never tasted anything like it. Ding. Lord consumed superior food, EXP 10. The chime echoed in his head, and he stared at the meat in surprise. Eating gives EXP 2? A few more bites erased an entire unit of lizard meat and netted him 24 experience points. Warm energy coursed through his body, and he actually felt full. One unit contained enough calories to feed an ordinary person for 2 days, though the EXP reward would diminish with each additional bite. Even so, at this early stage it was a priceless resource. That thought sent his mind to the trading hub. In the Chaos Mall, a single portion of superior food cost 10 soul crystals, far beyond most people's means right now. But if he listed it on the global barter channel, he could trade for much-needed resources and build a reputation for his Huang Yu Emporium. With billions of lords out there, someone was bound to pay, and he might even turn a profit. He kept 10 units for his people and listed the other 24. Giant lizard meat, superior food. Price: 10 soul crystals, 200 units of wood, 100 units of stone. Description: exquisite flavor. A simple roast yields a 5-star meal. Provides 2 days worth of energy and grants EXP when eaten. Note: will accept items of equivalent value. Quantity: 24 units. As expected, the previously quiet world channel exploded within seconds. Superior food? Did Huang Yu Emporium's boss kill a high-level monster? Seriously? It's only day 1 and he's already there? I haven't even left my village gate. Please share your secrets. Share 1. Share 2. 10 soul crystals each? Who can afford that? But I really want to taste. Can I add you as a friend? I want a bargain. Forget it. I'm off to chop trees so I can afford his premium meat sooner. Don't bother, it's already sold out. What, that fast? Huang Yu was startled by the speed. All 24 units vanished, bringing in 130 soul crystals, 1,200 units of wood, and 500 units of stone. Human lords really are on another level. 200 wood and 100 stone in a single day, probably more, he muttered, glancing at the statement. He was especially surprised to see that the lord of Xuanji village had bought 5 portions at once, paying 600 wood and 200 stone. Huang Yu felt slightly incredulous. Did that lord's citizens have 3 heads and 6 arms or something? Deep within the endless forest, a human village clung to the peak of a lone mountain like a bird's nest. Inside a wooden cabin, the young Lord Xuanji sprawled across her bed, tearing into a prime cut of meat shed just bought. Juice ran down her fingers as her mascara-ringed eyes curved into crescents. It was simply delicious. After swallowing the first chunk, she rubbed her slightly rounded belly, already wanting more. A flash of gold rained down from above, and Xuanji's level jumped by 1. She rolled across the bed in delight. Leveling up just by eating anyone would be jealous. No wonder the cosmic shop's owner is so smug. Then she remembered the meat had cost 200 units of timber, and the joy turned to pain. She pushed open the door, mountain wind whipping in with flecks of sawdust. Outside, the yard buzzed with work. Axes chopped, picks rang, and all 110 subjects toiled without pause. Xuanji stood under the eaves and pumped her fist. Keep it up, everyone. Whether we get more meat tomorrow is up to you. Leave it to us, my lord. They shouted in unison before diving back into their tasks. Pleased, Xuanji clapped and circled behind the cabin, where mountains of timber and stone stood piled high. Resources were plenty, yet her people hadn't even had a hot meal today. Scratching her head, she muttered, maybe I should open a shop, sell some of this, and buy everyone meat. Hundreds of li away in a canyon, 20 masked warriors in black leveled wooden spears at 5 gray-horned antelopes the size of warhorses. At the signal, the spears thrust forward like a living forest. For antelopes fell quickly, blood soaking the gravel. Bleat. The last one sprang up. Its hooves smashed a warrior's skull, brain splattering. Then its long horns skewered another man, flinging the body several meters. The remaining fighters roared, closed ranks, and finally brought the beast down, but 2 comrades lay mortally wounded, and another was dead. Watching from the canyon mouth, Lin Chi felt his heart sink, losing 3 men hurt. Yet the system prompt level up to LV2, soul crystal acquired flared before his eyes, rekindling his resolve. Food and soul crystals will be ours. With elite Yinqing troops at my side, I will fall behind no one. He clenched his fist, eyes burning with determination. The Chaos continent was boundless, and each human lord faced a different fate. Some still griped and floundered, while others had begun to understand survival. Huang Yu belonged to the latter group. Right now he cared nothing for the others. His fire seed was about to advance. He took stock: 220 soul crystals, 2,300 units of timber, 1,050 units of stone. Tier 2 fire seed required 100 soul crystals, 1,000 timber, and 500 stone. Requirements met with room to spare, enough to upgrade the Spartan training camp as well. Upgrade fire seed to tier 2. Yes. Dusk settled in. The Spartan warriors had yet to recover fully, and the villagers needed rest. The lull was perfect for consecutive upgrades. In a blink, only 120 soul crystals remained in his stash. Flames erupted from the fire seed, unleashing a wave of energy that engulfed the entire territory. Huang Yu pushed open the cabin door and was met by a soft golden glow, as though dawn itself had descended before his eyes. Within that light, wood and stone melted and reformed. The cabin behind him became a 2-story fortress of hewn rock in an instant, while the scattered, thatched huts reorganized into 20 brand new wooden houses their eaves perfectly aligned like sentries on parade. Farther out, a sizable Tier 1 warehouse appeared, its rough stone base and broad wooden doors unmistakable. The golden brilliance lingered for nearly an hour before fading. An all-world town emerged completely renewed. Ding! Fireseed upgraded to Tier 2. Daily population increase, 10. Tier 3 requirements, 1,000 soul crystals, 10,000 wood, 5,000 stone, 1,000 refined iron. Territory, all-world town, 500m, 500m. Lord, Huang Yu LV4. Common buildings, Tier 1 warehouse capacity, wood 11,000 stone, 5,500 refined iron 1,100. Special buildings, Tier 1 Spartan training camp. The system helpfully reminded him that additional blueprints could be purchased to expand the settlement. At present, the residential zone occupied less than a tenth of the land. The remaining space could be used for fields, irrigation canals, or assets from the chaos marketplace, such as stables and mines. Huang Yu had browsed countless blueprints and mineral claims there, but for now they were beyond his budget. Night fell swiftly, and unsettling beastly roars echoed from the forest depths. The town stood on high ground, and from the second-floor balcony of his new fortress, Huang Yu recalled the hulking humanoid he had spotted earlier. The creature's single blood red eye had fixed on the town for ages before it retreated into the trees. After dark, the forest monsters seemed even more agitated than by day. I'd better raise the Spartan training camp to Tier 2 while I can, he mused. Tomorrow 10 new settlers would arrive, and extra training slots would only help. Leaning on the windowsill, he focused on the camp and summoned its panel. Upgrade Spartan training camp to Tier 2? Yes. A beam shot from the fire seed, and a golden barrier wrapped around the camp. Half an hour later the barrier burst into sparks. The camp's area more than doubled. Wooden supports had become stone columns, and makeshift tents now stood as thick rock walls, echoing the resolve of the legendary 300. Spartan training camp extraordinary grade. Tier 2. Tier 3 requirements. Fire seed Tier 3, 600 soul crystals, 3,000 wood, 6,000 stone, 600 refined iron. Function, trains 10 humans per day into the extraordinary troop type Spartan warriors, 100 success rate. Only the training slots increased? Huang Yu muttered, a little disappointed. Still, higher tiers might reveal new surprises. He looked up. Beyond thin clouds hung 3 moons, one red, one purple, one white. The largest, the purple moon, cast an eerie glow that tinted the land with strange hues. Time to rest. He turned away, letting go of his worries. With 7 days of protection remaining, he could finally sleep soundly. After that, rest might be a luxury. Rubbing his bleary eyes, Huang Yu stepped out of the castle. In the surrounding wilderness, beastly roars had echoed all night long. He had snatched only a few minutes of sleep, and the dark circles under his eyes looked painted on. Once I'm strong enough, I'll wipe out every threat around here, he vowed grimly. Good morning, my lord. As soon as he crossed the threshold, Huang Yu saw Dilios standing tall with 4 other Spartan warriors lined up beside him. After a night's rest, their wounds and fatigue had vanished, thanks not only to the training camp, but also to the extraordinary constitution of such troops. All 5 were bright-eyed, eager to return to the battlefield. Dilios, hold off for now. New warriors will be joining us today. Last night's battle had pushed him to level 4, allowing him to command up to 14 Spartans. As you wish, my lord. Dilios nodded and led his men to a nearby clearing to drill. Spears whirled through the air, and shields clanged against one another. Huang Yu turned his gaze to the ground in front of the castle, where 10 new subjects had appeared, 6 farmers, 2 gatherers, a tailor, and a carpenter. The mix of basic professions pleased him. At least there were no layabouts. The tailor could stitch monster hides and scales into makeshift armor, while the carpenter could repair buildings and craft tools. Both were worth their weight in gold. After a moment's thought he remembered he still hadn't claimed his daily reward, so he opened the Lord interface. Check-in successful. Congratulations, Lord. You have received 100 vine melon seedlings. Vine melon, a common crop that can be harvested every 7 days. Huang Yu gave a wry smile. Of his 8 farmers, at least 2 would have to stay and tend the field. That what people call a pleasant problem? Vine melons might be treasure elsewhere, but for someone who believed in winning wars to feed his realm, they were practically dead weight. Let's see what's on sale. Maybe there's a surprise. He opened the discount page, and the dazzling list was as tempting as ever. Legendary grade shield Millennial Aegis, 90% off original price, 240 million, now 24 million. Epic Profession Scroll Phantom Blade Knight, 99% off original price, 62 million, now 620,000. Excellent grade special building Yin March Training Camp LV1, 70% off original price, 360,000, now 108,000. The high-tier treasures were still far beyond his reach, and they weren't what he was after today anyway. Huang Yu typed population into the search bar, and the interface refreshed, leaving only a few dozen entries. 10, 100, or 1,000 random people. Customized basic professions for 10 or 100, special professions, rare troop types, and even 3 heroes. Each hero was a unique unit. Buying one would grant him a second heroic follower. Unfortunately, he lacked the soul crystals and could only stare longingly. Among all the population options, the steepest discount was 100 random professionals at 95% off. Originally 1,000 soul crystals, now only 50. After upgrading the Fire Seed and the Spartan training grounds, he still had 70 crystals left, more than enough to purchase 100 new subjects. He pressed the buy button. 50 soul crystals vanished from his balance at once. A flash of white light burst across the clearing outside the castle, and 100 new settlers appeared out of thin air, their expressions blank yet tinged with hope for the lives ahead. With a gesture, Huang Yu opened the system's selection frame, and their status panels floated into view. Every one of them was level 1, but loyalty ranged from 60 to 100, with barely a dozen reaching fanatical devotion. He wasn't worried. Once they had food, shelter, and a sense of security, loyalty would climb on its own. Professions were assigned immediately. 60 farmers, 15 gatherers, 5 tailors, 10 carpenters, 6 servants, 3 cooks, and 1 butler. The butler and servant classes were new to him, and he summoned them at once. The butler, a neatly dressed middle-aged man, moved with practiced ease, while the 6 servants, 4 men and 2 women, were younger and unremarkable in appearance. The butler bowed slightly and ventured, "Master?" Huang Yu nodded. "From now on, you handle all household affairs." "Understood." The butler led the servants into the castle, and soon the swish of brooms and the splash of water echoed from within. Next, Huang Yu selected 10 farmers for the Spartan training camp. The rest got to work. Farmers tilled new fields, gatherers entered the woods, carpenters set chisels to beams, tailors sorted cloth, and cooks inventoried the kitchen stores. Hammering, chopping, and laughter mingled in the air, turning the once silent territory lively in an instant. During a break in the Spartans' drills, he reopened the discount items list, hunting for a bargain. After nearly 10 minutes of scrolling through thousands of entries, he found it. Blueprint. Blue Mountain Workshop. Perfect quality. Originally priced at 230,000 soul crystals, it now cost only 230. The description read, "The Blue Mountain Workshop, from a parallel world, is famed for its efficient production and superior weapons, even forging legendary gear. Outstanding results, however, still depend on the materials provided." Huang Yu had been ready to settle for an ordinary smithy, but this superior blueprint changed everything. With plenty of materials already piled in his warehouse, he grew excited. Once he owned the blueprint, he could forge equipment himself. Unfortunately, he had only 20 soul crystals left, far short of the 230 he needed. Still, he felt confident. Before afternoon ended, the Spartan training camp would deliver 15 warriors, and he could earn the difference. When the heavy stone doors swung open, 10 level 1 Spartan warriors emerged first, sunlight carving every muscle. Huang Yu inspected them one by one. No heroes appeared, yet 2 carried rare subclasses: Ludo, a Spartan archer, and Moan, a Spartan spearman, adding long-range tactics to the squad. The day's discount list offered only standard-grade sabers, but he grit his teeth and spent 15 soul crystals to equip each Spartan, ensuring baseline combat power. "I just need to hold out until day's end and scrape together 230 soul crystals," he calculated. With the Blue Mountain Workshop, he'll never worry about weapons again. Owning that workshop would let him craft a full set of custom gear for every soldier without breaking a sweat. This is Sparta. Dilios led 14 Spartan warriors as they charged into the forest. The monsters near Huang Yu town were hit with calamity. Once again, branches snapped, beasts howled, and chaos swept through the woods. Huang Yu stayed behind in the castle, eyes locked on the numbers racing across his interface. His experience bar was pouring toward level 5 like liquid mercury, while soul crystals clinked up by 42. The Spartans' power was unquestionable, provided those hot-blooded maniacs didn't suddenly go off the rails. A little later, he moved to a second-floor window. On the forest's edge, the warriors were already returning, every one of them dragging a monster corpse. At the front, Dilios hauled a crocodile up to his waist. Its bulk rivaled the giant lizard from the night before, so it had to be at least level 10. Huang Yu wondered if they had cleaned out the crocodile's lair. Pretty much. More than half the haul was redback crocodiles. The rest included wild boars, pythons, and rabbit monsters the size of a fist. Once the bodies were dumped in the territory, the Spartans didn't even wipe away the blood before charging straight back into the forest. For a Spartan, battle is life itself. Collectors swarmed in, skinning, butchering, and hauling everything to storage. A busy day kicked off, and Huang Yu's interface flashed almost non-stop. Received red shell crocodile, meat fine food 35. Received red shell crocodile, hide fine material 8. Received red shell crocodile, meat common food 86. His eyes lit up at the second line. The hide was fine-grade material. "Sir." The butler's respectful yet urgent voice sounded outside. "Enter." Huang Yu turned as the butler stepped in with 2 footmen, each cradling an egg the size of a football. "Sir, Lord Dilios asked me to bring you these 3 eggs." The butler set them on the table and stood aside. "Eggs?" Huang Yu stared at them. A system prompt instantly popped into his mind. Red shell crocodile egg, fine-grade pet egg. Once bonded, it hatches a red shell crocodile hatchling. Forest-type monster, typical potential bronze LV-19, with a chance to evolve to silver LV-29. A pet egg? Interest sparked in his eyes. He weighed each egg, then uploaded all three along with some food to the Huang Yu shop. Had seen plenty of high-grade pet eggs in the Chaos Mall. The discount page hadn't refreshed yet, but sooner or later had snagged something worthwhile. Mere fine-grade crocodile eggs didn't impress him. For him and his pets, excellence was the starting point. He opened the trading platform to check overnight sales, only to be shocked. In one night, thousands of Lord-owned shops had sprung up like mushrooms after rain. Everyone was listing goods, but the quality was dreadful: crude weapons made of rocks and sticks, and even river water, homemade fertilizer, or plain sand. Some lords had even put their own subjects up for sale, since the platform ranked stores purely by turnover. Huang Yu shop still sat unchallenged at the top. While flipping through the listings, Huang Yu let his eyes drift to several other high-performing stores. Second place belonged to Zijingwa's shop, which offered an excellent food ingredient called Banying fruit. It wasn't meat at all, but a yellow-green fruit about the size of a fist, and there were 18 units on display. Huang Yu traded a portion of his own premium red-armored crocodile meat for one. After peeling the thin skin, he tasted a sweet and tart pulp whose cool, fragrant bite cleared his head instantly, though it granted no experience. The third-ranked shop sold nothing but ordinary-grade equipment. Reviews and quality lagged behind those of Chaos Mall, yet the prices were attractively low. In the description, the owner explained that he had drawn a craftsman on his first sign-in. As long as a lord supplied materials, he could custom-make gear. If Huang Yu hadn't already secured that discount artifact, and if Blue Mountain Workshop wasn't missing from the discount, Lisa might have worked with the guy. As it was, he saw no need. Farther down, he spotted a familiar name: Xuanji shop, ranked 7th. It sold only the most basic building supplies. For 1,000 units of timber and 2,000 of stone resources that would cost 600 soul crystals at Chaos Mall. Perhaps realizing how common these items were, the owner had halved the price and accepted payment only in soul crystals or meat. Yet even so, less than half the stock had moved. Most lords were still struggling just to keep their people fed. Continuing his browse, Huang Yu marveled at other inventors. Someone had crafted premium furniture from wood, another had mixed concrete and bricks, and one ambitious lord had even produced a feeble form of gunpowder. When he closed the page, he had cobbled together 30 units of refined iron, a scarce resource that only a handful of lords had been lucky enough to find. The buzz around the new stores died the moment Huang Yu shop listed its premium-grade pet eggs. The world channel erupted again. Did I see that right? Lord Huang Yu just posted premium pet eggs. Red-armored crocodile. 2 of my warriors were eaten by one. How did the boss kill it? I want to cry. People really are built different. Lord Huang Yu. Add me. I've got a sultry voice. Lord Huang Yu has no sense of the bigger picture. We're all in the human faction. We should help each other. I urge every lord to boycott the top shops. Those vampires are treating us like walking wallets. Huang Yu wiped all incoming friend requests with one click, blocked a few foul-mouthed moral blackmailers, and cheerfully watched 100 soul crystals land in his account. Moments earlier, Lord Zijingwa had bought a pet egg at full price, pushing Huang Yu's total up to 178 crystals. As more lords began to sell food, meat sales at Huang Yu shop slowed. Yet Huang Yu wasn't worried. He envisioned his store as the premier all-category shop outside Chaos Mall, the player's second stop. The pocket change he earned now was barely worth mentioning. By his estimate, he would possess a second special building, the perfect grade Blue Mountain Workshop, no later than noon. When that happened, the equipment market would be firmly in his grasp. Trading platform notification. Lord Garside paid 100 soul crystals for one fine-grade pet egg. Your shop has received 100 soul crystals. Just as his balance was about to pass the 200 crystal mark, another egg sold, and Huang Yu's account jumped to 298 soul crystals. With more than 3 hours left until noon, he had the 230 crystals he needed, enough to claim that perfect grade building blueprint. The second buyer's ID seemed unfamiliar. Opening the leaderboard, Huang Yu noticed Garside's shop had leapt to 5th place on the strength of an ordinary herb called serpent tongue grass. The plant had detoxifying properties and was in short supply. All 30 units had sold out at 6 soul crystals each. He closed the trading platform, opened the discount catalog, and searched for Blue Mountain Workshop. His heartbeat quickened with the loading bar. Confirm payment of 230 soul crystals for Blue Mountain Workshop blueprint? Confirm. A thick sheaf of plans dropped into his hands. He couldn't decipher the arcane symbols, but that hardly mattered. Selecting use, he watched as the vacant lot beside the Spartan training camp was engulfed in golden light. Seconds later, the glow faded, revealing a square, 2-story building occupying nearly 200 square meters. For gilded characters, Huang Yu Blue Mountain sparkled on its facade. A new information window appeared. Blue Mountain Workshop Perfect LV.1. Upgrade to LV.2. 50 soul crystals, 700 wood, 200 stone, 50 refined iron. Base feature. Comes with 10 apprentice smiths. Apprentice specialist, 100. Specialist master, 10. Master Saint Smith, 0.1. Extra feature. Spend 20 soul crystals to convert one citizen into a smith. Rank hierarchy. Apprentice specialist master saint deity. Master. Maximizes material potential. Saint. Transcends material limits. Forging legends. Deity. Turns the mundane into the miraculous. 10 smiths in deep blue uniforms filed out of the workshop, their apprentice badges now stamped with Huang Yu Blue Mountain. They saluted Huang Yu in unison, eyes shining with anticipation. The panel read, Smith 1. Apprentice, loyalty 95, 0.1 chance to advance to Saint Smith. Smith 2. Apprentice, loyalty 100, 0.1 chance to advance to Saint Smith. All 10 entries were identical. Statistically, only 1 in 1,000 smiths would reach Saint rank. Would that 9,000 emerge here? Huang Yu couldn't help but hope. System message. Lord gained 320 experience points and 11 soul crystals. Golden light burst around him, and he leveled up to LV.5. He didn't need to wonder why Dilios and the 14 Spartan warriors had once again slain a wild beast above LV.10. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Dilios emerged from the woods with a 3-meter-long red-plated crocodile slung over his shoulder, its thick tail carving deep grooves in the ground. The 14 Spartan warriors behind him were just as laden, almost every one of them dragging 2 ordinary red-plated crocodiles, clear evidence they had located the beast's lair. From a distance, Huang Yu's eyes fixed first on Dilios. The man was 1 level below him, still at LV4, yet his experience bar was almost full, and he could break through at any moment. Among the other warriors, Shiozi and the 3 earliest summons were also LV4, while the remaining 10 hovered between LV2 and LV3. After 2 fierce battles, every Spartan bore wounds, blood still fresh on shoulders, or bite marks torn into their armor. All units, fall back, Huang Yu ordered, stopping those eager to venture deeper into the forest. Head to the Spartan training camp and get your injuries treated. With the front line settled, he turned to the 10 blacksmiths lined up outside the warehouse. Pointing at the materials piled like a small hill, he said, use as much of the common stock as you need, but leave the high-grade supplies alone for now. He wanted to gauge their skills before risking precious resources. Yes, my lord. The 10 answered in unison, then dashed into the warehouse like hounds catching the scent of hot iron, each selecting ore, leather, and timber. To them, forging was both work and joy. Only by hammering the anvil day after day could they rise from apprentice to expert, master, or even sacred smith. When that day came, their names together with the universal territory would echo across the Chaos continent. Huang Yu remained in the castle, monitoring the warehouse and the Blue Mountain workshop through his panel. Though the 10 smiths were still apprentices, the workshop's building bonuses let their output and quality far surpass that of the so-called sign-in craftsmen of another territory. Materials flowed into the workshop non-stop, and even the refined iron Huang Yu had earmarked for building upgrades was now on the smith's requisition forms. There'll be plenty of refined iron later, he muttered. A common-grade iron mine in the Chaos Mall costs just over 800 soul crystals, and a steel furnace blueprint only 150. If push comes to shove, the expense is worth it. Refined iron was indispensable for both gear and construction. What lord would ever think he had too much? Half an hour later, the first batch of finished goods reached the warehouse. Shortbows, javelins, spears, machetes, longswords, leather armor, shields, battle axes, helmets, boots. The 10 apprentices had somehow divvied up the workload so each specialized in one type of equipment. All of it was common grade, yet solidly built and perfectly standardized, every item stamped with the universal Blue Mountain mark. Another 2 hours passed, and 73 new sets of gear were neatly stacked in the warehouse, valued at roughly 1,500 soul crystals. Fellow lords, Huang Yu said, staring at the numbers on his panel as they climbed, his spirits soaring. Are you ready to experience the fear of being dominated by the universal shop? With supplies secured, his ambitions swelled. Pechi would have them, Iron Mine she would have them, and Tier 3 Fire Seed she would have those too. Suddenly a notification popped up on the panel. Blue Mountain Workshop. You have acquired an expert-level blacksmith. What? Already? Huang Yu immediately opened the workshop roster. The slot once labeled blacksmith number 7 had vanished, replaced by a new entry. Blacksmith, Song Yun. Rank, expert. Specialty, armor. Potential, 2 chance of advancing to sacred smith. Huang Yu summoned Song Yun. The craftsman, an unremarkable middle-aged man with East Asian features, stepped through the door, bowed slightly, and blurted out in an impatient tone, "My lord, if there's nothing else, I need to get back to the forge." Even as he spoke, one foot was already edging toward the exit. The few minutes spent walking here and talking to the lord felt to him like years stolen from his life, time enough to finish an entire hide. Hold on, Song Yun. Huang Yu ignored the man's impatience and raised a hand to stop him. You now have permission to use superior grade materials. Go to Dirios and tailor a set of leather armor for each member of the squad. access to superior grade materials. Song Yun's eyes lit up like twin torches. In an instant, the lost minutes became the best trade he had ever made with stock like that, and his expert hands. High-level gear would be child's play. Thank you, my lord. He straightened, snapped a crisp salute, and looked at Huang Yu with reverence. Consider it done. Have it ready before they go into battle this afternoon. Rest assured, my lord, it will be. Song Yun thumped his chest, spun on his heel, and sprinted toward the warehouse. Huang Yu nodded, satisfied. Since taking over as lord, he had grown fond of workaholics like Darius and Song Yun, people who didn't need KPIs or performance reviews, who treated work as life and a 247 schedule as a blessing. He dropped onto the rickety sofa the steward had provided, opened the trading platform, and entered his personal shop. He had planned to list some of the ordinary gear piling up in the warehouse, but after a moment's thought he decided to use his one daily message in the World channel to advertise and to annoy the people he had blacklisted. A highlighted notice soon flashed across the World channel. Notice: Huang Yu Emporium will release 50 sets of common equipment in 30 minutes. Items include leather armor, longbows, spears, swords, shields, and more. Fair prices, reliable quality, limited stock. First come, first served. The channel exploded at once. Boss is online. Please adopt me. Watching the legend. Damn, Lord Huang Yu is putting gear on sale. Lord Kunshin's going to cry. His shop isn't even warm yet, and it's about to be crushed. Don't be so sure. The gear isn't up yet. Even if it's decent, with Lord Huang Yu's miserly ways, how cheap can it be? Exactly. Player-made gear can't beat the Chaos Mall anyway. Better price it low. Maybe you'll buy a couple of pieces. Welcome to Kunshin's store. To help everyone grow, everything goes half price in 30 minutes. Woohoo, Lord Kunshin rocks. That's real big shot swagger. Seeing Kunshin piggyback on his announcement with a half-price promotion, Huang Yu sneered. Borrowing my momentum to start a price war? Huh? He narrowed his eyes. Fine. He'll show you what despair looks like. 30 minutes later, Huang Yu put the 50 sets of equipment on the shelf. The most expensive item was a set of standard-grade leather armor, 10 sets in all, priced at 30 soul crystals apiece. Comparable armor in the Chaos marketplace rarely cost less than 40, so Huang Yu simply knocked a third off the price. Nearby swords, longbows, shields, and other weapons were all listed for under 20 soul crystals, and several basic weapons were tagged at fewer than 10. If the lords opted for barter, the cost rose slightly, but not by much. In addition to timber, stone, and refined iron, he now accepted hides, tendons, fangs, and claws, giving the lords more ways to trade and cutting off any chance of those materials reaching the Kunshin shop. The Huang Yu Emporium also announced a custom gear service and clearly stated that fine-grade equipment could be crafted. To Huang Yu, ordinary items were just a short-term promotion. What really mattered were the fine-grade pieces that Songyun Workshop would soon produce. Once those arrived, standard gear would be obsolete overnight, so he didn't mind taking a small loss now. The 50 new sets sold out in a blink, and Huang Yu's daily turnover shot past 4 digits. Curious, Huang Yu opened the Kunshin shop. It featured a little over 30 crude, homemade weapons priced under 5 soul crystals each, yet less than half had sold. Poor craftsmanship, low barriers to entry, and limited demand pitted against the Huang Yu Emporium. Nobody wanted them. Switching to the World channel, he found that talk of the Kunshin shop had vanished, replaced by a flood of comments about Huang Yu gear. Did you see the reviews? Huang Yu's equipment rivals anything in the Chaos marketplace. I missed the drop hug. I just stepped away to glance at the Kunshin shop, and all 50 sets were gone. Same here, feels like I lost a fortune. No comparison, no pain. Kunshin's weapons are garbage. Huang Yu gear is top tier. I camped the store and grabbed a set of leather armor, saved 10 soul crystals. Score. Am I the only one who noticed the Lanchan workshop? It's actually a perfect grade special building. No wonder Lord Huang Yu is so confident. Please restock. All my soul crystals are waiting for you. Same here, this batch barely whets my appetite. With his warehouse back up to 60 sets and a large haul of materials reclaimed from the platform, Huang Yu spent 10 soul crystals to post an announcement in the World channel. Before nightfall, over 200 more sets will be listed. Prices will still undercut the Chaos marketplace, quality miles ahead of those third-rate shops. Don't miss out. The channel erupted. Over 200 sets tonight. Lord Huang Yu, you're awesome. I'm camping the page. Lord Huang Yu, can we trade privately? He'll pay extra. I really need gear. Haha. Third-rate shops wonder how Lord Kunshin feels now. I've been blacklisted. Can't even enter the Huang Yu Emporium. All I did was curse a lit so petty. Huang Yu glanced at the scrolling feed and auto-blocked every private trade request. Selling standard gear cheaply wasn't about quick profit. It was about building a brand. Sacrificing long-term gains for immediate cash would be foolish. He cleared more than 999 friend requests with one click and permanently blacklisted Lord Kunshin. Finished, he exited the platform and stepped out of the castle. In front of the gate, Dilios stood at the head of 14 Spartan warriors, each clad in crimson armor, standing tall and proud, radiating fierce battle spirit. Your friend request has been declined. You've been blocked by the Lord of the Universe. Until the block is lifted, you can't add the City Lord of the Universe as a friend. Until the block is lifted, you can't enter the Universal Mall. Please do not repeat this action. Staring at the string of red alerts on the Fireseed interface, Murayama Yoda's face turned ashen. He clenched his teeth and swore, "Damn it. That Lord of the Universe is despicable. One day I'll make him pay." He shoved open the wooden door and strode into the yard, storm clouds in his eyes. A handful of subjects cowered by the fence. Bandages hung from their bodies, and they clutched crude wooden spears and stone hammers, terror written across their faces. "Useless trash." Murayama Yoda kicked the nearest farmer to the ground. "You can't even handle a rabbit. Why do I keep you around?" The farmer curled up in the mud, groaning but too frightened to fight back. The others had already retreated the moment Yoda lifted his foot, fear mingling with a hint of suppressed resentment. Yesterday, when he beat them, none of them even dodged. Today they dared to back away? A chill crept down his spine. He pulled up the population panel. Loyalty among all 11 villagers had dropped across the board. The farmer head just kicked was below 60, already marked as apathetic. Seeing the anger smoldering in that man's eyes, cold sweat formed on Murayama Yoda's back. These people, are they about to revolt? Meanwhile, in another camp, 14 Spartan warriors stood in 2 neat lines. They wore blood-red leather cuirasses, crocodile hide patterns shifting across their chests. Each man gripped a wrought iron spear whose cold edge flashed in the sun. The Spartan archer Ludo held a massive bow. 2 quivers bounced lightly on his back. The javelin thrower Moan carried a bundle of short spears, their heads ground from savage beast claws, exuding a chill. Darius, stationed behind Huang Yu, was the most heavily armed of them all. A finely crafted round shield streaked with dried blood strapped to his left arm, a wrought iron spear in his right hand, an iron longsword at his waist, and another bundle of short spears slung across his back. He had filled every inch of his body with weapons, though most were merely common quality. Huang Yu's gaze soon fixed on the half-armor they wore. The cuirass was a deep crimson, its crocodile texture vivid. The left pauldron was fashioned from a red-armored crocodile's tail, wrapping tightly around the upper arm. The right pauldron was even more striking, a whole upper jaw set in place, 2 scarlet eyes fixed by special technique. From afar, the armor looked fierce and oppressive. Equipment: crimson crocodile mail. Quality: fine. Forged by Song Yun, master smith of Blue Mountain Workshop. Features: 1. Superior defense, blocks damage from most ordinary projectiles. 2. Frenzied bloodlust, the right pauldron can release blood energy, boosting the wearer's berserk abilities. 3. Slow regeneration, continuously heals the wearer's injuries during combat. Note: a Fursto Fitskin custom piece on the continent of Chaos. Superior defense, projectile immunity, a berserk boost, and regeneration, Huang Yu thought in awe. Every lord is dreaming of armor like this right now. Once the crimson crocodile mail hits the shelves, it'll sell out instantly. Still, Song Yun had just mentioned that although the armor's performance was exceptional among fine-grade gear, the underlying techniques weren't particularly advanced. If a master smith decided to reverse engineer it, they wouldn't need much effort to figure out how the crimson croc armor was made. By then, however, Huang Yu would probably have lost interest in whatever profits the armor could bring. Ding! While he was still thinking, the familiar blue prompt popped up again. Chaos Mall assessment. Crimson croc armor. Value 780 soul crystals. Eligible for catalog inclusion. Would you like to submit the crimson croc armor to Chaos Mall? The lord will receive 2,000 XP immediately and earn a 3 commission on every sale. Note: no materials required from the lord. The item will be listed as Huang Yu Blue Mountain certified. This was essentially an official seal of intellectual property protection. Huang Yu skimmed the message and decisively tapped yes. Better to have Chaos Mall authenticate the design than let others crank out knockoffs. With the word official on his side, a mere 3% royalty meant little. Besides, Huang Yu's own shop would soon carry the armor at a lower price, and most human lords would still buy from him first. Choice selected. Yes. Submit crimson croc armor. In an instant, a torrent of power surged through every corner of his body, and a blinding gold light wrapped him like a torch. When the glow finally faded, "Congratulations, Lord, level 8 achieved." The 2,000 experience points pushed him up 3 whole levels. Level 8 was still technically common, yet his strength had multiplied. A light tap of his toes sent him 3 or 4 meters into the air. "Lord, the materials are gone. These are the last 2 sets of crimson croc armor." Song Yun left Blue Mountain Forge reluctantly, 2 apprentice smiths behind him, each carrying a suit of armor. Huang Yu signaled for them to store the gear in the warehouse. Warehouse status updated. Standard gear, 82 sets. Fine gear, 2 sets. He still needed a total of 200 standard sets by nightfall, so the gap was big. "Leave the materials to us, my lord." Dilios thumped his chest, his tone bold. "With this equipment, we can wipe out every red-armored croc outside the town within an hour." Huang Yu nodded. "I believe you. But after the crocs are cleared, don't rush deeper into the forest. Scout the area around the town first. I have a feeling something dangerous is lurking farther in. It's not the right time yet." "Understood." Dilios answered solemnly, then led the Spartan warriors into the trees. Back at the forge, supplies were still short monster hides, claws, and, worst of all, metal. Song Yin frowned. We're almost out of refined iron. We can't keep forging at this rate. Refined iron, Huang Yu winced. On the trading platform, it was a rare commodity. No one had even seen an iron mine yet. Looks like he'll have to bite the bullet. He opened Chaos Mall and switched to the minerals tab. Common iron ore price, 800 soul crystals. Description: iron ore is indispensable to any lord's growth. Of course, raw ore is useless by itself. In addition to mining it, you'll need a blast furnace. The Spartan warriors' monster hunts, combined with profits from the universal shop, had earned Huang Yu 1,200 soul crystals. On paper, that was enough to meet the strict requirement for advancing the fire seed to tier 3, yet he was still short of basic materials like timber, stone, and refined iron. Even worse, a tier 3 fire seed would do little to boost the territory's overall strength right now. What he truly needed was better infrastructure. Accustomed to the bargain artifact's generous discounts, Huang Yu winced at the thought of paying full price for 2 common building blueprints. He scrolled through the discount menu again and again, finding no relevant resources, and had no idea whether tomorrow's refresh would offer a must-have like an iron or vein. Apart from spending soul crystals outright, he had no alternative. That was the artifact's biggest drawback. It couldn't be refreshed at will or had have taken off long ago. Most building upgrades and forging jobs depended on refined iron. An iron mine would generate a steady income, so the sooner he bought it, the sooner he'd profit. Resolute, he hit purchase. The mine and steel furnace blueprints were instantly acquired, subtracting 950 soul crystals from his balance. 2 blinding beams of gold burst from the fire seed and struck the empty ground at the edge of Universal Town. Within minutes, the light faded, revealing a steel furnace belching black smoke beside the exposed rock face of a fresh mine. A thick chimney roared, the air heavy with the acrid smell of burnt slag and iron dust. Huang Yu opened the building info panel. Iron Mine Tier 1, Common Building. Function: houses up to 10 residents. Produces 100 units of iron ore per day. Note: upgrading to Tier 2 requires 15 soul crystals, 100 units of timber, and 50 units of stone. Steel Furnace Tier 1, Common Building. Function: requires 3 residents. Smelts 100 units of ore into 50 units of refined iron per day. Note: upgrading to Tier 2 requires 10 soul crystals, 60 units of stone, and 10 units of refined iron. Only 50 units of refined iron a day. Huang Yu frowned. Promoting the fire seed alone demanded 1,000 units. The Spartan training camp needed another 600. The Blue Mountain workshop burned through iron daily. At this rate, it would take forever. Even everyday forging would be tight, with just 50 units, let alone upgrades. With only 250 soul crystals left in storage, he steeled himself, gathered all remaining timber, stone, and 10 units of refined iron, and dumped them into the mine and furnace upgrade slots. Upgrade confirmation cost: 25 soul crystals, 100 units of timber, 50 units of stone, 10 units of refined iron. Confirm. Golden light engulfed the buildings once more. The mine shaft deepened, its entrance reinforced by wooden struts, while the steel furnace sprouted a thick stone insulation layer. Minutes later, the upgrades were complete, and the panel data refreshed. Iron Mine Tier 2, Common Building. Function: houses up to 20 residents. Produces 300 units of iron ore per day. Note: upgrading to Tier 3 requires a Tier 3 fire seed, 100 soul crystals, 600 units of timber, 300 units of stone, and 100 units of refined iron. Steel Furnace Tier 2, Common Building. Function: requires 5 residents. Smelts 300 units of ore into 150 units of refined iron per day. Note: upgrading to Tier 3 requires a Tier 3 fire seed, 50 soul crystals, 150 units of stone, and 80 units of refined iron. Once the facility reached Tier 2, output improved slightly, yet the supply of refined iron still lagged far behind what was needed for upgrading the Ember Core and the specialty buildings. The new features had pushed a lord's power ceiling sky high, and the matching resource requirements were just as outrageous. Most lords simply couldn't foot the bill. After weighing his options, Huang Yu decided against spending a soul crystal in the Chaos Mall for a single unit of refined iron. Unless his back was to the wall, he refused to pay that kind of premium. Instead, he opened the Huang Yu shop's admin panel, loosened the trading limits on refined iron, and added iron ore to the list of acceptable goods, hoping some lucky lord on the marketplace would deliver the metal to his doorstep. With that settled, he ordered the mine and the steel furnace to start running. 30 villagers, armed with Langshan workshop iron picks and hammers, marched energetically into the tunnels. 5 bare-chested workers lit the furnace and pumped the bellows until thick black smoke shot into the sky. Once the production lines were humming, Huang Yu found himself momentarily idle and began a patrol of the territory. Fighting is out of the question, he reminded himself. A wise man avoids the crumbling wall. As lord, his duty was to govern the estate. Lacking formal combat training, He had little besides his high-level physique to rely on. A random viper in the forest could end him, let alone an actual monster. He still had his Spartan warriors for that. There was no need to take stupid risks. Along the way, the villagers greeted him with enthusiasm. "Good afternoon, my lord. We're lucky to live on your land. Thanks to you, we never lack food or drink." Anyone less than enthusiastic had long since been sent to the training camp for re-education. On most estates, a full stomach was considered luxury. In Huang Yu town, the people ate meat every day, and Huang Yu had never exploited them. Their loyalty was therefore sky-high. Ding! Langshan workshop notice. You have acquired an expert-level blacksmith. Huang Yu blinked. He was already fretting over refined iron, and now the workshop had produced yet another expert of mixed blessing. More experts meant more high-grade gear, but they also inhaled resources. He straightened up and pulled up the newcomer's profile. Blacksmith, Bailey. Rank, expert. Specialty, blades. Potential, 3 chance to advance to sacred blacksmith. That was even higher potential than Kang Yan's. Huang Yu strode into Langshan workshop. San Yun was buried in a small mountain of materials, not even looking up. The other 9 smiths saluted in unison and went back to work. The standout was a refined young man gently polishing a longsword. Bailey, the newly promoted expert. "Bailey, is this your work?" Huang Yu asked, stopping in front of him. Bailey offered the sword with both hands. The blade was 3.5 feet long, its rippling grain twisting beneath a razor-cold sheen. "My lord, the sword is called Cold Wave. Inspiration struck during my advancement, so I forged it on the spot." Huang Yu took the weapon and gave it a light swing. Its clear ring cut through the air, and he couldn't help but praise, "Excellent blade." Bailey bowed slightly, pride and gratitude lighting his face. Truth be told, Huang Yu knew little about swords, but the moment he gripped it, an information panel popped up, revealing everything. He also saw the weapon's rating: exquisite. Cold Sergeant, excellent grade, 1 Faken longsword. Forged by Bailey Dunwu, master smith of the Blue Mountain Workshop. Its edge slices iron like clay and is remarkably sharp. Active skills. 1. Frost Slash. Channel energy into the blade to unleash a strike laced with frigid mist. 2. Frost Scale. As it swings, the sword pulls moisture from the air, forming scale-like ice crystals that can be hurled to cut and freeze enemies. Passive Skill Clear Chill. Prolonged where keeps the wielder's mind cool and razor-sharp. Note: crafted by Bailey Dunwu, master smith of the Blue Mountain Workshop. Absolutely unique. A unique weapon, an excellent grade Longsworth Cold Surge. Huang Yu turned the blade over in his hands, unwilling to let it go. The discount menu listed plenty of high-quality gear, but the prices were outrageous, far beyond his reach. This was the highest-tier weapon he had ever seen, let alone held. By Chaos Mall standards, a unique item of excellent grade would cost at least 100,000 soul crystals, almost on par with a perfect grade weapon. Bailey bowed respectfully. "I'd like to present this sword to you, my lord." "For me?" Huang Yu flicked his wrist, spinning the blade into a flourish. Light rippled along its edge like flowing water. The cold surge fit his taste in both design and weight, yet he had no intention of fighting in person, so accepting it felt extravagant. Sensing his hesitation, Bailey smiled. "The sword is too light and short for Darius and the others." He pointed to a 5-foot sword blank nearby. "Now that I'm a master smith, I can forge even better weapons for the Spartans if I have the materials. With higher grade resources, Song Yun and I could craft rare or even excellent grade gear." Convinced, Huang Yu nodded readily. "Then I'll take it." He slid the cold surge into the scabbard Bailey provided and patted the smith's shoulder. "Tell me what materials you need. He'll wait for the day you become a saint-tier smith. To forge glory for the realm, Bailey will give his all." Determination blazed in the smith's eyes. After a brief chat with the other smiths, Huang Yu left the Blue Mountain Workshop with the cold surge at his side. The moment he stepped outside, he froze a mound more than 10 meters high, built entirely from the corpses of crimson-armored crocodiles, their blood pooling into a dark red lake. Did they wipe out every red-armored croc around the territory? He swallowed hard and hurried toward the blood-soaked Spartans. The warriors' crimson croc armor was covered in claw marks, and faint blood mist flowed in and out with each breath, gradually restoring their stamina. "My lord, the greatest threat within 2 kilometers of the town has been eliminated." Darius strode up immediately. The lingering fury of battle and his blood aura made him terrifying. Every passerby shivered instinctively. Huang Yu, now level 8, possessed a far stronger body and will, so the aura didn't affect him. He focused and pulled up Darius' status panel. Huang Yu noticed that Dilios had already reached level 5. The other 24 Spartan warriors had all advanced to level 4 as well, pushing Cosmos Territory's overall strength to a new height. "Nicely done, Dilios," Huang Yu said with an approving nod. This time, the Spartan squad had taken down 62 red-armored crocodiles. 7 of them were above level 10, and one gargantuan beast 15 meters long with scales like crimson iron was the highest level monster he had ever seen. Level 17. The gatherers immediately dismantled the carcasses. Flesh, claws, tendons, bones, Even the entire hide were all identified as high-quality crafting materials, created by Huang Yu and Bailey and shipped straight to Blue Mountain Workshop. Normally, after dumping the monster corpses, Dilios would lead the team straight back into the forest, unwilling to waste even a second of fighting time. This time, however, he had the Spartans stay in the territory to rest. Clearly there was something else he needed to report. "My lord, we have discovered another race." Dilios knelt on one knee and reported crisply. "After we finished off the red-armored crocodiles, a group of half-human, half-beast creatures ambushed us and tried to steal our spoils." At his signal, a Spartan warrior dragged two unusual corpses from the pile, wolf heads on human torsos, covered in coarse gray fur, with forearms ending in blade-like claws. "We drove them off easily and chased them all the way back to their territory. The place is tiny, about the size of the village we found yesterday, and houses only a dozen of their kind. But the entire area is wrapped in a strange energy. We couldn't set foot inside." Huang Yu's eyes narrowed. "How far from here?" "Less than 3 kilometers. A settlement of an intelligent species was hiding only 3 kilometers away." He pulled up the information panel, and the data on the dead creatures appeared before him. Name, Null. Level 2. Potential, black iron can rise at most to level 9. Notes: Gnolls are an independent race among the myriad species. They share no bloodline with night werewolves or Orcish wolf heads. They typically live on the forest fringe, their social structure loose, but prone to pack behavior. They feel nothing toward other races. They kill solely to satisfy their hunger. Huang Yu studied the carcasses closely. At the same level, a Gnoll's muscle density, claws, and fangs far surpassed those of a human. But unfortunately for them, they had run into Spartan warriors armed with combat skills and fine equipment. Their natural weapons were little better than children's toys in comparison. "Human territories have a 7-day protection period. I wonder how long the Gnolls get," he murmured, eyes half closed as he calculated. "Those who are not of my race cannot be trusted." And these neighbors were already showing their true colors. If the Spartans hadn't been strong enough, their haul would have been stolen just now. If circumstances allowed, Huang Yu had no intention of letting them grow stronger. Leave them alone now, and they might become a serious threat in the future. "Dilios, how many Spartan warriors would it take to wipe out that Gnoll stronghold?" "I alone am enough," the burly Dilios declared, pounding his chest as he answered Huang Yu. "They're quick in the forest and not exactly weak, but they're no match for us. We just circled their village and not one of them dared step outside." Huang Yu nodded slightly. Given Dilius' potential to reach the sanctuary rank, the boast wasn't empty. Even so, he had no intention of sending him in right away. The Gnoll territory was still under its protection timer. No matter how strong his troops were, they couldn't eradicate the tribe until that timer expired. Striking now would only waste time. "Well, move when their protection ends." After a moment's thought, he called out, "Xiaoen, Xiozhua, Lu Duo, Mon." Xiaoen and Xiozhua were the highest-level foot soldiers among the 14 Spartans, both close to LV5. Lu Duo was the sole Spartan archer, while Mon handled javelins, one of only 2 ranged fighters in the territory. Together, the 4 formed a balanced squad of offense and defense. "You 4 will keep the Gnolls pinned to their land," Huang Yu ordered, rubbing his chin while his eyes stayed cold. "Don't let a single one step beyond their borders." "Yes, my lord," they replied in unison, stepping forward to receive the task. Huang Yu then faced Dilios again. "You and the rest of the Spartans will operate around the Gnoll settlement. First, cut off every outside resource they might reach. Second, the instant their protection drops, attack." "Understood," Dilios answered solemnly. He sensed how seriously Huang Yu viewed this threat. Gnolls were born hunters in the forest, and the daily sign-in rewards could grant them high-grade items. If that happened, things could get messy. Since they'd been found, they had to be eliminated before they grew stronger. Watching Dilios lead his team away, Huang Yu returned to his territory and began listing the Gatherer's Hall in the Universal Market. In all, he posted 42 units of fine-quality food and more than 100 units of regular food, each carefully priced. Meat trades were common now, but the territory's ferocious beast cuts were far more popular than rabbit or pheasant. The fine red-armored crocodile meat, in particular, granted experience when eaten and was beloved by top-tier lords. One of them, owner of the Xuanji shop, had already bought over 30 units, making him the market's biggest food client. Within minutes, most of the stock was gone. Huang Yu's rewards rolled in. More than 200 soul crystals from the Spartans' morning battles, and over 300 additional crystals, plus a pile of basic materials from the market sales. His total now stood at 730 soul crystals, and his reserves of wood and stone had both topped 2,000 units. Some of it was earned through the citizens' hard work, but most of it still came from the Huang Yu trading post. Refined iron remained scarce. Even after pooling everything together, he only had a paltry 80 units. Huang Yu didn't hesitate. Should he upgrade the Blue Mountain Workshop to Tier 2? Absolutely. Shortages of raw materials could always be solved with money, but technological upgrades were best made as early as possible. 50 soul crystals, 700 units of timber, 200 units of stone, and 50 units of refined iron vanished from the warehouse in an instant as the sparks golden light wrapped around the Blue Mountain workshop. Huang Yu stayed on site, waiting nearly an hour before the upgrade successful prompt finally appeared. Blue Mountain workshop, perfect quality. Building level, Tier 2. Requirements to upgrade to Tier 3. Spark level 3, 550 soul crystals, for 1,000 units of timber, 5,000 units of stone, for 150 units of refined iron. Functions. 1. Adds 10 apprentice smiths. Apprentices have a 100 chance to become specialists, a 15 chance to become masters, and a 0.2 chance to reach saint rank. 2. Smiths forging success rate and production speed 2. 3. Spend 15 soul crystals to convert one citizen into a smith. The 10 new apprentice smiths took their stations, and production efficiency skyrocketed, giving him a better shot at producing master and even saint rank smiths. However, resource consumption shot up just as quickly, and for the first time Huang Yu felt anxious about his gathering rate. Right now many lords had fewer than 20 people in total, yet his territory already boasted 15 Spartan warriors, 20 smiths, and 131 inhabitants altogether. The costs and profits involved were astronomical by anyone else's standards. Worse still, Huang Yu's attention was split among the Spartan barracks, the Blue Mountain workshop, and the Huang Yu trading post, leaving the largest group his ordinary citizens virtually unsupervised. Those citizens included tailors, carpenters, cooks, and other basic tradespeople who handled every daily necessity. Yet Huang Yu had been moving so fast that he had never fully tapped into their productivity. As he pondered how to make better use of them, he opened the warehouse. The stockpile of gear was growing at twice the rate he had seen that morning, 156 pieces already. 2 sets of fine-grade leather armor and 3 fine-grade longswords stood out in particular. Each could easily fetch hundreds of soul crystals. Huang Yu could practically see customers clearing out the Huang Yu trading post the moment the items went live. Store rankings on the trading platform were stabilizing, settling into a one dominant, many strong pattern. Murayama and Zijingwa had both dropped out of the top 20. In second place was Jia Shirda, whose lord had found a patch of serpent tongue grass at the edge of his territory and listed over 100 units so far, each priced 1 soul crystal below the Chaos Mall's rate, raking in a fortune. Third-ranked Jello ran a shop very similar to his own, focusing on meat and posting quantities no less impressive, though the offerings were bloom wolf and feather deer cuts instead. The lord also sold materials from those creatures. Huang Yu had looked them up. Both were prairie monsters with a threat level on par with red-armored crocodiles. That suggested Zhao Yuo's territory lay on the grasslands, and that the lord possessed respectable combat strength. Otherwise, it would be impossible to bring down so many beasts at this stage. Huang Yu picked up some hualang meat and yulu venison. While he was at it, he cleared the shelves of Zhao Yuo's shop for any useful materials, partly for a change of taste, but mainly to ship the raw goods to Blue Mountain Workshop. The description said yulu plumes made top-grade arrow fletching. At checkout, the platform showed a total of 126 soul crystals. Before he could leave the shop, a pop-up appeared. The Jalo Merchant Guild has refunded your 126 soul crystals. Don't mind if we add you as a friend, Lord Huang Yu? The move made Huang Yu raise an eyebrow. 126 soul crystals was no pocket change someone was willing to risk that just for a friend request? Interesting. Lord Jaloa, you've caught my attention, he thought, keeping the interface open. Soul crystals were precious, but not worth his reputation. Since the other side was being friendly, there was no need to exploit them. A single friend slot, why not? He tapped add friend. A second later a notice popped up, friend request accepted. You may now chat freely. Reminder, beware of scams. As soon as the connection was made, he sent the 126 soul crystals right back. Owing favors wasn't his style, and friendships built on small handouts never lasted. People who chase tiny gains usually pay a larger price later. The other side seemed surprised. After a pause they accepted the crystals and sent a message. Lord Huang Yu, I noticed you're gathering refined iron. The direct question caught Huang Yu's attention. He narrowed his eyes. How did they know he was stockpiling refined iron? He stayed silent, waiting for more. A new message followed. I saw the Huang Yu store raise its purchase ratio for refined iron and even start buying iron ore, so I figured you were short on that resource. So that was it. Huang Yu nodded inwardly. The other player was observant. A good first impression, perhaps worth befriending. When Huang Yu still didn't reply, Lord Jeloa added, there's a large iron mine not far from my territory. That single line lit a spark in Huang Yu. A large iron mine was a rare grade deposit. Its daily yield dwarfed a standard vein. It was exactly what he lacked. He typed without hesitation, what do you need? Getting straight to the point. That iron deposit lies between my land and a dwarf domain. Their racial stats outclass ours, and they already occupy the mine. I'd like to team up with you to drive them out. Work with me. Huang Yu stared at the EmberCom interface, weighing the situation. His territory was still too low level. He hadn't even unlocked teleportation, let alone the ability to send reinforcements. What Jaloa really wanted was the gear Huang Yu could buy from the Cosmos shop. Even if he supplied the weapons and armor, how could Jaloa guarantee victory over the dwarf sand? Why should Huang Yu trust him at all? Huang Yu sent the message and waited. The long silence on the ember screen made it feel as if the other side had vanished. Just when he thought he had been scammed, a metallic notification chimed. Human Lord Jalua has consumed a contract scroll and requests a pact with you. A translucent, pale gold scroll materialized before Huang Yu, glimmering like all rare items did. Even the cheapest contract scroll cost at least 1,000 soul crystals, a luxury he wouldn't dream of buying now, yet Jalua had produced one as a token of good faith. Where had he found that many crystals? Another message popped up. I can't promise we'll beat the dwarves, but the scroll guarantees you won't be cheated. Be aware, though their combat power is high and my chances aren't great. Once the scroll is used, it's gone for good, and if you refuse to sign, I lose at least 1,000 soul crystals on the spot. Most lords would never risk such a loss. They'd turn hostile instead. The fact that Jalua still pointed out the danger said something about his character. Huang Yu reviewed the terms. 1. He must supply 22 sets of common leather armor. 2. He must supply 22 offensive weapon swords, spears, knives, or longbows. 3. If they capture the mine, Jalua will hand over half the daily yield to Huang Yu at no cost. 4. If either party breaks the pact, all of the violators' assets, population, gear, and special buildings transfer instantly to the other. Jialuo's real name was signed in the lower right corner. Contract scrolls only accepted true names, so Huang Yu finally knew Jalua was genuine. 40-odd pieces of gear, he did the math. The loss was manageable, and the potential gains were enormous. Besides, befriending a trustworthy lord was an investment in itself. Once both names were inscribed, the scroll dissolved into sparks of light, and Huang Yu felt an invisible bond tighten around him should he break the deal. Everything he owned would really be Jialuo's. A message popped up in his friends list. Lord Huang Yu, looking forward to working together. Same here, Huang Yu replied, then asked, where'd you get that scroll? Won it in yesterday's login raffle. Rare item, but not much use to me right now. With the partnership in place, Jalua grew more talkative. Honestly, those dwarves are a huge threat. Crushing them matters as much as taking the mine. Huang Yu nodded to himself. Dwarves were born smiths. If they kept the iron deposit, their strength would skyrocket, and nearby territories like Jialuo's would be wiped out sooner or later. He glanced at the time. Give me the exact gear specs so I can start prepping. Leather armor and melee weapons, any common quality is fine. But if you can swing a decent longbow or two, please do. Consider it done, Huang Yu said, closing the chat window. A better longbow? Blue Mountain Workshop could craft one in no time. A solitary plume of smoke rose straight over the desert, and the round sun sank toward the endless river. Crimson light spilled across the boundless grassland like a shimmering carpet of green, where cooking fires mingled with the distant river to frame a tranquil yet majestic dusk. But Jialuo had no time to admire. Its sudden column of black smoke on the horizon stood out like a signal flag, warning her that the dwarves had already erected a steel furnace beside the large iron deposit. She stood on the castle rooftop, fingers wrapped around a longbow forged in the Blue Mountain Workshop. Tall and slender, with cool, unreadable eyes, she let the wind lift the hem of her Kyudo uniform, tracing the line of her narrow waist and the pale gleam of her ankles. Caw! Beyond the perimeter, a vulture circled twice, then plunged toward a freshly skinned carcass. Jialuo looked up, drew smoothly, and whip. The arrow traced a graceful arc. The bird beat its wings frantically, but the shaft pierced its eye and it dropped from the sky. Glory to our Lord. More than 20 subjects cheered from the courtyard below, waving their weapons. 4 or 5 of the higher-level fighters carried standard-grade arms from the Blue Mountain Workshop. The rest still wielded rough wooden clubs and other makeshift gear. Their equipment was poor, but their morale soared, eyes shining with awe and devotion. Jialuo lowered her bow and watched as they dragged the vulture away for butchering. The Ember interface chimed. Vulture LV4 slain gained 2 soul crystals for units of meat and several dozen experience points. Still short of the mark for LV7. If Huang Yu knew she was already LV6, he would be stunned despite his Spartan warrior and the 2,000 bonus experience from the Chaos Mall. He had only just reached LV8. Huang Yu's 21 settlers were ordinary black iron potentials, yet Jialuo had earned every point of experience by taking kills herself. The Lord's personal kills weren't split with the people. That was the truth. On the first day, she had been absurdly lucky, signing in for a contract scroll. On the second, the system had granted her only 10 new settlers. Even so, she had drilled those ordinary folk into passable militia. In 2 days, she led them to hunt blossom wolves and chase feather deer. Blood and real combat forged them quickly. Now, all 21 settlers were at least LV3, and not a single casualty had been lost. With a cool head and formidable strength, Jialuo had displayed astonishing battle talent in just 48 hours. Her style was the exact opposite of Huang Yu's. She fought at the front of every battle, and her power spoke for itself. Her skill with a bow was almost supernatural. Every shot hit its mark. Such marksmanship had won her fanatical trust from the villagers. Yet those same villagers could do little more than bring down common beasts. The moment they faced a dwarf heathen, their strength fell hopelessly short. Jero herself had once ambushed a single dwarf's hide as tough as plate armor, and even she had struggled. 7 arrows in a row, one of them driven straight through the creature's left eye. But the dwarf only roared, yanked the shaft free, and kept coming. Had she not kited it relentlessly, draining its stamina until blood loss finally did the work, yesterday's encounter would have ended in defeat. Now a thick plume of smoke spiraled into the sky in the distance, casting a shadow over her heart. She could already picture it. By nightfall the dwarves would have a fresh cache of quality weapons. Once they were fully armed, bringing them down would become far harder. Her last hope rested on how much help Huang Yu could send. Ding. Your friend, Lord Huang Yu, has supplied you with equipment in accordance with the contract. Please check your inventory. The familiar system chime exploded in her mind, and Jiro's spirits lifted. She pulled up the equipment screen, but when the full list appeared her fingers froze. The mask of indifference shattered. Surprise and excitement lit her face. Lord Huang Yu has provided. Red crocodile scale, male fine 1. Iron core bow fine 1. Venom fang, arrows fine 50. Leather armor common 21. Spear common 5. Longbow common 5. 44 complete sets plus 2 fine grade pieces gear she had never dreamed of obtaining. The iron core bow and red crocodile mail alone were worth as much as all the common equipment combined. She had only hoped Huang Yu might spare a bow a little better than her own. Instead, she had received a downright luxurious shipment, far exceeding the value of the contract itself. She drew the iron core bow for a closer look. Its surface was matte black, unadorned, yet it carried impressive weight. Even after multiple physique upgrades, she could feel the strain in the limbs. Iron core bow. Quality, fine. Description, forged with refined steel in the Blue Mountain workshop of the Huang Yu territory. Plain in appearance, but delivers devastating power provided the archer can bring the string to full draw. Skill, none. Note, capable of piercing most fine-grade armor. Huang Yu's message, turn these out as fast as I could hope they meet your needs. Turn these out in a rush. She whispered in awe. Barely an hour had passed since they signed the pact, yet his territory had already produced a fine-grade longbow. The pace of his development was almost unbelievable. Next she examined the 50 Venomfang arrows. Venomfang, arrow 50. Quality, fine. Description, crafted in the Blue Mountain workshop of the Huang Yu territory. Each arrowhead is tempered with lethal poison that kills on contact. Any creature below LV20 will die within 5 minutes without a fine-grade antidote. Skill, none. Note, arrows can be recovered, though the toxin weakens afterward. Against dwarves with their absurd endurance, such poison-tipped arrows were the ideal weapon. Clutching the iron core bow and Venomfang arrows, her eyes sparkled and her fighting spirit surged. It seemed she had found herself a worthy partner indeed. Thanks, that gear really helped me a lot. Seeing Jialuo's message, Huang Yu smiled lightly and replied, good luck out there. He closed the chat window and turned to the warehouse tab. During the last few days he had ordered Blue Mountain Workshop to concentrate on crafting fine-grade bows, which had slowed the regular gear lines. Yet the warehouse still held 380 full sets of equipment, 7 of them fine. The lords are probably itching to get their hands on these, he thought. It was getting late, so he skipped advertising in the World Channel. Huang Yu Shop was already the most watched store in the human camp. Countless eyes tracked every update, so exposure was never a problem. With that settled, he put all 380 sets on sale. The instant he hit confirm, transaction alerts rolled in non-stop. His soul crystal balance surged past 1,800 and kept climbing. 5,000 tonight isn't a dream, he muttered, heart pounding the biggest payout of the last 2 days. Remembering the shortage of wood and stone, he opened Xuanji Shop. It still had just over 6,000 units of wood and 3,000 units of stone low demand stock that held a top 20 slot only by deep discounts. Huang Yu spent 900 soul crystals without hesitation and cleared the shelf. Seconds later, Xuanji Shop's ranking shot up to second place. Xuanji Town. Xuanji, still giddy over her territory's upgrade, nearly dropped her jerky when the system chimed. 900 soul crystals received. She rubbed her eyes, lashes fluttering, and confirmed the number several times before accepting it. 900 soul crystals. The girl bounced around the room twice, shouting, what a generous boss. Lord Huang Yu, you're awesome. I love you. Flushed and breathless, she finally flopped onto the wide wooden bed in her castle, unsure what to do next. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Let's browse Huang Yu Shop. Chewing a piece of premium red-armored crocodile jerky her settlers had made, she logged onto the trading platform and opened the familiar storefront. Fine-grade pet egg, red-armored crocodile, 100 soul crystals, quantity, 1. It's been up since yesterday and still hasn't sold? If it's cute, maybe you'll buy it. She scrolled past the egg. Rows of meat scrolled by, and then her eyes locked on something that made her freeze. Fine-grade red croc armor independently developed by Huang Yu territory, now listed in Chaos Mall, 750 soul crystals, quantity, 2. Fine-grade longsword outperforms Chaos Mall items at the same price, for 180 soul crystals. Quantity 3. Fine-grade broadsword outperforms chaos mall items at the same price, for 180 soul crystals. Quantity 2. Standard-grade leather armor, 35 soul crystals. Staring at the dazzling array of gear, Yishuangji suddenly found the meat in her mouth tasteless. She clicked her tongue to herself. Lord Huang Yu's thigh is clearly more tempting than barbecue. Just think how many soul crystals all this equipment is worth. After casually picking out an unusually styled longsword and paying for it, she returned to the edge of the bed with the weapon in hand. The 900 soul crystals that had just arrived in her account, along with the snacks on the table, instantly felt dull. She had been in this other world for only 2 days. Because there were no fierce monsters nearby, her territory was perfectly calm. The daily sign-in rewards had already given her 200 residents, two of whom even held the village chief class, and handled everyday affairs, so life felt like a vacation. Yet the moment she compared her little paradise with Huang Yu territory, her sense of security collapsed. Once the 7-day newbie protection ended, she would face the brutal Lord evaluation. What could she rely on those 200 level 1 or level 2 commoners? A prickling sense of crisis crawled up her spine. She pumped her pink fists and tried to pump herself up. Work hard. I have to work hard. Her fighting spirit lasted less than 3 seconds before laziness knocked it out cold. With a deep sigh, she sprawled across the bed in the shape of a big X, her features scrunched in worry. Sigh, I wonder if that big shot has room on his thigh for another ornament. After leaving the trading platform, Huang Yu casually sorted through his warehouse. Supplies were piling up so quickly that he simply spent soul crystals to upgrade the warehouse to Tier 2. Warehouse, Tier 2 common building. Storage capacity, 50,000 units of wood, 20,000 units of stone, 5,000 units of refined iron, or materials of equivalent volume. Hint: upgrading to Tier 3 requires 100 soul crystals, 600 units of wood, and 200 units of stone. Even after the upgrade, he still had a mountain of resources left. The fire seed might reach Tier 3 very soon. Next, he opened the world channel. As expected, the human lords were in an uproar. Holy crap, there are excellent great items. I've never even touched a common piece, let alone excellent. 700 soul crystals? Can't afford it, can only watch from afar. More than 300 pieces of gear. Lord Huang Yu is insane. They're selling like crazy. The common stuff is almost gone. Blue Mountain Workshop's common gear blows everything else at the same price out of the water. Some of the simpler weapons in Huang Yu's shop are practically dirt cheap, right now unbeatable value. As for those excellent pieces, almost nobody's asking. I'm drooling over that excellent grade red crocodile armor ultimate lifesaver. Forget it. Unless you're in the second tier like Gashide or Jialoa, no one can afford it. Wait, how did Zhuangji's shop jump to second place? Excellent gear is too expensive at this stage. Lord Huang Yu just put it up to flex. Envy, jealousy, hatred. Soon the channel was flooded again. Guys, everything except the 7 excellent items is sold out. Less than a minute. Terrifying. Missed again. Every click says item has been purchased by someone else. How fast are these people? If you missed out, search Alfing shop. They still have 2 Huang Yu longswords, first come, first served. Damn, scalpers are everywhere. Wow, that guy marked them up by several soul crystals over the Huang Yu price. Someone is actually reselling my equipment just to fleece other lords? Huang Yu raised an eyebrow, then blacklisted every scalper in one go. Since you want to play that game, don't expect to buy from Huang Yu's shop ever again. The trading area beside them had finally quieted down. The global channel, however, was still in an uproar, with prices, supplies, and intelligence flashing across the chat window at breakneck speed. The sudden rise of the Huang Yu Emporium had hit the market like a boulder, churning up interests on every side and guaranteeing a sleepless night for many lords. At dusk, Dilios returned in the slanting sunlight with 14 Spartan warriors. They had already made 3 trips back and forth, dragging the carcasses of their kills home. A small hill of monster corpses now dominated the wasteland, dark red blood congealing in the soil and a metallic stench hanging in the air. After a day of sweat and gore, the dozen or so gatherers had nearly all reached LV4, their experience bars nipping at the heels of the Spartan warriors who had fought non-stop since dawn. Yet the gap in requirements was enormous. Be Huang Yu's rough estimate. Leveling 1 Spartan to LV5 cost as much experience as raising 10 gatherers from LV4 to LV5. For him and Dilios, the numbers were even more outrageous. Otherwise, despite sharing all of his subjects' experience, Huang Yu would still be only LV8. That last hunt had netted more than 50 beasts, yielding 650 units of food and enough materials to forge almost 100 sets of gear. With every boost in military strength, the territory's resource-gathering efficiency soared, and a Tier 3 fire seed was now within arm's reach. Their progress left their peers in the dust. The assessment in 7 days was practically a foregone conclusion for Huang Yu. If he failed, there would hardly be any lords left among the tens of billions of humans. After ordering 10 warriors back to the Spartan training camp to rest, Dilios entered the castle alone. A day of battle had pushed him past the threshold of LV6 before nightfall, and the 14 warriors with him had all advanced to LV5, elevating their combat power once more. Seeing the dust on his cloak, Huang Yu had the servants bring hot food and water, then remained seated at the head of the table, waiting patiently. "Thank you, my lord," Dilios said, wolfing down the meal and cleaning the plate in moments. He rose, saluted, and reported, as ordered, "We fought while scouting the surroundings. The Knoll territory shows no movement, but to the northeast we found signs of a migration by more than 100 megalizards. Several of them gave me even more pressure than that LV-17 red-armored crocodile. A megalizard horde on the move?" Huang Yu frowned. Megalizards were grassland monsters and poorly suited to forests. Dilios had slain one yesterday, and Huang Yu had thought it a chance encounter. Now it seemed the creature had been forced south. Only a new power rising on the prairie could drive out 100 megalizards. Huang Yu rubbed his temples. Humanity had been transported to this world only 2 days ago. A megalizard had appeared in the forest yesterday, and today there were signs of a mass migration. That meant two things. One, the grassland was not far from here. Two, the new power was strong enough to expel more than 100 megalizards. The warning signs were mounting, especially when even Dilios felt threatened by several of the beasts. The opponent might actually be stronger than he was. The Knolls were still entrenched 3 kilometers away, a thorn lodged in Huang Yu's throat. Now a new, unknown faction had emerged, one that might match his own strength. The pressure weighed heavily on his shoulders. "Tomorrow there will be 10." Huang Yu rubbed his chin, then shifted the topic and looked at Dilios. "Dilios, how many Spartan warriors can you command at most?" Dilios considered for a moment. "In peak condition, I can lead 20 warriors. If necessary, I can handle up to 40. 40, huh?" Huang Yu nodded. With a Spartan's combat prowess, 40 of them were nothing to scoff at, even if the commander's bonus was diluted. "They'll give you more troops tomorrow." He had already decided to spend crystals and mass-produce soldiers. 10 soul crystals could turn an ordinary settler into a Spartan warrior, a very cost-effective investment. Huang Yu continued, "Since we found that pack of giant-toothed lizards, take the warriors tomorrow and wipe them out. But remember, safety comes first. Farm monsters and level up. If you're unsure, avoid any beasts that make you feel pressured." "Understood, my lord." Dilios rose and bowed. "Rest tonight. Tomorrow contact Shiozwa. We can't relax our guard against the Knolls either." "Yes, sir." Dilios withdrew respectfully. Huang Yu walked onto the castle balcony. The violet moon still dominated the night sky, though dimmer than last night, while the crimson moon beside it shone brighter. Purplured moonlight washed over the forest, and a breeze sent wave after wave through the treetops like a mysterious sea. Huang Yu was wide awake, eagerly awaiting the dawn of the third day. At first light, noises were already echoing outside the castle. Huang Yu awoke, stretched, and attended by his butler and servants, washed up and had a quick breakfast. Then he opened the Chaos Mall for his daily sign-in. "Sign-in successful. Congratulations, Lord. You have received livestock, 10 horned sheep lambs. Horned sheep, quality, common. Natural growth cycle, 1 month. Each adult yields 10 units of food. Common livestock that needs a full month to grow." Huang Yu curled his lip. Whether it was the ground melon seedlings earlier or these horned sheep now, neither helped much when food was no longer scarce. Since it was still early, he didn't head out immediately, but continued browsing the mall's discount section. "Let's see what surprises the bargain bin has for me today." The results filled the screen at once. 70% off. 20 common militiamen, originally 600 soul crystals, now 180. Affordable but unnecessary, Huang Yu muttered. 600 crystals could train 60 Spartan warriors. He had no interest in ordinary militiamen. 90% off. Extraordinary potential hero Jerome, originally 2.2 million soul crystals, now 220,000. A hero at 90% off. Huang Yu clicked his tongue. After seeing Dilia's strength, Jerome was tempting, but his remaining crystal balance instantly doused that impulse. With a sigh, he scrolled past the Tier 1 hero Jerome, thinking, if only the discount were a bit deeper. 80 off epic skill scroll Windfire Oblivion. Single use. Cast the Sanctum spell Windfire Oblivion, blanketing 100 square kilometers. Original price, 6.4 million. Sale price, 1.28 million. A line of crimson text pulsed on the screen, and the tag quantity, 1, glared from the right-hand side. Huang Yu stared at the numbers, his atoms apple bobbing. One throw of that scroll would reduce a medium-sized city to Cinderstruth in its purest form. If he owned it, the newborn faction on the grasslands would never trouble him again. Let the scouts mark the target, hurl the scroll, and the enemy would be sent skyward before they even knew what hit them. But he couldn't afford it. 1.2 million soul crystals was still an astronomical sum. The list refreshed. 99 off perfect grade pet egg flamefinch. Hatches a magical creature with diamond potential, max level 49. Original price, 160,000 each. Sale price, 1,600 soul crystals. Quantity, 20. He could cover 1,600, yet reason set him calculating at once. The same investment in the Spartan training camp would yield more diamond potential Spartan warriors, and the overall return would be no worse than a single flamefinch. Skip, he muttered, sliding on. Another line appeared. 90 off special building blueprint Shilon barracks. Fine quality. Produces a steady stream of Shilon soldiers each day. Shilon soldiers have bronze potential and can reach level 19, with a chance to spawn elite units. Original price, 7,800 soul crystals. Sale price, 780 soul crystals. Quantity, 2. A fine-grade blueprint. Auto-produced troops, and only 780 crystals, exactly the shot of adrenaline his territory needed. Yet bronze potential would barely edge out the Knoll warriors. Unit for unit, they would still trade evenly, serving only as support for the Spartans. Buy or pass? He sighed, shelved the dilemma, and resolved to finish the list first. The items kept scrolling. 10 off Transcendent Class Scroll. 30 off Yinqing Army Elite Squad. 99 off Epic Dragon Blood Elixir. Then the interface threw up a discount bordering on the absurd. 0.01 off Mythic Quality Artifact Arcane Furnace. It was the highest grade item on the board. The original tag read 5.6 billion soul crystals. Even after the cut, it still cost 56,000. Mythic gear never started below a billion, and this one sat at the very top of the heap. Huang Yu held his breath, finger trembling in midair. If he could save for a few more days, he might actually scrape the price together. But tomorrow the list would refresh, and the arcane furnace would almost certainly vanish. His balance read 5,362 soul crystals. The digits stabbed at his eyes, his heart twisted painfully. Mythic gear, and he could only watch it slip away. Even the longest list eventually ends. After visiting the Magma Forge, Huang Yu's enthusiasm for the remaining merchandise plummeted. He forced himself to scroll through the entire discount list, yet nothing rivaled the value of the Blue Mountain Workshop or the Spartan training camp. Compared to those, the Shilon Barracks was already the most practical option. Should he buy it or not? Rubbing his temples, Huang Yu tore his gaze from the deals panel and reviewed the territory's development roadmap. Refined iron finally had a lead. He had given Lord Garo every possible hand, technology, blueprints, and even stopgap resources. If that still couldn't stabilize the dwarven supply, he would simply abandon Garo and seek another solution. Knoll's currently trapped on the outskirts. He had sealed every exit with troops, and the threat was visibly shrinking. Step Factiona, distant undercurrent. That unknown force was a genuine concern, but it wouldn't erupt anytime soon, so he didn't need to throw everything at it yet. For now, the priority was upgrading the Fire Seed to Tier 3. Once that happened, the territory would expand again, and its overall strength would surge accordingly. Most lords were still scraping by with a single village. Only a handful had managed to evolve theirs into small towns, and even those weren't impressive. In terms of troops and resources, Huang Yu had already left them far behind. That thought sparked an idea. Troops or resources, why not leverage the discount gadget to turn a profit? Many items on the list were useless to him, but were lifesavers for other lords. Forget food and gear. Today's newly refreshed Shilon barracks alone could auto-spawn Shilon soldiers every day. Huang Yu dismissed it because it capped at bronze potential, yet to most lords it was priceless. Only 4 days remained before the lord's assessment. A Damocles sword over everyone's head. Failure meant death. In these 7 days, they would pour every last crystal into improving combat power. Instead of sending commoners out to grind monsters, many would rather buy ready-made assets from the Chaos Mall or the trading hub, provided they had enough soul crystals. The problem? Chaos Mall pricing was extortionate. A single blueprint for a militia barracks cost 1,000 soul crystals, and one militia unit went for 30. With his discount tool, Huang Yu could grab a Shilon barracks blueprint for 78 soul crystals, then list it on the Universal Exchange at half price, 390, even accepting partial payment and resources. For other lords, that was a 50% discount. Who could refuse? Meanwhile, he'd clear 312 soul crystals in profit and gain goodwill. Even if he sold at 70 or 80% of the mall's price, people would still line up. Everyone benefited. The lords saved resources, the human faction grew stronger, and Huang Yu earned a tidy sum. The only drawback: most lords were flat broke. The 7 pieces of fine gear he posted last night still hadn't sold. The problem wasn't quality, but empty wallets. Even so, as the lords continued to expand, a full-scale boom on the Universal Exchange was only a matter of time. Confirm payment of 1,560 soul crystals for 2 Shilon barracks blueprints? Yes. Confirm payment of 180 soul crystals for 20 regular militia? Yes. Confirm payment of 1,600 soul crystals for 1 flame sparrow pet egg? Yes. Huang Yu hammered out a string of yes like he was grabbing flash deals on an online shop, his fingers a blur. Tossing in a handful of clearance-priced food and low-grade gear at less than 30% of list price, he blew through more than 3,500 soul crystals in one go and emptied his card in seconds. A bargain was a bargain, no matter how small, and as a lord famous for running his domain on thrift, he refused to let any Chaos Mall discount slip by. From now on, this was his wholesale depot, and he was destined to be the savviest middleman around. Checkout done, he switched to the World Channel. Most of the gear he had listed the previous night was already gone. Only a few superior pieces were still waiting for takers. The food section was completely wiped, every icon grayed out. The headline effect was undeniable. Even if food was no longer rare on the marketplace, plenty of lords still bought just because it carried the Huang Yu label. After the splurge, Huang Yu still had 2,394 soul crystals on hand. His raw materials looked healthy: 1,860 units of lumber, 854 of stone, 90 of refined iron, 120 of iron ore, plus a heap of odds and ends. Reaching a Tier 3 fire seed was now just one step away, and the thought lifted his spirits. Everyone's been so supportive, time to give them a surprise. He had the goods in his warehouse and grinned. He threw the freshly bought flame sparrow egg straight onto the Huang Yu storefront and priced it at 50,000 soul crystals. No one could afford it? Fine. What he wanted wasn't the quick profit but the buzz around those two words: perfect grade. At this stage, who else could put up a perfect grade item? The two Shilon barracks blueprints had cost him 780 soul crystals, yet he listed them at 2,500 each, his way of helping the average lord's wallet. Dozens of common gear sets and 8 superior sets went up at 70% of their usual price to keep the market stable, while every kind of food was posted at half the Chaos Mall price, almost a giveaway. At dawn, the World Channel detonated. 7 superior pieces yesterday were crazy enough, and now there's a perfect grade pet egg in the Huang Yu shop. Shilon barracks blueprints too. That building churns out superior troops. I got no sleep thanks to beast roars, planned to doze off, refreshed the Huang Yu shop on reflex, and woke up so hard my scalp tingled. Guys, am I still dreaming? Could the Huang Yu Lord stop scaring us first thing in the morning? Everything boils down to one line. The boss is unbeatable. Perfect grade. It's actually perfect grade. Am done for, boss. Need a pendant for your belt? Feels like a truck just ran over my face. But Lord Huang Yu, can I add you as a friend? Does Chaos Mall belong to Lord Huang Yu's family, or something? How did he get so many cheap items? I'm wondering the same thing. Aren't we supposed to be fighting to survive? Where's he getting all those resources? Talk about favored son treatment. Humph. With prices that high, who can afford any of it? It's robbery. If he can't use the stuff himself, why not give it to us poor lords? Go compare with Chaos Mall yourself, buddy. Huang Yu's prices are a bargain. Comment bubbles flooded the World Channel, curious, flattering, envious, and downright jealous. Faced with the massive price gap, the trolls were buried in replies within seconds. Huang Yu had no patience for nonsense. He blocked offenders with a single tap. Meanwhile, everything newly stocked in Huang Yu's shop was vanishing before people's eyes. Even a battle axe labeled fine quality and priced absurdly low was snapped up in an instant by Lord Lanchuan. In a heartbeat, more than half the shelves went gray, sold out, flashing in cold letters. Only a few icons still glowed in a lonely corner: a flame finch pet egg, a Shilon barracks, and a red croc armor set. I just took a quick nap and missed all the good stuff. Sob. Target sighted above. Lord Xuanji. Slow down, people. I haven't even finished scrolling, and it's empty already. The last 2 restocks taught me: I buy first, read later. Anything from Huang Yu's shop is pure profit. Same here. Think Lord Huang Yu will post more gear today? Gotta be quick. Wed better hustle, or we won't even get to lick the bowl after Lord Huang Yu's feast. Deep in the canyon, Lin Chi slammed shut the prompt that read, "You have been blacklisted by Huang Yu's shop," his face dark as ink. He reopened the World Channel. Every message was about the Lord Hood just blocked him, and his expression turned even darker. He was about to spend 10 soul crystals to rant in private chat when the fire seed flared. Fire seed notice. Your subject Yin Xingyuan number 3 has advanced and become a warrior. A warrior. Lin Chi's breath hitched, and the tension on his face melted away. 10 Yin Xingyuan had died, but at last one had upgraded. He bounced twice in excitement, itching to shout it to the world. When he drew the Yin Xingyuan on day 1, Head thought he was set for life. Reality, however, slapped him hard. 2 fell in their first battle, and on the way back a wild beast ambushed them. 1 Yin Xingyuan took a bite to the throat, protecting Lin Chi, drenching him in hot, putrid blood. He wet himself on the spot. For 2 days he hadn't dared step outside his territory, but yesterday Huang Yu's restock had blown his self-control apart. If not for that loss of troops, the World Channel should be talking about me right now. The thought made his chest burn. He dashed downstairs. The castle's ground floor hall was cavernous, the fire seed's glow staining the floor a dark crimson. A Yin Xingyuan stood beside it, adjusting his gear. Hearing footsteps, he bent in salute. "My lord, you're the new warrior?" Lin Chi looked down from the stairs, striving for authority. "Yes, my lord. Yen. I know." Lin Chi waved him off, trying to sound seasoned. "Do well. Bring back at least 100 units of food today." "Yes, sir." The Yin Xingyuan bowed, fingertips brushing the hilt at his waist, posture humble. Satisfied, Lin Chi nodded, turned, and disappeared up the stairs. Only when the last footstep faded did the Yin Xingyuan slowly straighten. No emotion flickered in those crimson eyes. On the gently swaying sword at his hip, 4 neat characters were etched in silver: Huang Yu Lan Shan. Dawn was just breaking. The morning breeze, still carrying the night's lingering chill, slipped through cracks in the castle's towering stone walls. Huang Yu pulled on the cloak the territory's tailor had stitched together overnight, its fur collar twitching against his neck, and stepped through the massive oak doors. Across the courtyard, the Blue Mountain workshop was already ablaze with furnace light. The ore, timber, and hides collected the previous night were stacked in perfect rows, and the smiths, working in shifts, hammered with a dense, rhythmic cadencia rousing dawn anthem that promised fresh equipment was on the way. On the small plaza outside the castle, Dilios was leading 10 Spartan warriors through their usual warm-up. The shirtless fighters, muscles corded and defined, matched each press and squat with a low grunt, their breath turning to mist in the cold air. On the far side of the square, 10 newly spawned villagers had formed a line, waiting quietly for Huang Yu's orders. Huang Yu opened their status panels. 6 farmers, 3 gatherers and 1 village chief. His gaze settled on an old man with a snow-white beard. He had wondered why the system would generate an elderly villager. Now he saw the man carried the village chief base class. Villager number 133. Level 1. Loyalty, 88. Potential, Iron can advance only to level 9. Base class, Village Chief. Class description, uses extensive experience to direct ordinary villagers in farming, logging, quarrying, livestock raising, and similar tasks. Not bad, Huang Yu thought with relief. At last, someone to handle the day-to-day chores. He looked up and offered the old man a friendly smile. The elder, overwhelmed by the attention, bowed even lower, pride lighting his wrinkled face. There's no need to be so formal, Huang Yu said, patting his shoulder. The routine work is yours now. If you have questions or need anything, come straight to me. Rest assured, my lord. The village chief replied. Well, turn your domain into a paradise. A paradise, huh? Huang Yu made no further comment, simply motioning for him to get started. Next, he selected 30 idle villagers and sent them all to the Spartan training camp. The system immediately deducted 300 soul crystals from his account. A Tier 2 camp could train 10 Spartan warriors per day for free, but every extra slot cost 10 soul crystals, and training a level 2 villager cost double, which explained the 300 crystal charge. When the drills ended, the warriors would retain their original levels. His supply of soul crystals was still healthy, and he was tempted to recruit even more, but the territory was small. 40 Spartan warriors already filled the available space. Without a hero unit to command them and no reliable long-range communication, he was reluctant to let them venture deep into unknown lands. This world bristled with supernatural power. The gap between different potentials and levels could be enormous. Spartan warriors were strong, but not invincible. A short while later, the training camp's heavy iron gates thundered open. 30 Spartan warriors, sculpted like living statues, marched out in single file. Their steps were perfectly synchronized, and their armor flashed coldly in the morning light as they formed 3 neat ranks before Huang Yu. He pounded his broad, sculpted chest and snapped to attention. Sparta. 30 newly recruited Spartan warriors stood in perfect formation. 10 held secondary roles. 6 were Spartan javelin throwers, 3 were longbowmen, and the most striking among them was a Spartan bard. Huang Yu fixed his gaze on the bard, a hulking man with rugged features who looked anything but musical. Spartan warrior, Musa. Level 2. Loyalty, 100 fanatically loyal. Potential, Diamond can advance to level 49. Class, Infantry. Innate skills, Spartan techniques, Spartan phalanx, Spartan war chant. Secondary class, Spartan bard. Motto, when the song begins, our enemies drop their shields and run. Spartan war chant bore a prominent blue tag, marking it as a fine-grade skill. Huang Yu opened the details. Fine-grade skill, Spartan war chant. Effect, Musa's song inspires all Spartan warriors, heightening their coordination and overall mobility to a feverish rhythm. So this is the man who comes with his own battle soundtrack? Huang Yu muttered, then ordered, Musa, give us a demonstration. Musa stepped forward, sword in one hand and shield in the other. His eyes hardened as though an enemy host stood before him. Clang, clang, clang. The sword hammered against the bronze shield with crisp, powerful strokes. He suddenly bellowed, "Ha-ha!" The note was anything but melodious, yet it boomed like distant thunder, shaking everyone to the core. Several nearby townsfolk froze, startled. Their hose clattered to the ground. The Spartans reacted in the opposite way. Led by Dilios, they seized their weapons and shifted into a sharp, arrowhead formation. Oraculabin, Oraculabin. Musa shouted each syllable in a pounding cadence that Huang Yu could not connect with any song. It sounded more like an order to charge. The tempo quickened. Blade struck shield in time, and the 38 Spartans moved like meshing gears. Their steps, thrusts, and cuts were perfectly synchronized, flowing from one formation to the next. Within moments, flashes of steel wove an invisible net of death through the air. Any enemy squad that charged now would be torn apart. The chant cut off. Musa sheathed his sword and fell silent. The warriors halted in unison, blades dropping in identical arcs as if directed by a single mind. Huang Yu burst into applause, clearly satisfied. Excellent work, Musa. With your war chant, the Spartans will be unstoppable. He had been disappointed that the 30 new warriors did not include a hero unit, but Moose's arrival swept that regret away. Huang Yu could hardly imagine how terrifying a troop of berserk Spartans would be when they killed in perfect harmony to the beat of a war song. At dawn, Dilios led 40 Spartan warriors back into the forest to begin another day of combat and leveling up. Meanwhile, under the village chief's direction, the ordinary settlers split up their tasks. Some cleared roads, others repaired log cabins, and the entire domain ran so smoothly that Huang Yu no longer needed to intervene. Huang Yu stepped into the Blue Mountain workshop. 18 apprentice smiths had been divided into two teams by the full-fledged smiths Song Yun and Bailey. The first team forged leather armor, shields, and other defensive gear. The second team worked on swords, spears, and other offensive weapons. Scarlet furnaces churned with molten metal, hammers rang out in waves, and the whole workshop was a sweltering hive of activity. After inspecting every project, Huang Yu returned to the castle. He had barely sat down when his friend's list chimed. Lord Gallo's battle with the dwarves was evidently decided. Lord Gallo sent his first message. Lord Huang Yu, good news. Thanks to your support, I fought through the night and captured a large iron mine. The pit can handle 50 workers at once and produce up to 5,000 units of iron ore per day. 5,000 units a day. As a rare-grade resource, a large iron mine's output dwarfed that of ordinary veins. Huang Yu's mood soared. At full capacity, he could smelt 2,500 units of refined iron daily. Even half that would satisfy his current hunger for the metal. The next message, however, made him frown. During yesterday's fight with the dwarves, I lost 6 settlers. I'm down to 24 people, so I can only dig 2,400 units of ore a day. One dwarf destroyed their steel furnace before he died, and I just spent soul crystals on a new one. I have no funds left to recruit more workers, so I won't be able to send you much or for the next few days. The refined iron problem was solved, but Lord Gallo's manpower shortage was glaring. If the mine were on his own land, Huang Yu wouldn't worry. Had 141 settlers, more than enough to keep it running. Yet Gallo's domain was far away, and he couldn't spare people to help. To maintain his early growth, he needed every bit of refined iron. After a moment's thought, Huang Yu replied, I'll advance you 500 soul crystals specifically for hiring settlers. In return, until the protection period ends, you'll deliver 3,500 units of iron ore to me each day. Deal? Lord Gallo didn't respond immediately. In the Chaos Mall, 5,000 units of iron ore were worth 500 soul crystals. With 5 days left in the protection period, Huang Yu would receive 17,500 units of ore, valued at 1,750 soul crystals. After subtracting the 500 he fronted, he would clear a profit of 1,250 soul crystals without lifting a finger. It looked like Huang Yu was getting the better end of the bargain, but without his funds, Gallo could only watch the mine's capacity go to waste. Huang Yu was sure the other lord would accept eventually, perhaps haggling only over the daily quota. Huang Yu didn't have to wait long before a reply arrived. I have a few thoughts about the daily iron ore quota. Just as he expected, Huang Yu smiled to himself when he saw Lord Jialuo's message. 3,500 units a day was his bottom line. He wouldn't budge, though he was willing to compensate in other ways, such as refining steel for her. He was about to argue his case when another message appeared first. If you hadn't supplied the equipment, I never would have beaten the dwarves. Besides, I can't use up 1,500 units of ore anytime soon. Rather than store it or sell it elsewhere, I'd rather give the surplus to you. Until the protection period ends, they'll send you 4,000 units a day. How does that sound? How does it sound? Perfect. Surprised, Huang Yu was also touched by her straightforward generosity. Few people remembered favors and refused to be greedy. He promptly transferred 500 soul crystals, adding no further strings. It was only a verbal deal, but he trusted Jialuo to keep her word. Before nightfall, 4,000 units of ore will reach you through the trading platform, Jialuo confirmed after accepting the crystals. Good. Huang Yu left it at that. He had the ore, but his territory's lone smelter was painfully slow. He needed a more efficient facility. Opening the chaos market, he suddenly recalled that Jialuo commanded only 26 subjects. With so few hands, one mishap could cost her the big mine. Wanting to repay kindness with kindness, his shop still held 2 and used Shulan Barracks blueprint sheet made up his mind. Across the endless grassland, the large iron mine sprawled like a gray-brown hill. Jialuo stood on its crest, longbow in hand, her red crocodile armor gleaming coldly in the morning light and lending her austere bearing an extra hint of authority. All night she and her 26 subjects had stood guard in case the dwarves struck back. When dawn came with no sign of them, she finally relaxed and sent Huang Yu word that the mine was secure. The 500 new soul crystals in her account brightened her exhausted face. The danger was gone and the resources abundant. She should have been satisfied. Yet Huang Yu had clearly spent even more, outfitting her with fine gear, and she felt indebted. So she handed over 4/5 of the mine's output 4,000 units a day to him. In 5 days we'll be even, she murmured, feeling lighter. She hated owing favors more than she hated fighting, which made her and Huang Yu alike in that regard. Ding, her friend's list lit up. Your friend Lord Huang Yu has sent you a building blueprint. Please check your inventory. Jelua blinked and opened the list. 2 Shilon barracks blueprints were waiting, along with Huang Yu's note. The big iron mine mustn't fall. You don't have enough people, and I worry you can't hold it. Since half the ore is mine, I should help defend it. Take these blueprints. Staring at the pending transfer, Jello bit her lip and said nothing. After scouring the chaos marketplace for what felt like ages, Huang Yu finally forked over 2,000 soul crystals for an ordinary building blueprint. The Steelworks. Steelworks, Tier 1 common building, requires 20 villagers to operate. Each day converts 2,000 units of iron ore into 1,000 units of refined iron. Upgrading to Tier 2 costs an additional 35 soul crystals, 280 units of lumber, 210 units of stone, and 40 units of refined iron. The blueprint cost far more than a single blast furnace. With 2,000 soul crystals, he could have purchased 13 Tier 1 furnaces. Yet their combined output would still be only 650 units of refined iron per day, while one Tier 1 steelworks could produce 1,000. The value difference was obvious. Huang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Money well spent, though a discount would have been even nicer. He already had the soul crystals and materials on hand, so the moment the blueprint arrived, he ordered his people to break ground. As soon as the steelworks was finished, he immediately pushed it to Tier 2. Steelworks, Tier 2 common building, requires 40 villagers. Each day converts 4,000 units of iron ore into 2,000 units of refined iron. Upgrading to Tier 3 will require a Tier 3 fire seed, 350 soul crystals, 1,800 units of lumber, 2,000 units of stone, and 400 units of refined iron. The rapid upgrades almost emptied Huang Yu's soul crystal reserves, but he wasn't worried. The bulk materials he had invested in Blue Mountain Workshop the night before would soon be turned into equipment, and the haul brought back by Dilios and the 44 Spartan warriors would swell his coffers. The cash flow crunch was only temporary. No sooner had that thought crossed his mind than system messages appeared in quick succession. Lord gained 56 experience, 7 soul crystals. Lord gained 42 experience, 5 soul crystals. Lord gained 86 experience, 11 soul crystals. Faint screeches drifted from deep in the forest, blending with the notification chimes, and Huang Yu immediately realized that the Spartans had caught up with the migrating ancient drakes. On the woodland battlefield, the Spartans refrained from a frontal assault. Following Dilius' orders, they split into squads to intercept, harry, and divide the herd. Familiar with the terrain and armed with superb combat skills, they swiftly dropped more than a dozen drakes while the remaining behemoths, like headless flies, barreled through the trees in confusion. On the open prairie, the ancient drakes could just barely claim apex predator status thanks to their size. But in the dense forest, that same bulk became a handicap, restricting their vision and slowing their movement. They could only roar in frustration as the nimble Spartans darted among the trunks, always just out of reach. Whoosh! Dilios raised his arm and hurled a short spear. Though not as accurate as a dedicated javelin thrower, his prodigious strength sent the weapon burying deep into the neck of a drake nearly 20 meters long. The beast's agonized roar split the air as it lunged at Dilios, its massive body crushing shrubs and saplings. Pain and fury intertwined, unleashing a power that matched its colossal frame. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed through the forest. The primeval giant lizard's charge was deftly sidestepped by Dilios. Blinded by rage, the beast never slowed. Its own momentum rammed it into a towering tree so thick 2 strong men would struggle to encircle it. Wood groaned and splintered, the massive trunk snapping in half and showering the clearing with debris. While the fallen trunk still masked the lizard's view, Dilios shot forward low to the ground. Crack! With a gusty hiss, the creature's whip-like tail swept across like an iron flail, pulverizing nearby trees with a single flick. Even Dilios wouldn't dare meet that strike heat, proof enough of the monster's raw power. But the gap between hunter and prey is measured by more than brute strength. Dancing through the reptile's wild thrashing, Dilios moved like a shadow. In a handful of heartbeats, his long sword carved bloody furrows across rough scales, then severed the joints of each limb in turn. Squelch! The giant lizard collapsed with a shriek, mangled limbs twitching, slit pupils brimming with despair. Dilios raised his blade to finish it. A stab of dread shot through him. Instinct snapped him backward. An instant later, a deep red sphere, saucer ball-sized and glowing hot, slammed into the grass where he had stood. Boom! It burst with a deafening roar. The shockwave and scorching wind tore the limbless lizard apart, hurling blood, wood chips, and soil into the air and turning the clearing into a furnace. When the blast subsided, a smoking crater half a man deep gaped in the ground, its walls charred black. Dilios flung away the battered round shield that had protected him. Its surface was webbed with cracks, the metal rims still glowing red-hot. He traced the fireball's path back through the trees. A new primeval giant lizard, more than 10 meters long, emerged from the shadows. Though smaller than the earlier brutes, it radiated a far more lethal menace. Dark, rusty red scales armored its neck, and gray smoke laced with sparks seeped from its jaws. The fireball had come straight from its throat. Thud, thud, thud. Realizing it had failed to kill Dilios and had instead vaporized its companion, the creature grew even more agitated. Step by step it advanced, smoke billowing thicker from its nostrils, golden slit eyes exuding a crushing pressure. A corrupted wildling Dilios tensed, gauging its strength at least level 20. The corruption had granted it potent ranged magic. A direct hit from one of those fireballs would incinerate even a hero-class fighter. Roar. The corrupted lizard's maw yawned wide, razor fangs glinting. Dark red neck scales flared as blistering energy gathered deep in its throat. Within seconds, a viscous crimson sphere formed and launched at Dilios faster than sight. He was already moving. The moment the jaws parted, Dilios flashed back. The red orb screamed through the air and struck the earth. Boom. Flames and splintered timber mushroomed skyward, shattering several towering trees and gouging a crater 3 meters deep. As the firestorm ebbed, the corrupted lizard barged through the curtain of leaves and dirt, roaring, searching, but the human had vanished. His forked, dark red tongue flicked, tasting the air for its prey. Then it froze, head snapping up. Why were there suddenly so many identical scents surrounding it? Sparta! The cry rang out as the corrupted ancient monitor lizard stepped into the prepared kill zone. Dilios whirled and bellowed, his voice rolling through the trees like distant thunder and sending flocks of birds screaming into the sky. Rustling leaves announced 10 Spartan warriors bursting from the undergrowth, snapping into a tight encirclement. Each wore crimson crocodile scale mail, rated level 5, the dark plates gleaming coldly in the sun. The demon-tainted lizard lowered its massive head, slit pupils narrowing in warning. Energy swelled in its throat, and a heartbeat later its jaws yawned wide, spitting more than a dozen blazing orbs in every direction. Boom, boom, boom. Heat storms ripped through the forest, shaving a broad swath of trees to stumps. Boulders vaporized to dust, trunks charred black, and the ground erupted in smoking craters. Yet not a single Spartan fell. Most slipped past the blasts with agile footwork. Even the two thrown aside landed with little more than scrapes and singed skin, their crocodile mail taking the brunt of the shock. Seeing its enemies still alive and well, the lizard's heart clenched. It spun, desperate to flee toward its kin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A volley of short spears hissed through the air as more Spartans blocked the retreat. Unable to dodge, the beast felt shafts punch into its hide. Thick scales blunted most of the force, but gaps were pierced, and blood streamed down the wood. Pain and dwindling energy drove it toward panic. It crouched and roared, slender tail drumming the earth in a plea for reinforcements. Yet it had strayed far from the clan, and its kin were themselves in disarray. No aid would come in time. Huh, huh, huh. The Spartan cantor, Musa, led a rapid-fire war hymn, the drumbeat chants fanning a blaze of bloodlust. Dilios rushed in at the head of the 10 elite warriors. Crack-rosy battle aura burst from his body, chaining to every soldier in a heartbeat. A fanatic, iron-scented surge swept across the field. Spartan rage reignited. Sensing death approach, the lizard gathered its last reserves for one final strike. Dilios stormed forward, vaulted high, and hurled his spear. 30 meters vanished in an eye blink. The point drove straight into the monster's gaping maw. Boom. The half-formed spell imploded inside its mouth. Even with formidable magic resistance, the creature's oral cavity proved fatally fragile. Its scream rent the air. The forked tongue became bloody pulp. Half its lower jaw blasted to fragments, ragged bone dangling by strips of flesh. Sparta. Dilios slipped beneath the demon-tainted giant lizard. In his hand, the finely crafted longsword forged in Bailey rose in a flash of silver. Using the beast's bulk for leverage, he flipped over its back, the blade carving a swift, lethal arc across the thick neck. A heartbeat later, blood gushed like a waterfall. The monster convulsed, its agonized howl rattling the leaves and sending countless birds and beasts fleeing. The thrashing weakened, then ceased altogether. A brilliant gold light burst from Dilios' Spartan hero. Dilios has reached LV7. Inside Huang Yu territory, the same radiant glow engulfed Huang Yu. Torrents of power poured through every limb and bone. Muscles and skeleton crackled as they reforged. He shot up to 185 centimeters, lean muscles etched with explosive strength. Huang Yu had advanced to LV9, touching the upper limit of ordinary creatures. When the light faded, an information panel hovered before his eyes. Lord has gained 1,027 experience points and 133 soul crystals. Such a haul told Huang Yu at once that Dilios and the others had felled a high-level wild creature. While he silently rejoiced, another prompt echoed in his mind. Congratulations, Lord, a skill book has dropped. Please claim it. A skill book? Huang Yu grinned even wider. In the Chaos Marketplace, ordinary and fine-grade skill books cost hundreds, sometimes thousands, of soul crystals. Anything that granted extraordinary power started at rare grade and grew even pricier. Dilius' Spartan rage was proof. Because he never fancied himself a frontline fighter, Huang Yu had barely glanced at the skillbook section. Now had not only earned a trove of experience and crystals, but a bonus skillbook as well. Even if it proved useless to him or his followers, he could always sell it for a fortune. He claimed the reward without hesitation. Dim light coalesced into a palm-sized white booklet floating before him. 4 lines were emblazoned on the cover. Blazing Mana Bomb. Grade, rare. Description: condenses energy into a high-temperature explosive projectile. Power and size scale with the energy infused. With brief charging, multiple blazing mana bombs can be launched at once. Note: non-casters cannot learn this skill. Lords are exempt from this restriction. Huang Yu had expected something no better than fine grade. The sight of blazing mana bomb thrilled him. Learnable only by casters and lords, capable of both charging and area damage. Truly a gem. Unfortunately, he seemed to be the only qualified learner in the territory right now. Though he wasn't fond of close-quarters combat, Huang Yu never shied away from a fight. As Lord, he needed enough personal power to command respect. Lacking melee experience? Then head fight from the rear, slinging spells that controlled the battlefield while keeping himself safe. After all, every seasoned gamer from Blue Star knew, the mage is king. Compared with the muscle-bound path, the spellcaster's road suited him far better. System message: the Lord has used a skill book. Congratulations, you have mastered the rare skill Blazing Mana Bolt. A spray of white motes burst from the cover like torn feathers, dissolving into the air almost instantly. At the same time, a complete spellcasting sequence for Blazing Mana Bolt etched itself into Huang Yu's mind, as vivid and solid as if he had practiced it for years. Let's see what it can do. Excited, Huang Yu hurried to the open ground in the center of the territory and raised his hand according to the new memory. Energy roared through his body, causing his robe to billow without wind. Scorching mana compressed in his palm, forming a basketball-sized, pillared sphere. Fire. The orb streaked away, a red blur homing in on a distant boulder. Boom. The deafening blast shattered the rock, flinging shards in every direction and making nearby trees rustle under the shockwave. System prompt: you have obtained 3 units of stone. The power amazed Huang Yu, but the loot message made him laugh. A rare-grade spell that doubles as a quarry tool? Staring at the smoking crater, he decided the caster's path really did have the brightest future. Deep in the forest, the newly leveled Dilios led 40 Spartan warriors in mopping up the remaining ancient monitor lizards. By using the trees to split the herd, they had minimized the danger. Now 2 squads of 20 Spartans moved like twin serpents of steel, while the lizards, scattered in groups of 3 or 5, were picked off one by one. Since the demonized ancient lizard had fallen, none of the remaining level 10+ beasts could threaten the elite Spartans. Golden light of leveling barely stopped flashing as each lizard died. Once half the prey was down, most Spartans had reached level 3. Excluding their captain Dilios, Huang Yu's 44 Spartans now stood at level 5, 10 warriors, level 4, 8 warriors, level 3, 20 warriors, level 2, 6 warriors. Their overall strength had skyrocketed. The Spartans had to make 3 trips to haul everything back, returning with 123 ancient lizard corpses, the largest haul in 3 days. The centerpiece, of course, was the level 23 demonized lizard. At the moment, Song Yun traced the dark red, diamond-shaped scales around its neck as tenderly as one would caress a lover. Compared with the ordinary lizard's hide, these scales were smaller, harder, and packed so closely they formed a natural suit of armor. Huang Yu touched them as well. Though the body was cold, the ring of scales still radiated warmth, their inner energy pulsing faintly. As always, the gatherers started with the highest level prey. A system prompt popped up. You have collected 50 units of rare food ancient lizard meat. You obtained 6 sheets of rare mutated ancient megalizard tissue and 20 superior ancient megalizard claws. Every part of this mutated ancient megalizard was a treasure. Anything harvested from it was at least superior grade, especially the meat and hide. Along its neck ran a layer of mutated tissue saturated with intense fire element energy. Seeing Song Yun's eager expression, Huang Yu realized it was first-rate material. You obtained 1 rare mutated ancient megalizard core crystal. As the harvesting neared its end, a new prompt appeared. The gatherer handed over a ping-pong-sized, blood-red orb, the mutated ancient megalizard core crystal. The instant Huang Yu gripped it, a searing pain shot through his palm like a red-hot needle. At the same time, the crystal's data surfaced. Mutated ancient megalizard core crystal. Grade, rare. Description: stores a vast amount of active fire element energy. Can be socketed into equipment for special effects or serve as the core of certain magic arrays. Highly versatile. Song Yun and Bai Li flanked Huang Yu, eyes fixed on the crystal, their gazes practically igniting. Lord, may I have this crystal? Song Yun asked expectantly. With it, 5 units of mutated tissue and a few other components, I can forge an entire set of flame armor. Flame armor? Huang Yu checked the chaos market at once. It was a rare-grade set top of its class. Bailey stepped forward before Song Yun could say more. My lord, the crystal's fire element is too volatile for armor. It's perfect for a blade. Give it to me, and by this afternoon Lord Di Liao Si could wield a rare, maybe even exceptional, weapon. Huang Yu seemed tempted, so Song Yun flushed. My lord, this crystal is ideal for flame armor. Armor of the same grade is worth far more than a sword. He turned on Bailey. I can balance the attribute with flexible materials to embed it safely. Flexible materials? Bailey frowned. How do you avoid damaging the crystal? Forcing a softening process will dull its potential. What a waste. Song Yun faltered, yet still insisted. Any loss is worth the performance of full flame armor. Rare is still only rare, Bailey countered. With this crystal, I have a real shot at forging an exceptional blade. You're not even a mastersmith yet, Song Yun retorted. Pushing the materials limits gives you, what, a 10% success rate. I have experience, Bailey replied, casting a meaningful glance at Huang Yu's sword, Cold Wave. Even a 1 in 10 chance is worth taking. The two bickered furiously while Huang Yu stood caught between them. A guaranteed set of rare flame armor, or a 10% chance at an exceptional weapon. Worse, without a fair decision one of them would feel wronged and their loyalty would slip. Frowning, Huang Yu wondered if there was a way to satisfy them both. Song Yun and Bailey were both mastersmiths. Song Yun was calm and measured, skilled in every kind of armor, but especially fond of heavy plate. Bailey, on the other hand, was flamboyant, obsessed with the bite of a blade. Their opposing philosophies had driven the debate into a deadlock. Should the demon crystal become the finest flame armor in the rare tier, or a longsword with a chance to reach the exceptional tier? One crystal could not satisfy both dreams, and it certainly couldn't be split in two. Huang Yu raised a hand and smiled. I want both. He stepped between the two masters, silencing their quarrel. I have an idea for that crystal. He tossed it casually. The dazzling shard traced an arc and landed in Song Yun's palm. Its razor-edged mana pricked the skin, yet Song Yun held it like a sacred treasure, grinning like a 70-kilo childhood found candy. Beside him, Bailey's face clouded. Don't thank me yet, Huang Yu said, then turned to Bailey. And don't feel left out, either. This crystal is for the both of you. For the both of us? They looked up in unison, confusion plain on their faces. What does my lord mean? Bailey asked, eyes sparking anew. Huang Yu raised one finger. You'll share the crystal, but on one condition: work together to forge a rare tier set. Work together? A set? The two masters exchanged a glance. A set might include helmet, gorget, pauldrons, breastplate. It needn't stop at armor. Sword, shield, and armor could all share a single theme. Any single piece might fall short of top-grade flame armor or frostbite, but when multiple items resonate, the whole is far greater than the sum of its parts, easily outclassing lone items of the same tier. Huang Yu looked from one to the other. I trust Blue Mountain Forge won't let me down, will it? Song Yun grew thoughtful, brows furrowed. Bailey straightened, as if jolted with fresh energy. Rest assured, my lord, he said. We'll craft a set that does you proud. Their contrasting personalities once again mirrored the gulf between their specialties, one reserved and steady, the other bold and aggressive. Huang Yu patted their shoulders. Do your best. Even failure will be worth the attempt. With that, he turned toward the Spartan warriors. The last batch of materials had spent the night under Blue Mountain's hammers, emerging as 70 fine-grade items and 314 standard pieces. Now all 44 Spartans stood clad in blood-red, menacing crocodile-scale armor, each gripping at least one fine weapon. Their towering frames and crimson plates made a fearsome sight. My lord, a captain stepped forward, voice low and steady. If there are no further orders, we'll march at once. After offering Huang Yu a respectful salute, Dilios spoke. With the new gear, you can push a little deeper into the forest, Huang Yu said as he looked over the Spartan warrior, then added, but your first priority is to stay intact. Yes, sir. Dilios snapped to attention, turned, and led the Spartans across the crunching leaves, disappearing into the trees. Once the team was gone, Huang Yu began tallying up the spoils. 123 monsters slain, more than half of which were ancient megalizards. 2. Over 600 units of premium meat and more than 1,000 units of standard meat. 3. A large haul of common and fine-grade crafting materials. Song Yun had warned him moments ago that 2 more harvests like this would overwhelm Blue Mountain Workshop, even if the smiths worked non-stop. Huang Yu made a mental note to recruit more blacksmiths as soon as possible. He kept the rare, ancient megalizard meat for himself. As their levels climbed, both he and the Spartans were eating twice as much. They had once needed only 1 unit of fine meat a day, but now each required 2. Fortunately, ordinary citizens still got by on a single unit of standard food. While thinking it over, he opened the trading platform and entered the universal market. After setting aside a day's rations, he listed the remaining food along with 9 fine-grade items the Spartans had rejected and more than 200 common pieces of gear. The moment the goods went up, his soul crystal balance began climbing, and the world channel erupted. Quite a few lords can now supply meat steadily. Lords like Garo, Tunglong, and Jayashide are already selling fine meat, proof they can handle level 10 monsters. Even so, none of them can match Huang Yu in volume or variety, and he just dumped over 200 pieces of equipment. Chat flooded with comments. The Universal Lord's power spikes, everyday scary stuff. How many level 10 beasts did he butcher just for that fine meat? Blue Mountain Workshop really is a perfect grade special building. Even if you ignore the Firebird eggs and Xiaolan barracks, he's still clearing at least 20,000 soul crystals. I just broke 100 myself. 20,000 is insane. So jealous. Huang Yu ignored the noise. His focus was on upgrading the territory. With most of the stock moved and the Spartans' loot added in, he broke 5 figures for the first time. 10, 623 soul crystals. The trades also brought in over 6,000 units of lumber, more than 3,000 units of stone, just over 300 units of refined iron. Combined with his existing reserves, all he needed was the iron ore that Lord Garo would deliver tonight. Once smelted, it would be enough to upgrade the fire seed again. By tomorrow at the latest, it would reach tier 3, expanding the territory's borders and boosting the daily influx of new citizens. For Huang Yu, that would be a game-changing leap forward. Out on the prairie, 10 riders on feather deer were hard on the heels of a ferocious beast. It stretched 7 meters from nose to tail, stood more than 2 meters at the shoulder, and brandished saber-like tusks half a meter long that gleamed with lethal frost. With tawny fur dappled in brown, the creature melted into the billowing grass as it stalked its quarry. Yet today, the hunter had become the hunted. Feather deer rank at the very bottom of this grassland's food chain. Each runs 4 to 5 meters long, its body cloaked in downy, feather-like hair, and its temperament is gentle to a fault, making it a walking banquet for every carnivore around. Endless predation has driven the species to evolve astonishing stamina and spring. They can gallop for hours without flagging and, with a single bound, launch themselves skyward to scout above the dense grass. At the moment, Gallo rode one of these deer. Flanking her were the fresh troops she had just summoned from the Hullen barracks, the Hullen Light Cavalry. Hullen Light Cavalry number 1. LV2, Loyalty 100, Fanatical, Potential Bronze, can advance to LV19. Class, Light Cavalry. Skills, Skirmish Shooting, Mounted Charge, etc. Note, has a chance to break through to Warrior Grade. Barracks and training grounds serve different purposes. The barracks generate troops automatically each day, while the training ground consumes settlers to drill them. The Hullen barracks are of excellent quality, unlocking a new basic class with every upgrade. Fortune favored Gallo when she first built Drew the Ranger, a class perfectly suited to the prairie. The barracks, however, provide no mounts. Forced to improvise, Gallo captured a dozen feather deer, gave them a rough taming, and pressed them into service. Today she had taken this fledgling squad on a hunt to break in both mounts and men. Their quarry was the LV-15 brown-striped saber-tooth, sprinting ahead. Whoosh! The feather deer kicked off the turf, launching Gallo high like a fish breaching a wave. Sky and endless green unfurled beneath her, and the saber-tooth's silhouette sharpened in the open. She drew 3 plain arrows, gripped them between her fingers, and pulled her composite bow to the limit. From the string sang. As the deer dropped, 3 arrows shot out together, meteor swift, hemming in the saber-tooth's escape. Instinct jerked the beast sideways, but the converging shafts had already sealed every path. Thud! One arrow buried itself deep in the foreleg. Agonizing pain threw the charging monster off balance. It crashed headlong, its 7-meter frame tumbling 20 meters through the grass, flattening swathes of stalks before it came to a ragged halt. Roar! The brown-striped saber-toothed tiger gaped its jaws and let out a rasping roar, seething with fury. It staggered to its feet, blood-red eyes fixed on the rustling grass ahead, ready to fight to the death the moment its enemy drew near. Suddenly, a feathered deer flashed through the blades. The tiger spun, but before it could make out the rider on the deer's back, another arrow punched through its chest. Stay back. Keep at least 20 meters and shoot. A cold command sliced through the wind. The tiger understood none of the words, yet instinct told it this voice was the source of its misery. It bellowed and lunged toward the sound. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 Xiaolan mounted rangers swept past on their deer, and twin shafts buried themselves in the tiger's shoulder. Agony tore another roar from its throat, but as it turned to retaliate, the grass behind it rustled again. More rangers burst forth like fish breaking the surface, their mounts skimming the grass tips. Bows bent, arrows flew, and in an instant the tiger bristled with shafts like a monstrous, living pincushion. After 10 heartbeats the beast stood drenched in its own blood. It staggered, loosed a despairing groan, and crashed to the ground, dead without ever laying a claw on its hunters. The grass ahead parted. A feathered deer leapt into view, Jello poised on its back, longbow drawn. The tiger lifted its head and met her gaze. Thwipthit! Before its final roar could form, an arrow split its brow. LV-15 Prairie Predator brown-striped saber-toothed tiger, slain. A burst of golden light washed over Jello, raw power surging into her body. Lord gained 627 experience and 28 soul crystals. Lord level increased to LV7. Eyes closed, she savored the transformation, then signaled the rangers to bring their mounts closer to the kill. Even forced toward the corpse of the beast that had hunted their kind, the feathered deer trembled. The sight of such a terror brought down by the two-legged creatures on their backs only deepened their awe of humans. My lord, the 10 rangers assembled in line. After a full morning's hunt, each had risen from LV2 to LV3, their coordination sharper than ever. Had she possessed them earlier, Jela might have used Hitandran tactics to seize the large iron mine from the dwarves without Huang Yu's help. But the world offers no rewinds, only outcomes. The gear used in that assault, and now this agile cavalry, all came from Huang Yu. He claimed it was to secure his share of the iron, yet Jela couldn't see it that way. She owed him far too much. This rock is hideous, shatter it. Huang Yu lifted his hand and, with effortless grace, called up his mana. Boom, the thunderous blast rolled out, and the 4-meter boulder was ripped apart by a searing, arcane shell. The Lord has obtained 20 units of stone. Long live our Lord. So this is his power, he's like a god. With a Lord this strong, living on his land is pure luck. Praise swelled all around him. Yet Huang Yu simply told the crowd to move the stone into the warehouse, and continued his leisurely stroll through the territory. He was growing addicted to the act of casting itself the moment energy surged inside him. It felt as if his soul left the mortal realm, and when the spell launched, that burst of power and thunder was more exhilarating than firing live rounds during his military drills in his previous life. Soon, every sizable rock in the domain met the same fate. If Huang Yu so much as glanced at one, a single blazing shot reduced it to rubble. This needless destruction still earned tidal waves of admiration. Whatever he did, his subjects would celebrate it. My lord, my lord. Just as he searched for his next target, an apprentice smith came running, breathless. What is it? Huang Yu asked. Sir, Master Tsang Yun and Master Bailey have completed the set you requested. At that, Huang Yu's eyes lit up, and he headed straight for Blue Mountain Workshop. Outside the workshop, a wall of smiths had formed. At their center stood Di Liaoxi, who had returned at some point. He now wore dark red scale armor and held a long-hafted great sword in his right hand. The aura he radiated was fearsome, yet his expression was awkward. The smiths kept reaching out to feel the new plates, their faces wearing odd, gentle smiles. If he didn't rely on them for every piece of gear, Di Liaoxi would have flung them aside. Spotting Huang Yu, he brightened, pushed through the crowd, and bowed quickly. My lord, you're here. Huang Yu gave him a puzzled look, then found himself captivated by the equipment. Di Liaoxi's armor was a deep crimson, layered from the scales of a magically mutated ancient monitor. The smiths had arranged the plates to follow human muscles and joints. Scales in the same region were uniform, while those in different sections varied in size. The pauldrons and elbows held barbs honed from the creature's claws. With every breath Di Liaoxi took, the scales rose and fell, and a dark scarlet sheen pulsed along the barbs as though the armor were alive. The greatsword matched the armor's hue. At its widest, the blade was a full palm across, stretching nearly 2 meters in length, and the grip alone measured over 60 centimeters. The sword's edge was fashioned from the razor-sharp fangs of an ancient giant lizard, their uneven rows jutting like a savage stone forest, fierce yet strikingly beautiful. From the hilt to the tip, 3 subtle bands of dark red scales shimmered along the spine, as if living blood pulsed beneath the metal. Tsang Yun, Bailey, is this the set you two created? A flash of excitement lit Huang Yu's eyes. He already liked it at first glance. Without another word, he opened the equipment panel. Scalefang set. Quality, rare. Set composition, 2 rare grade items. 1. Flame scale armor. Forged by Blue Spring Workshop Master Smith Tsang Yun. Modification, reinforced protective structure and added heat dissipation patterns. Trait, excellent defense within the rare tier, completely immune to low-level fire energy and high-temperature burns. 2. Bristling Fong sword. Forged by Blue Spring Workshop Master Smith Bailey. Modification, recast the fuller and inlaid ancient giant lizard fangs to enhance cutting and penetration. Traits, rending, durable, razor-sharp, core attribute life steal. Core material, crystallized essence of a demonized ancient giant lizard shared by both items. Passive functions. 1. Flame breathing. Automatically draws in and restores fire element energy, and can absorb a certain level of fire attacks to recharge the core. 2. Fong drain. When dealing physical damage, converts a portion of that damage into health and energy. Active skills. 1. Wildfire. Consumes core fire energy to release a wide area blaze centered on the user. 2. Flame slash. Uses core or personal energy to unleash a fiery blade wave. 3. Blazing resonance. Set resonance that releases the core's maximum energy threshold. The wearer becomes wreathed in flames. Base power multiplies, and every attack carries fire damage. Note: this product is a joint creation of Master Smiths Tsang Yun and Bailey of Blue Spring Workshop, the first set combination ever seen on the Chaos continent. After reading the attributes, Huang Yu stood frozen. How could something labeled merely rare hold such terrifying power? Instinctively, he touched his own frost wave. Next to the Scalefang's set, his ice greatsword felt downright shabby even though that weapon was unique. He suddenly lacked confidence. His gaze flicked to Bailey and guilt pricked him. Frostwave had been forged by Bailey during his breakthrough. If Bailey sensed Huang Yu's momentary disdain, who knew whether he'd storm off in anger? Yet the reality was clear. Taken separately, flame scale armor and bristling Fang sword were only above average among rare gear, but together they outclassed many excellent grade items. Lord, this is the Scalefang set we developed together. Song Yun and Bailey stood side by side, their faces shining with unconcealed pride. Off to one side, Dilios was still adjusting to his new armor. Song Yun stroked the scale pattern on the chest of the flame scale armor, then patted Dilios' vambrace. Master Dilios, you should be used to it by now. Could you give the Lord a demonstration? Certainly. Dilios nodded and, under everyone's expectant gaze, headed out to the barren ground of the territory. Dilios stood 50 meters away on a rare, level shelf halfway up the mountain, where loose stones mingled with wild grass. The faint crimson that had shimmered across his scale Fang armor faded, as though the suit itself were holding its breath. From a higher slope, Huang Yu and the others watched in silence, eyes locked on the field as they awaited the test results. Boom. Before anyone could steady their breathing, scarlet light burst from the gaps between the armor's scales. Dark red flames erupted beneath Dilios' boots like a tide and rolled outward. In an instant, a 10-meter circle was swallowed. Pillars of fire leapt 4 or 5 meters high, and a wave of heat surged up the hillside. Grass and brush vaporized to ash, the air rippled, and even from the vantage point above Huang Yu felt his skin prick evidence of the furnace-like temperature. Inside the inferno, Dilios' outline blurred, and Huang Yu's heart tightened. Losing a warrior to an equipment test would be an immeasurable loss. The worry vanished almost at once. Dilios moved. Gripping his Fang blade in one hand, he channeled a deeper crimson along the blade. A heartbeat later he swung, unleashing a crescent of scarlet fire that tore through the air with a low, ripping howl. Flame rend, the Scale Fang's second active skill. The arc plowed a charred trench more than 10 meters long before it smoldered out. Huang Yu nodded. By range and power, the Scale Fang was only a shade below Cold Wave, which was more than satisfactory. A deep hum spread through Dilios' armor as he unleashed his core energy. Flames jetted from the seams, wrapping him like a knight of hellfire. He crouched, then vaulted clear of the burning circle, a tail of flames streaming behind him. Wham! He landed like a falling meteor. The impact punched a crater into the earth, fire and dust exploding outward. Before the dust settled, swish, 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 3 more flame rends, each nearly 4 meters tall, slashed through the haze and hammered a jagged boulder in the distance. Sparks flew, the stone split into 6 neat pieces, and the cut faces vitrified, glinting like dull glass. Satisfied with the power Dilios had displayed, Huang Yu called out, "That's enough. Dilios, stand down." At the command, Dilios halted at once. The flames winked out, and the armor returned to its dormant state. Turning to Bailey and Song Yun, Huang Yu smiled in approval. "Excellent work. To draw this much power from a rare grade suit right now, I doubt anyone outside Blue Mountain Forge could do it." Relieved, Bailey and Song Yun exchanged a glance and let out a long breath. They had poured everything into the Scale Fang all morning, and their effort had finally paid off. The project had only succeeded thanks to the Lord's support. With genuine modesty, Bailey said, "It was your guidance, my lord, that showed Song Yun and me the way." Huang Yu forced a dry chuckle but accepted Bailey's praise with an even expression. Seeing no particular reaction, Bailey hurried to add, "My lord, developing the Scalefang set gave Song Yun and me plenty of experience. After a bit more refinement, we're confident we can reach the master tier." Oh, Huang Yu's interest was piqued at once. Expert-level smiths were powerful but capped. They could craft only below perfect grade. Masters were different, able to push any material to its absolute limit. Within the same grade, their gear was always the strongest, and with higher-tier materials, they could even touch transcendent or epic quality. "What do you need to get there as quickly as possible?" Huang Yu asked bluntly. Song Yun hesitated, then spoke honestly. "More high-quality materials. Theory alone won't do. We have to keep experimenting, and that burns through a lot of resources. The cost is enormous. Waste doesn't matter." Huang Yu cut him off with a wave. "Every master is priceless. Unless I say otherwise, everything in the warehouse is yours. Use whatever you want." Bailey and Song Yun exchanged a glance, eyes shining, then bowed together. "Thank you, my lord. We won't disappoint you." Huang Yu nodded, calm as ever. High-grade materials were rare, but he had soul crystals. With that thought, he opened the Chaos Mall. By noon, more than half the shop's stock was gone again, and even 7 fine-grade items had vanished from the listings. His account balance had climbed to over 17,000 soul crystals, source of confidence. If we run short on materials, we'll just buy them. Nothing to be ashamed of, he thought, searching for equipment, crafting materials, and setting the filter to rare and above. A detailed list popped up. 1. Fangs of the Corrupted Mountain Viper. Quality, rare. Price, 650 soul crystals each. Stock, 25. Note, the viper's venom is lethal. Its twin fangs are corrupted tissue. A level 49 warrior bitten without immediate anti-venom will have their organs dissolve and die within minutes. 2. Blackshell turtle carapace. Quality, rare. Price, 750 soul crystals each. Stock, 20. Note, found in the deep sea. Its jet black shell is far harder than refined steel. 3. Luminous stone. Quality, excellent. Price, 1,520 soul crystals each. Stock, 100. Note, a rare or with an extremely unstable structure, highly explosive and devastating when it blows. 4. Barong horn. Quality, perfect. Price, 25,000 soul crystals each. Stock, 5. Note, the barong is a solitary creature resembling a dragon, yet unrelated to true dragons. It is scarce and extremely wary, making capture difficult. Its horn is both corrupted tissue and crystallized core, brimming with natural energy. Huang Yu skimmed the price column, and his heart thudded. After a quick scan, he closed the Chaos Mall without a word. Sorry to bother you. I admitted I'm broke. Back then, even the priciest common materials only cost 2 or 3 soul crystals. Fine-grade components were a bit steeper, yet they never broke 50. No one expected the price to shoot up exponentially the moment something was labeled rare. Thinking of the Scalefang set and its almost game-breaking power, Huang Yu felt at ease. Gear that strong was worth the money, equal to an entire rack of crimson crocodile armor. Bai Li had once explained, an apprentice smith tops out at fine, an expert can brush against perfect, and only a master can forge epic gear. From rare to extraordinary, the leap isn't just numerical. The very effects of the equipment mutate. Because he had blurted out, leave everything to me, Huang Yu had no choice but to follow through. He grit his teeth and bought 2 demonized mountain viper fangs and 2 slabs of blackback turtle shell, 2,800 soul crystals in all. His heart bled, but his pride stayed intact. Huang Yu didn't expect 4 rare materials to turn Bai Li and Song Yun into masters overnight. What mattered was letting his subordinates see their lord's strength and determination. People follow a leader who gives them safety and confidence. When he spread the neatly wrapped items on the table, the turtle shell's deep green sheen and the viper fang's icy glint captured every gaze. Song Yun and Bai Li stood frozen, almost drawn into that rare luster. These 4 rare-grade materials are for you to practice with, Huang Yu said, lifting his chin. His tone was calm, but carried weight. Thank you, my lord. They answered in unison, delight plain on their faces. Bai Li bowed deeply, eyes earnest. Rest assured, my lord. Well, study hard. Reach the master tier soon, and repay your trust. Beside him, Song Yun stroked the blackback shell, grinning from ear to ear. Right. Rare gear is still within our reach. Not a single scrap will go to waste. Huang Yu nodded. Though he knew at their current pace, rare items would soon feel ordinary. I can help with materials. A deep voice cut in. Darius had already returned, slinging his thorn-tooth blade over one shoulder as he strode into the circle. Excited, he proposed to Huang Yu. My lord, now that we're stronger, we should fight farther out. We'll level faster there and have a better shot at hunting high-tier beasts. Worked up, he swung the thorn-tooth, letting cold light whistle through the air. Next time a demonized ancient megalizard shows up, I can take it down on my own. Huang Yu pondered for a moment, then nodded. Darius, I agree. But I have one condition. Darius, already itching after days of culling weak pests near the outskirts, broke into a broad smile. No matter how harsh the demand, he was ready to accept it. He dropped to one knee and clasped his fists. Please issue your command, my lord. Each excursion, you may take at most 20 Spartan warriors and you are not to lose a single one. Can you do that? I can. Darius roared the promise, his voice as firm as an iron hammer striking stone. Satisfied, Huang Yu nodded, said no more, and turned away, leaving Darius to pick his team. He ordered Musa, the Spartan bard, to take the remaining 20 Spartan warriors and train near the territory for the time being. Because Musa belonged to a rare class, his growth was astonishing. His experience bar was already about to break through level 5. Huang Yu suspected that the Spartan war song came with a built-in experience leech effect. The 2 squads of Spartans headed off in different directions, their figures soon swallowed by the trees, while Bai Li and Song Yun, arms loaded with new materials, hurried straight to the Blue Mountain workshop. Huang Yu turned toward the blackened mountainside. The fire was out, but gray smoke still rolled upward, ashes drifting on the wind like ripped scraps of paper. He frowned. Set the mountain ablaze, and make me put it out. You couldn't be bothered to douse the flames? Bored, he drew the Cold Wave longsword, swung hard, and shouted, Cold Wave slash. A pale blue arc howled forward and slammed into the scorched earth. In an instant, the blistering soil froze beneath a spreading crust of ice. The drifting smoke solidified in midair. On the northeastern edge of the forest, night pressed down while a blood-soaked hunt unfolded. A dozen orcs with ashen skin and hulking frames screeched and hacked at a herd of bull-like beasts, swinging crude axes and stone hammers. The bulls were sturdy but panicked, fleeing rather than fighting back. Thud! Two orcs shattered a calf's leg, sending it sprawling. The moment it lifted its head, a pillar as thick as a man's waist crashed down. Bones cracked, blood splattered, its skull caved in, and it died where it lay. Moo! At the front of the herd, an adult bull skidded to a halt and loosed a heart-rending bellow. Eyes bloodshot, nostrils spraying red foam, it charged the killers in blind fury. As prey of the great orcs, how dare you resist? The orc who had slain the calf roared back. Calling him a man felt wrong. He stood over 3 meters tall, muscles bulging like overinflated sacks. Boom! He drove a 4-meter totem pole into the ground. The metal shaft was etched with strange runes, and droplets of the calf's blood still clung to its tip. This was Agma, chieftain and shaman of the tribe. The totem pole served both as his badge of rule and as the focus for his spells. Clang! His massive palm smacked the metal. A rune lit up, releasing gray-violet ripples that washed over the charging bull. Terror flooded its soul. Its pace faltered, legs trembling until it nearly collapsed. Offer your flesh to the destined greatness of Agma. Clang! A second blow awakened another rune. The bull struggled on, too frantic to notice the ground quiver beneath its hooves. Crunch! A stone spike shot up, spearing its jaw. Blood gushed out, painting the spike a deep crimson. Agma strode to the corpse, scooped up a handful of steaming blood, and drank it down. Crimson rivulets traced his ugly face, making him look even more savage. Watching most of the herd vanish into the forest, Agma scowled. If I had enough hands, every one of these beasts would be mine. Then he lifted his gaze beyond the treetops, spotting a thick plume of smoke rising toward the clouds. A slow, vicious grin spread across his face. Could that be more interesting prey? Blue Mountain Forge, you have gained an expert-level smith. Another apprentice has just advanced to the expert rank. Huang Yu was lounging on a deck chair with his eyes closed when the notification blared beside his ears. He snapped his eyes open, waved the maid who was massaging his legs away, threw on his jacket, and strode toward Blue Mountain Forge. The forge was a 2-story building, and the ground floor was dedicated to processing raw materials. At the moment, the floor, shelves, and corners were crammed with every kind of ore, timber, and potion bottle, the heat and metallic tang mingling in the air. 10 apprentice smiths were crowded around the workbenches, sweating as they labored. Seeing the mountain of unprocessed stock, Huang Yu thought to himself that he would need to hire another batch of smiths soon. He skirted the bins of neatly sorted materials and climbed the wooden stairs to the second floor. Lord, you're here. Wiley spotted him first, hurried over, and brought a broad-faced young smith to his side. Congratulations, my lord. We have another expert-grade smith. Yes, that's why I'm here. Huang Yu's eyes settled on the young man. Perhaps it was the first time he had seen his lord up close, but the man stood stiffly at attention and introduced himself. Greetings, my lord. My name is Mu Ping, and I specialize in forging bows and crossbows. Huang Yu nodded and pulled up the information panel. Smith, Mu Ping. Rank, expert. Specialization, bows and crossbows. Potential, 2.5 chance to advance to Saint Smith. So his potential fell between Tsang Yun and Bai Ligut enough to make a run at Saint Smith. Bailey added, yesterday Tsang Yun and I were working on an iron limb bow, and Mu Ping helped. He solved several critical problems. Oh, Huang Yu laughed, giving Mu Ping a friendly pat on the shoulder. That iron limb bow proved invaluable. What reward would you like? It was nothing, my lord. Just part of my duty. Mu Ping waved his hands in refusal, the tips of his ears flushing red. Haha, a lord must reward merit. Huang Yu chuckled. His mind was already browsing the chaos market, and after locking onto a rare material, he returned his attention to the room. From today on, your compensation matches by Lise and Tsang Yun's. Help yourself to anything in the warehouse. If you need something special, come to me directly. Thank you, my lord. Mu Ping bowed deeply, his face glowing with excitement. No need to be so formal. Huang Yu helped him straighten, then produced the material he had just purchased and handed it over. To celebrate your promotion to expert, hey, race a gift. Mu Ping took it, his eyes lighting up like a stoked furnace. This is Qianxi wood, a rare grade material. Huang Yu smiled. Its flexibility is superb, perfect for bow staves, and it's worth 700 soul crystals. To a smith, top-tier materials are the greatest motivation. Mu Ping's earlier stiffness melted into joy, hands trembling. He raised the Qianxi wood and bowed once more. Thank you, my lord. Huang Yu pressed a hand to his shoulder. Stopping the excessive courtesy authority was necessary, but there was no need to overdo it. He was about to chat with Mu Ping a bit longer to strengthen their bond, when, woo, just as Huang Yu was about to deepen the conversation with Mu Ping, the alarm sounded. A long and a short blast of a horn suddenly echoed across the territory. Lord, it's the alarm horn. Someone cried. The sharp, undulating note came from the finely crafted warning horn Huang Yu had commissioned from the Lanchan workshop. It had no offensive power. Its sole purpose was to carry information over great distances. Huang Yu had planned to use it to coordinate the Spartan warriors fighting in the forest, and had devised several codes, one long and one short, one long and two short. and so on as a basic form of long-range communication. One long and one short meant enemies had appeared near the territory. The wild beasts around us were cleared out days ago. Where could enemies have come from? Huang Yu felt a sudden jolt of unease. This was the first time Huang Yu territory had faced an active attack. He dared not take it lightly and strode out of the Lanshan workshop at once. Just then, the village chief came running, dragging along a burly farmer. The farmer still clutched the warning horn, making it clear he had sounded the alarm moments ago. Lord, bad news. Enemies. There are enemies near the territory. The village chief was gasping for breath, his face ashen, his words tumbling out. Calm yourself. Huang Yu barked. The 7-day protection period had not yet expired. During that time no enemy could set foot inside Huang Yu territory. Although there was not a single Spartan warrior within the borders right now, there was no cause for panic. If baseless fear spread and shook the people's faith and loyalty, Huang Yu would not tolerate the fool who started it. Seeing Huang Yu's expression darken, the village chief shuddered. Realizing his lapse, he hung his head in regret. My lord, it's just those creatures look terrifying, he whispered, barely audible. No one paid him any mind. When he looked up, Huang Yu was already striding away with the others, leaving him white-faced. System prompt. Your village chief's loyalty toward you has dropped by 10 points due to fear. A flash of cold light crossed Huang Yu's eyes. It seemed the position of village chief needed a new occupant. Following the direction of the horn, they hurried to the northeast edge of the territory. As soon as they passed a stand of low trees, a group of figures came into view. More than a dozen humanoids with ashen-gray skin, each over 2 meters tall, tusks jutting from their mouths and lantern-like eyes glinting coldly like a pack of demons. Even Huang Yu, no stranger to battle, could not help but frown. He pulled up the information panel on the other side. Orcs. Race level, advanced. Note. Race levels are divided into low, common, intermediate, advanced, and supreme. Humans rank as common. Lord authority, totem pillar. Description. Every orc is born to be a warrior. Upon reaching adulthood, they possess strength rivaling that of wild monsters, along with stamina, magic resistance, and regenerative power. Those who inherit the power of the totem pillar are not only physically formidable, but also formidable spellcasters. An advanced race. Huang Yu's brow furrowed deeper. Instantly, he thought of the mysterious forces on the prairie. If nothing else, these orcs must have come from that grassland, bringing their enmity with them. 18 orcs stood outside the territory. Rough stone spears, bone maces, and wooden shields should have looked crude, yet in the hands of those mountain-sized brutes, they oozed a raw, savage menace. The most striking of them was the chieftain in the center, half a head taller than the rest, muscles knotted in layers, purple veins coiling around his arms like pythons, danger written across his body. Huang Yu called up the system interface. Orc Warlord. Level. Totem pole. Skills. The only readable word was Warlord. Everything else was a question mark. The Orc Warlord also spotted Huang Yu, who stood surrounded by his settlers. Pointing straight at him, the Warlord barked a hoarse order in Orcish. The 18 orcs burst into thunderous laughter. One orc, shoulders as broad as a door, swaggered to the boundary of Huang Yu territory with a stone axe in hand, stopping less than 10 meters from Huang Yu. Thud! The axe bit deep into the mud, spraying dirt. Twisting his neck, the orc's playful grin vanished, fangs bared, jaws gaping wide. Ruhar! The beastly roar shook the air. A few ordinary settlers beside Huang Yu turned pale and stepped back. Seeing Huang Yu motionless, they flushed and resumed their posts. Farther away, the reaction was worse. Someone fell backward, another's legs went weak, and more people scattered, shrieking. Huang Yu's indifference stunned the posturing orc. Curling his lips, the orc spat. The glob hit an invisible wall midair and splattered into the mud. Crooking a finger, he beckoned Huang Yu forward. Settlers gasped, and cunning gleams flashed in the orc's eyes, yet Huang Yu strode ahead until only half a meter separated them. Thimp 2. His spit landed squarely on the orc's face. For a heartbeat, time froze. Wiping away the slime in disbelief, the orc's chest heaved, forehead veins bulged, and rage erupted. He lunged at Huang Yu. Bang! The massive hand stopped in midair. An invisible barrier sealed off the territory. Nothing foreign could cross. Grinning, Huang Yu circled the orc and, mimicking the earlier gesture, crooked a finger at the distant Aejima. Come on then. The mockery vanished from Aejima's face. He bolted to his feet, murderous intent flaring. Ignored and enraged, the orc lashed out, raining axe blows on the barrier, but each swing halted half a meter short, as though frozen in solid air. Huang Yu didn't so much as blink. Idiot, he said coldly. The orc didn't understand the word, but the contempt in Huang Yu's eyes was unmistakable and it only stoked his fury. Watch out, get back. The orc, who was about to whirl around and curse, heard Ogma's warning, and before the words had faded, a sheet of searing red light swallowed his vision. Scalding arcane heat screamed toward him. Huang Yu, almost pressed against the orc's chest, flung a blazing mana bolt. Bang! Fire erupted, the savage force lifting the orc off his feet and slamming him into his companions. Move. The orc chieftain Ogma roared, half a beat too late. Snap. Huang Yu flicked his fingers. The whistling projectile burst in midair, tongues of flame lashing out. Boom. The deafening blast ripped the provocateur into a crimson mist. The two nearest orcs were caught by the shockwave, an arm and a lower leg tearing away as they collapsed, screaming. Roar. Ogma's face turned ashen. He raised his totem pole and bellowed, only to meet a sweeping frost/heat. Howling winds whipped up ice shards, carving an axe-shaped crescent at his chest. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward and blocked. Clang. The steel-hard impact rang in their ears. The frost/slash shattered, ice spraying everywhere, but a thin layer of rime raced along the totem and encased his hands. The shell cracked, yet the biting chill burrowed deep and numbed both arms. Thump. Ogma planted the pole, slammed a fist against its runes, and a gentle wave of water wrapped his hands. Within seconds the invading cold was washed away by the healing surge, the shaman's bread-and-butter spell. With the frost purged, Ogma meant to heal his two gravely wounded soldiers, when he sensed a terrifying surge of energy. Looking up, he saw the human lord holding out his palm, condensing 5 spheres of the same crimson flame. I should have guessed the corrupted ancient basilisk skill. They actually killed that beast. Regret twisted Ogma's gut. Had he raised a totem ward at the start, his warriors might have been spared. Too late now. Scatter. He bellowed at the remaining orcs. As for the two maimed comrades, he no longer contemplated rescue, knew they were doomed. Boom, 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 boom. 5 charged mana bolts streaked through the air, leaving scarlet trails. The fleeing orcs were fast enough to escape further harm. Only the 2 fallen comrades remained in Huang Yu's sights. 2 dull detonations later, flesh and ash alike vanished in the firestorm. Moments later, Ogma returned to the clearing and found only 3 mangled corpses. Rage boiled over. He drove the totem into the ground and drew a finger across his throat at Huang Yu, vowing to tear the human apart once the barrier fell. Huang Yu merely turned to the farmer, clutching a horn. Sound it. Bring Dilios and Mudo back now. The long blast of the horn cut through the trees. Before the note had faded, the totem at Ogma's feet buzzed in alarm, warning of a massive incursion. Retreat. Ogma snatched up the pole and sprinted away, moving so fast that the bushes tore off what little cover he still wore. He fled with none of the swagger he had shown on arrival. Bang. When he realized no one was chasing, Ogma burst from the shadowed forest and drove his massive totem pole into the grass, chest heaving. The terrifying surge of power that had made predators quail still echoed through his body, indurable, yet enough to keep him wary. Remembering Huang Yu's endless tricks and the Tier 2 totem's report that dozens of enemies had slipped inside a 500-meter radius, Ogma had pulled back without hesitation. Images of fallen warriors and Huang Yu's taunts flared in his mind, stirring shame and fury. Entering the woods with only a third of his force now felt reckless. Had he committed every soldier, he might have crushed that rear guard outright. He straightened, hoisted the pole onto his shoulder, and fixed his blood-red gaze on distant Huang Yu territory. After a brief silence, he turned and growled to the ashen-faced orcs beside him. One day, we'll level that place, grind those humans into paste, and honor our dead. Roar. All 15 orcs shouted, their fighting spirit reignited. Satisfied, Ogma started toward home. Back to the camp. Yes, sir. The setting sun stretched their shadows across the grassland. With the light at their backs, the orcs headed into the prairie's depths. At the crest of a ridge, Ogma looked once more toward Huang Yu territory, the first defeat had tasted in 3 days. Humiliating, but far from fatal. Next time he returned, it would be to wipe the place from the map. Orcs never yield. Lord, we were late. Dilios, clad in his scale and fang armor, knelt on one knee, helmet under his arm, guilt written across his face. Had he not ventured so deep into the forest and heard the horn a heartbeat too late, he was sure he and the Spartan warriors could have trapped the enemy. Rise, Dilios. Huang Yu shook his head. It wasn't your fault. The enemy is simply too crafty. When he first met orcs, Huang Yu thought them crude, savage, even stupid. But this orc lord proved he had underestimated a higher race, reading the battlefield at a glance, breaking off the moment his goal became unattainable, and wielding that colossal totem pole like a staff. With the runic magic etched along its length, the threat was enormous. A movable totem pole? Huang Yu compared it with his own seed of fire. A human lord's core authority was fixed, limited to functions like the marketplace and trading platform, with no direct combat power. By contrast, an orc's totem served as both authority and weapon, clearly more versatile. Perhaps the seed of fire's strengths had yet to reveal themselves. The gap between races was vast, yet some hidden mechanism kept the balance. Humans enjoyed a 7-day protection period, remain within the territory, and a lord was absolutely safe. Humans also had other advantages. Huang Yu's main supply of soul crystals came from forging equipment. As for the orcs who had just retreated, nearly all of them wore nothing but a pair of Syrian-style leather trousers. The weapon in his hand was crude at best. Huang Yu understood that an orc of Ogma's caliber neither lacked supplies nor soul crystals. He simply hadn't had time to equip himself properly. Shaking off that thought, Huang Yu told Dilios to drag back the afternoon's kills left at the forest's edge any longer, and wandering beasts would turn the carcasses into a free meal. Only then did he notice that Dilios had advanced to level 8, and every accompanying Spartan warrior had reached level 6. Progress slowed sharply at higher levels, so the monster density deeper in the woods had to be far greater than on the outskirts. Huang Yu headed for the castle, his people's praise filling the air around him. The sight of their lord personally repelling a terrifying orc was still fresh in their minds. Under such a powerful leader, they could finally feel secure. Lord Garo has transferred 4,000 units of iron ore to you. Please accept. The alert popped up on his friend list before he even reached the territory gate. Huang Yu opened the window, saw the 4,000 units of iron ore waiting for pickup, and a short note: today's ore, please confirm. He answered, got it, collected the shipment, and made for the steelworks. After that close-quarters fight with the orcs, upgrading the territory felt more urgent than ever. Over 600 units of refined iron still sat in the warehouse, some mined locally, the rest bought through the universal shop. If he dumped Lord Garo's entire shipment into the furnaces, he might hit 1,000 units of refined iron before midnight and push the flame core to tier 3. Inside the mill, the ore quickly formed a small mountain. 40 townsfolk hurried back and forth, shoveling iron and scrap wood into the roaring fire. Since the mill had gone up, this was its first full-scale run. Huang Yu waited outside, dusk's glow catching the tall chimney as it belched black smoke. A worry nagged at him. Would the unexpected visit from an orc lord attract an even stronger foe? Still, for growth's sake, this risky step had to be taken. Unit after unit of refined iron streamed into storage, but he was still shy of 1,000. Night had barely fallen when Dilios and Musa returned, leading a team that dragged nearly 100 beasts through the gate, several already tainted by magic. Huang Yu's spirits rose today might yield some rare materials. Gatherers swarmed in, working on the 3 corrupted creatures first. System messages flooded Huang Yu's mind. Received 50 units of spearboar meat, rare food. Received 3 spearboar spines, rare material. Received 40 units of spearboar meat, rare food. Received 2 spearboar spines, rare material. Received 10 units of violet miasma toad meat, rare food. Received 1 violet miasma gland, rare material. 3 high-level corrupted beast stew spearboars, and 1 violet miasma toad, yet none of them dropped an arcane core. Apparently, corrupted monsters without elemental energy almost never produced one. He waited until the gatherers had finished harvesting the wild creatures. The third night since everyone had been transported arrived as well. A crimson moon, as large as a millstone, hung askew above the forest, spilling scarlet light across the land. The glare was so harsh that the usual purple and white moons were reduced to hazy outlines. A veil of blood-colored mist lay over the ground, and the breeze filtered through the treetops, making the overlapping branches sway like a surging sea of blood. At the center of the territory, a lone hillside rose above the surrounding woods, the only high ground for miles, resembling an isolated island. Standing before the castle, Huang Yu gazed at the blood moon, a nameless dread welling in his chest, an ominous chill that coiled around his heart like a cold serpent he could not shake off. After questioning Dilios, Bailey, Song Yun, and the others, he discovered that every resident felt the same oppressive weight. Dilios reacted most strongly, admitting that his chest was boiling with a violent impulse, as though he could enter a berserk state without even triggering Rage of Sparta. Tonight won't be peaceful, Huang Yu muttered. He immediately ordered that no one leave the territory and had the horn sounded to recall the 4 Spartan warriors Shoin and the others who were patrolling the former knoll grounds. All 4 had reached level 6, making them the highest-ranked fighters under his command. The order proved timely. After setting up the defenses, Huang Yu stocked the universal marketplace with more than 1,000 units of food and over 300 sets of equipment. When he entered the world channel, however, talk of the marketplace had nearly vanished, replaced by frantic messages about the red moon. This is terrifying. Every wild creature outside my territory just went berserk. Is the blood moon really to blame? Don't go out. My friend just messaged meth orcs outside his gate suddenly went mad, tangled with the incoming beast tide, and were torn to pieces. The 7-day protection period is a lifesaver. Those monsters are brawling 50 meters away, and I don't even dare breathe loudly. If the blood moon is cyclical, how are we supposed to survive once the protection ends? Stop at Me territory is still a tiny village. I can't even bear to think about it. Similar cries flooded the channel, and the more Huang Yu read, the heavier his heart grew. The wild monsters near his own territory had mostly been cleared, so there was no large-scale riot yet. But if the blood moon proved to be periodic, it would spell disaster for every lord. Without the protection period, a single beast tide could wipe them out. At humanity's current strength, fewer than 1 in 100 might survive. Even the universe territory was just a lone boat on a raging sea. Once the storm hit, everything would be left to fate. My lord, Xiaoan and the others are back. Dilia's shout snapped Huang Yu from his thoughts. Looking down the slope, he saw the 4 Spartan warriors stumbling upward, supporting one another. Their armor was caked with dried blood, and they looked battered and exhausted. "My lord, the monsters outside have gone mad," one of them gasped. "Their eyes are crimson, and they attack anything alive on sight." Those gnolls were agitated too. They burst out and tried to fight us heathen. We still drove them back across the border, but I could feel they'd gotten stronger and they fought like they didn't care whether they lived or died. The 4 scouts, spattered with blood, spoke over one another as they reported to Huang Yu. On the way back, they had also seen large bands of wild creatures surging toward the territory, raising clouds of dust that blotted out the sky. Huang Yu had braced himself for bad news, yet the details still made his heart sink. From their added intelligence, he confirmed one thing. The blood moon didn't only enrage ordinary beasts. Berserkers like Dirios and intelligent races such as gnolls were being empowered as well, and the gnolls in particular had gained a clear boost in strength. A system prompt flashed across his friend list. "Your friend, Lord Garo, has sent you a message. Good work. Head back to the Sparta training camp and rest," Huang Yu ordered, sending the exhausted scouts to a facility whose healing and stamina recovery functions would have them battle-ready again by dawn. Then he opened Garo's message. "Sorry, Lord Huang Yu. I have to return to my territory tonight. But once the beast tide passes, I swear I'll reclaim the large iron mine." Huang Yu understood her position. All the ore hauled back today had already been stored. The blood moon filled the night sky, and the other factions were too busy to eye the mine. Keeping Garo on station served no purpose. "I understand. We can always take the mine back. Take care of yourself, and call on me if you need anything." He tacked on 50 fine-grade lizard tooth arrows before hitting send. The iron mine in Garo's domain was his main source of refined steel, and losing it was not an option. Across what felt like an endless prairie, Garo urged her feathered deer into a gallop. Bathed in moonlight, her low profile against the deer's back traced a fluid, powerful line. When she saw the arrow shipment and Huang Yu's brief but sincere note, she blinked in surprise. Her long lashes trembled, and a hint of emotion surfaced in her eyes. Unaware of any of this, Huang Yu opened the world channel again, hoping to sift solid facts about the blood moon from the torrent of chatter. Even among billions of fledgling lords, true prodigies existed. Soon, a pinned post drew everyone's attention. "As an astronomer, I have news that could be good or bad. After 3 days of observation, I estimate the blood moon will last no later than dawn. However, if the beast tide is indeed linked to it, we may face a tide every 7 days from now on." "Starmark Lord." Someone immediately gasped in the channel. "Is that academician Ishinhan? If it is, this intel is rock solid." Huang Yu had never heard this rumor before. Realizing the poster might be the eminent academician Ishinhan, who had freely shared such crucial information, he didn't hesitate. He voiced his thanks in the channel and sent a gift of resources. The world channel exploded with activity. So generous. No wonder he's Lord Huang Yu. Just threw down 100 soul crystals at once. The world channel instantly exploded with that shout. Impoverished lords spammed the meme "poverty makes me cry," while others up the thread teased them with talent jokes. In the next moment, everyone started showing their tricks, posting one talent video after another until the channel buzzed like a marketplace. Huang Yu, however, refused to let the racket distract him. He had plenty of soul crystals, but he would never waste resources on pointless displays. Then, or now, he honored people who could stay calm when it mattered most. The excitement soon faded, and the conversation returned to the real issue: the impact of Blood Night. If the beast tide hits every week, that's way too often. Without 4 days to grow, we'll get swallowed alive. This pressure is killing me. I miss the peaceful life on launching. I don't want to die. While panic spread, one message flashed like a cold light. "Ha, brothers, I found a way to leech experience and soul crystals. If wild monsters are fighting near your territory, stand inside the protection barrier and attack with your villagers. As long as you deal any damage, you have a chance to earn experience and crystals when the monster dies." Seriously? We can exploit the protection period? Genius. I tried Lord Hui's method, got 1 soul crystal and 24 XP. It works. The channel instantly filled with rainbow praise for Lord Huey. A friendly reminder tagged onto the post. "You must deal real damage. If you're just throwing rocks, forget it." Ugh, I've only got a few crude weapons. What now? Go buy some. The Huang Yu shop just put up more than 300 pieces of gear, lots more bows and crossbows than before. Damn, I forgot to watch the shop. From your message, I already know I'm too late. At that, Huang Yu closed the world channel and opened the trading platform. Had ignored the earlier flood of alerts. Gear from Launchon Workshop always sold out instantly, yet today was even crazier. Every common item was gone, and only a handful of fine-grade pieces remained, which even he found surprising. Only 1 set of red crocodile armor was still listed, while his balance had quietly climbed past 36,000 soul crystals. Materials piled up like a mountain. He hadn't even had time to count them. Clearly, Lord Hui's talk of leeching XP and taking a gamble had set everyone on fire. Once the protection period ended, ordinary lords would never again farm experience and crystals so safely. So they emptied their coffers for a last-ditch bet on the coming assessment, the beast tide, and the 10,000 race war. Sure enough, the next notification appeared. Lord Huey paid 750 soul crystals for a set of red crocodile armor. The final fine-grade item vanished, leaving only a perfect-grade Yinkei egg and an Xiaolon barracks blueprint on the shelf. The channel erupted once more. That guy's raking in soul crystals. Huang Yu smiled calmly and glanced at the empty inventory. Come to think of it, if not for Lord Huey, the fine gear in his shop would never have sold so quickly. He had also managed to give himself a bit of free publicity. Back in the World Channel, messages were scrolling faster than ever. My word, another 100 soul crystals. Does Lord Huang Yu count his soul crystals by the hundreds? Boss, any more gear? I couldn't grab a thing in your shop, please forge some extra. Yeah, boss, restock the equipment already. The Huang Yu shop had been cleaned out. While the pricey items in the Chaos Mall still sat untouched when there's a deal to be had, people would rather spam the channel than pay a few extra crystals. Huang Yu ignored the mindset. All he knew was that business was about to boom. Leaving the channel, he headed straight for Blue Mountain Workshop. The first floor was piled high with materials, leaving only narrow paths to squeeze through. Several apprentices, soaked in sweat, hauled magic ore and beast bones. The forge painted the walls crimson, yet still couldn't keep up with the flow of raw stock. My lord, you're here, Bailey croaked. Two demonic viper fangs lay in front of him. One had already been shaped into the rough form of a dagger, purple light dancing coldly along its edge. Had clearly been at the forge for hours. Huang Yu nodded and told the steward to bring 20 ordinary citizens from town, then made a quick circuit of the workshop. Heat, scorched metal, clanging hammers, everything screamed full capacity. He called over Song Yun and Mao Ping. Lord, something urgent? Song Yun held a small hammer, robe dusted with black bone powder, fresh demon bone fragments still smoking beside him. Overtime for everyone tonight. We're making only bows and crossbows, Huang Yu said briskly. Turn out as many as possible, I need them now. The three master smiths exchanged a glance and replied in unison, understood. But, my lord, we're short on hands. Sticking to bows and crossbows will limit output, Bailey frowned. Manpower won't be a problem, 20 apprentice-level smiths will be here shortly. Huang Yu clasped his hands behind his back. What I need is quantity. Yes, sir. The three masters dropped their current work and began reallocating forges and benches, while apprentices rushed in bow blanks, strings, and trigger assemblies. Soon the steward came back, panting. Master, the people are here. They're waiting outside. Huang Yu opened the Blue Mountain Workshop interface. Spend 300 soul crystals to convert 20 level 1 common citizens into apprentice-level smiths? Yes. 300 soul crystals vanished at once, a golden flash sweeping across the UI. The 20 citizens filed in, faint gold light swirling over them as though each had donned a fresh craftsman's cloak. When the glow faded, a prompt appeared. Congratulations, Lord, 20 apprentice-level smiths acquired. With 37 apprentices and 3 masters, the number of smiths at Blue Mountain Workshop has doubled. Apprentices can only forge fine-grade equipment. The process is slow and carries a chance of failure, yet they work quickly when turning out common gear. Though Bailey and Sung Yun are no experts with bows and crossbows, they can still throw together a few usable sets when needed. The newly promoted smith, Mao Ping, is a true specialist. Given the right materials, he guarantees results at least equal to the quality of those materials. The rare-grade longbow in Huang Yu's hands, the silken thread bow, is proof of that. Silken thread bow rare. The bowstring releases with no audible snap, offers remarkable elasticity, and demands less strength than an iron limb bow while losing none of its power. The string is tanned from the tendons of a demonized ancient giant lizard. Passive. Archers' focus skills like rapid shot and shatter arrow are far easier to execute. Active. Charged sniper draw the bow to full length, infuse energy, and fire. The shot ignores defenses below rare grade. Overall performance ranks mid-tier in the Chaos Marketplace, priced at 2,300 soul crystals. Huang Yu left Blue Mountain Workshop with the silken thread bow. On the hillside, Di Liaoxi stood motionless in his scale-fong armor, flanked by 44 Spartan warriors. Each breath sent a dark red gleam pulsing across their plates. Beyond the territory, beasts howled through the forest, shadows darted between trunks, and the tide of monsters crept steadily toward Huang Yu territory. Di Liaoxi, until I give the order, no one crosses the boundary. Understood? Huang Yu spoke while calculating. The protection period was the perfect time to farm experience and soul crystals, and he wanted in on the action himself. He was already level 9, one step from level 10 judging by the gap in monster strength. That step was a chasm he had to cross. Understood. Di Liaoxi's reply was low and firm. Before the fight, Huang Yu had one more task. The steelworks had smelted more than 400 units of refined iron, bringing his stock to 1,200, enough to upgrade the fire seed to tier 3. Upgrade the fire seed to tier 3? Yes. In an instant, 1,000 soul crystals, 10,000 units of lumber, 5,000 units of stone, and 1,000 units of refined iron vanished. A beam of golden light burst from the castle, visible only to Huang Yu. Moments later, a hemispherical shield enveloped the entire territory. Leaving the fire seed to complete its upgrade, Huang Yu led the Spartans down the slope to the boundary. Under the red moon, twisted branches jabbed like clawing specters, grinning as they awaited prey. The roars in the forest grew louder. The monsters had clearly fixed their sights on the small human squad. Boom 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 boovy footsteps pounded closer. Di Liaosi tensed, ready to charge, but one glance from Huang Yu held him back. Patience, Di Liaosi. Huang Yu's gaze was steady. Beneath the crimson moon, he had already spotted the creature breaking through the trees. A 6-meter-tall humanoid towered before them, twin horns jutting from its skull and yellow patterns snaking across its body. Mountain Troll, Earth Class, LV-32. Description: Mountain trolls are solitary denizens of the forest, beloved by the wilderness itself. From birth, each one wields prodigious strength and mastery over a single element: earth, wind, water, or fire. Inside the deep woods, they rank among the apex predators. Boom, boom, boom. The mountain troll charged toward Huang Yu territory like a bipedal tank, smashing trees to splinters as it went. Sawdust and dirt whirled through the air. Under the moonlight, its gray hide gleamed like metal, the yellow lines curling down from its horns like burning runes, dangerous and mysterious. LV-32. It was the highest level wild beast Huang Yu had encountered so far. Roar. Bloodshot eyes blazing, the troll suddenly leapt, its massive shadow bearing down on the wary party. Thud. Midair, it slammed into an invisible barrier and came to an abrupt halt. Now, Huang Yu barked. Dilios lunged first. Thorn Fong, his longsword, erupted into a 3-meter arc of flame. The searing slash ripped through the night and hurtled toward the troll's face. Worthy of the forest's favorite child, the creature still mustered elemental power despite having nowhere to dodge. With a thunderous clap, its thick arms crossed before its chest, yellow veins blazing. Plates of rock sprang up, turning its forearms into a massive stone shield. Crash! The fire slash struck, the night flashed crimson. The shield shattered inch by inch, flaming shards spraying in every direction and exposing the troll's mangled, bleeding arms. It hit the ground hard, cracks spiderwebbing across the rocky armor that covered its body. Chunks fell away and crumbled into dust. Howl! Clutching its seeping wounds, the troll bellowed at Dilios. The yellow markings pulsed faster. Earth element surged from the soil beneath its feet, and Dilios' brutal blow began to heal at alarming speed. Fresh stone armor spread over its flesh, denser than before. Stubborn brute, Huang Yu muttered. His assessment was clear. As long as the creature stayed in contact with the ground, it was almost invincible. But while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole waits behind. The mountain troll saw the party as prey, forgetting that it too was being hunted. Swish, swish, swish. Crimson eyes flared behind it. The troll whirled, growling in warning, half threat, half challenge. Rustle. Gray wolves, each nearly 3 meters at the shoulder, bounded from the undergrowth. Tongues lolled, saliva dripped between fangs, and their steaming breath glowed red in the moonlight. 7 wolves closed in, forming a ring, paying Huang Yu's group no mind. The troll ignored the gray wolves, crouching low with arms spread, as if its true foe lurked deeper in the forest. Sure enough, at its roar, a far larger white wolf padded into view. Huang Yu pulled up its profile. White wolf, LV-35. Description: a mutated giant wolf, one of the forest's most accomplished hunters. The fight erupts with brutal immediacy. The white wolf has barely shown itself when the mountain troll bowls forward, roaring, its charge rattling loose stones. 7 gray wolves strike first. Crescent wind blades whip from their jaws, whoosh, 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 slamming into the monster's stone carapace. Cracks spider across the armor, but the assault only slows the beast, it does no real damage. Golden veins flicker along the troll's hide, and the fractures seal in an instant, as though they never existed. The white wolf gives a low howl. Obediently, the pack dismisses their wind blades and leap in, fangs and claws seeking to tear the armor apart. Boom! A massive fist hammers the ground. Hard earth collapses into a pit, and a wave of elemental energy surges outward. Solid ground liquefies into mire. 2 wolves sink in, thrashing. The other 5 were ready, using the recoil. They spring at the troll's upper body. A cunning, almost human glint flashes in the monster's eyes. It punches the earth again, and the ground blooms like a grotesque flower. Jagged spires shoot up. With nowhere to dodge, 3 wolves are skewered midair, howling as they hang impaled. The other 2 dodge death, but land bleeding. In a heartbeat, more than half the pack is gone. The white wolf releases a chilling, drawn-out howl. Air condenses into sweeping, crescent wind blades. Bang, 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 each slash blasts apart plates of stone, littering the clearing with shards and torn flesh. Yet the troll's vitality is just as monstrous. Dense earth energy floods back into its body, sealing wounds and regrowing armor. It hits hard, soaks damage, and controls the field, a nightmare opponent. Clang! A pale blue arc scythes in and lands at the troll's feet. Huang Yu, quiet until now, finally moves. Frost spreads fast, freezing the ground and cutting off the creature's endless supply of earth energy. Seizing the opening, the white wolf hurls an even larger wind blade. The roaring gale plows through brush and slams into the troll's chest before the armor can reform. Violet blood spurts. The troll shrieks and staggers onto the ice. The wolf casts a sidelong glance at Huang Yu just as he draws the chintzy bow. What are you staring at? You think I'm helping you? Huang Yu snorts, knocks an arrow, and rather than aiming at the troll targets the three wolves writhing on the stone spikes. Thwip! The arrow whistles past a wolven skull and vanishes into the trees. Huang Yu blinks, then awkwardly hands the bow to Diliosi. Isn't this supposed to be a beginner-friendly bow? I don't feel any marksman's focus at all. Flushing, he draws the cold wave saber, channels power into the blade, and swings. A storm of ice crystal sharp as steel needles rains down, shredding the three gray wolves. Lord gained 378 experience points and 37 soul crystals. Lord gained 425 experience points and 40 soul crystals. Lord gained 289 experience points and 30 soul crystals. Congratulations, my lord, a skill book has dropped. Please check your loot. Although Huang Yu landed the finishing blow on the gray wolf, the experience he gained was still less than what Dilios earned for slaying the corrupted ancient lizard. He didn't mind, though, because a book shimmering with blue light was now floating before him. Windblade grade. Fine. Description. Concentrates energy into a cutting blade of wind. Note. Only those of the proper class may learn this skill, but lords are exempt from that restriction. Huang Yu didn't care that it was only fine grade. With a thought, the book dissolved into emerald light and sank into his palm. A lord has no limit on the number of skills he can learn, the more the better. A long, angry howl tore through the night. Seeing its minion slain, the white wolf reared back and released several crescent-shaped air blades. They howled toward the territory shield, but vanished in ripples the moment they struck. Hey, over here. I've gone to all this trouble to pin it down for you. While joking, Huang Yu raised a hand and fired his brand new wind blade. The two gray wolves trapped in the mire were sliced clean in half. Lord gained 734 experience and 72 soul crystals. Lord gained 667 experience and 65 soul crystals. So the rewards based on last hit and contribution, Huang Yu mused. Elsewhere, the stone troll struck by frost waves staggered, its limbs numb with poison cold. It stomped the ground, trying to break the ice and draw earth elements. But the moment its foot cracked the surface, the chill spread through its flesh like rot, driving it to stumble toward unfrozen ground. As a superior grade weapon, Frostwave's most feared trait was its cold poison. Once inside the body, flesh necrotized under relentless agony and was almost impossible to heal unless the target was killed outright. The white wolf barked, and the two remaining gray wolves retreated to its side. Its blood-red eyes lingered on Huang Yu. Then, abandoning the badly wounded troll, it turned to withdraw. Rustling foliage exploded outward as a boar the size of a small hill burst onto the scene. Its hide was rough as stone, and a collar of crimson bristles around its neck gleamed like metal. A steel-maned boar, Huang Yu recognized the troublemaker from the nearby forests at a glance. The boar screeched, hooves pounding like war drums as it charged the white wolf. The wolf dodged by a hair's breadth, but before it could counterattack, the earth began to tremble. A multitude of crimson eyes was advancing from the depths of the woods. The real beast tide had finally reached universal territory. Spartan warriors, don't be stingy with your javelins and arrows. Finish off anything that's immobilized or on its last legs. See that troll? Dilios, it's yours. It's about done. That white wolf's tough, still alive after all this. Damn, that steel-maned boar's stirring up the whole mess. Shame we'll lose out on so many materials. Huang Yu rattled off orders. The Spartans formed ranks, obsidian javelins and arrows whistling through the night. Outside the shield, the jungle had turned into a chaotic battlefield. The bonfire on the hilltop, the only beacon of light, drew wave after wave of beasts. Unable to break the barrier, they unleashed their fury on one another. Howls, rending claws, and thundering impacts filling the darkness. Behind the shield, Huang Yu alternated between longbow and windblade, harvesting life with impunity. Lord gained 245 experience and 27 soul crystals. Lord gained 432 experience and 42 soul crystals. Congratulations, my lord, another skill book has dropped. Please check your loot. Upgrade prompts and loot notifications flashed non-stop, golden pillars of light flaring over and over around the defenders. Bathed in that golden glow, Huang Yu and his companions finally understood the pure joy of landing the killing blow. Spear shafts and arrows flew into the herd like they cost nothing, turning the battlefield into a cauldron of boiling oil. Creatures below LV-20 dropped in swaths under the barrage, torn apart before they could even struggle, and only those above LV-20 managed to stay on their feet for a few seconds in the spreading pools of blood. Huang Yu paid no mind to the low-level beasts. Their numbers were greatest, and they died the fastest. As long as an arrow or javelin so much as grazed them, He harvested experience and soul crystals. Moments earlier, he had lobbed 5 blazing orbs into the densest part of the pack, and the blast of fire had killed 6 monsters outright. His only regret was that the corpses were shredded by the rest of the beasts before he could drag them into the territory. A soul-rending roar snapped Huang Yu back to the present. The rock troll clenched the unicorn beast that had skewered its gut, earth-colored runes flaring between its fingers as elemental earth surged into its palm. With a wet crunch, a forest of stone spikes burst from the unicorn's body, perforating it and drenching the ground in gore. The troll let the ruined carcass drop, staggered back a few steps, and bellowed at the surrounding monsters that were eyeing it hungrily. Its sudden outburst cowed everything nearby. For a brief moment, nothing dared step forward. Perfect chance. Huang Yu had already been tracking the troll. Seeing it on its last legs, he shouted, "Diliosh it and return." Understood. Dilio's battle lust was already boiling. Staying inside the territory to finish off crippled foes was safe, but for a hero, not being on the front line was torture. Crackling explosions of flame erupted as he pushed the scale sandfang set to full output, becoming a streak of scarlet fire that shot out of Huang Yu territory and landed directly in front of the troll. Dozens of beasts rushed him the instant they saw an enemy. Boom flames tore outward, searing a 10-meter circle of earth to cinders with Dilios at its center. While the monsters recoiled from the firestorm, he wheeled around and lunged straight at the troll. The troll tried to counter, but a burst of searing pain locked its limbs. Shards of ice laced with venomous chill whipped out from Huang Yu's hand, plating half its body and freezing the muscles beneath the rocky hide. Sparta! Dilios raised his sword in both hands and roared, jets of flame blasting from the blade and turning him into a blazing spear that drove through the troll's chest. The troll's cracked stone armor gave way like rotten wood, and the serrated fang blade punched clean through. In the next instant, a torrent of fire detonated inside the creature, reducing its organs to charcoal. The momentum never faltered. Dilios used the troll's body as a shield and rammed all the way back into Huang Yu territory. The fang blade came free with a wet pop, and the massive corpse toppled, 2 charred holes yawning in its chest. Lord has gained 1,920 experience and 180 soul crystals. Congratulations, a skill book has dropped, please check your inventory. The system prompt rang out as the body hit the ground, and a surge of energy flooded Huang Yu. He was now a hair's breadth from LV10. The first bottleneck of the Lord class demanded more experience than LV1 through LV9 combined, a testament to its difficulty. A pillar of golden light flared beside him. Dilios had leveled up as well, reaching LV9. Lord, allow us to fight beside you. After the upgrade, Dilios could barely contain his thirst for battle. The Spartans around him tightened their grips on their weapons, eyes blazing with excitement. The last few finishing blows had pushed them all to level 7, and their overall strength had surged before Huang Yu's eyes. Huang Yu stood at the edge of the territory, peering past the protective barrier as he took stock of the enemy forces. The gravest threat was a level 30+ white wolf. Alongside it prowled a steelman boar and a manticore of the same level. Every other beast was below level 30. Do not engage farther than 50 meters from the territory, he ordered in a low voice. That distance marked the outer limit of his support spells. If anything went wrong, the Spartans could still withdraw in time. Dilios accepted the Xiangui shield, its dark blue sheen making the Spartan captain's eyes light up. Thank you, my lord. Huang Yu had no intention of risking himself, was a mage, and needed a completely safe casting spot. Forged by Tsang Yun, the shield was a rare-grade item worth as much as the 1,000-thread bow and a perfect match for Dilios' Xiangui armor. Inside the territory, the formation was set in moments. 45 Spartans then raised shields and spears, marching out of the safety zone in unison. The clang of iron armor against hide drew the attention of a host of beasts, the fiercest being the white wolf itself. Howl! The wolf snapped the neck of a stray creature, its white fur instantly stained deep red. Seeing the Spartans clear of the barrier, it threw back its head and roared. Blades of wind formed around it and screamed toward the human phalanx. Stone armor. A hazy yellow beam shot from Huang Yu's staff, coating every Spartan. When the glow faded, snug layers of earthen armor clung to their bodies, weightless, yet sturdy, freshly learned from a rare skill book looted off a mountain troll. Stone armor rare. Draws earth element to create armor around yourself or an ally. The elemental plate is weightless and does not impede movement. Note: non-class users cannot learn this skill. Lords are exempt from this restriction. Bang! 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 Wind blades shattered the outer layers of stone, then broke apart. The Spartans did not falter a step, but the single cast drained all of Huang Yu's mana. For now, he could not cast again. Lasado! Lasado! Valmusa! A bleak yet rousing battle chant split the air as Dilios, clad in Xiangui armor, smashed into the beast's tide. His spear carved the first bloody path forward. Amid flashing steel, severed limbs, and fangs flew. The Spartan formation advanced like a precision killing machine. System prompts cascaded across Huang Yu's view. Lord gains 72 experience points and 7 soul crystals. Lord gains 85 experience points and the messages poured in. His experience bar rocketed upward, and the pouch at his waist grew steadily heavier with soul crystals. At last his mana swelled to the brim, and the familiar sensation of leveling up surged. Yet instead of the usual golden light, an entirely new notification appeared. Prompt: Lord is about to advance to Tier 2. Provide an awakening medium to meet advancement requirements. Awakening medium? What's that? Huang Yu muttered. The system's unified reply followed. A Lord may use any material as an awakening medium. Keep this in mind, Lord. The higher the grade and material compatibility of your awakening catalyst, the stronger the talent you will gain after advancing to Tier 2. The catalyst's nature also dictates the nature of the talent. At reader's request, all currently public rules and rankings have been gathered here for quick reference. Pricing system. 1. Exchange rate. 1 soul crystal, 1 unit of food, 10 units of timber, 5 units of stone, 1 unit of refined iron, 0.1 citizens. 2. Item pricing and effects. Once an item reaches the rare or transcendent tier, both its cost-effectiveness and functionality improve dramatically. 2. Chaos Marketplace. 1. Item tiers: common, fine, rare, excellent, perfect, transcendent, epic, legendary, mythic, supreme. 2. Item types: population, materials, resources, food, class scrolls, skill books, bloodline potions, building blueprints, and more. Note: after a blueprint is purchased and used, the corresponding tier building appears instantly. Labor and materials are included in the price, so no further construction is required. 3. Combat and unit progression. 1. Troop Wild Beast Potential: Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Diamond, Transcendent, Sanctum, Legendary, Immortal, Eternal. 2. Level caps for combat units. Warrior, LV 29. Champion, LV 49. Hero, LV 69. King, LV 79. Deity, LV 89. Note: a higher unit grade allows a higher level cap. 3. Forge Master ranks: Apprentice, Expert, Master, Saint, Divine. 4. Basic civilian roles include Village Chief, Butler, Servant, Farmer, Gatherer, and others. 4. Territory levels. 1. Tieri Village, 100 M, daily population growth 1. 2. Tirii Town, 500 M, daily population growth 10. Upgrade cost: 100 soul crystals, 1,000 units of timber, 500 units of stone. 3. Tier 3 City, 1,000 M, daily population growth 100. Upgrade cost: 1,000 soul crystals, 10,000 units of timber, 5,000 units of stone, 1,000 units of refined iron. 4. Tier IV requirements: 100,000 soul crystals, 200,000 units of timber, 150,000 units of stone, 30,000 units of refined iron, and 1,001,000 units of special building materials. Higher tiers remain undisclosed. V. Huang Yu and the Huang Yu territory. 1. Huang Yu. Level: LV9 maximum. Fire Seed. Tier 3, daily population growth 100. Note: raising the Fire Seed to Tier 4 requires the same resources as a Tier IV territory upgrade. 100,000 soul crystals, 200,000 units of timber, 150,000 units of stone, 30,000 units of refined iron, plus 1,001,000 units of special building materials. 2. Territory: Huan Yu City, 1,000 M. 3. Population: ordinary citizens, LV2 LV4, 65 people. Spartan Hero, Dilios, LV9. Spartan Champions, LV7, 44 people. 4. Blue Mountain Workshop. Expert Forge Masters, Song Yun, Bai Li, Mao Ping, 3 in total. Apprentice Forge Masters, 37. Red Crocodile Armor. Quality: fine. Crafted by Master Smith Song Yun, Blue Mountain Workshop. Trait: exceptional protection that shrugs off most standard projectiles. Special feature: the right pauldron releases Berserk Bloodlust to boost any Berserk abilities and slowly mend the wearer's wounds. Note: a groundbreaking, custom-made piece on the Chaos continent. Iron Spine Bow. Quality: fine. Produced by Universal Territory Blue Mountain Workshop. Materials: large quantities of refined iron, plain yet sturdy. Trait: if you have the strength to draw it fully, each arrow can pierce nearly any fine-grade armor. Skills: none, but sheer kinetic force makes up for it. Frostwave Sword. Quality: excellent Tier 3. Smith, Master Smith Bailey Dunwu, Blue Mountain Workshop. Trait: slices through iron with ease, exceptionally sharp. Active skills: 1. Frostwave / infuse energy and swing to unleash a freezing arc. 2. Frost scales while wielding, moisture gathers on the blade, forming scale-like ice crystals that fly off, causing lacerations and frostbite. Passive skill: Chillmine long-term carriers remain clear-headed and quick-thinking. Note: unique item. Scalefang set. Quality, rare 2 pieces. Core, demonized ancient basilisk crystal. Component I, fire scale armor smith. Song Yin top tier defense within the rare category, immune to low-level fire and high temperatures. Component 2, Bramblefong swordsmith. Bailey possesses tearing, toughness, and sharpness. Core attribute, life drain. Passive effects. 1. Fire respiration automatically restores fire energy and absorbs fire attacks up to a certain strength. 2. Scalefong drain converts a portion of dealt physical damage into health and energy. Active skills. 1. Frenzy Flame consumes core energy to unleash a wide area blaze centered on the user. 2. Flame Cleave expends core or personal energy to release a wave of fire. 3. Flame Roar maximum output burst. Flames coil around the user, greatly boosting base stats and adding fire damage to every attack. Note: first collaboration between Song Yun and Bailey, the maiden set on the Chaos continent. Thousand Strand Bow. Quality, rare. Bowstring, tan sinew of a demonized ancient basilisk. Trait, silent release and superb elasticity. Requires less strength than the iron spine bow, yet loses no power. Passive, archer's focus greatly lowers the difficulty of skills such as rapid shot and shockwave arrow. Active, charged snipe when fully drawn and infused with energy. Arrows ignore any defense below rare grade. Stage summary. 1. Territory buildings. Special Spartan Training Camp Tier 2. Special Blue Mountain Workshop Tier 2. Standard Warehouse Tier 2. Iron Mine Tier 2. Steel Furnace Tier 2. Steel Mill Tier 2. 2. Resources. Soul Crystals, 41,000. 3. Talents. Awakening Soon. 4. Skill Pool. Rare Blazing Mana Burst. Stone Skin. Fine Windblade. 5. Current Equipment. Red Crocodile Armor Fine. Iron Spine Bow Fine. Frost Wave Sword Excellent 3. Scalefong Set Rare. Thousand Strand Bow Rare. Author's notes. The pace has felt a bit too fast, and the layout somewhat messy, maybe even padded at times. I don't want to overload the story with battle scenes, but skipping them entirely feels abrupt. It'll take some time to sort things out while keeping updates on schedule. Please stick with me and don't drop or shelve the book. If it sits too long, it might really disappear. The tempo is about to accelerate, packed with fresh excitement. New units, races, and resources are on the way. If you notice something missing, just tell me and I'll add it. We plan to go premium next month, and once that happens, expect a surge of updates. So a human lord unlocks a personal talent at level 10? Huang Yu mused. Promotion to the second tier demanded more than mere experience. It required an awakening catalyst. The higher the catalyst's grade, the stronger the talent it could reveal. Huang Yu still possessed several materials, yet all of them were stuck below the extraordinary rank. None surpassed it. He swore he would not advance until he secured an epic grade catalyst. He shook off the thought and fixed his gaze on the battlefield. Fully staffed level 7 Spartan warriors were driving forward in a tight phalanx, blades and spears flashing as beast corpses piled up. At the front, Dilios remained the brightest star. The flames on his Scalefong armor had long since gone out, yet a fresh Spartan rage now burned around him, its crimson glow reflecting off the 44-man shield wall like a rolling wave of fire. Since hitting level 9, his command aura had surged. Under his orders, the formation cut through the enemy without pause. Elsewhere, the troublesome steel-bristled boar had somehow locked into combat with the white wolf. The wolf's energy reserves were exhausted. It relied only on claws and speed. Unfortunately, the boar's hide, forcibly reinforced by raw power, was tougher than plate armor, and the wolf's fangs could barely scratch it. After a brief stalemate, the wolf shot a reluctant glance toward the Spartans, then slipped into the forest. Snorting furiously, the boar barreled after it, the pair disappearing into the trees. Ding! Fire Seed upgraded to Tier 3. The system alert exploded in Huang Yu's ears. A ring of golden light erupted from the center of town, instantly pushing the borders out to more than twice their previous size. The shimmering barrier acted like an invisible filter, ejecting every monster within the new perimeter 500 meters outward. Many beasts were still mid-fight when they were flung sideways, tumbling head over heels. The Spartans were in full momentum, only for their foes to vanish. When they looked up, enemies lay scattered in the distance, leaving them staring in amazement. With the Fire Seed's advance, Huang Yu Town rose to the rank of Huang Yu City. The territory expanded from 500 meters to 1,000 meters. During the protection period, no creature could enter, explaining the bizarre scene before them. Huang Yu hurriedly pulled up his Lord interface. Lord, Huang Yu. Level, LV9 Peak. Fire Seed, Tier 3. Daily New Citizens, 100. Note: upgrading the Fire Seed to Tier 4 requires 100,000 soul crystals, 200,000 units of lumber, 150,000 units of stone, 30,000 units of refined iron, and 1,001,000 units of special construction materials. Territory, Huang Yu City, 1,000 m. Population, 150. Click to view. Special buildings, Spartan Training Camp Tier 2, Blue Mountain Workshop Tier 2. Common Buildings, Steel Mill Tier 2, Warehouse Tier 2. Soul Crystals, 43,273. Talent, Pending Awakening. Skills, Blazing Magic Missile, Wind Blade, Stone Armor. Equipment, Cold Wave Excellent. A Tier 3 Fire Seed, a newly minted city, and 100 fresh settlers every day. Huang Yu could hardly contain his excitement. He had every reason to believe he was the first human lord to push his fire seed to the 3rd tier. Next on the agenda was pushing every other building to Tier 3. The spark level was still the choke point special, and ordinary structures alike were stranded at Tier 2. The Spartan training camp was the prime example. The jump from Tier 1 to Tier 2 only nudged its stats. The real metamorphosis wouldn't arrive until Tier 3, and Huang Yu was certain it would be worth the wait. Lord Diliao Si, soaked in blood as if he had just crawled out of the abyss, looked ghastly in the moonlight. He strode up and saluted, exhilaration in his voice. My lord, the beast tide hasn't fully withdrawn. May we keep fighting? Huang Yu glanced upward. The crimson moon still hung in the sky, though noticeably smaller. Its light, while dense, was fading. Soon the tide would scatter for good. Go, my heroes and warriors. Tonight, fight to your heart's content, he declared, eager to squeeze one last wave of experience out of the beasts for his Spartans. Diliao Si straightened, accepted the order, and led 44 Spartan warriors beyond the territory. Their strength had grown tremendously. With a bit of caution, casualties were unlikely. Meanwhile, Huang Yu's experience bar had long since overfilled. Without an awakening catalyst, he couldn't break past level 10, so any extra experience merely overflowed the meter. The steward, deathly pale yet unfailingly polite, accompanied him up the slope toward the castle. En route, Huang Yu casually inventoried the spoils. Soul crystals, just over 3,000. Skill books, 5. He immediately learned Wind Blade and Stone Skin, leaving 3 volumes. 1. Echo of Illusion Rarity. Rare emits a mind-disturbing sound. By blending in your own emotions, you can sway the target's feelings. 2. Charge Rarity. Fine dash in a chosen direction, gaining high speed and impact. If stopped mid-charge, the backlash hurts the user. 3. Maelstrom Rarity. Find summon water at a chosen spot to create a swirling vortex for defense or crowd control. Huang Yu planned to study Echo of Illusion and Maelstrom himself. Charge he intended for Diliao Si, but the latter declined, saying he would unlock a stronger skill upon reaching level 10. Blue Mountain Workshop, meanwhile, was forging through the night. The gear Huang Yu had casually listed had already sold out. More than 100 common sets and 3 fine sets, netting over 4,000 soul crystals. Left in storage were wood, about 3,600 units. Stone, about 1,900 units. Refined iron, 120 units. He then scooped up 4,000 units of stone from Xuanji and other construction vendors. Combined with 500 fresh units of refined iron from the steelworks, he finally had everything required to upgrade the Spartan training camp to Tier 3. Upgrade Spartan training camp to Tier 3? Yes. Standing before the camp, Huang Yu watched a beam of light shoot from the castle roof and engulf the entire building. When dawn broke, he would have a Tier 3, extraordinary grade training camp. For now, he needed a good night's sleep. After a night of fierce combat, Huang Yu woke to find the sun already high in the sky. Judging by its angle, it had to be around 8 or 9 o'clock. The moment he was fully awake, a flood of notifications rushed in. Unread, Spartan training camp upgraded to Tier 3. Unread, Hero Unit Dilios has reached LV10. Unread, your friend Lord Jialuo has sent you a message. With the butler and maids attending him, Huang Yu washed up, enjoyed an exquisite breakfast, and stepped outside the castle. The fortress now rose 3 stories high, its main body formed by 4 spired bastions, flanked on both sides by secondary keeps. Covering roughly 10,000 square meters, the gray-white stone walls gleamed coldly in the sunlight, exuding power and grandeur. Beyond the castle, the territory had been completely transformed. For broad dirt roads stretched east, south, west, and north, lined with neatly arranged new houses, roughly 200 civilian buildings by a quick count. The open ground nearest the castle was reserved for special structures. The freshly promoted Tier 3 Spartan training camp stood there, the most striking feature in the entire domain. From above, the training camp formed a rectangle twice as long as it was wide, occupying about 5,000 square meters. 2-meter thick, 10-meter-high white stone columns ringed the perimeter, supporting a double-sloped roof. The columns were carved with bold, ancient reliefs. Hidden among 3 layers of columns lay halls, chambers, an armory, and rest areas, while the very center held a vast practice arena. Huang Yu opened the building interface. Spartan Training Camp Extraordinary Grade. Tier 3. Upgrade to Tier 4 requires Seed of Fire Tier 4, 70,000 soul crystals, 100,000 units of lumber, 150,000 units of stone, 25,000 units of refined iron, and 1,001,000 units of special building materials. Functions. 1. Each day, 20 settlers can be trained with a 100 success rate into the extraordinary unit Spartan warriors currently limited to settlers below LV29. 2. For every 10 soul crystals spent, one additional LV1 Spartan warrior can be trained. 3. Trained Spartans have a 35 chance to gain a secondary profession, a 6 chance to emerge as a hero unit, a 0.1 chance to become a king grade unit, and a 0.01 chance to become a god grade unit. 4. Inside the camp, Spartan warriors rapidly recover, learn combat skills, increase their potential, and have a chance to advance to hero status. Tier 3 upgrades. Daily training capacity increased from 10 to 20. Secondary profession chance 5. Hero unit chance raised to 6. Spartan warriors can continuously study skills and strive for higher ranks within the camp. For Huang Yu, the real thrill wasn't the doubled capacity but the sharply improved odds of producing hero units. As lord of a Tier 3 territory, he received 100 new settlers every day. Right now, that group waited on the slope below, ready for his orders. Most were still farmers, but among them were 2 village chiefs, 4 maids, and 20 gatherers. After the disastrous showing of the last village chief, Huang Yu had lost interest in basic professions, assigned 20 residents to the Spartan training camp at once. In less than 10 minutes the heavy gates boomed open, and 20 bare-chested warriors in bronze armor filed out in a neat column. As the building leveled up, training efficiency rose in tandem. Forging a level 1 warrior had once taken a full hour, but now it took only minutes. Among these recruits, 6 came with secondary classes such as Spartan javelin thrower or longbowman, and 2 even emerged as the brand new Spartan shield bearer. Yet the stubborn 6% hero chance refused to trigger. Staring at the data panel, Huang Yu wondered if the system had locked his luck. Already commanded 65 Spartans, but Dilios remained his lone hero. A 1 in 20 shot? They'll spend until I get it. Gritting his teeth, Huang Yu paid another 350 soul crystals and sent 35 more residents into training. Minutes crept by. Before the gates reopened, a golden message flashed. Spartan training camp. Your warrior Musa has advanced to a hero unit. Musa's a hero. Huang Yu nearly lost his composure, his hands shaking with excitement. The door swung wide. 35 fully armed Spartans escorted a short-bearded soldier back to the ranks. Dilios strode forward, saluted, and announced, "My lord, Musa has risen to hero status. Your bravest warriors have gained another commander." "Excellent. Splendid." Huang Yu laughed and pulled up Musa's profile. Spartan hero Musa. Level 8. Loyalty 100 devoted. Potential extraordinary, can reach level 59. Class Spartan herald and advanced singer, focused on command. Description: the herald unites every Spartan's strength into one unstoppable blade. Command limit 80. Skills: Spartan war song, Spartan phalanx, Spartan tactics. Motto: when the song begins, our enemies will drop their shields and flee. A command type hero, exactly what Huang Yu lacked. Musa's potential was slightly lower than Dilius, but his future value as a strategist would be no less. Eyes blazing, Huang Yu clasped Musa's arm. "With you beside me, my warriors will strike like an extension of my own will." "Musa will never fail you, my lord," Musa answered, saluting with earnest respect. Just then a teasing voice sounded behind Dilios and Musa. "And what expectations does my lord have for me?" Clang. Dilios wheeled, blade bared. 2 meters away stood a Spartan of slighter build but perfectly carved muscle, crouched like a panther about to spring. That he had approached unnoticed spoke volumes about his speed and explosiveness. Realizing how close the man had come to the lord, Dilios felt a bead of sweat form. Thankfully, the newcomer meant no harm. All eyes fixed on the newcomer as he flashed a roguish grin, dropped to one knee, and struck his chest with a clenched fist. "Gannicus, shadow of Sparta, pledges his loyalty to you, my lord." Spartan hero, Ganix. Unique unit, level 1. Loyalty, 100. Potential, fanatic. Eligible for sanctuary advancement to level 69. Class, Spartan Shadow. Note: Spartan Shadow is an epithet for the Spartan assassins. Though part of the Spartan warrior brotherhood, their combat style is the opposite of the traditional frontal assault Spartans. They lurk in the shadows of their comrades and deliver a lethal strike at the decisive moment, fighting more like assassins than hoplites. Skills. 1. Shadow Doctrine passive. The Spartan Shadow calls every blind spot that people cannot see or tend to overlook the shadow domain. Instinct drives him to hide there until an enemy exposes a weakness. Then he finishes the kill with a single blow. 2. Phantom Step. After leaving a shadow domain, the Spartan Shadow remains unseen for a short time, allowing him to reposition or attack without being noticed. 3. Spartan Dance of Death. A combat art performed on the knife edge between life and death. By the time an enemy admires its elegance, their life has already slipped away. Motto: you will remember my face the moment death descends. Huang Yu studied Ganix intently. In both skills and temperament, the new Spartan hero was nothing like the traditional hard-charging Spartans. Yet he was still a pure Spartan at heart. Spartans care only about killing efficiently, and Ganix was born with that cold, lethal precision. For most Spartans, that was all that mattered. Dilios slowly lowered his thornfang spear, the blade flashing in the sunlight. Musa offered a slight nod, a smile of approval curving his lips. Striding forward, Huang Yu pulled Ganix from his half-kneeling pledge and proclaimed in a ringing voice, "Welcome to the ranks, my hero. Here you will drink deep the blood of our foes and forge a name that fills every enemy with dread." Ganix, the Spartan shadow, met his gaze like an eagle and answered steadily, "It is an honor to serve under you." With two new heroes secured in one breath, Huang Yu was in high spirits. His strongest subordinate, Dilios, had also reached level 10 during last night's relentless monster hunt. Spartan hero, Dilios. Unique unit, level 10. Loyalty, 100. Potential, fanatic. Eligible for sanctuary advancement to level 69. Class, Spartan berserker. Skills, frenzy, iron body, fearless charge. Upon advancing to tier 2, Dilios mastered all 3 class exclusive skills at once, pushing his strength to a new peak. Meanwhile, 35 freshly trained Spartan warriors formed up. Apart from the shadow assassin Ganix, the remaining 34 were infantrymen. Their addition pushed the extraordinary grade Spartan warrior roster past 120 at level 8, 23 at level 7, and 54 at level 1. A dark red sea of armored fighters stood at attention on the drill field, iron shields and spears glinting coldly. Huang Yu surveyed the 100 fierce soldiers, his chest swelling with battle lust. Against such a force, every foe would fall beneath his conquest. "Ganix, this weapon is my gift to you." Huang Yu opened the storage interface and selected a pair of vicious daggers from his spoils of war. Though classified as daggers, each blade was more than half a meter long, their bodies translucent like white jade threaded with dark violet veins. Venom Fang, rare quality. Description: a pair of daggers forged from the fangs of a demonized mountain viper, imbued with a potent toxin and honed to a razor edge. Passive skills. 1. Deadly venom. Each successful hit inflicts the target with severe poison. 2. Armor break. Meticulously polished by master smiths of the Blue Mountain Workshop, the blades can pierce armor of the same grade with a single strike. 3. Hemorrhage. Wounds carved by these fangs are notoriously hard to heal. Active skill, arcane toxin injection. After landing a blow, energy can be channeled into Shadow Rainbow and Shadow Chime, creating an even stronger, more persistent toxic energy. This standard weapon was personally forged by Bailey from demonized mountain viper fangs, and its overall performance slightly surpasses that of the Thousand Thread Bow and the Black Tortoise Shield. When Huang Yu handed the dark green, gleaming daggers to Gannicus, the assassin's pale gold eyes lit up instantly. For a professional killer, nothing is more enticing than a high-quality pair of twin blades. "Thank you, my lord." Gannicus bowed respectfully. Huang Yu waved casually, signaling that formalities were unnecessary, then focused on the 100 warriors before him. 55 of them had been promoted to recruits only last night. Thinking of the dwindling stock of premium gear in the warehouse, he frowned slightly. Bailey and Song Yun are arguing again, and Mu Ping is in on it too? From the foot of the slope, the wind carried a fierce dispute. Huang Yu could pick out Bailey's and Song Yun's voices, with Mu Ping's deep tone cutting in now and then. Peering over a Spartan's shoulder, he was stunned by the small mountain of monster corpses piled below. "Dilios, exactly how many creatures did you slaughter last night?" he asked, unable to restrain himself. Dilios clasped his fists, thought for a moment, and answered, "I didn't count, my lord. Half of that pile we killed ourselves. The other half we found along the way and hauled back. The men and I made 4 trips to carry every monster corpse in the area to camp." Huang Yu had asked only in passing. Now he released his will, covering the mound of bodies, and a flood of death information rushed into his consciousness. Tier 1, LV1 LV9, 68. Tier 2, LV10 LV19, 126. Tier 3, LV20 LV29, 7. And 3 Tier 4 monsters, LV30 LV39. He recalled collecting only 1 Tier 4 hill giant corpse last night. The other 12 manticore and an iron-bristled boar must have slipped through the beast tide. By now the Tier 3 and Tier 4 carcasses had been fully dismantled. Besides vast quantities of ingredients of various levels, he had gained 5 demonized crystals, 13 units of epic-grade materials, 43 units of rare-grade materials, and a large stockpile of common and fine materials. So many system prompts had flashed past that he hadn't realized how much high-grade loot had acquired. Thinking about how the Scale Fong set rivaled epic gear, he could barely contain his excitement. "Don't tell me they're fighting over the demonized crystals again." Rubbing his temples, Huang Yu led the Spartan warriors down the slope in force. "My lord." The 3 master smiths Bailey, Song Yun, and Mu Ping spotted Huang Yu at once and hurried over to salute. Their clothes were wrinkled, their eyes bloodshot from an all-nighter, yet their spirits were high, and excitement tugged at their lips. To Huang Yu's surprise, there was no trace of discord among them. Instead, they were all grinning from ear to ear. "You're saying the runic patterns on that mountain beast have inspired an entirely new way to forge gear?" Huang Yu stared blankly at the three master smiths before him. Heat still rolled off the forge, yet he had never imagined that their fierce debate was about a revolutionary crafting technique. Exactly, my lord. The scale Fong set gave us the breakthrough, Song Yun said, gripping his sleeves, eyes ablaze. In that set, energy from the magic crystals is routed through the scales of an ancient draconic lizard. Using material from the same source minimizes loss and maximizes efficiency. Bailey took over, brow furrowed. But those lizard scales still aren't efficient enough. Next to the mountain beast's runes, they're worlds apart. He clenched his fist, his voice trembling. We discovered its runic layer is almost perfectly pure energy absorption, transfer, and release, with virtually zero decay. If we can copy that, Mao Ping added, stepping forward, and weave a similar circuit into our gear, every weapon and piece of armor would be completely unleashed. All three pairs of eyes shone with anticipation, as though a brand new smithing discipline was already taking shape in their hands. Huang Yu felt a little dizzy. That sounds like wiring a weapon with electric cables. Images of appliances, laser rifles, and mechs flashed through his mind. All I wanted was a few decent weapons. Now you're asking me to build Gundams? He muttered inwardly, excitement still pounding in his chest. He lowered his voice. If it's doable, how long until you can make one? The question doused the trio like a bucket of cold water. They instantly sobered. They exchanged looks, embarrassment creeping across their faces. My lord, right now it's only an idea, Song Yun admitted. The mountain beast's rune circuit is innate. Carving one by hand might be impossible. We were arguing about embedding a complete circuit in equipment, Bai Li explained, pointing to a half-formed sword on the anvil. Armor might handle an extra layer, but blades must survive the forge's extreme heat. The circuit would burn out. Mao Ping sighed. In short, it's a flash of inspiration with a long road to reality. Most of Huang Yu's excitement faded. Being a pioneer was never easy. Just then, ding, a pale gold screen unfolded before his eyes. The Lord has received an optional quest. Huh. Huang Yu froze. Had never heard of quests in Wanzhuzhengbao before. Focusing, he read on. Quest name, Birth of a Miracle. Type, progressive. Description, the Chaos Continent is vast and brimming with hidden wonders. Your people stand on the brink of creating one. Should they succeed, you and your followers will become legends remembered forever. Objective, provide the Smiths with all they require: facilities, manpower, and resources. Failure penalty, all invested resources are lost. The Lord bears the full cost. Note, accepting this quest upgrades Blue Mountain Workshop to a Tier 1 building. Choose wisely, Lord. The screen folded away, its phantom text lingering on his retinas. Huang Yu studied the quest details, sinking into deep thought. The gear produced by Blue Mountain Workshop is his primary source of soul crystals for the time being. Huang Yu Emporium holds the top spot on the trading platform largely thanks to the workshop's output. Now the system has issued a new quest. Transform this perfect grade special building into an entirely new Tier 1 structure. Once accepted, the change is irreversible and its functions are a complete mystery. Huang Yu knows that miracles never come easily. Even the Chaos Mall actively purchases the workshop's masterpieces. Three master smiths stand before the building, their expressions a blend of anticipation and unease. Huang Yu hesitates. Should he really gamble away his most reliable stream of soul crystals? The urge to refuse rises, but he forces it down. Retreating before he even tries isn't his style. Without the courage to pursue miracles, how is he any different from deadweight? Accept the quest. He decides. A system prompt appears at once. Lord, do you confirm acceptance? Converting Blue Mountain Workshop is irreversible. Please consider carefully. Confirm. As his finger hits the button, a brilliant column of golden light erupts from deep within the castle, engulfing the workshop. The beam pierces the sky, and the smiths look up. Confusion swiftly turns to exhilaration. Ha! A brand new forging lineage. What a magnificent ambition, worthy of the people of my Huang Yu territory. Hands clasped behind his back, Huang Yu faces them. As your lord, how could I miss it? My lord. The three craftsmen tremble with emotion, ready to fight and die. When Bailey tries to speak, Huang Yu raises a hand. Say no more. I understand your devotion, and I trust you'll give me results. We will not disappoint you. They respond in unison, eyes blazing. Golden light still churns above the workshop, refusing to fade. Eager to see the outcome, Huang Yu nonetheless keeps a calm facade. He shifts his attention to the messages had ignored. Opening his friend list, he taps Lord Garo's chat. A new message pops up. Lord Huang Yu, I've recaptured the large iron mine. Yesterday had worried that leftover beasts from the tide had seized it. Now the weight lifts. Garo continues. Also, could you advise me on the awakening process after reaching LV9? Anything special I should watch for when choosing the medium? Huang Yu nearly hurls the communicator. Ask me? I'm only LV9 myself, just brushing the awakening threshold. From Garo's perspective, his combat power must already look Tier 2, yet she's caught up anyway. Are the monsters over there lining up for her? He reached LV9 only because 40-plus Spartan warriors farmed experience non-stop, along with the 2,000 experience points from the Chaos Mall. Garo had none of that, yet she's matched him. Pressure mounts immediately. His territory's overall strength may be unrivaled, but his personal level now lags behind. That can't continue. Even Darius has pulled one level ahead. Clearly, advancing to Tier 2 can't be delayed any longer. Huang Yu opened the Chaos Mall and casually checked in. After 2 straight days of bad luck, the pale golden beam finally didn't disappoint him. A system message rolled across the panel. Congratulations, Lord. You have obtained 20 black steel bamboo saplings. He tapped the details button. Black steel bamboo. Quality, rare. Description, grows in mountainous regions and absorbs metal elements from the soil while maturing. Once fully grown, alloy-like patterns cover the stalks. They are lightweight yet extremely rigid and can be fashioned into weapons with minimal polishing. Note, the higher the metal content in the soil, the faster black steel bamboo grows and propagates. If planted near a high-tier mine, the bamboo's final grade will rise accordingly. Huang Yu closed the window and pulled out the bundle of saplings the system had packaged. They looked much like ordinary bamboo, except the nodes were darker and carried a faint metallic sheen. Go plant these on the common Tier 2 iron mine, he said, tossing the bundle to the steward behind him. The mine's output was already lagging behind the territory's needs, so turning it into a bamboo nursery sounded perfect. With the check-in reward handled, he eagerly opened the bargain tool. A list of randomly discounted items sprang onto the screen. He typed materials into the search bar, and countless cut-price resources flooded the interface. He still needed the right catalyst for his awakening. 1. 60% off, common-grade material refined iron. Original price, 1 soul crystal per unit. Discounted price, 0.4 soul crystal per unit. Stock, 100 units. Just what I needed. Huang Yu paid 40 soul crystals and swept up all 100 units. Refined iron prices had soared alongside the rising ranks of the lords, and this 60% discount undercut even the territory shops. A penny saved was a penny earned, especially on 100 units. The refined iron disappeared into his warehouse, and he scrolled on. 2. 75% off, common-grade material Quinio hide. Quinio, a massive grassland beast. Stock, 20 hides. He handed over 50 soul crystals and took the entire lot. The Blue Mountain Workshop was about to be upgraded. While its future functions weren't clear, odds were it would still revolve around gear forging. Stashing extra materials could only help. 3. 70% off, fine-grade material golden ram horn. Golden rams, valued for their tender meat. Stock, 20 horns. Buy. 60 soul crystals vanished, and 20 golden ram horns dropped into storage. 4. 90% off, rare-grade material flare gold stone. Commonly found in earth element creature nests. Rich in earth energy and excellent for forging. Original price, 150 soul crystals per unit. Discounted price, 15 soul crystals per unit. Stock, 50 units. That's practically a giveaway. 50 units totaled only 750 soul crystals, roughly the price of a single rare-grade material on a normal day. How could he pass that up? He hit purchase without hesitation, and the shop deducted 750 soul crystals. 50 units of flare gold stone winked into his warehouse. 60% off on a perfect-grade material azure wind crystal. Rich in wind and nature energy, it's an ideal component for enchanted gear. Regular price, 30,000 each. Sale price, 12,000 soul crystals. Stock, 20. Buy? Out of the question. Huang Yu glanced at his balance and felt a knot in his stomach. If he emptied his wallet now, he wouldn't have money left for awakening materials later. Gritting his teeth, he skipped the azure wind crystals. Next came a buying frenzy. Nearly 5,000 soul crystals brought him a mountain of supplies. 2 units of perfect grade, 8 superior, 130 rare, and well over 1,000 units combined of fine and common grade. With every payment, his funds bled away until only 37,200 soul crystals remained. A fresh batch of perfect and extraordinary materials appeared, their prices still painful to look at. He could barely afford a few, but determined to save for a higher-grade awakening catalyst, Huang Yu forced himself to ignore them all. Finally, the last batch of ordinary high-grade items scrolled past, and the page shifted to epic and legendary materials. 80% off epic-grade fragment of Chaos Stone. Forge it into gear to awaken the Chaos attribute, or use it directly for a chance at a Chaos talent. Regular price, 3 million. Now 600,000 soul crystals. Quantity, 5. 90% off epic-grade feather of glad tidings. From a creature beyond the Chaos continent. Imbued with purification and healing powers. Regular price, 1,900,000. Now 190,000 soul crystals. Quantity, 1. 99.9% off legendary grade heart of a demon lord. Core of an abyssal ruler. Anyone below transcendent dies on contact. Regular price, 55 million. Now 55,000 soul crystals. Quantity, 1. The prices were ridiculous. What he could afford was useless, and what he needed was unaffordable. Huang Yu stared at the demon lord's heart, priced at 55,000, and muttered, Even if I scrape the money together by noon, what then suicide? Anyone under transcendent dies on touch, and am nowhere near that confident. With a sigh, he kept scrolling, clinging to a shred of hope. The final discount item and highest grade appeared. 99.9% off mythic grade core of time and space. A crystallized fusion of temporal and spatial laws, each core containing an endless pocket dimension. Only a god-level artificer can embed it in gear. Regular price, 286 million, now 286,000 soul crystals. It was the first mythic-grade material Huang Yu had ever seen, and it happened to be his dream awakening catalyst. If he used it during his second-tier advancement, he'd likely gain a time-space talent, the overpowered staple of every protagonist. Yet 286,000 soul crystals was an uncrossable chasm. Grinding all day wouldn't get him close. Quit dangling things I can't afford, he cursed, tearing his gaze from the core. The Chaos Stone Fragment and Demon Lord's Heart were off the table too. The only remotely attainable hope was the Feather of Glad Tidings. With 100 Spartan warriors sweeping the forest, the revamped Blue Mountain Workshop mass-producing gear, and a bit of arbitrage in the Chaos Mall, maybe just maybe he could scrape together 190,000 soul crystals in time to claim that feather. The moment the search was cancelled, the entire roster of discounted goods unfolded in front of Huang Yu, the dazzling columns almost filling the holographic display. With more than 30,000 soul crystals still resting in his account, he felt flush with cash and launched straight into a buying spree in the Chaos Mall. Population pack 100 settlers, 85% off, list price 1,000 soul crystals, sale price 150. Huang Yu's eyes lit up. 15% of the original cost? Sold. He tapped the purchase button without a second thought. Although 100 new settlers had arrived at dawn, half of them were already training as Spartan warriors, leaving the civilian-to-Spartan ratio at a lopsided 1-to-2, a ticking time bomb if he didn't fix it. The next item stood out, 90% off, fine-grade equipment, repeating crossbow. 8 shots per volley, with 50 standard bolts included. List price 320 soul crystals, now only 32, stock 10. Huang Yu snapped up every last one for the price of a single unit. As soon as the transaction cleared, he relisted all 10 on the Universal Exchange at 280 soul crystals apiece. Last night's Beast Tide had shown many lords the value of ranged weapons, so a slight markup wouldn't scare them off. Sure enough, system messages instantly flooded in. Lord Huey has paid 560 soul crystals for 2 repeating crossbows. Lord Xuanji has paid 280 soul crystals for 1 repeating crossbow. Lord Xinghan has paid 280 soul crystals for 1 repeating crossbow. The entire stock vanished in a flash. When Huang Yu returned to the discount page, he was already up a clean profit of 2,480 soul crystals, pushing his balance close to 40,000. Equipment really is the best moneymaker right now, he mused. After the previous night's ordeal, most lords had ample food as long as they were gutsy enough. With basic needs met, everyone needed to gear up for the coming trials and territorial wars. Without ward claws or Orcish brawn, equipment was the fastest way to boost combat power. Yet the sight of the Blue Mountain Workshop still cocooned in golden light made Huang Yu uneasy. If the upgrade stripped away its forging capabilities, his entire development would stall. He shook off the thought. I've made my choice, see no point worrying. Time to stock up and rake in soul crystals. He kept browsing the sale list. 20% of list price, common grade plate armor. Forged from refined iron, high defense, but heavy. List price, 35 soul crystals, sale price 7, stock 20 baht. 1% of list price, rare grade invigorating elixir. Instantly restores stamina and energy, leaving the user refreshed. List price 3,100 soul crystals, sale price 31, stock 10 excellent. Bought and set aside for personal use. 20% of list price, fine-grade profession scroll, archer. Converts a settler into an archer, granting skills at each rank up. List price 620 soul crystals, sale price 124, stock 5. Profession scrolls were exactly what most lords lacked. Ordinary settlers and militia were too weak, especially in range combat. After a moment's thought, Huang Yu purchased all 5 archer scrolls. Excellent grade messenger crystal, now 90 off. Feed it energy and a message, and it will relay the information within a 100-kilometer radius. List price, 15,000 soul crystals. Sale price, 1,500. Stock, for units. Huang Yu's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he needed. Without hesitation, he paid 6,000 soul crystals and pocketed all 4 messenger crystals. With them, he could issue orders to his Spartan warriors no matter how far they ranged. He then swept through every discount section, picking out anything below perfect grade. What he could use he kept, everything else went straight onto the universal market. As the spree continued, he noticed that his pile of soul crystals wasn't shrinking at all, in fact it kept growing. During that time he listed more than 200 common and fine pieces of gear, over 20 fine-grade profession scrolls, 25 potions, for skill books, and 2 sets of common building blueprints. Almost every item was snapped up the instant it appeared. A little earlier, Lord Jiashirda had even bought the Holland Barracks blueprint, pushing Huang Yu's balance up to 61,705 soul crystals. Huang Yu mused that last night's beast tide had been a gold mine. Exploiting the protection period bug, every lord had made a killing. He alone had farmed monsters for more than 2 hours and earned over 3,000 soul crystals. And then Darius led the Spartans in a bloody fight until dawn that brought in another 4,000. The other lords might have made slightly less, but not by much. Top factions like Lord Gala and Lord Jiashirda had probably done just as well. Gala had even caught up to him in level overnight. It's only fun when everyone's loaded. Otherwise there's no one to fleece. Huang Yu chuckled and bought the 3 big-ticket items he had been eyeing. Excellent grade red feather bow, embedded with a fire element magic crystal, 1 passive skill, and 3 active skills. Original price 12,600 soul crystals, now 1,260. Stock 1. Fine grade structure at 80 off mountain barbarian tribe, home to hardy, powerful yet hard to command mountain barbarians. List price 9,000 soul crystals, now 1,800. Stock 1. Perfect grade material at 90 off heart of the lightning sprite. Can serve as the core of a perfect grade magic item or awaken a lightning affinity. Original price 25,000 soul crystals, now 2,500. Stock 1. Their high prices had given him pause. What if no one could afford them? But after the beast tide, he figured the top lords were sitting on at least a few thousand soul crystals apiece. So he listed all 3 at once. 7,000 for the red feather bow, 6,000 for the mountain barbarian tribe, and 15,000 for the heart of the lightning sprite. Selling even one would cover his costs. If all 3 moved, he would clear more than 20,000 in profit. The gamble paid off. A stream of notifications soon popped up from the universal market. Lord Chitian paid 4,000 soul crystals, 500 units of refined iron, and additional materials worth 2,000 to secure the mountain barbarian tribe blueprint. Lord Gala shelled out 5,000 soul crystals, 1,000 units of iron ore, and materials worth another 2,000 for the red feather bow. The shelves of the Universal Emporium now held only 2 items, the Blazing Sparrow Egg and the Heart of the Thunder Sprite. The Blazing Sparrow Egg was listed at 50,000 soul crystals, and Huang Yu guessed it wouldn't move until the protection period expired. By contrast, the Heart of the Thunder Sprite carried a price of 15,000 soul crystals, hardly cheap. Yet after last night's beast tide, most top lords were on the verge of reaching tier 2. At this point, few could produce flawless grade materials. For anyone hoping to draw a powerful ability during Talon Awakening, the Heart of the Thunder Sprite was easily the safest bet. While checking the purchase log, Huang Yu noticed a familiar ID. Lord Gallo. This ally, with whom he had cooperated twice, was now eyeing the red feather bow he had just listed. No private message, no haggling typical of Gallo's pride. Huang Yu chuckled. Clearly, Gallo was determined to claim that bow. Since acquiring the discount artifact, Huang Yu's 2 favorite hobbies were: first, discounting his enemies, a benefit he had so far granted only to wild monsters and orcs. Second, giving discounts to friends is everyday practice. Inside the Universal Emporium, his goods usually sold for 2/3, sometimes even half, of the Chaos Mall's prices. Among billions of human lords, the savings were negligible, yet within his power, Huang Yu liked to lend his compatriots a hand. Those who are not of our race are potential threats. The future may still bring competition and war among humans, but for now their common foe was the alien Recesno. Need to go for the kill. The trolls who showed up just to stir trouble, of course, were another matter. After sweeping away everything below flawless grade, Huang Yu scrolled to the final section, the high-grade clearance aisle. The first listing to greet him was a piece of magical equipment. 80 off extraordinary grade equipment. Ice Crystal Scar. Effects: rapid energy recovery, heightened casting focus, reduced cooldown. Inscriptions: 5 ice spells, each at least flawless grade. Original price: 2.3 million soul crystals. Current price: 460,000 soul crystals. Stock 1. The staff measured a meter long. Its blue crystal tip set atop a shaft as white and smooth as snow. It was a work of art. Beautiful or not, Huang Yu couldn't spare 460,000 soul crystals, so he sighed and swiped to the next item. 10 off legendary grade sovereign unit. Charlemagne 12. He once led his knights in a parallel world, turned the tide of demon hordes, saved the kingdom of Charlemagne, and personally slew an abyssal high lord. Original price: 590 million soul crystals. Current price: 59 million soul crystals. Unique. A sovereign unit. Huang Yu stared for several seconds since entering the chaos. It was the first time he had seen that word in a shop listing. But the 15 in a million price tag was crushing. He could only shake his head and scroll on. 80 off epic grade class scroll, Ember Envoy. Profile: on smoke-filled battlefields they become reapers, the embers swirling around them their keenest blades. Original price: 23 million soul crystals. Current price: 4.6 million soul crystals. Quantity: 10. 10 off legendary grade pet. Gaia's Serpent. The Gaia's Serpent is an earthborn prodigy, forged at the dawn of chaos and slumbering in the river of time and space, should it awaken. Original price, 370 million soul crystals. Current price, 37 million. Quantity, 1. Extraordinary tier potion at 30 of the price Setibus tea. Grants brief clairvoyance after drinking. Original price, 6.2 million soul crystals, now only 1.86 million. Huang Yu flipped through more than 20 other high-tier deals, just as enticing. The prices were outrageous, far beyond his reach, but Windao shopping was still satisfying. One mythic tier item from yesterday's list of arcane forge still haunted him. After the discount, it had been only 56,000 soul crystals, well within his budget, yet a page refresh snatched it away. The memory stung with equal parts regret and frustration. He shook off the distraction and kept scrolling. The progress bar neared the bottom, but there was still nothing he could afford. At last, the page revealed its final 3 sale items. Epic tier at 30 of the price. Legendary tier at 10. Extraordinary tier at 5. The last line jolted him awake. Extraordinary tier building at 5 Amazon tribe. The Amazon tribe houses an extraordinary unit, the Amazon warrior. These fighters are born to conquer. Immense strength, masterful combat skills, and peerless archery. Original price, 2.2 million soul crystals, now 110,000. Quantity 1. As always, the best surprise sat at the end. Huang Yu's grin was unstoppable. He already knew how terrifying an extraordinary unit could be. His Spartan warriors had proved that. Against such power, level differences meant nothing. Just 110,000 soul crystals? He would grind every last one if he had to. The thought of commanding an army of Amazon warriors filled him with renewed resolve. Current balance, 65,145 soul crystals, still 44,855 short. Aside from the Blue Mountain Workshop's ongoing renovation, his only income came from 100 Spartan warriors hunting outside the territory. Even if they fought around the clock, they would never bring in that much so quickly. He made up his mind. Food stocks, crafting materials, potions. His warehouse was packed. If the sale list refreshed before he had enough, he would sell whatever it took. The Amazon tribe had to be his. Ding. A custom equipment request has been posted in the Universal Shop. Please review it. The abrupt notification pulled him from his excitement. Custom orders? He had almost forgotten that the Universal Shop offered another way to make money. Huang Yu tapped the blinking request and entered the backend interface. The platform's custom workflow was simple. The buyer stated their needs, the seller quoted a price, both sides confirmed, the platform held the funds, and only after delivery did the soul crystals reach the seller. No risk of fraud. He opened the request and found a single order waiting. Buyer, Lord Zhongtian. Request, forge a halberd using flame thunder wood as the primary material. Finished weapon must be rare tier or higher. User height, 192 centimeters, arm span, data omitted. Flame thunder wood supplied by buyer. Offered price, 1,500 soul crystals. Lord Zhongtian, what a grand title. Huang Yu chuckled but didn't reply at once. Meanwhile, the brilliant golden glow surrounding the Blue Mountain Workshop finally began to fade. Huang Yu smiled, still in no rush to answer Lord Zhongtian. The workshop's upgrade was nearly complete. Ding. Blue Mountain Workshop renovation complete. Lord, please review the details at your convenience. The golden glow faded, and rows of pale blue characters converged in midair, forming a translucent screen. Huang Yu reached out and tapped it almost instinctively. Runic Research Institute. Current grade, perfect. Building type, growth. Current level, Tier 1. Requirements to upgrade to Tier 2. 1. Produce a fine-quality runic construct. 2. Resources, 1,000 soul crystals, 10,000 wood, 6,000 stone, 600 refined iron. Function, Blue Mountain Workshop. 1. All original production lines and personnel retained. 2. Current smiths, 3 experts and 37 apprentices, 40 total, levels and potential unchanged. 3. For every 15 soul crystals the Lord pays, 1 additional apprentice smith may be recruited. Function, Runic Research Center. 1. The Institute's core facility. 2. Any resident who participates in runic research and achieves results automatically gains the secondary profession runic constructor. 3. Advancement follows the smith hierarchy, apprentice, expert, master, saint, deity. 4. The Lord cannot increase the number of runic constructors by external means. Only learning and research can expand their ranks. Huang Yu stared at the words growth type building. Possibilities epic, legendary, perhaps even higher flashed through his mind, and happiness nearly burst from his chest. It was a blessing in disguise. The revamped institute kept every function of the old workshop and now had the potential to leap across grades. What a bargain. Yes, being labeled Tier 1 looked a bit low, but with unlimited growth, the level hardly mattered. More importantly, none of the 3 expert smiths or 37 apprentices were missing, so the production lines could start up at once. Last night's beast tide had brought a haul of spoils, and the Chaos Mall discounts had filled an entire warehouse with materials the Tier 2 storehouse was already bulging. Once everything was forged into gear, gathering the 45,000 soul crystals the Amazon tribe demanded would be only a matter of time. The greater surprise was the runic constructor. Huang Yu searched the Chaos Mall and found no clear sign that, for now, only his territory could nurture this secondary profession. First had secured the extraordinary troop Amazon warriors, and now he had a growth-type building and an exclusive profession. His joy was beyond words. Naturally, fresh worries appeared. To reach Tier 2, the Institute first had to produce a fine-quality runic construct, and each higher tier would demand even better work. It would be a long-term test of the constructor's skill and creativity. Without progress, the Institute would remain forever at Tier 1. Still, Huang Yu trusted by Li's team, and he trusted himself. 40 smiths can't crack it? Then make it 100, and if that still doesn't work, make it 1,000. Well, brute force the problem if we have Tao must build a runic construct. This order was given while Huang Yu was still busy snapping up discounted goods. By the time he finished shopping, every wild creature they had brought back the night before except the massive mountain troll had already been harvested. Too lazy to count the haul, Huang Yu simply listed several thousand units of meat and byproducts on Huang Yes Emporium. Food now flooded the trading platform and hardly fetched any soul crystals, so this was just inventory management. Better to offload it at a loss than let it rot in storage, and it might help a few lords who had missed out on last night's windfall. With that chore done, Huang Yu led Bailey, Song Yun, and Mao Ping to the Runic Research Institute. The institute was a three-story complex covering more than 3,000 square meters, crowned by a spired tower that housed the core Runic Research Center. Sunlight struck the white walls, making the whole building look like a giant piece of magic crystal that glowed with a soft blue sheen. The three smiths followed close behind, their faces alive with excitement, as if they could already see their names becoming legends on the Chaos continent. Huang Yu halted in front of the tower and pulled up their profiles. Bailey, base profession, blacksmith. Level, expert. Specialty, swords and knives. Potential, 3% chance to advance to Saint Blacksmith. Secondary profession, none. Song Yun, base profession, blacksmith. Secondary profession, none. Mao Ping, base profession, blacksmith. Secondary profession, none. These three had first proposed the idea of runic constructs, yet after the institute was founded none of them had automatically awakened the runic constructor subclass. Huang Yu frowned, realizing the entry threshold was far higher than he had thought. He pointed to the mountain troll's corpse, still preserved in antiseptic fluid and every bit as menacing as when it was alive. The troll is yours, he ordered. Tell me whatever resources you need, I want results fast. Yes, my lord, they answered in unison, bowing deeply. Huang Yu remembered a custom order that had just come in and added, one more thing, forge a poleaxe of rare grade or higher out of flame thunder wood. That shouldn't be too hard, right? Bailey stepped forward and thumped his chest. Flame thunder wood is already rare and near the top of its tier. Crafting a single poleaxe will be no problem. Good, Huang Yu said, nodding. He'll assign you 20 apprentice smiths shortly. Use any materials in the warehouse, but don't spend all your time on runes. I still need finished gear, so clear out those pending orders while you teach the apprentices. Understood, my lord, the three replied, bowing again. 20 more apprentices would at least double the institute's output, ensuring both research and production stayed on track. Huang Yu spent 300 soul crystals to promote 20 settlers into apprentice smiths. The new recruits quickly assembled and followed Bailey's team into the institute. Internal matters settled, Huang Yu opened the trading platform and messaged Lord Zhongtian. Your price and terms are fine. You can send over the flame thunderwood. Moments later the reply came. Sending now. By the way, would Lord Huang Yu mind adding me as a friend? The flame thunder would arrive through the teleport array almost immediately. Huang Yu handed the material to an apprentice waiting at the door, then accepted the friend request. He was in a good mood today. Granting one more slot on his friend's list seemed only fair. A barren desert stretched to the horizon. Scorching yellow sand blanketed the earth, and endless dunes rose and fell like rolling waves. In the midst of this bleak golden ocean, a modest settlement stood stubbornly Zhongtian territory. The lord of Zhongtian, Jiang Qingtian, sat on a stone bench, sweat streaming down his face. He looked barely past 20, yet he carried a fearlessness that dared heaven and earth alike. In front of him, 50 tall, muscular warriors stood at attention, their physiques sharply defined under the sun. At their head was Jun Huai, a bearded man wearing nothing but a rough hide cuirass stitched from beast pelts. Faint scars crossed his chest, and his hawk-like eyes swept the surroundings with constant vigilance. Scrolling through his friend list, Jiang Qingtian spotted the name Huang Yu. He sprang up so fast the bench nearly flipped. Ha ha ha, Jun Huai. We finally have a source for gear. He lunged toward Jun Huai with arms wide for a bear hug. Jun Huai sidestepped in disgust and pushed him away. My lord, keep your dignity. If we'd acted sooner and ordered faster, would we be in this mess? The memory of the past 2 days' flash sales sent fury straight to Jiang Qingshan's head. Those lunatics click like rabid dogs. Every piece of equipment vanishes the moment it's listed. I've got soul crystals and materials piled up, yet I still can't buy anything genuine from the Universal Mall. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. Just last night, Head paid a fortune at the Chaos Market for a batch of second-rate gear, and the sting still lingered. But now that Huang Yu had accepted his friend's request, Jiang Qingtian felt as if ice-cold spring water had washed over Hyman inside supplier at last. His elite unit, the Great Halberdiers, would no longer have to charge half-naked. From today on, Zhongtian territory goes premium and bespoke. Jiang Qingtian rubbed his hands, mischief flashing in his eyes, while clinging to Lord Huang's leg. Gear shortages? Not a chance. He immediately messaged Huang Yu. Lord Huang, you actually accepted my friend request. I'm thrilled. I can't believe I made it onto your list. I've admired you forever, please take care of me. On the balcony of his own castle, Huang Yu stared at the message for 2 silent seconds. Was this guy insane? A territory with such a domineering name, yet he talks like a theater clown. His finger hovered over the block button, but in the end he decided to give Jiang one last chance. Speak normally. Don't spam me for no reason, Huang Yu replied. So heartless, Lord Huang. I'm all alone here. Block warning. Big brother, my bad. The chat fell silent, and only then did Huang Yu close the friend list in satisfaction. A light breeze swept across the balcony. Below, 100 Spartan warriors marched in formation toward the nearby forest. Their 3 captains Dilios, Musa, and Ganacus each carried a communication crystal. Huang Yu kept the 4th for himself. Only when it was in his hand did he realize the crystal could relay not just voice and text, but short-range video as well. As long as they were within 100 kilometers, they could stay in contact at any time. A faint smile tugged at his lips. If those orcs ever attacked again, he and the Spartans could coordinate and wipe them out in one decisive strike. The warriors had set out to fight. At the forge, the smith hammered glowing metal, while a rinsmith compared notes with a scroll, pausing to carve red-hot sigils into the steel blank. The townsfolk each tended their duties. Some hunched between furrows to plant tender-gourd seedlings, others drove drip-horned sheep deeper into the pastures, and many swung pickaxes to clear tangled brush and exposed rock. The entire settlement of Huang Yu moved like clockwork, busy yet harmonious. Huang Yu turned from the castle tower window, suddenly remembering the skill books he had yet to study. Charge had long since been placed in the Huang Yu shop and sold for more than 300 soul crystals. Now only 3 volumes remained in his hand's phantom voice. Maelstrom, and a perfect grade skill he had picked up on sale in the Chaos Market, Eye of True Sight. Eye of True Sight, grade, perfect. A visual art that concentrates energy in the eyes to read nearby fluctuations and flow patterns. Equally useful for scouting terrain, engaging an enemy's energy consumption. Continuous energy cost while active. Under its gaze, anything below the transcendent tier is laid bare. It was the highest grade skill Huang Yu had acquired, capable of piercing disguises and revealing an opponent's true strength, priceless for reconnaissance and battle alike. He chose to learn it without hesitation. The skill book burst into white light and shot into his brow. Eye of True Sight, Huang Yu whispered. Following the incantation etched in memory, he opened his eyes. Color drained from the world, leaving a monochrome film. Throughout his view, faint yellow sparks flickered ordinary townsfolk at work. In the warehouse and rune atelier, stacked materials blazed orange, forming a sea of fire. At the distant forest edge, a red humanoid outline crept forward that was the Spartans on campaign. Buildings, trees, even rock could no longer block his gaze. So long as his energy held, he could lock onto any target with surgical precision. If Ganacus were still hiding nearby, his excellent grade skill Shadow Doctrine and Phantom Walk would mean nothing. The trade-off, of course, was the enormous drain. By his estimate, he could keep the art running for barely 10 minutes. He dismissed the vision, rubbed the residual sting from his eyes, and slapped the 2 remaining books against his chest. White light flashed twice and sank into him. The first new skill was Arcane Vortex. It could pin enemies down or form a shield, though the direct damage was modest. Paired with the frost scale on his chill wave sword, however, the vortex would churn with ice crystals sharp enough to flay flesh from monsters. More lethal was frost scale's toxin. Once it met moisture, the poison would ride the vortex straight into a foe's body, impossible to block. With a flick of his wrist, the ice crystal vortex in front of the castle dispersed, shards clinking onto the flagstones. Huang Yu assessed his current strength. Offense and defense, crowd control and scouting, plus the charm of phantom voice and the vortex's sustained damage, was now a versatile caster. Melee remained his weak spot, but if he faced that orc shaman again, the outcome would be uncertain. Once he advanced to Tier 2 and awakened a powerful talent, he was confident he could kill the shaman unknown. The only obstacle left was an awakening catalyst. Low-grade items were beneath him, but high-grade ones were beyond his means. The Heart of Thunder element might be priceless to other lords, yet to Huang Yu, it was merely a last resort. Would never break through with anything less than extraordinary grade unless absolutely forced. The Lord level can't wait any longer, he muttered, giving himself one final deadline. One more day to locate a suitable catalyst. If nothing turned up by tomorrow, he would have to settle reluctantly for perfect grade materials. Ding. The steelworks has been upgraded to Tier 3. Ding. The blast furnace has reached Tier 3. Ding. The iron mine is now Tier 3. Ding. The warehouse has been upgraded to Tier 3. After the string of notifications, Huang Yu had pushed every standard building in his territory to Tier 3. The busy holographic panels faded from his sight one after another. The new steelworks now towered over the industrial district, firelight flickering through its exhaust vents. Beside it, the blast furnace roared non-stop. The mine's conveyor pipes had been replaced with thick metal tubing, and the warehouse walls were clad in a new alloy. Apart from the slightly expensive steelworks, the soul crystals and resources he spent on the rest were insignificant to him. By the time this round of upgrades ended, the sun was close to noon. Huang Yu rolled his shoulders, told the butler to have the servants and cooks prepare lunch, then stepped onto the keep's balcony and opened the world chat, planning to browse it like a newspaper before a meal. The channel was as lively as ever. The rich loot from last night's beast tide had everyone celebrating like it was New Year's. Messages flashed across the screen. It's been 3 days, but I finally leveled up. Boo-hoo. Ha-ha. I farmed all night and picked up more than 2,000 soul crystals. That felt amazing. I'm jealous. I only managed 1,200. I spent them this morning at the Huang Yu shop on 30 soldiers, and now I'm broke. Quit the humble brag. Just being able to grab anything from Huang Yu's store is reason enough to celebrate. Most people can't even get their hands on the goods. Exactly. You should count your blessings if you manage to buy anything. I finally have enough crystals to build a troop building. Haha. When did someone buy the Sholon barracks from the big boss Huang Yu shop? You were too slow. Huang Yu's store was cleaned out early this morning. Only 2 perfect grade items are left. When will Lord Huang Yu restock his gear? Compared with the Chaos Mall, his prices are downright generous. Huang Yu leaned against the railing, idly scrolling through the holographic screen. Just like the forums he used to lurk on back on Blue Star, he seldom posted but enjoyed watching the chatter. After a brief lull, a new wave of discussion popped up. It would be nice if perfect grade items were a little cheaper. Can't be helped quality costs. I bought a red armored crocodile egg from the Huang Yu marketplace last time. The pet hatched at excellent grade, and it's already wiped out most of the monsters near my territory. That's strong? Then if the perfect grade flame sparrow hatches, won't it be totally broken? At the very least, ITLL literally take you to the skies, haha. The conversation quickly shifted to Lord levels. I wonder what level Lord Huang Yu is now. Someone said earlier that you need an awakening catalyst to reach Tier 2. Can anyone who's broken through explain what that's about? Yeah, I really want to know how much the catalyst affects your talent. Right now, the only one likely to be Tier 2 is Lord Huang Yu, right? True. If he can put a Thunder Sprite heart up for sale, he obviously doesn't need it anymore. There must be a ton of lords eyeing that Thunder Sprite heart. Lightning talents should be pretty powerful. In a lot of Blue Star's games and web novels, lightning is OP, and that item is such a high grade. If he can casually sell perfect grade materials, what grade was the catalyst he used to reach Tier 2? Extraordinary? Epic? Can any lord even access items of that grade at this stage? Hard to say. Huang Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. Although the outside world was convinced he had already advanced to Tier 2, the truth was that he didn't even have a lead on a suitable advancement medium. Lately, rumors kept surfacing that other lords were nearing Tier 2. Some of them required almost nothing from their mediums, and someone might well become the first Tier 2 human lord ahead of him. The pressure was mounting. Take it slow, every second of waiting will be worth it, he told himself. He wanted stronger talents for the breakthrough. With 100 Spartan warriors holding the line and 3 days of protection remaining, his territory was in no danger. There was no need to rush. Reassured, he closed the world channel. The butler arrived with lunch: thick beast ribs, braised curved horn lamb, stir-fried earth melon with pork, sautéed wild greens, and a basket of freshly baked white bread. The curved horn lamb wasn't even full-grown, but Huang Yu's love of good food wouldn't let him wait. An earth melon normally took 7 days to ripen to the size of a basketball, yet the fist-sized young fruit was already crisp and sweet. The wild greens were a small gift from his people. Piece by piece, the dishes filled the table. It looked like a feast, yet to someone whose physical power had recently skyrocketed, it was little more than a snack. His appetite had been growing with every level, and the Spartan warriors were worse. Each of them could eat several times the ration of an ordinary citizen. After polishing off the most satisfying lunch he had enjoyed since his arrival, he hurried to the Runic Research Institute. During the meal, the system had informed him that 2 expert-grade smiths and 3 apprentice-grade rune-construct masters had joined the institute, and he was eager to see them for himself. Lord, you're here. The moment he stepped through the gate, Huang Yu spotted Bailey and the other 2 walking together. Falling back on his Blue Star habits, he asked, "Have you eaten?" Then his eyes lit up. "Did you unlock the rune-construct master subclass?" "We didn't let you down," the 3 replied, beaming. "Thanks to the mountain troll you provided as a model, we've figured out the method. We'll start real rune-construct research soon." "Excellent." Huang Yu nodded. This small step of yours is going to be a giant leap in the history of the Universal Runic Research Institute. Their rapid progress proved the path was viably a tremendous relief for him. Seeing that excitement had left them slightly worn, he reminded them, pressure is good, but don't push too hard. Rest matters just as much. You three are the future of our domain. Moved by his concern, Bailey and the others were almost in tears. With such a supportive lord, they could only do their utmost in return. After a few more words of encouragement, Huang Yu entered the former Lanshan workshop area. No sooner had he crossed the threshold than his gaze landed on piles of half-finished equipment and on the two newly minted expert-grade smiths. Mao Jiang, with material this good, you only made a halberd shaft? Hand it over, we can still salvage it. No way. Zhu Ling, calm down. The Lord ordered this himself. Cut the chatter and give it here. Forget it, that's not happening. Deep inside the forge, firelight flickered over two freshly promoted expert smiths who were locked in a tug-of war over the same halberd. The shaft was pitch black, its dark purple veins pulsing like blood under the furnace's glow, just the sort of weapon the Zhongtian Lord had commissioned. When Huang Yu pushed the door open, this was the scene before him. What surprised him wasn't only the argument, but also the fact that for the first time in his domain, a woman had reached such a high rank. Mao Jiangbabi faced, short, and wiry, clutched the weapon with no intention of letting go. Her voice was thin and soft, as if she might be frightened at any moment, yet stubborn as a nail. Zhu Ling, delicate features still rounded with baby fat, eyes sparkling behind black-rimmed glasses, looked nothing like the stereotypical brooding smith. With both hands on the shaft, she even braced one foot against the wall, determined to wrench the weapon free. Ahem. Huang Yu cleared his throat. The apprentice smiths finally noticed their lord, bowed at once like students caught whispering, and hurried back to their benches. Mao Jiang glanced over, saw Huang Yu, and went pale. Her arms loosened on reflex. Whoa. With nothing to hold her, Zhu Ling flew backward and crashed into a towering pile of leather armor. The stack collapsed with a rattle, burying her until only half of her grinning face was visible. Her glasses hung crooked on the tip of her nose, and her hair looked like a bird's nest. Huang Yu's brow twitched. If that pile had been swords instead of leather, the newly minted expert smith might have been sliced to ribbons. He scanned the room full of frozen onlookers and sighed. What are you all waiting for? Dig her out. The apprentices sprang into action, clearing the scattered armor. Zhu Ling climbed out, still hugging the halberd as if her life depended on it, a triumphant smile on her lips. Quite the character, Huang Yu thought. He pulled up their status screens. Smith, Mao Jiang. Rank, expert. Specialty, polearms. Potential, 3 chance to advance to Saint rank Smith. Smith, Zhu Ling. Rank, expert. Specialty, all weapon types. Notes. Her boundless imagination frees her from traditional equipment limits. In her eyes, a prosthetic leg that lets its wearer sprint like the wind, or an artificial eye immune to illusion counts as fine gear even if the cost is losing a healthy limb or an eye. Potential, 5 chance to advance to Saint rank Smith. Both showed remarkable promise, especially Zhu Ling, who, among the 5 expert smiths, was currently the most gifted. Huang Yu couldn't help giving her profile an extra glance. Huang Yu was dumbfounded. Prosthetic limbs and cybernetic eyes? This morning it was still arcane mechs, and by afternoon we're already edging into cyberpunk. If this keeps up, is my territory going to turn into Piltover and Zon? He steadied himself and looked at the two in front of him. What were you just doing? Zhu Ling was hugging a massive glaive, dark red and crackling faintly with electricity, staring at him like a cub guarding its food. Mao Jiang, cheeks puffed out, protested. My lord, you gave me a piece of Yanlei wood this morning. With expert Bailey's guidance, I forged this Yanlei glaive, but she says I wasted the material and wants to tear it apart for research. This is the top weapon you can make from rare-grade materials. Zhu Ling immediately fired back. Rare grade, so what? Look, my lord, the beautiful purplured grain on this Yanlei wood is what's left when the energy inside drains away naturally. The secret of Majarunes could be hidden in there. She ran her fingers over the shaft, eyes shining and tone absolute. Yet the faintly roguish air about her made Huang Yu suspect she was bluffing. Mao Jiang rolled his eyes. Any material that holds elemental energy has patterns. You just want its attribute, stop pretending it's for rune research. As their argument escalated, Huang Yu finally pieced together what had happened. The storeroom was piled with rare, epic, even perfect-grade materials, but split among 70 smiths, it still wasn't enough. Only expert-grade craftsmen could take what they needed without permission. Apprentices were limited to common or fine goods. The moment Zhu Ling saw the Yanlei wood in Mao Jiang's hands, she set her sights on it. This Yanlei glaive won't do. Huang Yu stepped up, gripping the weapon with both hands to reclaim it. Zhu Ling clung to it, clear eyes misting as she looked up at him, as if about to cry. Huang Yu felt like a villain stealing a little girl's doll, guilt washing over him. Let go, Zhu Ling, and don't give me that look. He smiled helplessly. I need this weapon, and I can't let you dismantle it. But since you and Mao Jiang have both been promoted to expert grade, you now get the same perks as Bailey, and the others take whatever you like from the storeroom. The moment the words left his mouth, Zhu Ling's eyes lit up. She released the glaive with a smack, grabbed Huang Yu's arm, and cheered theatrically. Woohoo! Our lord is mighty. Our lord is the coolest. A heartbeat later she let go and sprinted toward the warehouse. Mao Jiang glanced at Huang Yu, saw him nod, and charged after her in delight. Unperturbed, Huang Yu turned to the remaining apprentice smiths. Work hard, everyone. Once you reach expert grade, the storeroom will be wide open to you. If you need high-tier materials to break through, come straight to me. His words were still echoing when the other 65 apprentices, hearts pounding with excitement, cracked their knuckles and threw themselves into their work, determined to earn the expert title as soon as possible. When he left the Rune Research Institute, Huang Yu hoisted the Flame Thunder halberd with one hand, the polished silver blade glinting coldly under the rune lamps. As he headed toward the forging bay, he waved back and called, "From today on, focus on superior grade gear. The lords are flush with cash and picky. Standard stock is only for padding the next boom is in high-quality equipment." The smiths answered in unison, and the roar of the furnaces and the rhythm of falling hammers quickened at once. Inside the trading hub, he handed the Flame Thunder halberd to Lord Zhongtian. The system took barely 3 seconds to verify it, and flashed 1,500 soul crystals across his account. Huang Yu opened his warehouse. In half a morning the smiths had delivered 93 items of Inion's standard pieces and 22 superior ones. There were fewer than usual, but the quality had clearly climbed a tier. All of it goes on sale. He tapped confirm. Ding, ding, ding. Notifications fell like rain. Lord Tianlang paid 560 soul crystals for a set of superior leather armor. Lord Jiberdan paid 350 for a superior spear. Lord Kalong paid 320 for 8 sets of standard leather armor. In under a minute, every one of the 93 items was gone, adding 10,950 soul crystals to his balance. Meanwhile, the Spartan mercenaries had just kicked off their battle, and their share of the loot had already brought in over 1,000 soul crystals. Together, the two sums pushed Huang Yu's total past 78,000, just a little more than 30,000 short of the 110,000 he needed to buy the Amazon tribe. Everything's on track. He closed the panel, a faint smile on his lips. Just then, ding, your friend Lord Zhongtian has sent a message. Please check. Ding, your friend Lord Zhongtian has sent a message. Please check. The double prompt made Huang Yu frown. One more useless ping, and I'm blocking him. He opened the chat window. Zhongtian had written, "Boss Huang Yu, someone's cutting into your business. Check the world channel, quick." Cutting in? Huang Yu raised an eyebrow. With what? The last guy who tried disappeared along with his shop. Curious, he switched to the world channel and started scrolling back. Too bad, missed it again. Lord Huang Yu listed so few items this time. They vanished in a blink. I got into Huang Yu's shop and saw a superior longbow. Went to grab it, but it was snatched instantly. Looks like I'm lucky today. Second time I've scored something from Huang Yu's store. Touching the person above me for luck. Touching the person above me for luck. Touching the person above me for luck. The chatter was normal until a fresh post changed the mood. Lord Wang Yufei has just listed 80 standard grade items and 2 superior grade items. Act fast, everyone. Another lord's putting up gear? Nice. Finally more to choose from. Let's see if there's anything good. Still, the name Wang Yufei sounds awfully familiar. Yeah, it's the exact same name as my idol back on Blue Star. Damn, this guy's gear is even pricier than what Huang Yu Emporium charges. Someone cursed in the world channel, and the alerts exploded across the screen. Heads up, everyone. Don't get suckered. I rushed in and bought something, only to find out it's a whole tier below the equivalent in Chaos Mall. So it's worse than Huang Yu's stuff, but still costs more? That's messed up. If the quality can't match Huang Yu's, why price it that high? He's wedged himself between Huang Yu and Chaos, banking on people who couldn't grab Huang Yu's stock. Boycott him. Stay smart. Folks, don't let this bad trend spread. Another player's side. You can't stop it. During the last food shortage, people pulled the same stunt and walked away rich. As long as the quality's halfway decent, someone will spend soul crystals. Some of us are still stuck with makeshift weapons like me. QAQ. Wang Yufei's shop just broke into the top 10 on the trading platform. What? Already? Huang Yu can't cover every lord's needs, so some of us get fleeced. Too bad Huang Yu's people keep the market healthy. Eventually the chat scrolled out of sight. Huang Yu finished reading, utterly unmoved. Wang Yufei's tactics were annoying, but harmless. Shops like that went straight onto his blacklist. He exited the world channel and opened the trading platform. Huang Yu Emporium still held first place by a landslide. Second was the gas hide store. Their supply of serpent tongue grass seemed endless, and they also listed food and materials. Now that food was plentiful, Lord Jiaoyuo's shop had slipped out of the top 10. Third was the Omenia shop, selling a random mix of food, gear, and homemade traps, but its main draw was the spindle spider pet eggs. All 20 were gone. The description said these spiders spun massive webs for hunting, and after their protection period, the webbing could serve as fortifications. They were only common grade, yet hugely valuable for most lords. At 7th place sat Wang Yufei's shop. Everything was already sold out, standard weapons with no specific models, obviously basic gear. Yet every price topped Huang Yu's. Huang Yu asked 12 soul crystals for a common longbow, Chaos Maul wanted 20, and Wang Yufei dared to set it at 18. The quality was average, but still real equipment, not the crude homemade junk from before, so people bought it. No threat at all, Huang Yu muttered, closing the panel. With 70 forge masters from the Rune Research Institute behind him, Wang Yufei couldn't match his quality or output. At best, the guy was an opportunist. He smiled. Huang Yu Emporium was meant to be every lord's first stop, not a monopoly over the entire market. If he was feasting on meat, it wouldn't hurt to let others sip some soup. Huang Yu ignored the uproar in the world channel and pushed open the castle's heavy wooden doors, pacing along the flagstone path to inspect his domain. The morning breeze tugged at his cloak, and halfway down the walk a faint vibration stirred against his chest. The message crystal was quivering. He drew it out. Blue light flickered around the rune number 3. This crystal belonged to Musa. Number 2 was with Darius, and number 4 was kept by Gonix. One line of text floated across the surface. My lord, the gnolls have come out. They had fought off a monster tide just last night, so Huang Yu had stayed wary of the gnolls. Before deploying the Spartan warriors, he had told Darius to keep them suppressed. He never expected the nearly crippled pack to show up again so soon. He fed energy into the crystal and asked simply, what's happening? Musa's reply came at once. The Gnoll Lord has appeared. Darius is pursuing it and is engaged in combat. The Gnoll Lord? How dare it come out now? Did last night's monster wave boost its power? Huang Yu wondered. Another line followed. And that white wolf from last night, it's leading several third and second tier beasts and has us pinned down. We can't support Darius for the moment. Huang Yu recalled the white wolf that had shot him a vicious glare before retreating. 100 Spartan warriors could face a 4th tier beast Hedon, yet he still worried about casualties. Before the thought faded, crystal number 4 sent a video feed. Huang Yu activated it immediately. A hazy white light projected a battlefield overhead. Dozens of Spartan warriors had spread into a loose circle, their battle chant ringing as they advanced. Huge wolves flickered among the dark trees. Second-tier wolves lunged with claws and fangs, while third-tier ones skimmed over the canopy, wind blades tearing the air, striking and withdrawing to use the terrain. They had underestimated the Spartans. Every assault left wolves on the ground, most of them second tier. Suddenly a long howl split the air, and a snow-white shadow burst from the forest. Musa's battle chant hit its peak. The scattered circle snapped shut, outer shields slammed into the earth, forming a steel wall. The projection dimmed, leaving only the drum of impacts. The warriors were meeting the pack Hedon with their shield wall. Now counterattack. Musa shouted over the wolves' anguished cries. The image brightened. The formation that had just closed surged outward, crimson cloaks whipping through the woods as the Spartans charged into the trees. Only then did Huang Yu notice that the person holding crystal number 4 was Xiao. Facing the crystal, Xiao gave a rapid report. My lord, Lord Gonix has begun the decapitation strike. He flipped the view and a frenzied giant wolf filled the frame. A conspicuous gash split its hide, and black blood seeped from its eyes, nose, and mouth. Judging by the look of it, the toxin was devouring its life at a terrifying pace. Without warning, the shadow beneath the giant wolf's belly rippled, and a figure rose from the ground like disturbed water. Huang Yu then saw that it was Gonix. 2 poison fang daggers spun between his fingers, their cold light crossing Schlick. The blades carved an X into the wolf's abdomen, and a torrent of blood and viscera poured out, hot and foul. The wolf loosed one final, resentful howl, collapsed, and Gonix slipped out of the frame, gone in an instant. Too bad the white wolf got away. His regretful voice burst from the recording. The view from the crystal communicator lurched, then froze on a blood-soaked hand. Moments later came his excited shout. Xiaoan, did you record my heroic display for the Lord? Huang Yu stared at the projection in speechless surprise. So Gonix had sent the footage solely to show off. Unfortunately, the crystal had no storage function. A message would vanish once viewed, or he would have kept it as a souvenir. Amused by the man's vanity, he replied, it was only a second, but I still saw your dazzling form. Nice work. The forest's gloom and tangled roots hampered the Spartans' movements. After they felled several giant wolves, the survivors fled under the white wolf's lead. Musa had no wish to pursue. He gathered his men and raced toward Dilia's position. Hey, Xiao, what did you just record? Gonix appeared out of nowhere, throwing an arm around Xiao's neck. Your fight, of course. Then why is it only 1 second long? I can't find you in it. Xiao shrugged. All I could do was sweep the battlefield so the Lord would know you were there. Gonix choked on the words. As a stealth specialist, he suddenly realized he might never enjoy the simple pleasure of a proper selfie, and a hollow feeling spread through him. Sparta! Dilia's furious roar carried from the distance. The cry resonated with Musa's blood. Dilios had entered the advanced phase of Spartan rage, berserk. Musa immediately sent part of his force to flank and led the main body in a sprint to reinforce. Any foe who could drive Dilios to berserk fury was no trivial opponent. They soon charged into a clearing scorched black by flame. Wisps of smoke still curled in the air, and jagged burn marks marred the ground. Dilios had clearly unleashed the scale tusk set's blaze of wrath. What in the blazes is this? Ganix's shout detonated behind Musa, making his heart jolt. He turned to see Ganix nudging half a corpse with the toe of his boot. The creature's skin was deep azure, its ears long and pointed, tusks protruding in a grotesque snarl. Even its remaining half was bulkier than an ordinary orc. From the distance came the intermittent clash of steel. Musa fixed the blue-skinned monster with a hard look. Forget it. We need to help Dilios first. Got it, Ganix replied, melting back into the shadows. Musa pressed on with the remainder of his warriors. Yet the farther they went, the heavier his heart grew. Strewn among the knoll bodies were more of those blue abominations. No wonder Dilios had been locked in combat for so long. Boom. Outside the knoll territory, an explosion split the air. A diagonal arc of fire was smashed apart by brute force, scattering incandescent sparks that hissed out on the ground a few heartbeats later. Thud. Di Liao Si raised the black tortoise shield and caught the downward swing of a massive beastbone club. The impact whipped up grass and dust, cracking the soil beneath his feet like a spider's web. He grunted, first time he had been overpowered in sheer strength. Flamesong. Thin serpents of fire hissed from the seams of the Scalefang armor. With a sharp crackle, the skill took hold, sheathing Di Liao Si's limbs in blazing mail and flooding him with speed and power. He heaved upward, flinging the bone aside, and Fangclaw sprang from his right arm, a 2-meter blade of searing light that slashed for the blue-skinned brute in front of him. The creature stood nearly 3 meters tall, a slab of living meat draped in bearskin. Knotted muscles bulged on its exposed arms, and the leg bone it wielded was itself over 3 meters long. Worse than its berserk rage was its uncanny regeneration. Unless he killed it outright, any wound would slowly knit shut, no matter how deep the cut or how hot the flame. Clang, clang, clang. With the Scalefang armor fully unleashed, Di Liao Si's offense surged. Every collision sent jets of fire from Fangclaw. The armor kept him unscathed, while the troll's hide blistered and blackened, drawing shrill, guttural screeches. Bok! The brute roared, flailing under the flurry of blows, its face twisted with fury. It bellowed into the distance. A wolf howl answered. Crashing through the brush came a knoll chieftain astride a dire wolf. Its fur was half-scorched, skin beneath still bleeding, and a gaping vertical gash marred its chest, a wretched sight. Muttering a quick incantation, the knoll thrust both hands forward. Fireballs winked into existence and screamed toward Di Liao Si. Boom, boom, boom. They burst around him, but the heat only fed the Scalefang's elemental respiration. Flames flared higher along his armor, and the troll's stiff mohawk sizzled away. Fireballs might be deadly to others, but to the Scalefang they were merely fuel. Bok Shabanama. The troll howled, taking a slash to the flank just so it could turn and curse the knoll. The chieftain's face twitched. It started to pull the wolf around, but the combined threat of the human warrior and the troll froze it in place. Gritting its teeth, it snatched up a battle axe and spurred the wolf downhill into the melee. And Thinchlik. Gon-in-I Kasi appeared behind the troll. Two fangs drove into the troll's ribs. Its blue hide ripped like canvas, erupting into twin clouds of blood. Gon-Nikes appeared behind it so quickly the air hadn't even shuddered. The troll registered only the lance of pain in its side. It whirled, sweeping a massive femur in a wide arc, but struck nothing but fading afterimages. Ganix was already clear. Sparta. Dirios thundered. The blade he called Fong Thicket hacked down, a half-moon of fire. The troll's left arm thudded to the ground, splashing mud. Oh whoa. Dropping to one knee, the creature leaned on its bone club and glanced toward a distant knoll lord racing in. Hope flickered, then died as the rider skimmed the battlefield's edge and kept going, the great wolf never slowing. The troll's mouth worked, speechless. That traitor was fleeing? It had been the knoll's idea. Serve the mighty Ostra, kill these humans. Bark. The troll howled, yearning to give chase, but Gon-Nikes and Dirios allowed no opening. The venom fangs struck its ankle again. Numbness shot up its leg, and it crashed to its knees. Even a troll's healing couldn't cope with the dose Gon-Nikes had pumped in. Roaring, it pounded craters in the earth with its bone, swatting at phantoms, but Gon-Nikes had already drifted beside Dirios. This thing just won't die? He twirled the blood-coated fangs. What level are you now? Dirios asked. 8, Gon-Nikes grinned. Give me the kill, and M9. Dirios whistled. How many monsters had this man soloed today? He slashed once. A fiery arc sheared off the femur and the troll's right arm together. Fong Thicket clicked back into its sheath. He's yours. Much obliged. Gon-Nikes advanced. Disarmed, the troll sprawled in the mud, black veins spidering across its face. Tarry blood seeped from its nose and eyes. The venom was winning. Ostra bruh Faganamar, it rasped, repeating the name as if begging. Dirios guessed it was calling for help, but none came. Gon-Nikes met the glare without a word. A flick of his wrist. The fong sang through the air and punched into the troll's eye, burying itself in its brain. The lone remaining eye fixed on him, lips moved soundlessly, and at last the colossal body toppled. A column of golden light enveloped Ganaiki's. Moments later the glow subsided, and the letters LV9 floated above his head. Darius, is the fight over? Ganaiki's asked as he landed, fresh from his level up. Only then did Musa arrive, panting and covered in dust. Seeing him in such a state, Ganaiki's couldn't resist a jab. Musa, don't tell me you got lost out there. We ran into that Knoll Lord, Musa replied grimly. It linked up with the white wolf, broke through the line, and slipped back to its lair. That cursed white wolf just won't stay down, Darius growled. Next time we meet, I'll learn what real cruelty is. If the wolf hadn't led its pack to block the Spartans, the Knoll and those blue-skinned creatures would have been wiped out long ago. The Knoll's territory has expanded, Musa went on, glancing around only to find Ganaiki's gone again. With the white wolf guarding it, a siege isn't an option right now. He shouted into the air, Ganaiki's, the Lord wants you to stay behind, watch their movements, and whittle them down whenever you can. No problem, Ganaiki's said, appearing on a treetop nearby, his golden eyes narrowing. Leave it to me. They'll make them no fear. If anything comes up, use the communication crystal. Musa held up the crystal, then turned to Darius. The warriors found a small beast herd to the west. Dusk. Darius and Musa returned with the Spartan warriors, dragging back more than 100 monster carcasses. After last night's beast tide, wild creatures had multiplied, and many were now high level. The haul wasn't large, but the quality was 14 Tier 3 monsters, and, most notably, 5 trolls. Forest Troll. Race rank, Intermediate Lord. Authority, unknown. Description, forest trolls are part of the troll species, possessing immense strength and thick hides. They have keen senses and remarkable regeneration. Once they enter a war state, they go berserk, feel no pain, and their power surges. Huang Yu closed the light screen after reading the entry. Darius had finished his report. Why would trolls team up with gnolls? Huang Yu muttered. What could tie two unrelated species together? And what did Astra mean when that troll shouted it before dying? Woohoo! An excited shout cut through his thoughts. He looked up to see Zhuling bounding down a slope, leaping high, then dropping fast. Her left hand fired an anchor that whistled through the air and slammed into the ground ahead. The cable snapped tight, yanked her forward, and slingshot her toward Huang Yu. She landed lightly, reeled in the line, spun once, and waved with unrestrained joy. Ha ha ha, my lord. Zhuling greeted Huang Yu, practically glowing with excitement. Huang Yu studied the device strapped to Zhu Ling's left forearm. It looked as though she had cooked up another new toy. Just as she was about to land, however, the unfamiliar gadget betrayed her. She stumbled, tumbled across the grass, and dragged by its cable slid to a stop at Huang Yu's feet. Seeing Zhu Ling sprawled face down before him, Huang Yu felt equal parts amused and worried. He crouched beside her. Zhu Ling, are you all right? It hurts, ouch, she whimpered. Her face was streaked with dirt, though thankfully unscathed. With Huang Yu's support, she managed to stand, tears welling in her eyes. Scrapes covered her arms and thighs. Her ankle was twisted, and only her chest was unmarked thanks to its reduced friction. Huang Yu produced a high-grade healing potion and handed it over. Zhu Ling tipped it back, and within moments the wounds began to scab. Thank you, my lord, she said as the pain subsided. No problem. Huang Yu waved off her gratitude, his gaze lingering on the device. Is this your latest invention? Grappling cable rarity, rare. Description, fires an anchor and cable that latches onto a fixed or moving target, then reels the user in for rapid approach. Enables high-speed, three-dimensional movement across complex terrain. Note, developed by Zhu Ling, expert-level artificer of the Rune Research Institute. A brand new piece of equipment on the Chaos continent. Exactly. Zhu Ling detached the grappling cable and handed it over, eyes sparkling. It's great fun. Want to give it a try? Huang Yu eyed her disheveled state. Tempted though he was, he held up a hand. Better not. If I end up face-planting too, there goes my dignity as lord. They'll sneak a test run tonight. Ding. Chaos Mall has deemed the grappling cable worthy of listing. Submit it. Reward, 10,000 experience and 5 of future sales. Note, no materials required. Items will be branded Huang Yu made. Another item accepted. Huang Yu rejoiced inwardly. The reward dwarfed what had earned for the Crimson Croc armor. Since he didn't need the experience just yet, he'd wait until after breaking into Tier 2 before turning it in. Decision made. He affectionately ruffled Zhu Ling's hair. The newly minted expert artificer was proving invaluable. For a territory still hemmed in by forest, the grappling cable was a game-changer once the troops mastered it. They'd shed the limits of two-dimensional movement and fight in true 3D. Huang Yu had already resolved to make it one of the domain's very first pieces of standard-issue gear. The supplies from last night were almost gone. Huang Yu pushed the warehouse door open and frowned at the sudden emptiness. The once-packed piles of raw materials were nearly exhausted. Yet 365 freshly forged pieces of gear now filled the racks, their metallic sheen crowding every shelf. The forging team had been fueled by the Tier 2 and Tier 3 beasts brought back from last night's raid, and the surplus fine iron from the upgraded buildings. So when he told them to focus on superior grade only, they had gone all in. Superior grade items now outnumbered the common ones. Current stock: common grade gear, 174 items. Superior grade gear, 182 items. Rare grade gear, 9 items. If he counted the grappling line in his hand, that made 10 rares. He had no intention of selling the grappling line, though, and had already told Zhuling to work overtime so it could become standard issue for his troops. With his hands free, he glanced at the World Channel. This morning's news had clearly rattled the other lords. The place was a circus all day long. Someone was using a celebrity's name to beg fans for soul crystals. Someone else was posing as long-lost family during the Findiorcan craze. Scammers, shills, and keyboard warriors flooded the feed non-stop. When Huang Yu saw a tearful post about losing every last soul crystal to a scam, he muttered that the Fire Seed really should come with a built-in anti-fraud app. Amid the scrolling chatter, people were also asking why Universal Emporium still hadn't restocked. By now the new listings should have been picked clean. One more sales round, and he'll have enough crystals to buy the Amazon tribe. He opened the warehouse again, set aside 100 superior pieces and 5 rare ones for the newborn Spartan warriors and the Suntober recruited Amazon fighters, and put everything else on the shelf. Common gear, 174 items. Superior gear, 82 items. Rare gear, 5 items. The moment he hit confirm, transaction alerts popped like firecrackers. Lord Xylan paid 580 soul crystals for 1 superior breastplate. Lord Yunlong paid 400 soul crystals for 10 common, repeating crossbows. Lord Huey paid 2,850 soul crystals for 1 rare spear. The pings stacked up so fast they filled the screen. In 30 seconds flat, every icon but the Firebird Egg and Lightning Sprite Heart had grayed out. Even the 5 rare pieces vanished instantly. Huang Yu's balance shot from 78,360 to 134,700 soul crystals, and his mailbox filled with forging materials. The World Channel exploded at once. Gears up, gears gone. Damn, that's a lot of superior stuff. Cleared out again. Couldn't flip pages fast enough. Nice. I grabbed a superior leather jacket. Me warrior finally has armor. I snagged 5 longbows for my archers. Crying here. Rolled a rare item, but had no resources. Backed out for 1 second, and it was all gone. Sob sob. But aren't the prices in the Cosmos shop higher now? World Channel. Player A. I just bought a rare grade longsword only about 10% cheaper than the Chaos Mall. Player B. Basic gear is unchanged, and fine grade only went up a little. Rare gear really isn't as big a bargain anymore. Player C. A single rare piece can cost several thousand soul crystals. If you can save 100 or so, the Cosmos Lord is already doing us a favor. Player D. Expecting another 50% discount is ridiculous. For the same items, Wang Yufei charges more and the quality's worse. The Cosmos Lord is generous enough. Player E. I just wish he'd stock more items. Huang Yu knew nothing of the chatter, and even if he had, he wouldn't have cared. His eyes were fixed on one item in the discounted shop list: a special building. Amazon Tribe. Spend 110,000 soul crystals to purchase the special building Amazon Tribe? Yes. With a tap on the confirmation button, 110,000 soul crystals vanished, leaving Huang Yu with only 24,700. He felt great. Anything you buy on sale is an instant win. Guided by his will, a spark of golden light shot toward a hillside opposite the Spartan training camp. The light faded, revealing a brand new structure. Amazon Tribe. Grade: Extraordinary, Tier 1. Upgrade cost: 100 soul crystals, 1,500 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone. Functions: 1. Automatically produces 5 LV, 1 extraordinary units Amazon warriors each day. 2. Spend 25 soul crystals to summon 1 extra LV, 1 Amazon warrior. 3. Inside the tribe, warriors rapidly recover stamina and injuries. 4. All warriors are born as veteran units with promotion chances. Hero 5, King 0.2, Deity 0.01. Note: any male creature other than the Lord will be expelled or attacked upon entering. At last, a second extraordinary troop type. Huang Yu flexed his hands, eager to see what the Amazon warriors could do. Clip-clop-light footsteps emerged from the tribe. 5 tall, striking women appeared. Linen cuirasses fitted tight, simple leather cords securing them, brown skirts swaying below the knee, vine-woven sandals laced up their calves, rough-hewn spears or short swords in hand. Their plain gear couldn't hide the valor in their eyes. No one would dare underestimate them. The 5 warriors stopped before Huang Yu, touched fists to chests, and bowed slightly. Great Lord, the warriors of Amazon report for duty. From this moment on, we fight for you. Wherever your blade points, our hearts will follow. Huang Yu straightened, gesturing for them to rise. Welcome, mighty warriors. May we forge an immortal legacy together. Their eyes blazed as they answered in unison. It is our honor. Huang Yu pulled up the information panels for 5 Amazon warriors. The first panel read: Amazon warrior, Ella. Level 1. Loyalty: 100, fanatically loyal. Potential: Diamond. capable of reaching level 49. Class, Ranger. Skills, Amazon Martial Arts, Skirmish Shot, Frenzied Arrow. Title, None. Motto, face my assault as you would a raging storm. Roughly as strong as the Spartan warriors, but there's no secondary class slot and an extra title field, Huang Yu noted. He figured the title probably granted bonuses equivalent to the Spartans' secondary profession. The other 4 Amazons shared almost identical base stats with Ella, only their skills and mottos differed. The second warrior was Molanibo. Motto, I will make life wither in silence. The chilling declaration seared her detached gaze into Huang Yu's memory. The remaining 3 were just as distinctive. Their mottos and demeanors perfectly mirrored their fighting styles. After checking the data, he opened the warehouse interface. For 1,000 units of timber, 3,000 units of stone, and 4,000 units of iron or Lord Jalan had delivered that afternoon. Yesterday's steelworks run had left 800 units of refined iron. The Rune Research Institute had used some, but overall reserves were still healthy. While resources are still decent, I might as well push the Amazon tribe straight to Tier 3, he decided. A prompt popped up on the control panel. Upgrade the Amazon tribe to Tier 2. Yes. The instant he confirmed, the spark released a blinding shaft of golden light that enveloped the newly erected Amazon camp. The brilliance lasted a full half-hour before it subsided. The footprint of every building more than doubled, and the rugged wooden stone structures now sported sharp, yet streamlined details. The Tier 2 upgrade was complete. While he waited, Huang Yu spent another 2,000 soul crystals on the trading platform, sweeping up large batches of timber, stone, and refined iron from several construction suppliers. He intended not only to push the Amazon tribe to Tier 3, but also to start preparing for the Spark's eventual Tier 4 upgrade. Yet a trip through the Chaos Mall showed nothing but sky-high prices for specialized construction materials. Even the most basic agricultural item, fertile farmland, cost over 100 soul crystals per unit. A full 1,000 unit install would run into the hundreds of thousands, so he shelved the idea for now. As the golden glow faded, the freshly upgraded Tier 2 tribe spawned 10 brand new Amazon warriors. Huang Yu accepted their oaths of fealty one by one, then pulled up the building panel again. Amazon Tribe Extraordinary Grade. Building Level, Tier 2. Note, requires 800 soul crystals, 5,000 units of timber, 8,000 units of stone, and 700 units of refined iron to reach Tier 3. Function, automatically generates 10 extraordinary rank units Amazon Warriors Level 1 per day. Same functionality as the Spartan Barracks, and the resource requirements are about the same, he mused, a clear plan forming in his mind. After the structure reached Tier 2, the upgrade to the Amazon tribe was modest, merely expanding their population capacity. Without hesitation, Huang Yu dumped his soul crystals and materials into the interface and tapped the prompt. Upgrade the Amazon tribe to Tier 3? Yes. A pillar of golden light crashed down, engulfing the entire settlement. When it faded, only 20,160 soul crystals remained in Huang Yu's hand. The warehouse was still stacked high with supplies, yet it was far from enough to push the fire seed to Tier 4. He calculated that he still had a 3-day buffer, so he planned to scour the trading platform for basic building resources in hopes of nudging the fire seed to the next tier. Then he summoned 15 Amazon warriors and told them to pick whatever weapons suited them from the armory. Meanwhile, he enjoyed a leisurely dinner served by his steward and servants, scrolling through the Waterworld chat while he waited for the upgrade to finish. Huang Yu had no shortage of entertainment, but the Amazons who had just armed themselves grew restless. Over the courtyard wall, they could see the muscle-bound Spartans moving in and out of their training camp, and the clang of steel on steel set their blood racing. The 15 women huddled in a circle, whispering and breaking into hearty laughter. Before long, egged on by her comrades, a warrior named Ella strode out. Her fiery red hair and sun-bronzed skin gleamed like burnished copper in the fading light, and the sculpted muscles of her long legs made Huang Yu think of a leopard about to spring. She halted in the middle of the road, shaded her eyes, and shouted toward the camp. Hey, big guys inside. Anyone up for a spar? The Spartans glanced over but, after a casual look, returned to their work. Huh, those men just ignored Ella. Looks like they're underestimating you. Their eyes practically said, what, it's just a woman? The teasing wiped the smiles off the other Amazons' faces. The Lord's other troops seemed to be dismissing them simply because they were women. They couldn't afford to lose face in front of their lord. A vein pulsed on Ella's forehead. She stepped forward again and roared, hey, bastards. Your looks are pissing me off. Are you gutless cowards with no balls? Too scared to accept a challenge in front of our lord? In front of our lord? Cowards with no balls? Inside the Spartan camp, the clang of weapons stopped abruptly. The warriors set their gear aside and turned as one, cold eyes brimming with lethal intent. The iron-blooded pressure forced Ella back half a step, yet her excitement only grew. These were clearly the Lord's elite, and she might get the fight she craved. Dilios, the Spartans' first champion, rolled his neck until the joints cracked. At level 11, stepping in himself against level 1 Amazons would be sheer bullying. He was supremely confident, even alone, he could crush their entire squad. He turned to a few of the lowest level brothers. You lot, go give them some practice. Yes, sir. 5 level 3 Spartans filed out of the camp and formed up in the center of the grounds. At that moment, Huang Yu closed the world chat, pushed open the castle's side door, and looked toward the two groups squaring off. The show was about to begin. Huang Yu had no reason to stop the match. To him, it was a friendly spar, a chance for both sides to reveal cards strong enough to earn genuine respect. On the broad flagstone road, two figures faced off, Ayla on one side, Spartan warrior Luo in on the other. Both wore fine leather armor, yet their paths were worlds apart. Ayla gripped a curved bow in her left hand with a long sword at her hip, while Luo in advanced behind a raised shield, sword in his right hand. The air felt stretched to the breaking point. Whoosh! Ayla made the first move. The bowstring merely quivered before a cold flash tore through the air so quickly that onlookers saw only a silver blur. The arrow shot straight at the waiting Luo on. Clang! He brought up his shield and absorbed the blow with ease. Then he lunged low, trying to close the gap. Swish, 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 eyes widened. Ayla blurred, drawing and releasing in one seamless flow. Shafts poured out in rapid succession, each cutting in from an uncanny angle until a curtain of arrows hung between them. Forced to halt, Luo braced behind his shield, sweeping his sword in broad arcs to knock aside the glittering rain. Huang Yu stared at the dotted trajectory and cursed inwardly. Was she hiding an automatic rifle in that quiver? Clang, clang, clang. A storm of metal rang out before Luo finally weathered the barrage. Finding the rhythm, he crouched and charged again, shrinking the distance step by step. Crack! A jarring sound split the air. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw one arrow strike the tail of another, forcing it to angle sharply toward the blind spot behind his shield. Startled, he threw himself backward. The point grazed his cheek, carving a thin, finger-to-palm cut. What kind of archery is that? Huang Yu shot up from the chair the butler had provided. For someone whose only combat training was a college Tai Chi class, the spectacle defied belief. Farther off, Di Liaoxi lowered his training gear, gaze locked on Ayla's display. The Spartan Legion fielded longbowmen too, but they prized raw, lethal power, not this eerie precision and trickery. These women were definitely qualified to fight at their side. Ha ha ha, not bad at all. Ayla laughed when Luo dodged her signature shot. Dropping the empty quiver, she set the bow aside and drew her long sword, battle fire blazing in her eyes. Luo expression tightened. He outranked her and carried a shield, yet he had advanced less than 10 meters and nearly been skewered. Any further humiliation and the camp would never let him forget it. Smack! He wiped the blood off his cheek, tossed the shield aside, and took his sword in both hands. He might lose at archery, but he refused to yield in swordplay. Appreciation flickered in Ayla's eyes as she saw him discard the shield. Planting a foot, she exploded forward in a blur. The two figures crossed. Ayla's blade fell like thunder. Clang! Luo met the strike heat, knocking her sword offline. With a swift exchange, Lorne lunged at Ayla. Huh! Bracing her sword against the ground, Ayla vaulted over the attack and lashed out with both feet. Bang! Bang! Lorne raised his arms to block the twin sidekicks. Greaves slammed against bracers with a dull thud. Catching the brief stiffness in midair, he whirled and unleashed a spinning kick as fast and fierce as a pouncing tiger. Thud! The blow crashed into Ayla's crossed forearms and blasted her backward. She flipped, bled off the force, landed, then skidded several paces before she finally steadied herself. The moment she did, her brows knit and a flush crept up her cheeks. The impact had been far greater than she'd expected. Lorne was only 2 levels above her, yet the explosive power innate to a Spartan hoplite left any ranger in the dust. Ayla knew that if he had pressed the advantage, the duel would already be over. Hey Ayla! The blood had barely cooled when several Amazon warriors gathered around. The one in front called out, "Isn't it our turn next? Ruiana, must you be so impatient?" Ayla glared at her. "My fight with him isn't finished." "Your sword's in his hand," Ruiana reminded her with a teasing smile. Tall and striking, her raven hair cascading over athletic curves, she stood out among the 15 Amazons. Ayla reddened and fell silent. Ruiana's grin faded as she turned to Huang Yu, her eyes clear. "I have a suggestion. Since my lord is interested, why not a team bout so everyone can show what they can do? An exhibition between extraordinary units?" Huang Yu glanced at Di Liaoxi. "We await your command," Di Liaoxi replied with a bow. The Spartans had no objection. Huang Yu nodded to Ruiana. "Keep it to first blood." Ruiana dipped her head in acknowledgement and organized the other Amazons. Di Liaoxi signaled, and 5 more level 3 Spartans joined in. 10 hoplites formed a tight circle while he and Musa stepped aside to observe. Once both sides were ready, Huang Yu lifted his hand. Boom! A blazing spell round shot skyward and burst into a sphere of fire beneath the clouds. "For our glorious lord!" 25 voices roared as the melee erupted. The Amazons fanned out, bowstrings thrumming, arrows lashed like sudden rain, each clever trick shot a feast for the eyes. The Spartans advanced step by step, shields overlapping in a seamless wall, their formation shifting as they pressed the Amazons back one by one. Shield walls flexed, lightning arrows streaked, and the two squads moved with surprising harmony, each flaunting their strengths while granting the others room to shine. Whenever someone unleashed a dazzling move, the ring exploded in cheers, battle spirit, and applause melding into a spectacle of pure showmanship. They fought for their future lord, and for the comrades they would soon call brothers and sisters in arms, sparing no effort to display their prowess. At last golden light welled around Ruiana and Ayla, its brilliance scattering the final traces of smoke. The exhibition came to an end. When the glow faded, Ruiana and Ayla strode to Huang Yu, stood shoulder to shoulder, and bowed deeply. Morningstar Ruiana. Storm Ayla. Reporting, my lord. Amazon warrior, Ella. Level 1. Loyalty 100, unwavering devotion. Potential, diamond tier, promotable to level 49. Class, Storm Archer. Skills, Amazon combat arts, skirmish, storm shot. Title, Tempest. Motto, face my assault as you would a raging storm. Amazon warrior, Rihanna. Level 1. Loyalty 100, unwavering devotion. Potential, diamond tier, promotable to level 49. Class, combat master. Skills, Amazon combat arts, skirmish, battle instinct. Title, Morningstar. Motto, dying by my hand will be the most meaningful moment of your life. Huang Yu had assumed the two Amazon warriors would leap straight to hero units after that battle, yet reality quickly shattered his hopes. Rihanna and Ella received only titles, but the power hidden within those titles was anything but simple. Ella's class shifted from Ranger to Storm Archer, and her Berserk shot evolved into the perfect grade Storm shot. Rihanna became a combat master and gained a perfect grade passive skill battle instinct. Their overall strength climbed visibly. Magnificent fight. Huang Yu stepped forward, helped them to their feet, and announced in a ringing voice, "In you, I see the shining future of our realm." As he spoke, the steward was already directing the settlers to clear the ground, arrange tables and benches, and bring out roast meat, bread, fine wine, and fresh spring water. When everything was ready, Huang Yu offered a brief toast and declared the first banquet of the Universal Territory officially open. Cheers erupted. The bonfire crackled, wine scented the night air, and meat sizzled over the flames. Warriors ate and drank with abandon, their laughter rising and falling like waves. Ding! The Amazon tribe has been upgraded to Tier 3. After several rounds of wine, a system prompt rang in Huang Yu's ears. He looked up the slope and saw a brand new circular structure in classical European style. It covered roughly 5,000 square meters, its walls thick as shields, pillars slender as spears, layered arches clasping a domed roof, and vast windows making the whole building glow in the firelit night. Huang Yu opened the information panel. Amazon Tribe Extraordinary Grade Building. Tier 3. Requirements for Tier 4. Flame Core Tier 4. 80,000 soul crystals, 120,000 units of timber, 140,000 units of stone, 20,000 units of refined iron, and 100 to 1,000 units of special construction materials. Function. Automatically produces 20 extraordinary units Amazon Warriors, level 1, every day. An Amazon Warrior is born at the warrior rank with a 7% chance to rise to hero, a 0.4% chance to become king, and a 0.09% chance to attain godhood. 20 warriors a day. Huang Yu nodded to himself. Soldier, warrior, hero, king, deity. The gap between these 5 ranks is a yawning chasm. Even a mere 0.1% boost in the chance to reach hero can decide the outcome of a war. Through this upgrade, he also discovered a quirk that was not exactly a bug. If a barracks-type building like the Amazon tribe is upgraded multiple times within a single day, at every stage he could recruit one more troop type. There were already 35 Amazon warriors in Huang Yu territory, yet Huang Yu still felt his forces were thin. 20,000 soul crystals remained in his purse, but he chose to keep them for now. First, he wanted funds ready for tomorrow's discounted artifacts. Second, without a resident hero unit, stockpiling too many low-level soldiers would create more management headaches than it solved. After all, every Amazon warrior was still only LV1. He tilted his head toward the night sky. The blood-red smear the scarlet moon had left behind was now erased by the pure white moon. After a night of uproar, the scarlet moon had faded. The violet moon was little more than a blurred outline, and only the white moon remained cold and brilliant. The silver glow brought a strange peace, yet somehow felt unsettling, like the difference between drifting to sleep naturally and taking a sleeping pill. Huang Yu thought to himself that each of the 3 moons was hiding its own secret, but for now he lacked the power to dig any deeper, so he lowered his gaze. One night of celebration passed, and the dawn of the 5th day arrived right on time. In the clearing before the castle, with first light just whitening the horizon, Huang Yu had already spent more than an hour sparring with Dilios and Rihanna, his frostwave sword whistling through the air. The session aimed not at brute strength, but at sharpening willpower and live combat instincts. A battlefield can change in a heartbeat, and flinging skills alone is never enough. Thanks to her talent, combat instinct, Rihanna repeatedly pointed out flaws in his form, and Huang Yu learned a great deal. When the sun finally rose, the system refreshed the Day 5 sign-in rewards and discount list. A pillar of light delivered 100 ordinary citizens and 20 more Amazon warriors. Huang Yu sheathed his sword, accepted the Amazon's oath of loyalty, sent 20 of the new citizens to the Spartan training camp, and arranged lodging and daily work for the rest. Afterward, he invited Rihanna and Dilios into the castle for breakfast. Only one dish was on the table, but it was utterly novel to his guests. Steaming broth rich with the scent of meat, thin noodles resting at the bottom, wild greens and paper-thin slices of meat floating on top, green and white colors intertwined and irresistible. Driven by his memories of Blue Star, Huang Yu had personally coached the cooks until all that practice pushed them to LV3, and this bowl of ramen was one of their triumphs. While many lords were still wrestling with bare subsistence, he was already upgrading the menu. His sole regret was that he had yet to find a crop that could stand in for chili peppers. Rihanna, take this communication crystal. After they ate, he produced communication crystal number 2, which had originally belonged to Dilios. Because Dilios usually traveled with Musa and had little use for it, handing it to Rihanna made perfect sense. Once Rihanna pocketed the crystal, Huang Yu laid out the day's assignments. Dilios and Musa would lead the Spartan warriors to scout the areas beyond the 10-kilometer mark, while Rihanna and Ella would take the Amazon warriors and level up within the inner 10 kilometers. Check-in successful. Congratulations, my lord, you've received 1 fine-grade broadsword. Huang Yu gave the gleaming blade a helpless glance. His warehouse was already crammed with gear, so he flicked the broadsword straight into the Universal Emporium's consignment slot. Of all the things they could hand out, they chose more equipment, he muttered, then opened the discount gizmo and tapped the materials tab. The screen refreshed and more than a dozen pages of discounted items rolled out. Common resources, special building supplies, potion ingredients, weapon components, magic reagents, everything imaginable. The very first entry practically shouted for attention. 80 off, fine-grade material, luminous crystal. Info, absorbs light by day, emits a soft glow at night. List price, 30 soul crystals each. Sale price, 6 soul crystals each. Stock, 50. Add copy. Still fumbling with foul-smelling tallow lamps or worse? Torches? Stop dithering and buy now. Your subjects will thank you. Fixtures made with luminous crystals are clean, eye-friendly, liver-friendly, and perfect for all-night overtime. Huang Yu, as usual, treated the ad like empty air, but his territory did need lighting. Every lamp the Magitech Institute produced still burned fuel, wasteful and short-lived. He promptly paid 200 soul crystals, and 50 luminous crystals slid into his warehouse. He scrolled to the next item. 50 off, fine-grade material, colossal ape arm bone. Info, the source of a colossal ape's strength, unbelievably dense. List price, 30 soul crystals each. Sale price, 15 soul crystals each. Stock, 10. Add copy, the bone's rock hard. Can't chew it. Then crack heads with it. Half off was rare, but it was just weaponsmithing stock. Huang Yu glanced at the price and lost interest. No matter how tough it is it tougher than refined iron? 15 soul crystals could buy 15 units of that. He swiped past. The third listing popped up. 95 off, rare grade material, obsidian. Info, suitable for gear or special construction, extremely blast resistant. List price, 120 soul crystals each. Sale price, 6 soul crystals each. Stock, 200. Add copy. Some folks call it dragon crystal, but it's got nothing to do with dragons. Still, every lord raves about its blast resistance. Obsidian? Now we're talking. Huang Yu's eyes lit up. He dropped 1,200 soul crystals and cleared the stock of 200 units, earmarking them for the Fire Seeds Tier 4 upgrade. He kept scrolling. 80 off, rare grade material, Phoenix Eye Pod. Info, leaf-born pod shaped like a phoenix eye, packed with energy, perfect for energy-restoring potions. Do not eat raw. List price, 360 soul crystals each. Sale price, 72 soul crystals each. Stock, 10. Add copy. Out of potion ingredients? Try Phoenix Eye Pods, bring back your old vigor. Huang Yu twitched at the slogan, but still paid 720 soul crystals, stashing all 10 pods. He couldn't process them into potions yet, but they'd make excellent strategic reserves. A premier excellent grade material, the golden-crowned eagle's eye. Golden-crowned eagles are magically enhanced raptors that fly at blistering speeds and wield savage wind energy. They can reach LV-49, Tier 5, and may even evolve further into extraordinary being sky drakes. Their eyeballs are composed entirely of enchanted tissue, granting phenomenal dynamic and penetrating sight. Even from 10,000 meters in the air, they can track a single field mouse. List price, 8,000 soul crystals. Sale price, only 800 soul crystals. Stock, 2. As a crafting component, it is every archer's dream, and as an awakening catalyst it can, with luck, bestow a perfect grade talent. Anything with Tier 5 power is just a step shy of perfect grade, even if it is officially tagged as excellent. The 8,000 soul crystal list price told Huang Yu there was easy profit here. He cheerfully paid 1,600 soul crystals, pocketed the 2 golden-crowned eagle's eyes, and relist them in the universal shop at 7,000 soul crystals apiece. Dynamic vision and superior sight, those 2 traits alone can make countless lords green with envy. Sure enough, a notification soon chimed. Ding. Transaction alert. Lord Omenia has paid 6,000 soul crystals plus materials worth 2,000 soul crystals to purchase an excellent grade material, the golden-crowned eagle's eye. Huang Yu chuckled as 4,400 soul crystals rolled back into his account. With fresh capital, he combed through the discount section. Within minutes, he had stuffed hundreds of assorted materials into his backpack, burning through the more than 20,000 soul crystals Head started with. From then on, he relied on instant sales in the universal shop to keep cash flowing. Before long, he had listed 5 excellent grade materials and 17 rare grade materials, netting over 50,000 soul crystals. Only a firebird egg, a thunder sprite heart, and the last golden-crowned eagle's eye remained on his shelf. Even after buying a few choice items for himself, he still held more than 20,000 soul crystals. The next refresh brought perfect grade and extraordinary grade materials, but none were discounted below 10%. Huang Yu skimmed the list and locked onto a single item. A 90% off perfect grade material Moonhaven stone. Brimming with pure white moon energy, it is both a top-tier magical component and a specialty construction material. Gear forged with Moonhaven stone gains innate white moon attributes on every skill, calming the wearer's mind. Add enough of it to your buildings, and rampaging monsters will pace the perimeter, unable to approach. List price, 25,000 soul crystals. Sale price, 2,500 soul crystals. Stock, 100. The ad put it bluntly, sick of beast raids? Build with Moonhaven stone. After surviving a beast tide, nearly every lord covets this stuff. But at 25,000 soul crystals each, the full 100 units would cost 2.5 million, far beyond even Huang Yu's reach. With just over 20,000 soul crystals left, he decided to hold back some funds and wait for other bargains. Ding. Transaction alert. Lord Jayashide has paid 12,500 soul crystals, 800 units of refined iron, 5,000 units of lumber, 3,000 units of stone, and materials worth 4,000 soul crystals to purchase a perfect grade material, the Thunder Sprite Heart. Nice. Watching 12,500 soul crystals hit his account, Huang Yu's eyes lit up. Timing couldn't have been better. The moment the Thunder Sprite's heart was sold, Huang Yu's personal dashboard refreshed, and his soul crystal balance froze at 34,500. Skipping the Moonfall stone at the top of the list, he flipped straight to the final page of materials, where the first entry blazed before his eyes like a burst of flame. 90% off, epic grade material, core fragment of a fire elemental lord. Original price, 1,500,000 soul crystals. Current price, 150,000. Stock, 3. Note, the strongest creature of each elemental lineage is known as an elemental lord. Even a fragment of its core holds pure, violent fire energy. Used as an awakening catalyst, it grants a fire affinity of at least extraordinary grade. Only 10% of the price? His eyes lit up as he tapped the air, adding the item to his cart. 150,000 soul crystals was still steep, but with enough grinding, he could scrape it together. He scrolled on. 2. 80% off, epic grade material, heart crystal of a tidal giant. Original price, 3,400,000 soul crystals. Current price, 680,000. Stock, 1. Note, tidal giants dwell in the abyssal depths and rival titans in size. Their heart crystal is the ideal power core for large-scale energy facilities. 680,000 soul crystals? Huang Yu didn't even blink before swiping past. The next listing almost stopped his breathing. 3. 99% off, legendary grade material, essence of a void reaver. Original price, 21 million soul crystals. Current price, 210,000. Stock, 2. Note, void reavers are infamous for their bloodlust and hunger, evolving by stealing their foes' abilities. Forged into equipment or bound directly, this essence turns its holder into a nightmare for all enemies. Huang Yu swallowed hard. Void reavers were notorious, yet terrifyingly strong. 210,000 soul crystals. If he clenched his teeth and pushed, he just might afford it. After scanning the page, he confirmed that only the core fragment of a fire elemental lord and the essence of a void reaver were worth using as awakening materials. Today was going to be painful. Closing the filters, he returned to the full sale list. His gear was still in production, so he might as well reserve the materials first. Next up, it was time to warm the hearts of a few more lords. Good looks really do bring good luck. Wang Yufei, standing some distance away, opened his sign-in panel, overflowing with confidence. If he posted the last 5 days of rewards in the World Channel, the other lords would be stomping in envy. The androgynous man beside him murmured a compliment, making Wang Yufei even more pleased with himself. Day 1, 50 rare class troops. Day 2, 10 superior grade potions. Day 3, the special building runes forge. Day 4, an extraordinary grade skill book. Day 5, today, a hero unit with extraordinary potential. In this epic struggle among all races, Huang Yu felt as if destiny itself favored him. Of course, everything would have been perfect if the Huang Yu overlord didn't exist. He glanced at his account balance, just over 13,000 soul crystals, clicked his tongue, and grudgingly opened the trading platform, tapping on Huang Yu shop. Ding. You have been blocked by the Huang Yu overlord. Until the ban is lifted, you cannot enter the Huang Yu mall. What? Huang Yu stared at the notification for a long moment, then exploded in anger. That bastard actually blocked me. A mountain range blanketed in thunderclouds. Edward cradled a purple, spindle-shaped crystal in both hands. Thin arcs of lightning danced over its surface, lifting his blonde crew cut with every crackle, but he couldn't bring himself to let go. The heart of the Thunder Sprite had cost him every last resource he owned. For it, he had even postponed his Ember Evolution project by a full month. A system prompt appeared. Use the heart of the Thunder Sprite as an awakening catalyst to advance to Tier 2. Note: awakening is irreversible, the talent is permanently fixed, and the heart of the Thunder Sprite will be consumed. Proceed. What is there to hesitate about? Edward jabbed yes without a second thought. Violet light surged from the crystal. Currents, like purple serpents, wound around his limbs. His bones felt as though they were being torn apart, and his flesh burned beneath a storm of lightning. He convulsed, foam flecking his lips, then blacked out. Minutes later, the heart of the Thunder Sprite vanished completely. Edward's eyes snapped open, and the system voice thundered, "Congratulations, Lord, on reaching Tier 2. Perfect grade talent avatar of Lightning awakened. Please explore the talent on your own." Lightning boiled inside him. He clenched his fist, and his palm dissolved into pure electricity. Under his will the current shifted Shapian electric spear, a whip of lightning, whatever he imagined. Immunity to lightning attacks lay at his fingertips as well. He pushed his new power to the limit. Crackle. In a roar of thunder, his body turned to living lightning for a heartbeat, long enough for him to throw back his head and laugh in triumph. I did it. Ha ha ha. Gallo territory, keep balcony. Gallo bent to stroke the golden thread tiger at her feet. The cub's fur was a flawless sheet of gold, and its body already stretched a full meter. It was her reward for 5 consecutive daily check-ins. A perfect grade pet, the golden thread tiger. Only level 1, yet already radiating the proud aura of a celestial beast. A rare smile touched Gallo's lips, but it quickly faded into a frown. The 2 golden crown eagle eyes that had once sat side by side in the Huang Yu Mall were now down to one. The other had been sold. Yesterday she had splurged on a red feather bow, leaving her with just over 4,000 soul crystals, far short of the 7,000 she needed. Items flashed onto the screen and disappeared just as fast, some worth 4,000 or 5,000 crystals apiece. Gallo felt that the lone golden crown eagle eye was hanging by a thread, ready to vanish at any second. After a long hesitation, she pressed her lips together and opened her friend's list. After locking onto his targets, Huang Yu scrolled through the full list of discounted goods. Most sale items were still common or fine quality. Except for food, he simply glanced at each entry. If he thought other lords might need it, he would immediately move the item to the Universal Emporium for resale. As he turned pages on autopilot, a line of red text suddenly jumped out. 90 off fine quality gear, red crocodile scale armor. Universal Blue Mountain Workshop. Expert Smith, Song Yun. Outstanding performance. Original price, 850 soul crystals. Sale price, 85 soul crystals. Stock, 50. Huang Yu almost laughed. Armor he had personally designed and named was sitting right in the clearance section. Amusing or not, it was an offer he couldn't refuse. At only 85 soul crystals per set, the price barely covered the cost of a single scale. Since the local population of red-armored crocodiles had been wiped out, none could be found within 10 kilometers. A few days earlier, Head regretted not capturing some for breeding. Now, half of his Spartan warriors wore mismatched fine armor in every color, looking like a ragtag militia. These 50 sets would restore their uniform line. He tapped purchase. For 1,250 soul crystals vanished, and the 50 sets of red crocodile scale armor went straight into his warehouse. Before he could exit the screen, another alert sounded. Ding. Chaos Market has sold 50 sets of red crocodile scale armor. Under the agreement, you receive 1,275 soul crystals. Haha. Huang Yu burst out laughing. The Chaos Market calculated his 3% dividend from the original price of 850 soul crystals. That meant each set had cost him less than 60. When the officials handle it, everything really is open, fair, and transparent. Muttering a few words of praise, he kept scrolling. 50 off fine quality class scroll lancer. 35 off rare quality potion. 70 off rare quality pet. Then a gold line appeared. 90 off superior quality skill book, comprehend languages. Grants the target understanding of any intelligent race's speech. Original price, 3,800 soul crystals. Sale price, 380 soul crystals. Stock 1. A language skill book. Huang Yu pressed purchase without hesitation. The 380 soul crystals turned into white light, and a slim booklet with a gilded cover dropped into his hands. He learned it immediately. The pages dissolved into sparkling motes that merged with his body. After a brief haze, he cast comprehend languages on himself. Nothing felt different, but when he recalled the unfamiliar word Aesatila, he instinctively knew it was a name. Guess he'll need live practice to see how well it works. Putting the thought aside, he returned to the discount list. Meanwhile, the trading platform exploded with activity. Notifications flashed across the screen. Lord Lanyua paid 260 soul crystals for a fine quality scythe. Lord Bilanduo paid 2,000 soul crystals for a rare quality skill book. Lord Auden paid 5,500 soul crystals for a fine grade building. The Goya, Swordsman Outpost. Huang Yu scrolled through the Chaos Mall's clearance list with one hand, while shoving purchase after purchase onto the Universal Shop's transfer pad with the other. Every time he spent a single soul crystal, the number in his account shot up several-fold. He had long lost count of how many items he had moved. By the time he emptied out everything originally priced under 100,000, his balance had broken the six-figure mark in soul crystals, proof, once again, that milking the Chaos Mall was the quickest path to wealth. Unfortunately, any discount item of perfect grade or above started out between 100,000 and a million, so even after the markdown they still cost at least 10,000. A lord had to save up for a while to afford those. Yesterday's Heart of the Thunder Sprite had sat untouched until Lord Jayashide finally bought it today, and Huang Yu simply couldn't wait. Needed to raise 210,000 soul crystals before the next refresh, and every coin had to be stretched. Too bad none of today's high-grade deals dipped below a 90% discount. He skimmed the remaining list at top speed. The highest tier item was the legendary building Well of the Stars, originally priced at 3 billion. Even at 80% off, it was untouchable, not worth a click. The steepest discount was an epic grade class scroll at 50% off, still a whopping 1.5 million eye candy at best. That wrapped up today's shopping spree. Huang Yu closed the Chaos Mall. A chime sounded. Your friend, Lord Jialoa, has sent you a message. Jialoa? He raised an eyebrow and opened his friend list. Jialoa, Lord Huang Yu, sorry to bother you. If it's convenient, could you hold the Golden Crown Eagle's Eye for me? So that was her target, most likely as an awakening catalyst. No wonder Shed bought the Iron Hoop bow earlier and then the Red Feather bow, all for personal use. Given her current gear, the Golden Crown Eagle's Eye really was ideal. Huang Yu didn't agree right away. He replied, how long do you want it held? She answered almost instantly, until nightfall, along with today's iron or delivery. He was about to accept when another message popped up. I can settle before noon, would that be all right? Afraid it'll change my mind? Huang Yu chuckled, returned to his shop interface, and removed the Golden Crown Eagle's Eye from the shelf. Then he replied, sure, they'll hold it until noon. Jialoa, thank you. Huang Yu ended the chat with a brief wiped out 999 friend requests with one click, and closed the list. Stepping onto the balcony, he surveyed his territory, patchwork fields, and drilling soldiers, a hive of activity that sparked a surge of pride and ambition. Elsewhere, Jialoa exhaled in relief at his reply, then glanced at the Shulan light cavalry assembling outside her window. One more favor owed. Was this land even hers anymore? Meow, the golden-striped tiger sensed her gloom and nudged her bare calf with its head. Jialo gave a wry laugh, sat on the floor, and hugged the tiger's massive head, kneading its ears. Would better work hard, meow, or I'll have to sell you to pay my debts. The tiger, basking in the massage, suddenly jerked upright, jewel-bright, eyes wide with shock. Meow? The sun was nearing its zenith. Rihanna and Ella led 35 Amazon warriors back in triumph from a point 10 kilometers southwest of the territory. Slashing through vines and hacking away brush, they forced a bloody path through the jungle and hauled more than 100 wild beasts up the steep hillside, mostly Tier 1 and Tier 2 creatures, with only 2 at Tier 3. Clearly, agile Amazons outperformed Spartans weighed down by heavy armor in forest terrain. Their first battle was a resounding success, and the spoils were impressive. The constant fighting sent their levels soaring. Rihanna and Ella both reached LV4. 12 more sisters also hit LV4, and another 21 advanced to LV3. The gap with the Spartan soldiers was narrowing fast. After sending the women back to camp to rest, Huang Yu followed the slope down to the dissection yard. Over 30 gatherers, one already at LV7, were expertly wielding bone saws and skinning knives. Blood and flesh flew, yet the work stayed orderly. In under an hour, the field of corpses was stripped clean. Meat, bones, hides, claws, fangs, and scales were sorted and stored in the warehouse. Huang Yu uploaded nearly 2,000 units of meat to the Universal Exchange, many labeled fine grade. They sold out instantly. He kept the rarer superior grade cuts for himself and his warriors. This meat not only grants experience, but also restores energy and improves physique. While he inventoried the loot, alerts from the Rune Workshop flashed before his eyes. 6 expert-level smiths acquired. One apprentice-level rune artificer acquired. His spirit soared. He opened the workshop roster and saw that Zhu Ling, who had only reached expert smith yesterday, had now unlocked a secondary class as rune artificer. She was indeed the brightest talent under his command. The current roster read: Apprentice Smiths, 69. Expert Smiths, 11, 4 of whom are also rune artificers. Huang Yu rushed to the workshop, shook hands with the newly promoted experts, and showered them with praise. Their gear formed the backbone of his soul crystal income. Inside the research center, he spotted Zhu Ling, dark circles under her eyes, hunched over a workbench. Several mana-fused crystals worth thousands of soul crystals lay beside her. She fed them into a press, grinding them to powder one after another. Each crunch made Huang Yu wince. Activating the Eye of True Sight, he watched energy drift from the shattered crystals like mist, ruining them as potential equipment cores. Painful as it was, he held back. Breakthroughs always exact a high price, and he trusted Zhu Ling wouldn't waste resources on useless experiments. Crack! A sharp report echoed through the lab as yet another fire aspect crystal turned to dust. The Eye of True Sight remained open. Huang Yu watched the fire-aspected energy inside the corrupted crystal start to boil. Not good. He yanked Zhu Ling into his arms, raised a hand to coat them both in stone armor, and, in one smooth motion, ripped open a vortex of mana beside him. Boom. The fire energy lost control and erupted, a scorching wave riding a gale that instantly twisted into a crimson tornado, slamming Hedon into Huang Yu's vortex. The two forces wrestled for several breaths before disintegrating. The lab's walls were blackened, the floor scored with char, and steam billowed through the air. Huang Yu shuddered. Without him, Zhu Ling would have been cinders. Awesome. Zhu Ling pumped her fist. Awesome, my foot. Huang Yu flicked her forehead. You almost died just now. How she covered the spot, her bright eyes full of grievance. My lord, I stayed up all night for rune research. Faced with her tearful look, Huang Yu swallowed the scolding and mustered a lord's dignity. From now on, no dangerous experiments unless I'm here. Understood? He took in the wrecked apparatus and materials, his heart bleeding. Every piece had been bought with soul crystals. Got it. Zhu Ling stuck out her tongue, switching from pitiful to playful in an instant. She hopped to the door and called the apprentices to clean up. While she was free, Huang Yu asked, how are the grappling lines coming? Over there. Zhu Ling pointed at a leaning rack. The explosion had knocked it askew, and Huang Yu rushed over, relieved to find the lines intact. Only 5? I had Shi make the rest. She shipped them to the warehouse with the noon batch. Shi, promoted to expert smith that morning, was also a woman. Huang Yu opened the warehouse interface and indeed found 10 more grappling lines. Counting the 5 on hand, that made 16 few, but rare grade meant this was the limit. The warehouse also held 340 new pieces of gear today. 105 common quality, 206 fine quality, 25 rare quality. For excellent quality. A quick tally told Huang Yu that selling the lot would almost cover the soul crystals needed for the Void Reaver essence. He kept 10 grappling lines, the 4 excellent pieces, and 5 rares, then listed the remaining 321 items on the exchange. System messages poured in. Lord Balhenia paid 3,400 soul crystals for 1 rare-grade cuirass. Lord Kagaya paid 4,200 soul crystals for 10 fine-grade longbows. Lord Emmond paid 80 soul crystals for 2 common leather armors. Alerts chimed non-stop, while Huang Yu's balance soared, thousands pouring in each second. Half a minute later, every item was sold, and his total jumped from 102,518 to 211,052 crystals. Huang Yu exhaled deeply. He finally had enough soul crystals to buy the awakening medium. Back at the castle, Huang Yu tapped the option to buy the Void Ravager's essence. Spend 210,000 soul crystals to purchase the Void Ravager's essence? The system's icy voice echoed in his ears. The soul crystals he had just earned were still warm in his hand, yet he steeled himself and confirmed the purchase. A palm-sized violet cube materialized in front of him, and 210,000 soul crystals vanished from his account, leaving the balance at 1,052. The crystal glowed with an amethyst sheen. Inside, a carapaced beast lay dormant, its presence radiating pure menace even through the crystalline walls, though it might wake at any moment and tear him to pieces. Use the Void Ravager's essence as an awakening catalyst to advance to Tier 2? Note, the process is irreversible. The talent will be permanently fixed, and the essence will be consumed. Yes. Huang Yu studied the crystal for only a heartbeat before confirming. Blinding violet light burst forth, swallowing the entire room. His vision blurred, and when it cleared he was suspended in a limitless starry void. Directly ahead, a mountain-sized Void Ravager unfurled its limbs, its oppressive aura threatening to shred his very soul. Cree! The shrill screech detonated inside his mind. The monstrosity's cold, greedy eyes locked onto him like a starving predator spotting fresh prey. Damn it! Why can't I move? Panic surged through Huang Yu. He had chosen to awaken, not become someone's snack. A low hum rippled through the expanse. The void quivered, sending waves across the stars. Just as the colossal creature lunged, the tremor tore it apart, reducing it to countless fragments. Its enraged howl echoed in his ears, and the fragments condensed into streams of light that poured toward him. The first strand pierced his body, sending a violent shock through his mind. His eyes rolled back and darkness closed in. In reality, his body hovered a few feet above the floor. The violet crystal spun above his forehead, funneling an endless surge of pure void energy into him. Half an hour later, the final wisp of energy seeped into his brow. The cube lost its purple glow, turning into a translucent shard that fell alongside him. The instant he touched the ground, a mysterious violet sigil appeared on his forehead. Huh. Huang Yu's eyes fluttered open. It took him several long seconds to shake off the post-awakening haze. Then the system messages arrived in quick succession. Congratulations, Lord. You have advanced to Tier 2 and awakened a legendary talent, Void Plunder. Due to the high rank of this talent, parsing is in progress. Parsing complete. Legendary talent, Void Plunder. Ability 1, Void Walk. Only extraordinary beings can normally survive in the void, but the Lord can now act freely in a void environment and will automatically absorb void energy to sustain himself. Ability 2, Void Energy. The Lord stores void energy within his body. All skills receive a void enhancement, and raw void energy can be released to produce various effects. Further experimentation is required. Ability 3, Ravager Physique. To keep the predator race balanced and their bloodline pure, void predators possess exceptional control over their bodies. Like them, a lord can also conceal, block, or sever any stolen abilities, fully unleashing them only when necessary. Ability 4, Void Plunder. After killing a living creature, the lord can randomly seize the target's genetic traits, attribute abilities, or innate talents, while any hidden derivatives must be unearthed later. Is this what a legendary talent looks like? Huang Yu stood immobile, his eyes ablaze. Void Walk might not matter for now, yet the remaining 3 talents were all utterly astonishing. 1. Void Energy. Versatile, suitable for both offense and defense. 2. Predator Physique. Grants extreme bodily control, preventing him from becoming a grotesque patchwork of excess powers. 3. Void Plunder. A shortcut to greatness that offsets his limitations as an ordinary human. The thought of eventually claiming those high-tier species made his blood boil. Only after a long moment did he regain his calm. Remembering that the Chaos Mall was still accepting the grappling rope blueprint, he uploaded it at once. Chaos Mall has recorded rare-grade equipment grappling rope. The Lord gains 20,000 experience points. As the prompt sounded, golden light burst from his body. Seconds later the glow faded, and the panel now read, LV-12, a full level higher than Darius, who had just reached LV-11 yesterday. Power flooded every limb and bone. Huang Yu guided the void energy, rose lightly from the floor, and flew straight out of a third-story window. 1. Levitation and flight, driven by void energy. 2. Strength, speed, and regeneration, all greatly enhanced. While hovering, he spread his hands, letting purple-black energy surge outward. He tossed it toward a nearby boulder. The energy seeped in and, with a whoosh, the rock crumbled to drifting ash matter erased, returned to its essence. Huang Yu wondered if the same force would work on living beings, or even spells. The townsfolk stared up in shock and reverence. He dived down the hillside, landed at the edge of his territory, and raised a hand to test an old skill. Blazing Magic Bullet. The once dark red projectile was now veined with violet cracks and twice its former size. It whistled into the forest, then erupted with a boom. A small mushroom cloud rose, leaving a 30-meter circle of charred earth. Such might already matched that of a perfect grade skill. Huang Yu marveled again and again, but sensed the void energy within him nearly spent, recharging only at a crawl. Ding! Your friend, Lord Garo, has transferred 5,000 soul crystals, 1,500 units of iron ore, and additional materials worth 2,000 soul crystals. Have they finally scraped together enough to buy those resources? The thought flashed by. He had no time to linger. He accepted the crystals and supplies, casually forwarded the golden crown eagle eye to Garo, then plunged back into exploring his newfound talents. Congratulations, Lord. You have advanced to Tier 2 and awakened the exceptional talent, Demonic Eagle Eye. Please explore its powers on your own. Jalua leaned against the headboard and slowly opened her eyes. Her vision wavered between clarity and haze, a wave of dizziness nearly pulling her back into sleep. Meow? The familiar cry came from the corner. The golden-threaded tiger stretched lazily, nodded to her, then lowered its head to lick its paw. That fierce dawn battle had pushed it to level 5, making it even larger than an adult Siberian tiger. Jalua focused. Its barbed tongue was as sharp as blades, and every golden hair separated and closed again in slow motion, as if she were watching a frame-by-frame replay. After a brief moment of concentration, she adapted to the new vision. Pressing her temples, she sat up. Enhanced sight, dynamic tracking for now. Demonic Eagle Eye gives me these 2 abilities. Through the window, she could see every detail of the iron mine dozens of meters away. Shilon light cavalry patrolled the perimeter, leather armor bearing the crest Huang Yu Blue Mountain. Dilu, who had become a warrior that morning, stood in a crude watchtower, ironwood bow in hand, and eyes razor sharp. Jeloa sensed that demonic eagle eye still held greater potential waiting to be unlocked. She swung out of bed, slipped into a set of fine-grade light armor that molded her figure into a crisp silhouette, and lifted the red feather bow from the wall. She beckoned to the golden-threaded tiger. Meow? The tiger let out an excited roar, and the two strode side by side out of the castle. This afternoon we'll test the new talent while clearing nearby monsters. Fireseed must reach Tier 3 as soon as possible. Once our territory borders the iron mine, we can free up a lot of manpower. Moments later she was astride a feathered deer, racing across the vast prairie with the golden-threaded tiger and 30 Shilon light cavalry behind her. By dusk, the gathering zone of Huang Yu territory blazed with torchlight. Spartan warriors had hauled back more than 200 monster corpses, while over 30 collectors worked feverishly to sort, butcher, and stack the remains. Windblade. Standing in the open, Huang Yu hurled a crescent of void-charged wind. It doubled in size instantly, violet light coating the edge as it cut toward a bronze-hide bull. Splat. The three-turtle Tier 2 beast never lowered its head for a charge. Its massive skull hit the dust before it could move. You gained 342 experience and 30 soul crystals. Huang Yu frowned slightly. Although the Windblade's power had multiplied with void energy, it was still merely a quantitative boost, unlike the scorching magic bolt's qualitative leap. It seemed equipment and skills only crossed true thresholds at the rare and extraordinary grades. Fortunately, Void Plunder was his trump card. The instant the bull died, the mark on his forehead siphoned a cluster of violet light from the corpse, and void energy rippled across his skin. Bronzehide Bull genetic ability acquired metallic skin. He raised his arm, watching normal flesh shift into a bronze sheen. Among fine-grade materials, Bronzehide was famed for defense. The arrows, spears, and swords of ordinary soldiers could barely nick it. Thanks to Void Plunder, Huang Yu now possessed the same trait. Huang Yu activated his Void Plunder talent. By channeling his Ravager physique, he hid the metallic sheen of his skin while keeping its defensive strength. Outwardly, he looked unchanged, yet weapons below level 10 could no longer leave so much as a scratch on him. Such a frightening gift. He could not help but wonder whether, if he one day slew a dragon, he might gain the creature's formidable body and ageless life. Lord, erase the rough map we drew during today's exploration. As soon as the experiment ended, Dilios hurried over with a sheet of coarse hide. After a full day of fighting, he had climbed to level 12, only a breath behind Huang Yu. The bronze-hide bison he had brought back was a Tier 2 wild beast, easy enough to kill, but capturing it alive had been a major ordeal. Dilios spread the map and tapped the northeast section with a thick finger. About 12 kilometers from here lies an endless prairie, and that bison came from there. We also saw herds of ancient monitor lizards and many other grassland creatures. The orcs who attacked us were likely from the same plains, though we didn't encounter them today. The mention of prairie orcs made Huang Yu think of the orc lord. That nomad knew the location of Huang Yu territory. Once the protection period ended, he would be a ticking time bomb. Seeing Huang Yu nod, Dilios continued. North and west of the territory are dense forests. Roughly 20 kilometers to the northwest we glimpsed a distant mountain range. On the way we met a group of small green-skinned creatures, very timid. We tried greeting them, then threatening them, but they still hid in the shadows. Huang Yu glanced at the towering Spartans, struggling to picture their version of a friendly greeting. Dilios rubbed his nose awkwardly and went on. We haven't scouted the east yet. As for the south, 15 or 16 kilometers away is the sea, stretching to the horizon, and just off the coast stands an island. Prairies, mountains, ocean-abundant resources invariably hide danger. After digesting the report, Huang Yu settled on his next step. Clear the threats near the territory, the Knoll camp 3 kilometers away, the orcs on the plains, the roaming trolls, and the timid greenskins from today. Every hostile race would become a stepping stone on his rise to power. The more land he controlled, the richer the resources he could claim. Dusk settled over the land. 55 Amazon warriors filed into the stronghold, their boots grinding the ochre soil as they dragged nearly 200 monster corpses whose blood was still wet. They also brought news that set Huang Yu's pulse racing. They had discovered a vein of rare ore. Ruiana placed a palm-sized chunk of dark golden stone in Huang Yu's hand. It was dense, and a chill seeped from it into his bones. Activating the Eye of True Sight, he watched earth and yellow currents drift inside the ore. The energy was stable and pure, rivaling the earth element cores of Tier 3 beasts. He opened the data panel. Kuan Gold Rock. Quality, excellent. Description, rich in earth element energy. Suitable only for forging heavy weapons, but an outstanding construction material. When fused into a structure, it greatly increases stability and defense, automatically drawing ambient earth element energy. Over time, the structure's defenses will keep strengthening until it merges with the ground itself. Category: Special Resource or Excellent Grade Building Material. Each unit worth thousands of soul crystals. The Amazons had delivered a spectacular surprise. Stowing the stone in his warehouse, Huang Yu asked, "Where's the vein? Any threats nearby?" Ruiana answered, 5 kilometers west of the territory, in a hidden cavern. We stumbled on it by chance. The mine itself is deserted, but a nimble race covered in strange runes prowls the area. They tried a Hitandran attack, vanished when we pursued, and are likely members of the myriad races. Huang Yu nodded. He had to claim that Kuan Gold vein. Not only was it valuable, it might be the key to advancing the Fire Seed to Tier 4. Memorizing the locations of both the mine and the mysterious tribe, he handed Rihanna 31 grappling launchers from his warehouse and told her squad to master the new gear. Then he headed back to the castle to tally the day's haul. The Spartan warriors and Amazon hunters had slain 423 wild monsters, yielding over 10,000 units of food. Huang Yu set aside more than 1,000 units of rare and excellent grade provisions, then dumped the rest into the universal market. Moments after settlement, all 9,000 remaining units sold, adding 31,800 soul crystals to his account. With the loot from the hunt, his balance now topped 40,000. A sizable cache of materials also filled the warehouse. Tomorrow he would send them to the Runic Research Institute for another tidy profit. In a single afternoon, the institute had already forged 216 pieces of equipment, 2 of which were excellent grade: a radiant gold bow and a blood-weeping sword. The new longsword performed on par with the cold wave blade already in Huang Yu's hand. After a moment's thought, he decided not to sell this outstanding weapon yet. Instead, he would hold on to it for Ayla or Ruiana. Next, he sorted through the spoils, 44 rare-grade items in total, 20 of them grappling hooks, leaving 24 pieces. To bolster the squad, he set aside 12 for his warriors. The remaining 12, together with 120 fine-grade items and 50 common-grade pieces, made 182 items, all of which he bundled for sale. Perfect timing, Huang Yu chuckled. Those lords must be dying to unload their soul crystals. His fingers flew across the interface, and every item went up in the Huang Yu shop. Notifications flooded in. Lord Xia paid 3,200 soul crystals for a rare battle axe. Lord Ibulike paid 2,900 soul crystals for 10 fine long swords. Lord Tunglong paid 40 soul crystals for a set of common leather armor. In barely 10 seconds, more than 100 prompts flashed by, and Huang Yu's balance swelled by over 70,000 soul crystals. Meanwhile, the world chat erupted. Unbelievable, your click speed is insane. I can never snag gear from the Huang Yu shop. Got a rare longbow. Tested a absolute beast. Love you, Huang Yu. Jealous. I only grabbed 5 fine spears, and yes, I'm here to brag. Curse you. Watching this guy flex makes me want to punch someone through the screen. Seems like the Huang Yu shop has been flooded with fine-grade gear lately. Clearly Lord Huang Yu just leveled up again. Respect. But supplies shrinking, barely 200 sets today. Not nearly enough. Come on, Lord Huang Yu, restock for us. Amid the cheers, a dissenting voice rose. Can't Lord Huang Yu forge more common gear for us lower-tier lords? Yeah, commons are disappearing, and we can't afford high-grade stuff. Think about your fellow lords. With great power comes great responsibility. These top lords from Huang Yu only care about themselves, heartless. They're vampires, feeding on us. Tension had been building as the influx of high-quality equipment intensified the scramble among weaker lords. Once a few complaints surfaced, many echoed them, aiming their frustration squarely at Huang Yu and the other elites. Others fired back just as quickly. You need someone to carry you in the war of the races? This isn't a game. The Huang Yu shop's already generous, now you want freebies? Can't keep up? Don't blame anyone else. Grow up and stop crying for milk. The world channel turned into a powder keg. 2 factions hurled insults back and forth. Top lords jumped into the fray, and gleeful onlookers fanned the flames until complete chaos reigned. Ding. A message popped up from your friend Lord Zhongtian. Huang Yu had just shoved the 4,000 units of iron or gelaw had delivered into the warehouse when the alert on his private panel chimed. Boss Huang Yu, the world channel is in an uproar because of you. Lord Zongshan's text appeared almost instantly. Because of me? Huang Yu raised an eyebrow but paid it no mind. Other people's emotions were none of his business. Rather than wasting time trading insults in the chat, he would rather focus on growing his territory. He replied casually, "Don't bother me with that sort of thing again." Okay. The other side clearly hadn't expected Huang Yu to be so indifferent. After a short pause, he sent another message. Boss Huang Yu, I have a batch of materials I'd like you to turn into gear. Could you help me out? The material info popped up: 22 units of fine-grade beast hide. Lord Zhongtian wanted 20 sets of fine leather armor. Huang Yu checked current prices and quoted, 300 soul crystals per set, 6,000 in total. Does that work for you? Within the same quality tier, armor had always been pricier than weapons. In the chaos marketplace, even the cheapest fine leather armor cost more than 400 soul crystals, and items from the Institute of Rune Crafting were usually mid-range or better. 300 per set was already Huang Yu's friend's only rate. Ding. Your friend Lord Zhongtian has transferred 6,000 soul crystals and 22 sheets of fine-grade beast hide. Please confirm receipt. Thanks, Boss Huang Yu. He'll leave the equipment to you. Since you don't want to get dragged into the drama, those clowns in the World Channel are mine to handle. I, Zhongtian, will protect Boss Huang Yu's reputation. Reading the earnest pledge, Huang Yu's lips twitched, but he let it pass. The kid's constant boss actually sounded pleasant, so he decided to keep him on the friends list for a few more days. By dusk, after wrapping up routine affairs, Huang Yu territory was cloaked in twilight. The white moon hung high like a jade disk, its gentle glow spilling over the treetops and city walls, making the fifth night after the mass arrival almost as bright as day. The red and purple moons were pushed into dim obscurity. Tonight is the brightest night in the white moon's 7-day cycle. Huang Yu looked up, while the mysterious mark on his forehead continued to lock onto the purple moon, quietly siphoning a trace of void energy. The purple moon symbolized the void, so what did the violent red moon and the tranquil white moon stand for? As his power grew, the veil over the chaos continent was being lifted layer by layer. The night stayed quiet. Far off in the forest, wild beasts let out the occasional low growl, but even that sounded weak. At dawn, the white moon faded, and the sixth day after the mass arrival arrived quietly. Huang Yu finished his morning training, sat down to breakfast with Rihanna and Dilios, and waited for the daily sign-in and discount lists to refresh. What he hadn't expected was that the first thing to arrive was a message from Gannicus. I nearly forgot about him. Huang Yu's heart lurched, and a film of sweat formed at his temples. A few days ago he had sent Gannicisi to the Knoll territory, then never followed up. Only now did he realize his lapse. The communication crystal at his chest vibrated. He pulled it free, and 2 short lines hovered across its surface. Lord, I just tried to enter. The enemy barrier is down. The Knoll's grace period is over. So a mid-tier race only enjoyed 5 days of protection. Huang Yu funneled mental energy into the crystal. What are they doing now? Any signs they're pulling out? He remembered how an orc lord could shoulder a totem pole and relocate. He worried the Knolls might have a similar trick. A few breaths later, Gannicisi pushed a holographic feed through. Mist drifted aside to reveal the Knoll camp's heart. A ring wall more than 3 meters tall, a rough mix of stone, clay, and timber clearly cobbled together in haste rather than purchased from the Chaos Bazaar. Beyond the parapet, part of a stone building showed. Dark figures swarmed the battlements. Most Knolls gripped crude, handmade blades. Only a few carried anything half-decent. Watchtowers rose every few paces, archers atop them sweeping the gray fog and Treeline with wary eyes. So they've abandoned field raids and hunkered down? We've scared them stiff. Huang Yu let out a soft laugh. Knolls thrived on Hitandran tactics, but 2 heathen defeats by the Spartan warriors had driven them back inside their walls. Still, surviving the end of the shield meant they had cleared the Lord's trial. Their foundation couldn't be taken lightly. The feed continued. Circling high, Gannicisi offered a bird's-eye view of the entire domain, roughly 500 by 500 meters, still at stage 2. Outside the wall, the earth had been scraped naked. Almost no vegetation remained, leaving a killing field where faint traces of buried traps were visible. The wolves posed a greater threat. Gray shadows flickered among trees, and behind the rampart one giant wolf after another. The most striking was a snowy Tier 4 beast. Its shoulders towered above the wall, its spine nearly level with the watchtowers. So the white wolf's here too? Huang Yu muttered, eyes narrowing. Beside him, Diliasi and Rihanna leaned toward the crystal. The instant the white beast appeared, impatience creased Diliasi's brow. During the last joint assault by gnolls and trolls, that sly brute had caused them no end of trouble. The image ended. Gannicisi's voice followed. My lord, further orders? Huang Yu's expression hardened. He forced energy into the crystal. Keep them under watch. They'll arrive with the army soon. Today we take the Knoll domain. Understood. Gannicisi replied crisply. Huang Yu pocketed the crystal and turned to Diliasi and Rihanna. Alert every warrior, full battle kit. I'm leading the march myself. His gaze hardened to steel. His voice rang out like a hammer. We're wiping those gnolls off the map. Yes, my lord. Dilios and Rihanna pressed their fists to their chests in salute, their resolute eyes brushing past Huang Yu before they turned and hurried off to reorganize the troops. Huang Yu returned to his chamber alone and retrieved the scorpion lion armor personally, forged by Song Yun. Exceptional gear scorpion lion armor. Master Smith Song Yun of the Blue Mountain Workshop crafted it from a Tier IV scorpion lion beast, reinforced with radiant goldstone, making it one of the finest pieces even among exceptional grade equipment. Active skills. 1. Flight. The modified scorpion lion wings allow short glides. 2. Gale. When the wings deploy or flap, they generate a powerful outward blast of air. 3. Wing/channel energy into the wings to hurl razor-sharp slashes. 4. Wings of radiant gold. The wings are plated with radiant goldstone. Their defense rivals exceptional shields, and their edges are as keen as rare weapons, suitable for both offense and defense. Passive skills. 1. Scorpion lion venom. Anyone wounded by the blades is afflicted with a toxin that causes muscle paralysis and shock. 2. Aegis of radiant gold. Radiant goldstone grants formidable defense and partially reflects physical damage. The materials came from the very scorpion lion the Spartan warriors brought back after the beast died. The only regret was the missing demonic crystal that should have served as the power core. The crystal, along with the creature's tail, had been swiped the night before by someone. With the butler's help, he locked each piece into place. The violet gold metal clung to his body without feeling heavy. The pauldrons, greaves, and sabatons were all sharply contoured. The reworked wings lay folded in a rhombic compartment at the back of the breastplate, and the helmet mirrored a scorpion lion's visage. Fully armored, Huang Yu looked imposing and formidable. He descended the stairs to the clang of iron boots as the servants bowed and voiced their admiration. Before stepping out of the castle, he opened the chaos store and tapped check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, Lord, you have received a fine-grade spear, heart piercer. The icy iron spear materialized in his hand. Huang Yu twitched his lips and casually tossed heart piercer into the universal market. A few breaths later, a transaction prompt appeared. 270 soul crystals had been credited. Heart piercer is good, he murmured, balancing the new pouch of crystals in one hand. If you're going to kill, strike at the very heart. On the plaza before the main gate, 139 Spartan warriors stood to the left. On the right, 75 Amazon warriors, including the 20 recruits just born, formed their ranks. More than 200 elite soldiers, each clad in fine grade or better equipment, radiated a chilling will to fight. At Huang Yu's word, they would charge into hell itself. Farther back, 100 newly arrived subjects watched in awe, both stunned and thankful to belong to this territory. This would be the territory's first expedition. It had to be flawless, a clean sweep of the enemy. Huang Yu's gaze flicked between the two formations, and with a single thought, 3,525 soul crystals vanished. An instant later, another 125 level 1 Amazon warriors marched out of the tribe, one group after another. The 60 chosen settlers entered the Spartan training camp with pride written across their faces. Minutes later, the gates swung open again, and 60 level 1 Spartan warriors filed out, crimson cloaks billowing and round shields strapped to their backs. Their steps were perfectly synchronized, their eyes sharp as flint, and every movement radiated the aura of freshly forged steel. At the center of the column stood 3 brand new hero units, an even more stirring sight. Spartan Hero, Astino's unique. Level 1. Loyalty, 100 fanatical. Potential, Sanctuary tier, may advance to level 69. Class, Spartan Berserker. Skills, Spartan combat techniques, Spartan phalanx, Berserker blade, and more. Motto, the edge of my sword bears my wrath. Profile, a master swordsman who loves to lead the charge. Astinos turns everything in his path to scorched earth with a flaming blade. Spartan Hero, Phaedra unique. Level 1. Loyalty, 100 fanatical. Potential, Sanctuary tier, may advance to level 69. Class, Spartan Edge. Skills, dual wield mastery, battle instinct, and more. Subclass, Poet. Motto, they see only my blood-stained blade, while I see the fear in their eyes. Profile, gifted and versatile, Phaedra draws the full potential from any weapon he touches. His verses rouse allies and burn through enemy ranks like wildfire. Spartan Hero, Isona's unique. Level 1. Loyalty, 100 fanatical. Potential, Extraordinary tier, may advance to level 59. Class, Spartan Tower Shield Bearer. Skills, Spartan combat techniques, Spartan phalanx, shield mastery, and more. Motto, calamity stops with me. Profile, a massive figure of living bronze. Isonas stands like a rampart. While he holds the line, his comrades can strike without fear. Astinos, the youngest, carried the same blazing fervor in his dark eyes as Dilios. Phaedra's golden hair gleamed like sunlight, his handsome features drawing sidelong glances from the Amazon warriors. Isonas, towering over 2 meters, bald and broad-shouldered, stood at the fore like a living wall. Shoulder to shoulder with Dilios and Musa, the 5 heroes exuded a murderous aura that rolled through the entire legion. Welcome, my heroes and warriors, Huang Yu proclaimed, his voice bright and clear. Once the weapons and armor from the warehouse had been issued, the 60 Spartans and the Amazon fighters stood fully armed, cold steel flashing under the sun. Huang Yu spread his arms and powered up the manticore armor. Boom. Violet gold wings snapped open, the blast of air sweeping away the dust at his feet. With a deep whump, the wings beat again, lifting him skyward. Metal feathers scraped together with a low drone that sounded like distant war drums. Warriors, fight for the future of the continuum, he thundered, staring down at the ranks. Make those despicable gnolls tremble beneath our feet. Amazon spears shot high, Spartan shields slammed in unison, a tide of ringing iron. For victory. For the continuum. The chant rose higher and higher. With another thunderous flap, Huang Yu streaked to the vanguard in a violet gold blur. The instant he landed, The ground shattered into a shallow crater, stones flying. March, he roared. The Null territory. Although he had been constantly suppressed by Huang Yu, the Null Lord Buck had still managed to raise his domain to Tier 2. After passing the trial, he received a generous reward, and more than 400 Nulls now filled his holdings, every one of them born with a weapon in hand. The force included 50 elite Null brutes, 10 rare dire wolf riders, and 5 rare ghost hand Nulls. Yet to Buck this was nowhere near enough. The screams of the troll warriors on that dreadful day still echoed in his ears, and the memory of those humanoid killing machines made him shiver. He stepped up to the ancestral totem. Fashioned from the spine of some colossal beast and plates of blackened iron, the totem embodied a beastman lord's power and authority. Through it, Buck could spin soul crystals to summon his kin, purchase buildings and resources, or even trade with other Null rulers. But raising those 400 troops had drained him dry. He had no crystals left for fortifications or even the simplest transactions. He could only bow his head and ask for help. Great ancestors, tell my brother Mog I accept his terms. Nulls are cold-blooded and selfish by nature. Family ties mean little. Buck and Mog had been virtual strangers even before they arrived in this world, and for various reasons their relationship was now openly hostile. His plea for aid was therefore a transaction of equal value, perhaps even a sale of his very soul. Soon a message from Mog flickered across the totem. Oh, my beloved brother. Your letter has made my soul leap from my body with joy. Come, come, sign this contract, and our family can be reunited all the sooner. Ha ha ha. The image of Mog's shriveled, venomous face and his chilly laughter flashed through Buck's mind. Still, he raised one claw and signed the floating contract without hesitation. He had no choice but to trust that Mog would honor the deal and bring double the fighting power to his domain. Contract complete. Please accept the items provided under its terms. The system chimed. Buck drew a deep breath and confirmed. A flash of gray light, and a scroll dropped into his palm. He glanced at the scroll's details. His pupils flared crimson, and a howl of despair tore from his throat. Mog, you bastard. Before long, Huang Yu and the warriors under his command reached the Null territory. Gonix hurried over to greet him. The orc's level had risen to 11, now equal to Moose's. Up on the 3-meter walls, Nulls were packed shoulder to shoulder. As the army closed in, a chorus of chaotic howls rose from the ramparts. Mixed among them were the hulking Null brutes, as large as ordinary orcs. But most defenders were only level 1 or 2, well within the Spartans' capacity to handle. Under the direction of several hero units, the Spartan warriors formed up and advanced in a half encirclement toward the wall. One squad of Amazon warriors, led by Aella, slipped into the woods behind the settlement, while another, under Rihanna, stayed with the Spartans to coordinate the main assault. Strategy was not Huang Yu's strong suit, so he stayed out of the deployment. His role was simply to state the objective. His orders were clear: wipe out every Null and dire wolf. All preparations were complete. The Spartan hero Dilios strapped on his scalefang armor, raised his great sword and shield, and bellowed, "The Lord commands us destroy the Null stronghold and purge every outsider. Warriors, let us dedicate this victory to our mighty Lord. For the Lord advance." Every warrior struck a fist to his chest, their thunderous shout shaking the air. Dilios charged at the head of the column, while Huang Yu spread his wings, rose into the sky, and opened the eye of true sight. A heartbeat later, a 6-meter-wide waterspout laced with void energy slammed onto the vanguard's clearing, shredding every hidden trap before dissipating. Even before the spray had faded, Huang Yu hurled a blistering orb veined with violet cracks. Boom. The blast tore a 7-meter gap in the Null's crude wall. System notifications rolled across Huang Yu's vision. The Lord has slain 1 LV2 Null, gained 34 XP, 3 soul crystals. The Lord has slain 1 LV3 Null brute, gained 65 XP, 7 soul crystals. The Lord has slain 1 LV1 Null. Scalding flames obliterated more than a dozen Nulls on the spot. The void sigil on Huang Yu's brow pulsed, flooding him with data. Looted Null genetic ability, strength of the Null. Looted Null genetic ability, strength of the Null. Looted Null genetic ability, Null scent. Unlimited stacking of the same ability worthy of a legendary talent. Huang Yu exulted. Start with the weak, keep stacking, and ill-evolve an ultimate power. No wonder void reavers are every race's nightmare. He adjusted his reaver physiology, smoothing the rampant fur and drawing his elongated arms back to normal. In an instant his strength doubled, and his sense of smell sharpened enough to catch the faint scent of the Null lurking in the treetop behind him. Gonix, leave that one to me. Huang Yu turned to the Spartan hero who already had a venom fang at a captive's throat. The eye of true sight had locked on Gonix and tagged the hidden assassin by scent. The LV-10 Phantom Hand Null felt a chill as Huang Yu's gaze fixed on it. The only second-tier fighter among 5 Phantom Hand assassins, it had no idea how it had been discovered. Shadow swift, it dropped from the branches, claw slashing for Huang Yu, unaware that Dilios had been a heartbeat from slicing its throat. Phantom Hand Null. Level, LV-10. Abilities: Stealth, Shadow Claw, Heart Gouge. Description: an assassin cast of gnolls. Misshapen forearms end in talons as sharp as fine blades. Its agility is exceptional. Huang Yu skimmed the data. The wings of his manticore armor snapped one swamp, blasting the attacker back 3 meters. He flicked an arm, a wind blade flashed, and the phantom hand gnoll was cut clean in two. Its corpse hit the ground with confusion still frozen in its eyes. The Lord has slain one LV-10 Phantom Hand, gnoll gained 156 XP, 14 soul crystals. Looted Phantom Hand attribute, Phantom Hand agility. The second rank Ghost Hand gnoll fell before it could reach its mark, and with that, the last spark of hope in Lord Bok's eyes went dark. The assassin had been his hidden ace, meant to slip through the chaos and cut down the human lord in the distance. Reality, however, proved merciless. Getting past those enemies, who fought like slaughter machines, was all but impossible. Roaring blasts of searing arcane rounds ripped through the air, their shockwaves sending loose stones skittering across the fortress walls. Terrified by the sheer force, Bok's warriors broke formation. Bitter-eyed, he drew a scroll from his cloak. Life ignition, quality, perfect. Ability: 1. Multiplies the combat strength of allied units. 2. Numbs all pain and banishes fear of death. 3. Price: allies' life force is consumed for as long as they fight. 4. Maximum coverage, 500 targets. So it really will raise our strength several times over, only to hurry me and my people toward the grave. Bok muttered as he unrolled the parchment, his gaze lifeless. Mog, can't you even wait a little longer? Crimson sigils crept across the vellum as he channeled power into it. Thick, blood-red light howled forth, splitting into arcs that streaked toward the gnolls and dire wolves within and outside the keep. The ominous glow chilled every heart. A few gnolls flinched on instinct, their eyes snapping to their lord. Do not resist, embrace it. Bok barked. His authority still held weight. Though shaken, the gnolls spread their arms and let the burning lifelight sink in. Bok himself drew one of the arcs into his own body. Sparks crackled as blood flames danced over his skin. Bones popped and swelled, muscles coiled like thick cables, veins bulged. In a breath he towered nearly 3 meters tall, exhaling a pale red mist. Swinging up his axe, he glanced down at the white wolf below the rampart, his blood-red gaze narrowing. You as well. A guttural snarl escaped the wolf as the arc circled above its head, unable to find purchase. The dire wolves behind it showed the same resistance. With a thunderous crash, Bok leapt down, his great axe shattering the ground. He pressed the blade against the white wolf's neck, coldly demanding, accept the power or die. A furious howl tore from the beast before it finally yielded. The arc slammed home, its body swelling, pure white fur now streaked with dark red sigils. Satisfied, Bok turned to the courtyard and roared, use the fire in your veins. Give our foes a surprise, they will witness the gnolls' cruelty. Howls erupted in answer. The gnolls, their minds all but burned away, descended into collective madness. With bloodlust blazing in their eyes, they charged like beasts under a crimson moon. High above, Huang Yu hovered, watching the gnolls' transformation unfold. What kind of secret art is this? Their strength has surged so drastically, he murmured, brows knitting. Even so, he calmly dismissed his manticore armor and settled to the ground. 400 warriors advanced in an unbroken tide, and the flow of battle remained firmly in his grasp. Victory, he knew, was already his. He worried about how many warriors might fall, but the battle shifted too quickly for such luxuries. The moment the Spartans moved into range, gnoll archers and javelin throwers on the wall drew back their strings, hoping to strike first. Yet flaunting marksmanship before Amazon warriors and Spartan bowmen was like brandishing a toy blade before Huang Yu. The gnolls never loosed a single shaft. A storm of arrows met them heated, mingled with the Amazons' hurled javelins. Arrowheads and spear points ripped the air and punched through leather and flesh. Screams erupted as the gnolls ducked away, scuttling behind the battlements and refusing to show themselves again. The brief exchange ended, and berserk gnoll infantry slammed into the Spartan phalanx. There was no probing. Steel met steel, and the battlefield split like torn cloth, blood spraying in crimson ribbons. Kill! Dilios roared, charging at the front beside Astinos. Musa anchored the center and issued calm commands. Phaedra held the left flank, Isonas the right, the phalanx locked tight. Their foes were a chaotic mob, gnolls swinging spiked clubs, bone axes, and war hammers with wild abandon. Blades flashed, and severed limbs, flesh, and viscera flew, a red gale swirling at the soldiers' feet. Even with enhanced strength, these gnolls were only slightly tougher bones to crack. Huang Yu watched the slaughter without a hint of queasiness. Instead, his blood surged, and he felt an urge to leap into the fray. Something's wrong with me, he muttered, touching his nose in self-mockery. Other transmigrators hurled at their first sight of war. He was trembling with excitement. A sudden wolf howl split the ruins. From a breach in the shattered wall burst a squad of hulking gnolls in chainmail. Unlike the rabble, they were well equipped and thickly muscled. Their appearance alone stalled the Spartan advance. Noel Britsiech one rivaled a rare human unit, and once they ignited their life fire, they could overpower even elite warriors. They scoffed at pain and death. Even with limbs severed or chests pierced, they still tried to bite flesh from Spartan throats. Dilios carved blazing arcs with his sword, setting two brutes alight. The burning monsters simply dropped their weapons, flung out charred arms, and dove into the phalanx, rippling the formation. Stone armor. Huang Yu raised his hand, sheathing a dozen frontline soldiers in a shell of rock. Stone plates fused over gilded armor, absorbing the suicidal charge. The danger was not over. For Ghost Hand gnolls slid from the shadows at the wall's base, moving in crooked lines towards Spartan hearts. Fools, your ragged breathing betrays you. A low voice ripped through the night. Venomfang struck first. His short blade flashed like lightning, drilling into two Ghost Hands' chests. Blood bubbled from their throats as they slumped, only then glimpsing Gondnix standing coldly behind them. Prey should know its place. Phaedra's twin swords spun like silver dragons. In a heartbeat, the remaining two Ghost Hands burst into crimson mist. An even fiercer threat followed. 10 dire wolves vaulted down from the inner wall, claws cracking stone, muscles coiling like springs. Each carried a mounted wolf rider, and they formed a tight guard around Buck, who rode a white wolf. The pack swept along the flank and lunged for the rear of the Spartan line. Their target was Huang Yu. A sneak attack? Watching the Gnoll Lord charge in with his Wurg riders and their howling pack, Huang Yu didn't even twitch. To him, this was just another posture in a doomed struggle against absolute power. Resistance was meaningless. The Spartan warriors and Amazon fighters shifted formation in an instant. Thick bolus whipped from Amazon hands, wrapping around the riders' waists and yanking them off their mounts. Arrows, javelins, and spears punched into the dire wolves, turning the beasts into living porcupines. Before the attackers covered half the distance, 10 riders and a dozen wolves were down. Only the Gnoll Lord Bach and his fourth-tier white wolf kept coming. No fear showed on Bach's face, only a feral, mocking grin, eyes fixed on Huang Yu. Boom. Spartan hero Isonas slammed forward, shield first, flipping Bach and the white wolf. Bach rolled upright and hurled a rasping roar at Huang Yu. Huang Yu lifted a hand and cast tongues. Bach's curses cut through the clamor. They'll kill you. It's you wretched races who damned my soul for eternity. They'll kill every one of you. Hemmed in by warriors, Bach raised his flaming great axe. Fire danced along the blade, and every few swings he hurled a fireball to drive the fighters back. The white wolf had lost all cunning, its eyes shot out by arrows, its hide bristling with spears, yet it still snapped like a rabid hound. The two berserk beasts fought so savagely that casualties mounted among the defenders. Clang! A slim figure flashed in front of Bach. Bathed in pale gold light, Ruiana met the raging axe with a silver-bright longsword. She's advanced to hero, Huang Yu murmured, layering stone skin over Ruiana while pulling up her status panel. Amazon warrior Ruiana. Level 8. Loyalty 100 devoted. Potential. Sanctuary can reach level 69. Class, Battlemaster. Skills. 1. Morningstar Secret Art unifies all her combat techniques into a single ultimate mastery. 2. Leadership innate command presence that naturally wins trust and rallies up to 100 allies. 3. Battle instinct Treasure sharp perception on the field, sensing hostility and traps at once. Title, Morningstar. Motto, dying by my blade will be the greatest honor of your life. At last, the Amazon tribe had its first hero unit, and one with the highest commander potential. Huang Yu's eyes gleamed. Ruiana danced forward, silver sword carving cold arcs through Bach's searing flames. Spartan and Amazon lines reformed behind her and pressed the attack. Fireballs, spear thrusts, and flashing steel crossed in a storm of roars and war cries. Ruiana slid low, vaulted high, and traced razor-precise lines slashing Bach's shoulder, shattering the white wolf's remaining fangs. Against the Gnoll Lord's brute force, her movements looked both exact and effortlessly elegant. For a moment, Rihanna fought the Gnoll Lord to a standstill. Her slender figure flashed through the firelight, silver sparks flying from her longsword with every swing. Yet Bach was a Tier 2 creature. After he invoked Burning Blood, his higher level gave him a faint edge. The instant stalemate ended when his frenzied rhythm threw Rihanna's footwork into disarray. Damn it, Rihanna muttered. Bach summoned his bloodlust again. His body swelled, muscles bunching like twisted cables beneath red-violet skin, and his eyes turned a solid crimson. Clang, clang, clang. The giant axe crashed down. Rihanna raised her sword to block, each impact numbing her hands. Finally, Bach swept the axe sideways, its blazing edge hurling her sword and all through the air. Out of my way. As the human warriors closed in, Bach spun with his axe. The flames spiraled into a massive fire tornado. Spears, blades, and shields were incinerated, and a gap tore open in the encirclement. Breaking free, he looked up. 20 meters ahead stood Huang Yu, alone. Blood dripped from Bach's mouth, staining his fangs as he rasped, He will have you yet. Oh, Huang Yu slowly lifted his arm. Whip. Violet light flashed. Before Bach could react, the arm holding his axe spun into the air, a spray of blood following it. You're nowhere near my level. Huang Yu had compressed void energy, turning a normal wind blade into a half-meter arc of violet light, so fast it was nearly invisible. One strike severed the limb. The gap between us is wider than you imagine. Whip, whip, whip. Three more compressed wind blades flew. Before Bach even thought to dodge, his head was sliced clean off. Thud. The headless corpse toppled, the confusion in Bach's eyes fading to emptiness. With burning blood gone, his hulking frame deflated from over 3 meters to less than 2, shriveling like a mummy. At that moment a prompt sounded in Huang Yu's ear. The Lord has slain a foreign race null lord. You have taken the first step toward dominion among all races. Rewards: 20,000 experience, 2,000 soul crystals. You have plundered the null lord's innate ability, fire seed. Golden light rose from his skin, boosting his level to LV13. That's all. Huang Yu waited, surprised that the kill yielded only extra experience and soul crystals. No null core, no equipment, no resources. Before his doubts settled, a new prompt appeared. Obtain the null lord's emblem of authority to inherit all assets belonging to the null lord. So the key isn't the lord himself, but his authority, Huang Yu mused. The battlefield ahead was nearly finished. Only a few crazed gnolls fought on like cornered beasts. Soon the entire territory and its emblem of authority would be his. While he waited, he examined the talent he had just taken. Talent: Fire Seed. Rarity: Rare. Effect: the user's flesh naturally contains fire element energy, enabling direct casting of fire mimic spells or coating weapons in flame. The holder also gains strong magic resistance to fire-based energies. That must be the innate ability a gnoll unlocks after reaching Tier 2. Huang Yu recalled the gnoll chieftain's tactics. Fireballs shrieking through the air, a blazing greataxe wreathed in flames, wave after wave of scorching heat that lingered long after each strike. All of it drew on the fire element, and now that gift was his. A moment's focus activated the element inside him. Tangerine flames surged out, coating his manticore armor in a dazzling sheen. Not bad, he judged. The fire element adds little to raw physique, but its heat far exceeds ordinary flame. Among the current lords, it counts as an above-average power. The battle itself had been utterly one-sided. The gnoll's surprise attack failed to make even a ripple. Within moments, Astino's cleaved the last gnoll in two, its howl dying in its throat. Every fallen gnoll lay shriveled like a dry branch, burning. Their life force had come at too high a price. Even if any had survived, they would have burned out in mere days. My lord, the gnolls are annihilated. Darius, spattered in blood, hurried over, knelt on one knee, and pressed a fist to his chest. Well done. Get the wounded back to the territory. Huang Yu handed him several rare-grade potions. The brief clash had left no dead among the Spartans or Amazons, but many bore severe wounds. The chieftain's flaming greataxe had carved blackened gashes through the front line. These potions would only dull the pain. Full recovery would rely on the Spartan training grounds and the Amazons' healers. The haul, however, was impressive. While warriors gathered gear and trophies, the numbers kept climbing. Huang Yu reached level 13, just a step from level 14. Soul crystals gained, over 13,000. Spartan warriors. Heroes Darius, Musa, and Gannicus reached level 12, with Darius on the brink of level 13. Astinos reached level 7. Phaedra and Exonas rose to level 6. Among the remaining 194 warriors, the lowest was level 3. Shine and 40 others had already broken into Tier 2. Amazon warriors. Morningstar Rihanna advanced to level 9 and remained the strongest. Gale Ella reached level 8. Ella had been tasked with eliminating the forest wolves. After she left the territory, kill notifications slowed to a trickle. When she returned, Huang Yu discovered she had ascended to hero status. Her panel now read: Amazon warrior. Name: Ella. Level: 8. Loyalty: 100. Fanatical. Potential: Sanctuary can advance to level 69. Class: Banner of the Storm. Skills: Storm Shot, Hail of Arrows, Focused Volley. Title: Gale. Motto: Face my attack as you would a raging storm. Through unmatched archery and unrelenting style, Ella had earned the unique class Banner of the Storm. On top of his existing abilities, he unlocked high-tier skills such as Rain of Arrows and Charged Shot, giving his power a dramatic boost. Meanwhile, Imo Lanabo and the other 4 Amazon warriors earned their own titles, each one now safely above level 3. After the battlefield was cleared, the loot was stacked by quality. The most striking piece was the giant axe taken from the Gnoll Lord, a rare tier weapon, though its stats were mediocre. They also collected 96 superior grade items, 216 common grade pieces, and a heap of crude, homemade weapons. Huang Yu felt no excitement. He planned to haul everything back to his territory and dump it in the universal market for a quick cache of soul crystals. Through a gap in the wall, he stepped into the heart of the Gnoll domain. Roughly 3 to 4 dozen wooden huts lay scattered among iron deposits, smelting furnaces, warehouses, and arrow towers. Deepest in the compound stood a rugged stone, keep the likeliest hiding place for the Knoll Lord's authority. He pushed open the heavy doors and entered a vast hall. Directly ahead rose a 5-meter-high relief of a snarling gnoll, the stone lines seeming to ripple in the torchlight. Ancestral totem the Knoll Lord's authority discovered. Status: unclaimed. Capture it. This totem was exactly what brought Huang Yu here, but he hadn't expected the takeover to be so involved. Choose a capture method. Inherit, devour, disassemble, assimilate. The 4 options flashed on his interface. He hesitated, then asked silently, "What's the difference?" The system replied. 1. Inherit. Abandon human lord status, become a Knoll Lord, and assume control of all resources in the current territory. 2. Devour. The fire seed devours the ancestral totem, unlocking the Knoll catalog in the Chaos Store. Future Knoll subjects will exist as a vassal race. 3. Disassemble. The fire seed breaks down the totem, yielding a large sum of soul crystals and basic units of the territory's existing resources. 4. Assimilate. The fire seed assimilates the totem, using the energy to spawn a secondary fire seed under your control, suitable for founding a new territory. Each choice had its merits. Inherit? Impossible. Huang Yu would never forsake his human lord status to become a Knoll chieftain. Lose that, and everything he had might evaporate, maybe even at the edge of Delias's sword in the next heartbeat. Disassemble? Not enticing either. The system hadn't quoted an exact number of soul crystals. She doubted it exceeded 100,000, and the common grade or in arrow towers interested him even less. That left devour and assimilate. Unlock Knoll goods in the Chaos Store, or gain a secondary fire seed and start a brand new domain. Huang Yu had already made up his mind. Are you sure you want the fire seed to consume the Knoll ancestral totem? Confirm. Of the 4 methods of occupation, Huang Yu finally chose devour. Assimilation would have allowed him to claim another piece of land near the Kunjin or veins, but his real priority was discounted artifacts, so devour it had to be. Once the fire seed absorbed the ancestral totem, the Chaos Store would unlock Knoll merchandise, giving him an even broader sales list in the future. Decision made, a phantom of the fire seed drifted out of his mindscape and hovered toward the totem. The moment they touched, blue flames exploded, racing along the stone carvings like a living thing. Within seconds the blaze engulfed the pillar, the surface cracking and flaking away into smoke. As the totem vanished, Huang Yu's heart tightened. An ancient presence seemed to stare at him, but the feeling disappeared in a flash. Before he could react, the Knoll stronghold began to tremble. Cracks spread across pillars and walls like spiderwebs. Move. Snapping to, Huang Yu unfurled the wings of his manticore armor to shield himself and darted outside. He had barely cleared the doorway when thunderous crashes erupted behind him. The stone keep collapsed into rubble, taking the iron mine, smelter, and arrow towers with it. A formidable fortress was reduced to ruins in moments. Fire seed devouring complete. Chaos Store Knoll merchandise unlocked. Huang Yu tried to open the store but got another prompt. The Lord is outside his territory. Purchases, check-ins, and trades are unavailable. It was his first time beyond his own borders, and now he understood he'd have to get home before browsing anything. Meanwhile, the Spartan warriors and Amazon warriors had stripped the place bare. To counter Huang Yu, the Knoll Lord Bach had emptied his coffers, leaving the Tier 2 warehouse pathetic. A dozen crude weapons, less than 100 units of refined iron and ore, and assorted scraps. The only bright spot was the food, over 800 units. That bright spot vanished when Huang Yu noticed the half-torso of an elderly Knoll among the ingredients, turning his stomach. He ordered every Knoll corpse burned, then headed home with the loot and a dire wolf carcass. By the time he crossed his own boundary, the sun was still high. Runic Institute, 1 master-level smith acquired. Runic Institute, 7 expert-level smiths acquired. Runic Institute, 2 apprentice rune construct engineers acquired. Runic Institute, fine-grade runic construct successfully developed. The moment Huang Yu stepped inside, notifications flooded his vision, all from the Runic Institute. Setting the Chaos Store aside, he bolted toward the research center without even taking off his manticore armor. Inside, a dozen expert smiths had formed a semicircle, bombarding Bailey with questions about forging techniques. Huang Yu opened the promotion log, and the top line stood out. Bailey had become the first smith to reach master rank. Forge Master, Bailey. Rank, Master. Specialty, bladed weapons. Secondary vocation, Apprentice Runic Constructor. Promotion chance, 5 to Sacred Forge Master, 0.01 to Divine Forge Master. After Bailey became a master, his potential soared. According to the projections, he might even have a shot at the God Tier one day. On this particular day, Huang Yu strode into the forge hall in full gear. The busy smiths saw their lord, instantly dropped their tools, and saluted in unison. "My lord." "No need for ceremony," Huang Yu said, waving a hand. His hearty laughter echoed through the air, heavy with the smell of steel. He went straight to Bailey, studied the calm look on the young man's face, and asked with a smile, Soya made master rank? I didn't let you down. Bailey answered, squaring his shoulders, confidence and pride written all over him. Huang Yu nodded approvingly, offered a few words of praise, and then asked about the progress on runic constructs. To his surprise, the recent prototypes were disappointing. The materials were costly, the performance unimpressive, and each finished piece was rated only common. The brand new fine-grade construct unveiled today wasn't Bailey's work at Elite, was made by Zhu Ling. As for Zhu Ling, boom, a sudden explosion shredded the hall's calm. Instinctively, Huang Yu unfurled the wings of his scorpion lion armor and shielded the smiths behind him. Through the gaps he saw the lab door blown outward, and an armor-clad figure blasted into the open, disheveled, yet clearly exhilarated. Ahaha! Zhu Ling tossed away her helmet and laughed wildly. Smoke billowed, metal fragments clattered across the floor. Standing behind Huang Yu, Bailey whispered, equal parts envy and admiration. That fine-grade construct was hers. She thought the material demands were too strict, so she's been trying to improve the design. Looks like she finally cracked it. In the realm of runic constructs, the latecomer had already left her peers far behind. Huang Yu beat his wings, sweeping the smoke aside, then strode toward Zhu Ling, face dark. My lord. She tried to snap to attention, but nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Dark circles ringed her eyes. Her inner clothes were soaked with sweat. Her pale face made her look pitiful. Huang Yu was about to scold her for unauthorized, dangerous experiments, but the words stuck in his throat. He helped her out of the heavy armor and let her lean against his arm. You're not hurt, are you? Not a scratch. Zhu Ling grinned. Her usual carefree smile back the moment she realized no reprimand was coming. She fished 3 ping-pong ball-sized golden spheres from her pocket. My lord, check this out. Ignoring the sweat on them, Huang Yu took one. Gold surface, red-purple-white runic circuits twisting around it. When he opened his true sight, every hair on his body stood on end. Raw, violent energy churned inside, wildly unstable, as if it could detonate at any second. Even with the scorpion lion armor, he doubted he'd walk away unscathed. Clack! Huang Yu turned stiffly. Zhu Ling was now juggling 2 more identical spheres, rolling them between her fingers like walnuts. Catching his gaze, she flashed an innocent smile. Are you touched, my lord? I stayed up 2 whole days and nights to make a fine-grade runic construct for you. Huang Yu swallowed hard. Fingers frozen in place, wasn't entirely sure it was safe to move. This is fantastic. I never knew our lord kept so many delicious dishes on hand. Inside the castle dining hall of Huang Yu territory, Zhu Ling had just slipped off her thick round glasses, revealing a charming, lively face. Hugging a whole freshly roasted drooping horn lamb shank, she watched fat glide down its golden brown crust with a satisfying sizzle while the aroma burst through the air. Grease glistened on her lips as her eyes danced across the table, where roast cloud dove, creamy mushroom cups, honey-glazed scaled fish, snowbone stew, and a dozen other delicacies formed a feast for both sight and taste. She was so engrossed that she completely forgot her manners. This banquet had been prepared on Huang Yu's orders to reward the genius artificer for her work, yet it unexpectedly awakened a second passion in her gourmet food. After her first bite of lamb, Zhu Ling announced on the spot, from now on I'm having all 3 meals at the Lord's table. Huang Yu sat opposite her, casually rolling a handful of small black spheres between his fingers. Once he confirmed they were harmless until infused with energy, he leaned back, curiosity about this new sigil construct growing by the second. The spheres were Zhu Ling's latest creation, the explosive mana orbs. Inspired by Huang Yu's skill-blazing mana shot, Shed spent days grinding mana-infused crystals to perfect them. Sigil construct, explosive mana orb. Quality, fine. Description, crafted by Zhu Ling, prodigy of the Huang Yu Sigil Research Institute. This is the first fine-grade sigil construct on the Chaos continent. The orbs come in 4 variants: Fireburst, Thunderburst, Windburst, and Frostburst. Channel a small amount of energy to activate the sigil circuit, then throw within 5 seconds to detonate. 1. Fireburst triggers a violent explosion. 2. Thunderburst blankets the area with crackling lightning. 3. Windburst unleashes a storm of razor-sharp wind blades. 4. Frostburst freezes the target zone solid. Compared with elemental scrolls, explosive mana orbs are more flexible, arm in an instant, and require only a fraction of the energy while delivering immense power. The downside is their staggering cost. Even after Zhu Ling's refinements, they still need rare Huangjin stone as a base and mana crystal powder for the core materials that drop only from 3rd-tier monsters and above. Their raw cost far exceeds that of other fine-grade gear. Although the price-performance ratio is hardly ideal and mass production is out of reach for now, the orbs open an entirely new path. Even Chaos Mall has acknowledged their value, formally listing them for sale at a 5% transaction fee. Their debut thrilled Huang Yu. Having them listed instantly netted him 10,000 experience points, pushing him to LV14. Judging by the reward, Chaos Mall valued an explosive mana orb at 5 times the worth of the fine-grade Crimson Crocodile Carapace. More importantly, The final requirement to upgrade the Sigil Research Institute had finally been met. Huang Yu had long worried that the institute might stall at its current rank, but at last the weight on his mind was gone. With the explosive mana orb as a prototype, future Sigil Construct research would now shift into high gear. Watching Zhu Ling enjoy her feast, Huang Yu rose, ready to upgrade the Sigil Research Institute to Tier 2. A fine-grade rune construct has been completed. Spend 1,000 soul crystals, 10,000 units of lumber, 6,000 units of stone, and 600 units of refined iron to upgrade the Rune Research Institute to Tier 2? Yes. Confirm. A flare of golden light burst from the fire seed and swallowed the entire institute. A dozen minutes later, the glow faded, revealing a brand new Tier 2 Rune Research Institute standing in its place. Current quality, perfect. As a growth-type building, it can rise to the next quality tier whenever the study of runes achieves a major breakthrough. Current level, Tier 2. Requirements for Tier 3. 1 rare-grade rune construct, 50,000 soul crystals, 80,000 lumber, 60,000 stone, and 12,000 refined iron. Function 1 Blue Mountain Workshop. All original facilities and staff are retained. Automatically produces 20 apprentice-level smiths every day. The Lord may pay 20 soul crystals for each additional apprentice smith. Function 2 Rune Research Center. The Institute's core, where senior rune engineers can train juniors. 5 new laboratories with fireproof, explosion-proof, and toxin-proof safeguards. Immediate improvements. The daily output of apprentice smiths has doubled, and the 5 specialized labs greatly enhance safety. From Tier 2 onward, the profession of rune engineer can be replicated through systematic training. If Zhu Ling reaches expert level, she can personally teach new engineers instead of letting novices muddle through on their own. Wow, that was Greaterpalm stuffed. After wolfing down the feast, Zhu Ling rubbed her bulging stomach and stared longingly at the leftovers, regretting that she couldn't polish everything off. When she looked up, a smear of grease still clung to her cheek. Huang Yu frowned in mild disgust, summoned a tiny vortex, and pressed it to her face. Aura, aura, aura. The swirl whisked the grease away. He rang a bell to call the butler and have the table cleared. Zhu Ling spat out 2 mouthfuls of elemental water and glared at him angry, yet helpless. Who washes someone's face with magic? I've got a few ideas about rune constructs. Want to hear them? Huang Yu said casually. Her annoyance vanished in a flash. Eyes blazing, she sprang from her chair. Yes, tell me. Huang Yu then described steam engines, combustion engines, cars, trains, airplanes, guns, and artillery from Blue Star, focusing on their principles and functions. Zhu Ling was enthralled. She peppered him with questions, scribbled notes at lightning speed, and asked for sketches and structural diagrams. The moment her notes were complete, she shot off toward the Rune Research Center like the wind. Watching her leave, Huang Yu smiled in silence. He never expected those sketchy explanations to yield airplanes and cannons overnight. That would be wishful thinking. His real aim was to give Bai Li, Song Yun, and the other smiths a fresh perspective. The resemblance between burst talisman orbs and hand grenades had sparked the idea. Break their fixation on traditional forged gear and open their minds to new paths in rune engineering. There was so much gear in the warehouse. After wrapping up routine affairs, Huang Yu pushed open the storeroom doors. Instead of bare iron racks, he was greeted by rows of neatly stacked weapons and armor, so many that he froze on the threshold. The recent surge in apprentice and expert-level smiths, coupled with Master Bailey's oversight, had driven production into overdrive. Even excluding the haul captured from the knolls, the warehouse still contained 382 pieces of fine-grade equipment, 53 pieces of rare-grade equipment, 7 pieces of excellent-grade equipment, 1 perfect-grade broadsaber. Curiously, only 184 common-grade items remained, crafted solely to use up low-tier materials. Huang Yu first selected 20 sets of fine-grade armor and sent them to Lord Zhongtian via his friends list. He then set aside 200 more fine-grade items, 30 rare grappling hooks, and 10 other rare pieces for future needs. The 7 excellent items and the perfect broadsaber stayed with him to outfit the 200-plus warriors who had just joined the ranks that morning. Their weapons were a mixed bag, so this high-quality gear was a godsend. Everything else went on the Huang Yu market. Huang Yu listed the remaining equipment along with several thousand units of food, and trade notifications began to cascade like a waterfall. The unread counter in the top right corner shot to 99 in seconds. Lord Beixian paid 3,600 soul crystals for 1 set of rare leather armor. Lord Hongya paid 2,600 soul crystals for 10 fine-grade sabers. Lord Machino paid 360 soul crystals for 10 common-grade leather vests. Glancing at other shops, Huang Yu saw that Jiashide still held second place. He had started listing common-grade gear at prices close to the Huang Yu shop, and had even added serpent tongue potions. Clearly an alchemist had appeared in his territory. The third-place store surprised him. It belonged to the Lord who'd proposed farming monsters with the beast tide card bug. That lord had posted not only batches of common gear, but also more than 50 fine-grade scytheclaw dragon mounts. Reviewing the entire exchange, Huang Yu drew 2 conclusions. 1. Many territories now housed blacksmiths, craftsmen, and even full-fledged forgers, so low-tier gear was no longer scarce. 2. Fine and rare-grade equipment remained in short supply and was still a critical need for mid to high-tier lords. Thus, when the Huang Yu lords suddenly released a mountain of high-quality gear, the human lord community erupted. The world channel flooded with exclamations. Gear's up. Go grab it. Wait a second, and it's gone. Too late, it's already gone. Damn, I never click fast enough. I'd love to lock Lord Huang Yu and his smith in a dark room and make them forge gear around the clock. After Huang Yu left the shop and reopened the Chaos Marketplace, the first thing he saw was the word sold out. Every item in Huang Yu's store had been snapped up, including the weapons captured from the gnolls. In only a few minutes, more than 128,000 soul crystals had poured into his account. The balance broke the 200,000 mark and stopped at 249,623, just shy of $250,000. At the same time, the world channel exploded. I missed it again. I've been camping here since dawn and blinked for 1 second. Why can't Lord Huang Yu put things on the shelf at a predictable time? Why is the gear all over the place this round? There are even homemade weapons. Most lords don't need that junk anymore, do they? 2 crude weapons for 1 soul crystal? That's practically free. Is he helping the bottom-tier lords? Feels like Lord Huang Yu is offloading garbage. Huang Yu's shop had always dealt only in high-grade gear, so the sudden flood of crude weapons left everyone baffled. Soon a few lords had bought gnoll equipment spoke up, and pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. The flail I got isn't Huang Yu made, it's tagged gnoll equipment. Same here, mine's a homemade spike club with the same note. A bone club from the gnolls? Did Lord Huang Yu tangle with another race? With that many gnoll weapons, he must wipe them out. Gnolls are a mid-tier race, their racial stat is above humans. 600 plus items, he must have raised at least 1 tier 2 gnoll territory. That's the gap between a top lord and the rest of us. Jealous. The disparity in this world is real. Jia Luo's territory. When her lunch break ended, Jia Luo was about to lead a hunting patrol. She glanced at the world channel and fell silent for a long while after seeing the news about Huang Yu's shop. He's advancing too fast, she thought, a wave of powerlessness washing over her. Soon, he'll be just another ordinary lord in his eyes. To close the gap, she had thrown herself into every battle, yet the distance only widened like a chasm she couldn't cross. She had located a white dwarf settlement, the weakest dwarf subrace, and, like the gnolls, a mid-tier faction. Its protection period had ended that very day. At present she commanded 150 Xiaolan light cavalry. 10 had become warriors, and 5 including herself had reached tier 2. The golden thread tiger was tier 2 as well, now nearly 6 meters long, striped with tough golden markings. It was a genuine war mount. Even so, she still wasn't confident of taking the white dwarfs. She could only send small raiding parties, and the enemy was slowly recovering. Tonight, I must upgrade the fire seed to tier 3 and free up troops to guard the mines. Tomorrow is the lord evaluation. After that, it's a fight to the death with the white dwarfs. Brushing aside the invisible pressure Huang Yu cast over her, Jia Luo patted the golden thread tiger's neck. The once cuddly cub now bristled with lethal intent. Meow? The tiger let out a piercing cry. A streak of gold shot across the prairie as Jia Luo leaned low over its back, wind howling past her ears. 50 feather stag light cavalry followed close behind, faces full of reverence, sprinting after their lord. With a hefty 250,000 soul crystals in his account, Huang Yu opened the Chaos Mall in high spirits. He checked the discount artifacts box, and the screen instantly refreshed, signaling the start of a limited-time blowout sale. 2 seconds later the loading bar vanished, and a brand new list of markdowns filled the display. A quick scan showed roughly 20% more items than usual, a significant jump, considering that most materials, gear, scrolls, and skill books were cross-racial. He dragged the scroll bar straight to the bottom. Cold numbers leapt out at him. 3 mythic-grade items were on sale simultaneously, a first for them all. 1. Mythic material at 90 off. Bones of a void star spirit. These celestial beings are favored by the void itself, able to roam the stars freely and live forever. Original price, 670 million soul crystals. Sale price, 67 million. Stock, 1. 2. Mythic skill scroll at 80 off. Descent of the Beast God. Sacrifice 100,000 gnoll souls to summon the Beast God's avatar at 1/10 of its true strength. Original price, 1 billion. Sale price, 200 million. Stock, 1. 3. Mythic equipment at 0.01 of its price. Celestial Glazed Realm. A dust-sized pocket universe containing its own world, brimming with resources and life. Original price, 8.2 billion. Sale price, 8.2 million. Stock, 1. All 3 were extraordinary, but the Celestial Glazed Realm was the clear standout. Even at a mere 0.01% of its original cost, Huang Yu still couldn't scrape together 8.2 million soul crystals, not even by liquidating every building, unit, and resource in his territory. He could only admire it for now. Sighing, he scrolled back to the top of the discount list and began the real bulk buy phase. Among the common grade goods, he focused on production resources, population, ore, livestock, and construction materials. Page after page, he snapped up useful bargains: a population 100 immigration card at 20% of its price, iron ore at 10%, seeds and saplings for 3 crops, and young stock for 2 types of livestock. Items for personal use went into storage. Everything else, gear, buildings, food, dumped straight into the universal marketplace without bothering to read the details. Transaction prompts kept flashing. Individually, the common items were cheap, but the sheer volume made the profit worthwhile. One quick clearance round netted him over 20,000 additional soul crystals. He moved on to the fine grade. The very first entry caught his eye. Fine grade resource at 30 off, red iron mine. Its ore has 4 times the purity of standard deposits. Each unit smelts into 2 units of refined iron, and its daily output is double that of other veins in its class. Original price, 3,000 soul crystals. Sale price, 900. Stock, 1. It wasn't as impressive as a large rare grade mine, but for Huang Yu's territory, it meant nearly 1,000 extra units of refined iron every day. Huang Yu paid 900 soul crystals and claimed the red iron mine. Fine grade class, scroll heavy infantry. Heavy infantry are an elite variant of the regular soldier class, though a lord must supply them with full plate and a tower shield. Regular price, 700 soul crystals, now 210. Stock, 5. Fine grade skill, book earthen wall. Instantly raises a solid wall of earth beneath the caster's feet to block incoming attacks. Regular price, 460 soul crystals, now 46. Stock, 3. Fine grade weapon pole scythe. Its blade gleams with a cold light, and the shaft is marred with iron gray scars. Regular price, 360 soul crystals, now 21.6. Stock, 15. Whether gear, skill books, class scrolls, or food, Huang Yu immediately paid to reclaim anything he couldn't use and relisted in the universal market without hesitation. Each time the system chimed with another deposit of soul crystals, he scrolled to the next item, quick and methodical, almost assembly line efficient. By the time he finished browsing every discounted fine grade listing, his balance had already passed 300,000. Then came the real spending spree. For Huang Yu, rare grade items, especially raw materials, were still an absolute necessity. Research into rune constructs burned money at a terrifying rate. Every new field trial, experiment, and iteration devoured precious resources. The Rune Research Center was a ravenous gold eater. Costly materials vanished day and night, while tangible results were few and far between. Over the past 2 days, he had bought a mountain of rare, superior, and even perfect grade materials and dumped all of them into the construct laboratory. Warehouses once packed with ores, crystals, and mana cores were now nearly empty, and the only real breakthrough he could show for it was a single explosive mana orb. He had expected the heavy upfront investment, yet his heart still bled. Those same materials could have fetched many times their value if forged directly into equipment. Rare grade building Knoll Marauder Camp, 90 off. Knoll Marauders are technically a fine grade unit among their kind, but their individual power rivals that of human rare grade troops. Regular price, 23,000 soul crystals, now 2,300. Stock, 1. Crossrace purchase notice. After construction, all Knoll Marauders produced will serve under the Lord's banner. However, Knolls are innately cunning and ruthless. Without strict control, their loyalty will plummet and rebellion may follow. This was the first discounted rare grade item to appear, and Huang Yu had already seen Knoll Marauders in action. To make such a unit truly serve a human lord required overwhelming authority and deterrence. Otherwise, they could turn at any moment. Huang Yu himself had little interest, but he knew plenty of human lords would leap at the chance. In terms of combat power per cost, the camp was a bargain among rare grade troop buildings. He bought it on the spot for 2,300 soul crystals, then relisted it in the marketplace for 20,000. He assumed it would sit on the shelf for a while, yet it was snapped up almost immediately. Transaction alert. Lord Huey has purchased the rare grade building Knoll Marauder Camp, paying 16,000 soul crystals, 30,000 units of lumber, 10,000 units of stone, 1,000 units of refined iron, and other materials worth 2,000 soul crystals. Judging by the profits from selling raptor claw mounts, Lord Huey was clearly rolling in wealth. Huang Yu remembered him well. Climbing into the first tier that quickly required more than luck. It took real effort and strength. He kept scrolling through the discounted merchandise list. Once he reached the rare tier, the number of items dropped sharply. The first entry that caught his eye was rare potion at 90 off accelerated growth. The note stated that it could make plants grow at lightning speed for a short time without affecting reproduction. The original price was 1,200 soul crystals, now only 120, with just 10 vials in stock. The thought of supercharged fertilizer flashed through Huang Yu's mind. Without a second's hesitation, he spent 1,200 crystals, bought out the entire stock, and sent the potions to storage. Whether for everyday crops or special plants like black steel bamboo, they would prove invaluable. Next came rare equipment at 70 off radiant gold bow, an upgraded model of the iron core bow. Once 3,800 crystals, it now cost 1,140, with 5 available. From the name alone, Huang Yu knew it was made mainly from radiant gold, had once hoarded 100 units, and already used up more than half. He snapped up all 5 bows, stowed them away, and planned to outfit his Amazon warrior squad. A new listing instantly seized his attention: rare mineral resource at 90 off Explosive, Oregon. The description warned that Explosive was highly flammable, prone to liquefy at high temperatures, and dangerously unstable. The original price was 16,500 soul crystals, now slashed to 1,650 for a whole mine. The danger tag reminded Huang Yu of petroleum, natural gas, and Zhu Ling's explosive spell rounds, pushing its value sky high in his mind. He paid on the spot and claimed the mine. Using his fire seed authority, he placed the deposit on the edge of his territory and pulled up the info panel. Explosive mine, Tier 1 rare resource. Maximum miners, 10. Daily output, 50 units of Explosive. Upgrade to Tier 2, 3,000 soul crystals. Note: full value pending appraisal by a runic engineer. Since the exact worth was still uncertain, he shelved the upgrade for now and kept browsing. Before long, another item popped up: rare equipment at 60 off Blood Banner, favored by the elite Knoll unit known as Frenzy Blood Knolls. Originally 6,200 soul crystals, now 2,480, with 5 in stock. The price was higher than most full armor sets and sparked Huang Yu's curiosity, so he bought one. Once the trade completed, a broadsword more than 2 meters long appeared in his hands. Its blade was crimson, the edge rippled like waves, and when lifted it resembled a blood-red banner whipping in the wind. After testing the weight, Huang Yu decided the brutal weapon was suited only to a towering alien warrior. His own forces had no shortage of gear, so he tossed it into the universal marketplace for 4,000 soul crystals. Whoever wanted it could take it. It didn't take long before a system notification chimed. Ding. Transaction complete. Lord Zhongtian has paid 4,000 soul crystals for the rare broadsword Blood Banner. Huang Yu let out a quiet snort. Moments later, his friend list lit up with a message from Lord Zhongtian, which he ignored without a second thought. He had finally found an easy mark, and within minutes every rare-grade item on the list had been snapped up by Huang Yu. Although he deliberately held back some materials, potions, and ores, he still managed to upload an equally impressive batch of rare-grade goods to his own cosmic emporium in those few short minutes. After deducting the soul crystals he had just spent, the 1/10 items alone earned him more than 30,000 soul crystalcious balance, at last broke the 300,000 mark. Next came the discount sections for superior and perfect grades. Buying everything in sight was no longer realistic, so Huang Yu focused on the highlights first. He skimmed through the superior items, picked out a couple dozen, and put them back on the market to free up capital. Only after they all sold did he lock onto the things he truly wanted. Superior grade material at 10% of the price: Demonbane stone. Type: specialty building material. Effect: grants buildings excellent resistance to magic. Original price: 2,300 soul crystals. Sale price: 230 soul crystals. Stock: 200. Not long ago he had stockpiled 200 units of obsidian blast resistance, and the newly discovered Kung or boosts physical defense. The moment he saw Demonbane stone, he didn't hesitate. He paid 46,000 soul crystals and swept up all 200 units. Raising his flame core to tier 4 would require 100 to 1,000 units of special building materials, and Huang Yu's goal, of course, was to collect the full 1,000 and make his territory's foundations unshakable. Superior grade potion at 10% flesh renewal. Original price: 14,500 soul crystals. Sale price: 1,450 soul crystals. Stock: 10. Perfect grade material at 5% echo sand. Original price: 26,200 soul crystals. Sale price: 1,310 soul crystals. Stock: 5. By the time he was halfway through the discount list, Huang Yu had secured a new batch of superior and perfect items: demonized crystals dropped by tier 4 monsters, perfect grade skill books, and several pieces of gear and potions. The non-stop shopping spree burned through soul crystals at a frightening pace. More than 100,000 were gone, and his balance slid to 210,000. Easy come, easy go. Staring at the dwindling number, Huang Yu sighed. All frustration boils down to a lack of funds. Shaking off the gloom, he turned his attention to the Transcendent section. 30% discount. Transcendent grade profession: Scroll Templar Knight. Description: the most powerful profession on the Norland Plain, master of swordplay, assassination, magic, and marksmanship. Original price: 2 million soul crystals. Sale price: 600,000 soul crystals. Stock: 2. 10% discount. Transcendent grade pet dragon hawk. Description: a unicorn-topped head resembling a dragon's horn. Though it lacks draconic blood, its strength rivals that of an average WYRM. Original price: 1.4 million soul crystals. Sale price: 140,000 soul crystals. Stock: 1. 10% discount. Transcendent grade equipment: Breeze Whisper amulet. Effect: keeps the wearer perpetually clean and alert, deploys a breeze whisper barrier in emergencies, sustains a breeze whisper field for extended survival in harsh environments. Original price, 1 million soul crystals. Sale price, 100,000 soul crystals. Stock 5. Huang Yu's heart pounded. The Dragonhawk's exceptional aerial combat skills and the amulet's automatic defenses would greatly increase safety for both him and Zhu Ling. But when he flipped to the epic grade discount page, he spotted something even more tempting. An epic hero at a flash sale price Yuan Wei, court mage of the Millennial Empire. Originally listed at 1.05 million soul crystals, now slashed to just 105,000 soul crystals, an astounding 90% discount. Note: mage ranks ascend as follows: apprentice, mage, archmage, legendary mage, arcane sage. For the first time since founding his dominion, Huang Yu saw a spellcaster among the markdown units. Until now he had never commanded a true mage. At best, he himself was only half of one. Today, a genuine archmage was right before his eyes. Huang Yu didn't know the exact combat stats of an archmage, but the system's conversion chart put that rank at no less than tier 6, level 50. Heroes, unlike ordinary troops, keep their original level when purchased. Even if Yuan's strength was only at the lowest estimate, his presence would add a transcendent force to the dominion overnight. Besides, the description was crystal clear. Court mage of the Millennial Empire. A favorite in the Millennial Emperor's inner circle. Promoted to archmage at age 20. On power and potential alike, he seemed flawless. After checking the rest of the sale and finding nothing better, Huang Yu hit buy without hesitation. Spend 105,000 soul crystals to purchase Yuan Wei, archmage of the Millennial Empire? Yes. The instant the transaction completed, the seed device shot out a beam of blinding gold light. The light gathered in midair, shaped itself into a human silhouette, and resolved into a young mage in his early 20s. Handsome features, immaculate robes. When the glow faded, he touched down soundlessly and offered a flawless, elegant mage's salute. Yuan Wei, court mage of the Millennial Empire, honored to serve you, my lord. His voice held confidence and composure without a trace of noble arrogance. Huang Yu liked the first impression, motioned for him to relax, and opened the status panel. Court mage of the Millennial Empire, Yuan Wei. Level, 51, extraordinary archmage. Loyalty, 100, fanatically loyal. Potential, tier 7, sanctuary, upgradable to level 69. Class, court mage. Skills, grand entrance, grand exit, war panorama, leader's curtain, living divinity, second wind, sensory overload. Motto: my magic forges your epics, your legends, and your happiness. Hero profile: born to nobility, Yuan received systematic training at the Royal Academy of Magic in the Millennial Empire. Shortly after graduation, he advanced to archmage and, thanks to exceptional talent and a unique spell repertoire, became a prized confidant of the Millennial Emperor. Signature spell suite: grand entrance, grand exit, second wind, sensory overload, and happiness forging. That string of entertainment-flavored spell names gave Huang Yu a faint sense of foreboding. He looked up at Yuan. The mage's expression was calm, his gaze steady, as though certain the Lord would find a use for him. Huang Yu's misgivings eased slightly. What kind of magic do you excel at? He asked. Illusion and amplification, Yuan replied with a crisp smile. Not offensive magic, then. Huang Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. Fear is born of inadequate firepower. Huang Yu now believed in nothing but raw strength. A notion flashed through his mind. If he could secure an archmage's illusions and enhancement spells, he might cover his own shortfall. Those arts affected wide areas and packed a punch. Couple them with his 400 warriors and heroes, cast one mass buff, and everyone would fight like a descending god, unstoppable. Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "Could you give me a demonstration?" Even as the words left his mouth, an ominous feeling stirred inside him. Yuan paused, swept his eyes around the empty grand hall as though gauging its suitability, and replied hesitantly, "I can, my lord. What kind of spell would you like to see?" "Let's start with a buff," Huang Yu said after a moment's thought. Surprise flickered across Yuan's face. He looked around again, then fixed on the maid at the doorway. "Do you need me to bring a maid inside, my lord?" "A maid? Why would I need a maid?" Huang Yu was baffled. Seeing Yuan's awkward expression, he waved it off. "Forget it. If that's a hassle, show me an illusion instead." Relief crossed Yuan's features, and the worry vanished. Smiling politely, he asked, "Would you prefer something suited to a public occasion, or something a bit more domestic?" "There's a difference?" Huang Yu was growing uneasy. "What exactly do your illusions do?" Beaming as if unveiling a treasure, Yuan explained, "I can elevate your public image. Pre-battle rallies, speeches, banquets, I can make you and your troops appear more imposing, even divine. And, of course, I can liven up your private life as well, entirely harmless. A grand entrance and leader backdrops, so it's just special effects?" A chill ran down Huang Yu's spine. Moments ago had likened the skill to a beast god's descent, now it sounded like cheap stage lights. Clinging to a final hope, he asked, "What about the buff spells?" Still urbane, Yuan's easy smile now seemed almost sinister. There are plenty. Their main purpose is to make you a tireless stallion on a different kind of battlefield, so you can fight long and hard. Silence blanketed the hall. At length, Huang Yu said expressionlessly, "Leave me. I need a moment." Sensing the tension, Yuan bowed in the mage's salute and slipped out. The doors closed. Huang Yu's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Enhanced stamina? Heightened sensation? Who needs that? He slumped into his chair, clutching his forehead. 100,000 soul crystals. And had bought a mage whose only talent was special effects. A dragonhawk egg would have been better. A windbreath talisman would have been useful. This was daylight robbery. Why doesn't the Chaos Mall allow refunds? Huang Yu sat at the dining table, expressionless. Across from him, Zhu Ling's hair stuck out like a bird's nest. She stared at him with wide, expectant eyes, clearly waiting for him to ring the little bell on the table. She really had come just for the free meal. Keep this. Huang Yu pulled out the fengshi talisman and handed it to her. After weighing the fengshi talisman against a dragonhawk egg for his last 100,000 soul crystals, he had chosen the talisman and decided Zhu Ling should use it first, anything to stop her from getting herself killed halfway to sainthood. Magic gear? Zhu Ling gave it a cursory glance, then slipped the talisman over her neck as casually as if it were an ordinary pendant. Huang Yu was used to her attitude and didn't mind. He reached out and rang the bell. Moments later, the butler led a line of servants in, their arms loaded with dishes. Dinner was even more lavish than lunch. Huang Yu had just mixed a rapid growth potion with water and sprinkled it over the fields. Crops that normally took 2 days had ripened 2 or 3 times in an instant and were still flourishing. Plates of steaming food filled the long table. Zhu Ling swallowed hard, but seeing Huang Yu motionless, she forced herself to wait. At least she understood the basics of etiquette. "Go ahead," Huang Yu said, signaling her to start. He turned to the butler. "Where's Yuan?" Although Yuan's performance still fell short of what he wanted, Huang Yu knew the problem wasn't the Archmage's ability. With Yuan's background, he might prove invaluable later. "Lord Yuan is in the guest room, sir. We've taken his meal up to him," the butler replied. "Why didn't he come down? He believes you dislike him, sir, and thought it best to stay out of your way." Huang Yu frowned slightly and opened Yuan's status screen. Loyalty, 100. The number hadn't dropped, so Yuan wasn't alienated, he just wasn't sure how to behave. Life at court had taught him to tread carefully. He's overthinking it. Huang Yu picked up a rib and told the butler, "Invite Yuan to have breakfast with me tomorrow." "Very good, sir." The butler bowed again and made a note. Before the rib reached his mouth, a system prompt flashed. "Amazon tribe, you have gained a hero unit." Ruiana's team was back. Another warrior had advanced to hero rank. 6 heroes in a single day. Huang Yu's mood soared. He set the rib back on the plate, ruffled Zhu Ling's tangled hair, and strode out of the castle. On the plaza, Amazon warriors were hauling more than 20 crates of dark brown or toward the warehouse. After the midday battle, he had sent them to survey the Kunjin or vein and bring back samples. The ore had finally arrived. Huang Yu stepped into the warehouse and made a quick count. 180 units in all. "Looks like the Kunjinian mine is larger than I thought. It could easily be a mid-sized deposit." Huang Yu stood outside the command tent, his gaze sweeping over the distant ridgelines as though he could already see the glittering ore beneath the earth. "My lord." Rihanna and Ayla hurried over, dust swirling around their boots, with a dark green-haired woman Immortality between them. Huang Yu raised a hand and pulled up her profile. Identity: Amazon warrior Immortality. Level: 7. Loyalty: 100 absolute. Potential: extraordinary, can advance to level 59. Class: Oblivion Samurai. Skills: Breath of Oblivion, Silent Slash, Rapid Arrow Volley. Title: Oblivion. Motto: My blade will grant you oblivion. "So you really made hero rank, Immortality." Huang Yu's eyes lit up. "I will not disappoint you, my lord." Normally stone-faced, she forced a faint curve onto her lips. Huang Yu nodded. A hero bearing the title Oblivion is all action and few words. If she hadn't been one of the earliest Amazon warriors, he might have mistaken that flicker of a smile for perfunctory courtesy, even mockery. "Lord, we also brought this back." Ayla's flamered hair gleamed in the sun as she jerked the dragline. Whoosh. A humanoid corpse slid through the air and thudded at Huang Yu's feet. Dust billowed. Huang Yu looked it over. The body was human-shaped but lanky, with 6 fingers on each hand. Its head was like a sawn-off cylinder, facial features intact. Emerald skin, crisscrossed with yellow runes, gave it the look of natural camouflage. Race: Niven. Racial rank: common. Lord authority: unknown. Notes: 1. Niven dwell in forests and form a Niven pact with local plants at birth. 2. The pact, unlike magic tattoos, is a binding link that limits their range yet grants control over vegetation. 3. Through these plants they can sense movement, hide within thick trunks, and even command flora to attack. 4. The stronger and older the bonded plant, the stronger the Niven becomes. After scanning the panel, Huang Yu glanced at the scrawny corpse and snorted inwardly. Physically, they're a notch weaker than humans. Rihanna stepped forward. When we arrived, vegetation had completely reshaped the terrain around the Kunjinian mine. The catacomb entrance was almost sealed. We finally blasted a gap, but these aliens kept popping out to harass us and would vanish into thin air. Ayla gestured, eyes gleaming. I timed it just right and put an arrow straight through its core before it disappeared. Huang Yu simply nodded. Conjinian was of superior grade. If it proved mid-scale or larger, couldn't let anyone else claim it. So they can disappear? With my eye of true sight, they'll have nowhere to hide. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Looks like I need to head over there and wipe out the Niven for good. Night had fallen. The purple moon and the white moon shone together, their cool, silvery lights spilling over every corner of Huang Yu territory. Huang Yu sat cross-legged on the top-floor balcony of his dormitory, lavender starlight gliding across his skin like water. Using the meditation method Yuan had taught him, he slowly drew the void energy radiating from the purple moon into his body. He was still only a beginner, so the results were limited, yet he could clearly feel the once scant energy gathering, drop by drop, subtle but resolute, and the experience bar on his personal interface inched forward. After just an hour, however, the steady influx of energy left him dizzy and unfocused. Huang Yu ended the session and, bracing himself on the railing, looked down over the territory. Although it was already past midnight, Huang Yu territory was ablaze with light. Forgers had turned light energy crystals into street lamps that lined the 4 main avenues, washing the roads in a warm amber glow. Halfway up the mountain, the towering Arcane Pattern Institute still had lights in nearly half its windows as smiths and construct mages labored over their projects, runic gleams flickering behind the glass. Farther out, the steelworks' giant chimneys belched dark gray smoke while they smelted the 4,000 units of iron or Lord Gillon had delivered that day into glowing refined iron. The non-stop smelting only had to last one more night. After tomorrow, the townsfolk could finally abandon their 3-shift schedule. Starting on the 8th day, Lord Gillon would supply only 2,500 units of or per day, unless she upgraded the large iron mine, in which case Huang Yu's share would rise accordingly. Tomorrow also marked the final day of the human lord's grace period. After that, every human lord would face the true trials of the chaotic continent. Ding assessment release notification. A message box suddenly appeared before Huang Yu. Attention, lords. You and your territories will enter the chaotic illusory realm at the daily refresh the morning after tomorrow for assessment. The trial will be randomized, and you have 1 day left to prepare. The will of chaos will grade your performance as follows. E-Lord eliminated. D-Lordship revoked. Territory and subjects lost, reduced to wanderer status. C-Lordship retained. Receive 1 common to fine grade item at random. B-Lordship retained. Receive 1,000 soul crystals and 2 rare to excellent grade items at random. A-Lordship retained. Receive 10,000 soul crystals and 3 perfect to transcendent grade items at random. S-Lordship retained. Receive 100,000 soul crystals and 2 epic to legendary grade items at random. SS Lordship retained. Receive 1,000,000 soul crystals and 1 mythic grade item at random. Note: 1 day in the illusory realm passes in an instant in reality. If you earn a grade of C or higher, all losses incurred in the realm will not carry over to the real world. May you carve a path through thorns, conquer every obstacle, and win glory in battle. The message vanished. A cool night wind swept past, carrying the distant clang of or striking stone. Huang Yu clenched his fists. Instead of fear, a fierce fighting spirit blazed in his eyes. With the rating chart and its rewards in front of him, mere survival was no longer enough. If there were ranks to climb, why not reach the summit? No wonder that No Lord's power had skyrocketed after the grace period ended. Once crushed beneath his heel, the creature had managed in a short time to summon rare units like dire wolf riders and ghost claw gnolls. It looks like he secured a B rating. With a bit of luck, his random reward even included a new troop type. Leaning against the window, Huang Yu did the math. If even a defeated rival could walk away with a B, surely an hour even in should be within his reach. Bang! A dull explosion ripped through his thoughts. The 3rd-floor windows of the Rune Research Center flared crimson, only for the flames to be swallowed at once by the containment ward. Huang Yu merely glanced over and then looked away. Scenes like this had become routine. 9 times out of 10, it was Zhu Ling tinkering with another dangerous experiment. That afternoon, when a crate of crystal blast stones arrived, Zhu Ling's eyes practically caught fire. She declared on the spot that she would create a 2nd-generation explosive spell round, then dashed into the functional lab with the materials in her arms. Since then, blasts had rattled the building one after another. Fortunately, the lab walls were reinforced with grade 5 mithril alloy, and Zhu Ling wore a wind whisper charm at all times, so safety was not an issue. Huang Yu had checked on her a couple of times at first. After confirming she was fine, he simply let her blow things up to her heart's content. He looked up. The violet moon hung high, its glow casting a ghostly blue ribbon across the ground. Huang Yu yawned, turned around, and headed for his room. Tomorrow he would lead his warriors into battle. The countdown to the delegated assessment was already pressing on his chest. He planned to use the fight to push himself to Tier 2 while giving his warriors a solid round of leveling. Huang Yu could still fall asleep, but the other human lords had no such peace. The moment the assessment announcement appeared, the world channel exploded. Messages streamed by like boiling water. A handful of mid and high-tier lords chatted excitedly about the prizes, their eyes fixed on the A, S, and even SS ratings. Transcendent grade items remained a distant legend for most, yet every so often a lord who owned one would post battle records, letting everyone witness that overwhelming power. Take the lord who drew a transcendent pet on day 1. He often shared progress logs of his blazing skyhound. Though only tier 2, the hound was already the strongest creature within 100 kilometers of blazing sky territory. The lord himself did not rank high on the trading leaderboard, yet everyone viewed him as a top-tier force. Not long ago, he had spent a fortune in soul crystals at the Universal Shop to purchase an entire barbarian tribe, 200 barbarian fighters, 20 of them champions, much to everyone's envy. Still, hopeful lords were the minority. Most struggled in fear, panic, even despair. They knew nothing about the assessment itself, but they understood that an E grade meant true death. Even a D, which stripped them of their territory and subjects and left them as wanderers, was hardly better. Without the shelter of a domain, ordinary people could barely take a step in the wilderness of the chaotic continent. Unlike Blue Star, that land hid lethal threats in every shadow. Even lords confident of earning a C rating found little comfort. The assessment was only the beginning. Their real enemies would be the endless beast tides and alien races of the chaotic continent. Once the protection period ended, the pressure to survive would crash down like a boulder. Text poured through the channel faster and faster, waves of terror and resentment rising one after another. With just 7 days of protection left, the weight of survival was already making countless lords feel as though they could not breathe. Day 7. Dawn had yet to break. Mist still veiled the square before Universe Castle, yet Huang Yu was already sparring with Ruiana and Dilios. To sharpen his melee skills, he suppressed his mana and fought on muscle alone. Even with 5 levels and 1 whole class on Ruiana, she still drove him back again and again. Only his edge and strength, speed, and reflexes kept him on his feet. Invigorate. Just as numbness crept up his sword arm and his breath grew ragged, a clear ribbon of arcane light swept past and washed the fatigue away. The spell came from the Archmage Yuan. Its landing point and power were measured to perfection, nothing wasted, nothing lacking. The magic re-energized only the muscle fibers that needed it and left every other tissue untouched. What impressed Huang Yu most was that Yuan, despite the task's triviality, remained utterly focused, as if every detail that concerned his lord deserved the highest standard of care. Sunlight finally spilled over the ridgeline, laying thin lines of gold across the square. Boosted by Yuan's spell, the trio trained at full tilt for 3 solid hours. Only when the first ray fully pierced the sky did Huang Yu sheath his sword. The check-in timer refreshed. He opened the Chaos Market and tapped the daily sign-in. Sign-in successful. Reward: common grade herb clotting grass seedling 50. Not bad. 50 tender shoots appeared in his palm, their leaves still glazed with morning dew. Huang Yu brought up the info panel. Grade: common. Effect: stops bleeding. Can be chewed directly. Works even better when brewed into a clotting potion. Even at common grade, clotting potions were extremely useful. Pleased, he handed the seedlings to the steward with orders to plant them at once. His gaze shifted to the edge of the square. Amazon Tribe, 20 new warrior women. Rune Institute, 20 apprentice forgers. At the foot of the slope, 100 ordinary settlers. In an instant his territory grew by 140 people. Huang Yu spent 2,800 soul crystals without hesitation, summoning another 80 Amazons and converting the 100 settlers into Spartan warriors. Each extraordinary unit now stood at 300 strong. After that purchase, though, his soul crystal pouch was nearly empty. Last night he had already paid for Yuan, the Windbreath Amulet, and upgrades to the Red Iron Mine and the Crystal Burst Quarry, so another shopping spree was out of the question for now. Seeing the influx of warriors, Ruiana and Dilios declined breakfast and hurried off to assemble the ranks and issue equipment. Huang Yu led Yuan into the castle. They had barely stepped into the dining hall when Zhu Ling shuffled in with a tray, sporting deep circles under her eyes and suppressing a yawn. Morning, my lord. She cast a curious glance at Yuan, then flopped onto the table and stared blankly at the silver bell used to summon servants. Yuan's brows knitted as he watched her. Born of nobility and once in royal service, he placed great stock in decorum. Had he known Zhu Ling's exact rank, he might already have delivered a stern lecture. Seeing Yuan's expression, Huang Yu chuckled and gestured to the girl beside him. This is Zhu Ling, the brightest gem of Huang Yu territory. She is a prodigy in both forging and runic engineering. Naturally, what the territory treasured most was also the lord's pride and joy. Yet Yuan still had only a hazy idea of what a runic engineer actually did. Had arrived too recently, spending nearly all his time around Huang Yu and learning little about the realm's specialized trades. He was about to ask when Zhu Ling's eyes lit up. She poured 5 thumb-sized blast orbs from her pocket. letting them roll across the table toward Huang Yu. As a grand archmage, Yuan's senses were razor-sharp. He instantly detected the turbulent power inside each orb and reflexively reached out to stop them. Huang Yu was faster. He scooped up all 5 and held them steady in his palm. "My lord, these are the blast orbs I stayed up all night refining." Zhu Ling beamed. "They're just an improved version of the flame burst orb, but they cost far less to make and pack an even bigger punch." Huang Yu casually handed one to Yuan. The archmage's fingers twitched as he cradled it, half afraid it might detonate on the spot. At the same time, Huang Yu called up a status panel. Runic construct. Blast Orb Flame Burst Orb 2.0. Quality, excellent. Description, crafted by Zhu Ling, genius smith and runic engineer of Huang Yu Runic Institute. This upgraded variant embeds a swarm of submunitions forged from icefall stone. Once the energy circuit is primed, the orb must be thrown within 5 seconds. The primary charge detonates first, ejecting the submunitions in all directions. On impact, each submunition triggers a secondary blast. The kill radius is twice that of the original model, and the resulting flames cling tenaciously to any surface. Cluster detonators. Huang Yu drew a sharp breath. The destructive power was staggering. Seeing such mayhem come from someone as harmless-looking as Zhu Ling left him both startled and thoroughly delighted. Using these against hostile non-humans would pose no moral dilemma whatsoever. "My lord, so this is a runic construct?" Yuan stared at the orb in awe. Fusing lethal energy and guiding it through runic circuitry, this was an entirely new craft, worlds apart from conventional arms or enchanted gear. Its precision dwarfed anything he had previously encountered. Exactly. Huang Yu offered no further explanation. Instead, he rang a small bell at the table's corner. When the butler arrived with servants to serve the meal, Huang Yu instructed him to give Zhu Ling 2 extra bobo bird drumsticks. After dinner, Archmage Yuan followed Zhu Ling to the Runic Institute, his curiosity about runic constructs blazing. Huang Yu, meanwhile, produced the perfect grade skill book had bought the day before. Skill, Disintegration Ray. Grade, Perfect. Effect, fires a ray that may disintegrate a target's flesh, mind, and even soul. The effect can occur on any being below Tier 6. The higher the target's rank, the lower the chance of disintegration. In short, Disintegration Ray was a gamble. The outcome depended entirely on luck. Yet the moment Huang Yu saw it, he envisioned infusing it with void energy, that overwhelming force capable of reducing all matter to its essence. If he could amplify the ray with void energy, he hadn't found a suitable test subject yet, but he was convinced the idea would work and felt certain it would deliver some truly staggering surprises. Huang Yu strode out of the castle in his manticore armor. At the foot of the slope, 600 heroes and warriors stood in formation, their black armor gleaming coldly in the morning light. What thrilled him was that, among the 100 newly recruited Spartans, 4 more hero units had emerged. First hero Melendez. This broad-shouldered youth fixed onlookers with piercing green eyes. Short spears bristled across his back, and he gripped a rare grade long spear whose tip glowed with a dark blue sheen. Spartan hero, Melendez unique. Level 1 loyalty, 100 fanatical. Potential, Sanctuary, Cap LV 69. Class, Spartan Master Javelinier. Skills, Spartan Combat Arts, Spartan Phalanx, Frenzied Volley. Motto, facing me, you'd better pray for a little luck. Hero overview. Melendez treats spear throwing as an art. Every shaft leaves his hand on an uncanny arc, and not a single one ever misses its mark. Second hero Baldic. Unlike most bare-chested or lightly armored Spartans, he was encased in heavy plate, steel-spiked gauntlets wrapping his fists. His barrel chest and a jagged scar down his cheek made him look especially fierce. Spartan hero, Baldic unique. Level 1 loyalty, 100 fanatical. Potential, Sanctuary, Cap LV 69. Class, Spartan pugilist. Skills, Spartan combat arts, Spartan phalanx, penetrating strike. Motto, a well-placed fist is every bit as sharp as a blade. Hero overview. Baldic breaks foes with his bare hands. His unique power generation method lets one punch bore through a thick shield and smash iron bones beyond. Third hero Preston. He raised a flag lance in his right hand, its crimson banner emblazoned with Cosmos Sparta snapping in the wind, while his left held a round shield as steady as bedrock. In his grasp, the flag lance blazed like living fire. Spartan hero, Preston unique. Level 1 loyalty, 100 fanatical. Potential, Transcendent, Cap LV 59. Class, Spartan standard bearer. Skills, Spartan combat arts, Spartan phalanx, banner of command. Motto, my banner moves only toward victory. Hero overview. A first-rate flagman, Preston can direct 100 warriors with his banner alone. Wherever it points, 100 hearts beat as one. Fourth hero Grek. Most striking was the massive warhammer in his hands. The rare grade head, weighted with Cohen goldstone, should have felt like a boulder, yet Grek swung it as if it were weightless. Spartan hero, Grek unique. Level 1 loyalty, 100 fanatical. Potential, Sanctuary, Cap LV 69. Class, Spartan hammer of wrath. Skills: Spartan combat arts, Spartan phalanx, tidal hammer style. Motto: a worthy opponent should withstand 3 of Mino. That's asking too much, one swing will do. Hero overview: when Grek brandishes his hammer, the blows roll like endless waves, each strike heavier than the last, leaving enemies gasping for breath. The 4 heroes each had their own edge. 3 carried sanctuary potential and 1 transcendent, with Preston serving as a commander. Together, 10 Spartan heroes now stood at the head of the phalanx. On the Amazon side, things looked a bit modest. They only had 3 hero units for now, but Huang Yu wasn't worried. After a few more battles, more Amazon warriors were bound to earn hero status. After a brief deployment, Huang Yu chose not to march as one huge army. Instead, he broke the force into squads of 60, each fanning out from their territory in every direction to level up faster. As for himself, he set off straight for Niven territory with Dilios, Gannicus, Ruyana, Yuan, 30 Tier 2 Spartan warriors, and 30 high-level or titled Amazon fighters. The Gold rock mine is just ahead, Ruyana said after studying the terrain. The surroundings no longer resembled what they had seen a few days ago. Looking up, Huang Yu saw rows of towering trees so thick it would take 3 people to encircle them. They stood in perfect formation, barely a meter or 2 apart, nothing a natural forest should display. Heavy vines and poisonous weeds twined between the trunks, weaving dense nets that blocked the way like living fences. The Niven are known for striking packs with plants and bending them to their will. Staring at the green wall, Huang Yu knew it had to be riddled with traps. Stranger still, the trees were making a faint rasping sound. To find out what was going on, he first cast comprehend languages on himself. Seeing this, Yuan merely lifted a hand and spread the same spell over the entire party. The effortless way the Archmage turned a single target spell into an area effect spoke volumes about her power. Yuan, you wield comprehend languages with impressive finesse, Huang Yu remarked. Yuan opened her mouth, hesitated, and finally replied, perhaps I just use it more often than most. You've dealt with other races a lot before? I suppose the royals at court have always harbored a particular curiosity about other races. So the royal family of the millennium-old empire really did possess their own secret arts, Huang Yu mused, before reining in his thoughts and focusing once more on the plants. With everyone silent, a strange tongue soon drifted out from deep within the tangle. The humans are back, go inform the Lord. The Lord needs Gold rock for the Niven Pact. We cannot let them take another stone. If they dare set foot inside, kill every last one. They've spotted us. The Spartans and Amazons exchanged uneasy looks, amazed that they had been exposed before ever seeing their foe. Huang Yu remained calm and opened the eye of true sight. The scene flipped. Every plant turned into strands of gray-green energy, coiling together and contracting toward an orange-green core, the hidden creature's real body. Huang Yu raised his hand. A gray disintegration ray flashed out and struck the lurking creature dead. A charcoal-gray beam of energy blasted from Huang Yu's palm, split the air, and bored straight into an ancient tree deep within the wall of trunks. The trunk bulged. Then with a soft pop, a Niven tribesman was expelled from the wood grain and slammed to the ground. The instant he landed, his body crumbled into fine dust that scattered on the breeze. Only then did Ruyana fully understand. The Niven people had been hiding inside the trunks all along. No wonder their earlier searches had come up empty. The system prompt appeared: Lord has slain a level 3 Niven, gained 350 experience and 30 soul crystals. Racial ability plundered, Niven Pact. He had actually seized their racial talent outright, and Huang Yu's heart leapt. The Niven were physically frail and poor fighters, but their Niven Pact held tremendous potential. He pressed his hand against the rough bark beside him, trying to activate the newly acquired ability, but nothing happened. At once the void plunder talent fed back. Current Niven Pact is too weak. It can only bond with ordinary flowers and grasses. Only common plants. Huang Yu frowned, then crouched and touched a small violet bloom, triggering the skill again. Pale green runes surfaced on the back of his hand, and a slender thread linked his heartbeat to the flower's pulse. Through the blossom, he could pick up faint sounds and make the petals slowly fold, but nothing else. I'm not a Niven after all, he mused. To bond with stronger, larger plants, I need to steal more of the same talent and stack its power. Eventually quantity will become quality, and even extraordinary flora will submit. He recalled a discounted item, an extraordinary grade plant called serpent willow, its drooping branches like countless dark green snakes that actively hunt warm blood. If he could control a serpent willow with the Niven Pact, his territory would gain a living bulwark. With the plan settled, he activated his plunderer physique, quietly concealed the runes on his hand, and opened the eye of true sight. In his vision, every nearby plant was wrapped in gray-green filaments, feeding information toward a swirling node of energy not far away that had to be the Niven's real settlement. Dilios, blow that wall apart. Huang Yu ordered at once. The more Niven Pacts he seized, the faster the ability would grow. Without hesitation, Dilios swung both Fong of the thicket blades in parallel. 2 fan-shaped arcs of flame crashed forward, felling 7 massive trees at once and tearing open a gaping breach. Stay sharp, Huang Yu warned, stepping through the opening first. The moment he entered, the gray-green lines in his true sight flared wildly. Trees and vines on both sides came alive like waking beasts. Branches lashed, creepers whipped, and even the shrubs flung toxic thorns and rock-hard fruit. But assaults of this level could not shake them. The warriors cut down every lunging vine and branch at first contact, while the volley of thorns and fruit was swept away in an instant as Yuan raised a hand and cast a wide-area dust removal spell. Huang Yu shot Yuan a look of surprise. An ordinary-grade dust removal spell, yet its effect was almost on par with the Scorpion Lion armor's cleansing aura and did not inconvenience allies at all. So this is what it means to be a transcendent archmage? Huang Yu thought as he flicked his wrist, launching a wind blade infused with void energy. Whoosh! A jade-green arc sliced through a thick trunk, and the half body of a Niven dropped to the ground. A prompt flashed across his mind. Lord has slain LV5 Niven, gained 480 experience and 45 soul crystals. Racial talent plundered Niven pact. Without changing his expression, he sent out another wind blade. A second tree toppled, and another Niven was cleanly decapitated. Only then did the remaining Niven realize they'd been exposed. They scrambled from hollows and vines, fleeing toward their own territory. The moment they left their shells, they became living targets for the Amazons and Spartans. Don't kill them outright, Huang Yu barked. Arrows and spears rained down. 16 Niven collapsed, shrieking and twitching, unable to move. Unwilling to prolong their pain, Huang Yu ended each life with swift, ordinary wind blades. After the fight, he found Head captured only the Niven pact. With more than a dozen stacks, his pact now far outstripped that of an average Niven. He could bond with 7 or 8 large trees at once. Perhaps realizing they couldn't shake Huang Yu's party, the Niven mounted no further ambushes. No plants attacked either. When the group finally reached Niven territory, they brushed against an invisible barrier-proof. The tribe, like humanity, was still under a protection phase. The domain was small, likely tier 2. At its center loomed a colossal banyan, its canopy blotting out the sky and covering 2/3 of the land. Yellow aerial roots thick as pythons dangled, etched with Niven runes that writhed gently. Information flooded Huang Yu's mind. Niven Binyanciate of the Niven Lord's authority and the tribe's evolving territory. He marveled at the strangeness of the chaos races. This giant banyan doubled as the Lord's core. As he advanced, Niven emerged from the tree's surface. The rasp of coarse bark twisted into snarls. Get out. This is our land. The Kunjin, or is ours. Once we control the entire forest, we'll devour you and avenge our kin. Huang Yu swept his gaze over them. At least 600 strong, and the Niven banyan itself would fight as well. This would be no easy battle. Scree. Roots scraped the ground without warning. Move, he shouted. His scorpion lion armor unfurled its wings, whipping up a gale that blew his nearby soldiers clear. Head barely risen a meter when roots as thick as his arm burst from the earth, spiraling upward to crush him. He slashed with a winklang. The strike severed only 2 or 3 roots. In the next instant, a dozen more coiled around him, binding him into a tight, swaying bundle. Under the relentless pressure, even the scorpion lion armor groaned and creaked. Huang Yu was already cocooned in a web of roots. The tawny, metal-sheened tendrils coiled around him like pythons, tightening and compressing. Thick sap oozed from the cracks, clammy and cold as ice. Crushed beneath the relentless pressure, his chest felt pinned by a boulder, each breath coming short and strained. Outside, Dilios, Gonnyx, and Rayanna reacted instantly. Swords, war axe, and photon blade crashed down in turn, trying to carve open the root ball that had swallowed Huang Yu. But more roots kept erupting from the ground, fencing them off like a living palisade and slowing the rescue to a crawl. Inside that stifling gloom, Huang Yu forced himself to stay calm, sifting through every option. The Niwen banyan absorbed a mountain of Kunjin Orino wonder. It's hard as tempered steel. Even a scorpion lion wing can't cut it. A wind slash won't help. An explosive firebolt might blast it open, but it'd tear me apart too. Stone armor's already crushed, while Echo, Vortex, and True Sight are useless. One possibility remained. Looks like he'll have to try a void-amplified disintegration ray. Decision made. He pressed a hand against the nearest root and poured out void energy. A ribbon of dusky violet light burrowed straight into the wood. The writhing roots went rigid at once. Gonnyx swung his great axe, Venom Tooth, on reflex. The blade hit and the iron-hard banyan roots crumbled like sand, scattering in a cloud of dust. With his support gone, Huang Yu dropped awkwardly to the ground. The scorpion lion wings on his back were crushed into scrap, and the armor itself was dented and cracked, one step from total ruin. Lord! Rayanna rushed over, half kneeling to pull him up. Seeing only surface wounds, she let out a long breath of relief. Yuan followed, shoving several revitalizing elixirs into Huang Yu's hand. Power surged through him, restoring him to peak condition in a heartbeat. Gonnyx stood guard on the flank, eyes hard and wary. Flames blazed around Dilios as he hurled a blazing slash toward the Niwen territory in fury. They'd expected the strike to ripple harmlessly across the shield, but the flame blade sailed straight inside, bowling over several Niwen clansmen. The novice shield of the Niwen had fallen. A dull crack split the air. A Niwen chieftain towering, Spartan broad, skin tattooed with contract sigil slurched from the crowd and loosed a hoarse, furious roar, its note edged with despair. At the same time, everyone watched the colossal Niwen banyan begin to dissolve. From the crown down, it cascaded into a waterfall of dust. Branches, trunk, and roots collapsed, disintegrating in the span of a heartbeat. In Huang Yu's mind, a cold prompt chimed. You have destroyed the Niwen Lord Authority. Niwen Banyan. Lord gains 100,000 experience and 10,000 soul crystals. A pillar of searing gold light burst from his body and lingered for several breaths before fading, propelling him straight to LV-18. Huang Yu chuckled, then sighed in regret. By ending the Niwen Banyan himself, he could no longer absorb or assimilate the Niwen Lord Authority. Compared with the experience and soul crystals, he would much rather have unlocked access to the Niwen faction's chaos market. The collapse of the Neven Banyan was an apocalypse for the Neven. Its enormous trunk burst into a haze of dust like a suddenly crumbling hill, and countless Neven staggered out of the gray fog, their bewildered, hopeless wails rising in waves. The Neven Lord was the most distraught. It could not fathom how the Banyan had been obliterated in mere heartbeats, and regret now churned in its chest. Given another chance, it would never have let a single branch stray beyond the protected border. But regret offers no rewind. When the last great segment of the trunk crumbled to powder, the Lord's eyes bulged, its body twitched like a puppet with cut strings, and then it lay still. You have indirectly slain the Neven Lord. The Lord gains 5,000 experience points and 1,000 soul crystals. Racial talent plundered, Neven Covenant. This actually works? Huang Yu froze. Who killed whom? One void disintegration ray had erased an entire domain. He suddenly recalled the Iron Rule. A human lord dies when the fire seed is extinguished. For the Neven, the law is the same: destroy the Neven Banyan, and the lord must perish. The Neven doomsday had only begun. Without their lord or their territory, they were reduced to wanderers, fated to scrape by on the chaotic continent. Worse still, a powerful strike force was already baring its fangs at these defenseless refugees. Before Huang Yu and his 60 warriors, the 600 Neven looked like lambs at the slaughter. Without orders, Dilios, Gannicus, and Rihanna charged ahead, fury in their eyes. Moments ago their lord had risked everything to shield them. Shame now fueled their ferocity. The battle became a rout in an instant, and Huang Yu joined the fray, seizing the chance to steal the Neven talent. Yet numbers still mattered. After a brief slaughter, some Neven regained their senses and bolted into the deep forest. Fewer than 100 escaped. Huang Yu sent Rihanna, Gannicus, and 30 Amazon warriors to hunt them down, leaving Dilios and 30 Spartans to secure the field. There was little to collect. The Neven settlement had been built around the Banyan, and when the tree fell, every structure and resource turned to dust. Hampered by their racial gift, the Neven were poor weaponsmiths, so the loot was pitifully small. The one consolation was the dramatic rise in his warriors' strength. Amazon warriors. Rihanna broke into Tier 2 and reached level 11. The other 30 Amazons climbed to level 9, a hair's breadth from Tier 2. 6 earned titles, and 1, Chandra, advanced to hero status. Amazon warrior Chandra. Level 9. Loyalty, 100 fanatical. Potential, Sanctuary, max level 69. Class, Shadow Edge. Skills, Shadow Thrust, Silent Arrow. Title, Shadow. Spartan Warriors. Dilios rose to level 16. Gannicus rose to level 15. The other Tier 2 Spartans, already formidable, each gained 2 levels, averaging level 13. Not long after, Rihanna returned with the Amazon warriors. They had 50-odd Niven prisoners in tow and lined them up so Huang Yu could seize their Niven contracts on the spot. One by one the crimson sigils winked out, and the intruders were swiftly dealt with. When the last flare faded, a system prompt appeared. Huang Yu had reached level 19, and his Scorpion Manticore mail was now ruined. Seeing he was wounded, Dilios, Rihanna, and the others refused to let him keep fighting outside the walls and urged their lord to head home at once. Huang Yu glanced at his panel. More than 100,000 experience had only pushed him to level 19, and he knew breaking into Tier 3 today was nearly impossible. Each tier demanded an exponential jump in experience, and the gap from level 19 to 20 was almost equal to the entire climb from level 10 to 19. Unless he managed to fell another 1 or 2 lords that afternoon, the threshold would remain out of reach. Around noon, the party escorted him back to the territory. The moment he stepped through the gate, a cascade of notifications filled his vision. Runic Forge Institute. You have acquired 2 master-grade smiths. Runic Forge Institute. You have acquired 11 expert-grade smiths. Runic Forge Institute. You have acquired 6 apprentice-grade rune engineers. 2 master smiths. That line jumped out, and Huang Yu hurried straight to the institute. Inside the hall, The institute's crest gleamed in the sunlight as the newly promoted masters, Song Yun and Zhu Ling, waited in full dress. Song Yun had been the first smith in the territory to reach expert rank, and now he had taken another step, finally joining the master's circle. His panel read, Smith, Song Yun. Rank, Master. Specialty, defensive weapons. Secondary profession, rune engineer apprentice. Potential, 4.5 chance to advance to saint-level smith. Although the promotion was welcome news, the fact that Song Yun still had no path to the divine rank left Huang Yu slightly disappointed. Zhu Ling's panel was even more impressive. Smith, Zhu Ling. Rank, Master. Specialty, all categories. Secondary profession, rune engineer apprentice. Potential, 11 chance to advance to saint-level smith. 1 chance to advance to divine-level smith. After the breakthrough, Zhu Ling's potential rose again, making her the Institute's undisputed rising star. Huang Yu commended each smith in turn, then pulled up the Institute's data. The Institute now housed 115 smiths in total, including 26 at the expert tiara staggering scale. From yesterday afternoon to the early hours of today, they had forged more than 600 pieces of equipment. At dawn, nearly 500 items were issued in a single batch to arm freshly summoned warriors. Yet by mid-morning, another 500 new pieces had already been delivered to the depot, bringing current stock to 621. The flip side was the rapid depletion of raw materials. Such a massive forging workforce was starting to stretch the territory's supply lines thin. Standing at the warehouse door and staring at the shrinking stock of ore and lumber, Huang Yu realized just how fast the domain was outgrowing itself. Existing crops, livestock, herbs, and mines were far from abundant, and specialty resources such as black steel bamboo, which needed time to mature, could not be relied on in the short term. Yesterday, Huang Yu tested the accelerated growth elixir. Ordinary crops flourished, covering the fields in lush green overnight, but the black gold bamboo only gained a few feet and was still far from usable. Depending on his warriors' hunting trips and occasional supplies from the trading platform was clearly unsustainable. As Huang Yu territory grew stronger, nearby wild monsters were either cleared out or instinctively moved to safer zones, something he could not change anytime soon. The trading platform faced similar limits. Large-scale material flows would have to wait until all lords developed further. For now, it offered only low-grade resources. In short, the territory had become top-heavy. For healthy, long-term growth, every weakness had to be addressed, and that would take time. Huang Yu understood all this, yet knowing and doing are two different things. At the moment, he had no energy to solve such structural issues. One urgent task remained: earning a higher rank in the assessment. After a pre-dawn troop surge, he turned back to the barracks to expand the army. With fewer than 300 common citizens left, sending them all into the Spartan training camp was impossible. Instead, Huang Yu searched population in the Chaos Mall. 10 random citizens, 100 soul crystals. 100 random citizens, 1,000 soul crystals. 1/3 off 1,000 random citizens, 3,000 soul crystals. A discount? The bold red 30 OFF beside the 1,000 citizen option stood out. Without hesitation, he paid 3,000 soul crystals, and 1,000 ordinary citizens descended on the territory. The population passed 2,000, leaving him with 48,000 soul crystals. Seizing the moment, he chose 500 newcomers for the Spartan training camp. But just after he confirmed the 5,000 soul crystal payment, a system alert echoed in his mind. Tier 3 Spartan training camp lacks capacity for 500 recruits. Please upgrade the camp or reduce intake. Remaining slots, 200. There's a capacity limit? Huang Yu blinked. Only after raising the camp to Tier 3 did he hit the troop ceiling. Since the Spartans couldn't take all 500, he shifted to the Amazon tribe. Another 5,000 soul crystals produced 200 Amazon warriors, followed by an icy notice. Tier 3 Amazon tribe has reached its unit limit. Upgrade the building to recruit more Amazon warriors. Available slots, 0. So Tier 3 extraordinary barracks cap at 500 troops? Huang Yu pondered briefly, but moved on. He used the remaining 200 slots for more Spartan warriors. To his relief, the new batch included 11 hero units. The sudden troop surge exposed a new problem: equipment shortages. Previously, he could arm his warriors and still list surplus gear in the Huang Yu shop, but now the stock was bare. Only 621 items remained. Armor especially scarce, far from enough to outfit 400 fresh recruits. His gaze shifted to the balance: 856 soul crystals. At once, Huang Yu opened the Chaos Mall, selected the discounted artifact filter, and began restocking. The discount list had just refreshed. Instead of diving straight into the high-grade items, Huang Yu started with the common tier. Excluding raw materials, he scooped up everything he could afford in one go, leaving behind only 2 kinds of crop seeds and 2 types of livestock young. He posted the leftovers on the universal shop and waited for buyers. By the time he reached the fine tier, purchase notifications had disappeared, yet his balance had quietly climbed to 78,000 soul crystals. Skill books, scrolls, buildings, and troop units in the fine or even rare tier barely tempted him right. Now the priority was piling up soul crystals, then sweeping up equipment or snapping up high-grade bargains. In the past, he had stocked the shop mainly with gear, but his inventory was almost gone, so he had to slash prices in other categories. That was when an eye-catching offer appeared. 20 of list price. Epic grade material thunder crystal wood. Rich in lightning energy, it served both as premium magic material and an awakening catalyst. The original price was 6,500 soul crystals. The sale price, only 1,300, with 10 units in stock. Many lords were still stuck at LV9, unable to find suitable awakening materials. Everyone remembered how Lord Giacide had shown the terrifying power of a lightning talent after obtaining the heart of the Thunder Sprite, so Thunder Crystal Wood was bound to spark interest. But with the assessment looming, most players hesitated to tie up funds, preferring to buy troops, equipment, or skill books. Technically, Thunder Crystal would belonged in a smith's lab, yet Huang Yu glanced at his dwindling balance, gritted his teeth, and spent 13,000 soul crystals on all 10 units. He reposted them at 6,000 soul crystals each in the universal shop. Logically, the wood should have vanished in a heartbeat. Time crawled by, and the trading board stayed quiet. That was when Huang Yu realized how few lords could spare 6,000 soul crystals before awakening. They were still weighing costs for the coming test and leaned towards safer purchases. He was about to cancel the listing when a crisp chime rang out. Lord Zhongtian has paid 6,000 soul crystals for 1 unit of Thunder Crystal Wood. It was like kicking a hornet's nest. The quantity dropped from 9 to 0 in the next second, 9 alerts flashing almost simultaneously. Lord Chia has paid 6,000 soul crystals for 1 unit of Thunder Crystal Wood. Lord Aoduan has paid 6,000 soul crystals for 1 unit of Thunder Crystal Wood. Lord Nangong has paid 6,000 soul crystals for 1 unit of Thunder Crystal Wood. His balance jumped by 60,000 soul crystals, a net profit of 47,000. Should I thank Lord Zhongtian for that? Huang Yu muttered with a strange smile. Zongshan's move broke the silent agreement among the other lords, pushing the hesitant ones to act immediately. An epic grade talent is only half a step below perfect, still irresistible to most players. Miss it now, and it might be gone for good. Flush with new funds, Huang Yu went back to the rare and epic tiers and picked out a fresh batch of items. Items like scrolls, troop contracts, and skill tomes could deliver an immediate power boost. Huang Yu listed every last one on the universal marketplace and finally nudged his soul crystal balance past 200,000. Next on his hit list, gear. He typed equipment into the discount search bar. The screen flashed, then filled with outrageously low prices, every piece at least of fine quality. 90 off fine iron scale mail, 420 soul crystals down to 42, stock 50. 80 off fine spear heart piercer, 310 down to 62, stock 30. 92 off rare azure fish armor 5, 300 down to 424, stock 10. 80 off superior forearm demon bow 25, 000 down to 5,000, stock 2. 90 off perfect umbral fiend armor 480, 000 down to 48,000, stock 1. Buy. Without a second thought, he rained soul crystals across the page, scooping up everything from fine to perfect until he clicked on the umbral fiend armor and a frosty pop-up appeared. Insufficient soul crystals. Purchase denied. He closed the prompt and glanced at his balance, just 43,800 left. In mere minutes, his warehouse had ballooned by 365 pieces, 290 fine, 60 rare, 15 superior. Add the 621 pieces forged earlier by the Runesmith Institute, and he could fully arm 400 warriors. His own Scorpion Manicore armor had just been scrapped, so he still needed top-tier protection. Scanning the perfect list again, he spotted another set at 80 off. Though its original price was lower, the final cost was actually higher. All things considered, the Umbral Fiend armor was the best deal. Sold. Gritting his teeth, he dumped 87 common items on the market, then added more than 20 average fine pieces at a slight markup. Seconds later, they were gone, netting him another 9,000 plus soul crystals. Pay 48,000 soul crystals for Umbral Fiend armor? Confirm. 48,000 vanished instantly, leaving him with 4,156. The next moment, a suit of deep violet armor coalesced before his eyes. Umbral Fiend armor perfect. Description: forged from the essence of shadow creatures whose bodies are mostly incorporeal, with only a few solid parts. Active abilities. 1. Phase briefly renders the wearer intangible. 2. Lunge burst forward at high speed. 3. Soul snare clouds an enemy's mind. The weak-willed can even be dominated. 4. Wail of the Fiend transforms sound into a soul-rending shriek. 5. Violet mist emits a purple fog. Within it the wearer sees clearly while gaining near invisibility. Passive abilities. 1. Shadow stride rapid energy recovery in darkness, plus increased defense, speed, and skill power. 2. Fiendish power attacks carry shadow energy that erodes the target's soul. 3. Seed of terror mere sight of the armor inspires fear. If the wearer shows cruelty, that fear intensifies without limit. Huang Yu drew a sharp breath, heart pounding. This armor is a beast. Huang Yu slipped into the umbral fiend armor. The plate hugged his muscles like a living creature, dark violet mist seeping from its seams and curling through the air, giving him a savage, enigmatic aura. He raised his hand, and a vortex bloomed in his palm black as the mouth of a well, its rim crackling with tiny arcs of lightning. Phase out dash. At his low shout, every rune on the armor flared to life. Huang Yu dissolved into a wisp of purple smoke, drifting effortlessly through the table and the vortex before reforming more than 10 meters away. While phased, he could ignore all physical damage, though magic could still lock onto him. The entire sequence had a cooldown of roughly 1 minute. Water essence splashed across the armor's surface, leaving wet streaks that gleamed an eerie blue. He paused, silently recording the test data, then stored the armor in his backpack and turned back to the discount list on his interface. Items above the transcendent tier were rare on sale, and 2 offers caught his eye at once. Transcendent grade equipment, 90 off chains of Spellbane. Originally 1.2 million soul crystals, now 60,000, stock 3. Epic grade skill scroll, 98.5 off void flash devouring light. Originally 12 million soul crystals, now 180,000, stock 1. These 2 carried the steepest discounts yet still fit his budget, and more importantly, they were tailor-made for the upcoming assessment. Chains of Spellbane could seal an enemy's mana, preventing any skill casting, while the Void Flash scroll housed a 7th Circle Sanctum spell fueled by void energy, its destructive power nothing short of terrifying. Already versed in the void, Huang Yu knew exactly what would happen if he unleashed it at full force. It could serve as his ultimate trump card. His remaining soul crystals were running low, but the discount list would not refresh for another dozen hours, giving him time to gather the 240,000 crystals needed for both items. To accelerate his cash flow, he had just dispatched 400 newly recruited warriors to join the previous 600. By sunset, they should return with tens of thousands of crystals. Meanwhile, materials ordered from Chaos Mall and the trading platform were arriving in waves, and the Rune Research Institute expected to forge a large batch of gear that afternoon. The protection period was about to end, and lords everywhere were jittery, their coffers on the verge of drying up. After a brief thought, Huang Yu posted a terse announcement in the World Channel. At 2400 hours tonight, Universal Emporium will release a large stock of equipment. Smaller batches will drop periodically before then. Limited quantities, soul crystals only. Soul crystals were exactly what he needed, so he insisted on crystal-only payments and refused bartering. With hours to spare before midnight, the Institute's forges could run non-stop, and the surplus equipment would go straight into the shop for quick cash recovery. The moment the message appeared, the World Channel erupted. Universal Emporium, the largest gear supplier, had not restocked in bulk since last night, and many lords who had tasted its wares were anxious. The announcement electrified them. "I've been waiting forever. Universal Emporium is finally restocking. Good thing I didn't dump all my crystals into Chaos Mall. From now on I'm glued to the Emporium, ready to snap up whatever drops. It's almost midnight, getting late, but there's still time. If I can't snag anything right away, it'll hit the Chaos Mall and the trading hub." After such a long lull, the Huang Yu Lord has to drop something big. I just hope he doesn't cash in on the dead, jacking up prices. It'd be great if he stocked more gear at the common tier. And why accept only soul crystals? After sending that message to World Chat, Huang Yu closed the channel and hurried toward the Rune Institute. Focus on forging fine-grade gear. Every material is open to you. I don't care if it all ends up as standardized equipment, just tell me what you're short of. I need quantity. Sparks danced through the foundry hall. A dozen smiths looked up, puzzled but unified. Yes, my lord. Time slipped away beneath the crackle of the furnaces. Before long the sun crossed the zenith and dipped westward, bathing half the sky in gold and crimson. Time flies. Huang Yu wiped sweat from his brow, swept another batch of urgently needed materials from the trading platform, and dumped it all into the warehouse. Outside, a pale violet crescent moon had risen in the darkening sky. The distant forest was already swallowing the light, and returning warriors were breaking from the tree line, each with game slung over a shoulder. No more robbing Peter to pay Paul. Huang Yu logged off the trading platform. All afternoon he had been scavenging materials to plug the Institute's gaps while quietly nudging market prices upward. At dusk, Gallo delivered the last wagon, 4,000 units of iron ore. The long-standing shortage was finally easing. Huang Yu pushed open the warehouse doors. Under the lamps, rows of gear gleamed, 542 pieces in all, 120 common-grade items, limited by materials. Even a master can't forge fine armor out of a plain beast hide. Thankfully, common gear is quick to make and doesn't slow the plan. 350 fine-grade items, today's primary output. 72 rare-grade grappling lines, forged non-stop by Zhuling and 5 expert smiths, reserved for the Amazon warriors. Just then a pleasant chime sounded. Ding. Amazon tribe, one of your warriors has advanced to hero status. Tap for details. Huang Yu stepped to the window. Outside the castle, An Amazon squad was returning under the moonlight, led by a black-haired warrior with a steady stride. The info panel popped up: Malanica, class, elemental archer, mastered the elemental arrow technique. A cascade of notifications followed titles earned. Heroes promoted, most of them Amazons. By the time all 1,000 heroes and warriors had returned, 9 more Amazon heroes had joined Huang Yu's ranks, and a Spartan warrior in the training camp had broken through during his rest, claiming hero status. Hero count: 35. First-tier warriors: 108. Every other warrior now stood at level 3 or higher. Midnight. More than 300 gatherers arranged the beasts the warriors had hauled back, spreading them across the clearing outside the camp. They sliced, deboned, stripped sinews, and skinned without a moment's rest. In a single day, the hunters had brought in over 2,000 monsters, netting Huang Yu more than 10,000 units of food and a trove of materials of every grade. Inside the warehouse, more than 1,000 weapons and pieces of armor were stacked in tidy rows, steel gleaming so brightly that the place looked like one enormous mirror. Huang Yu glanced at the world chat. The timing was right. Scores of lords were already pestering him about posting the new gear. For the billions of rulers out there, 1,000 items were merely a drop in the ocean, but they were still enough to set countless pulses racing. After all, merchandise from the Huang Yu shop meant 2 things: top quality and bargain prices. That's enough work for one day. He opened the Huang Yu shop interface and listed every last piece of gear. The trading platform exploded like a powder keg. An uncountable swarm smashed the buy button. The sale speed left the posting speed far behind. Notifications poured down his screen in a waterfall so dense he couldn't read a single buyer's name. Then, as suddenly as it began, everything went silent. In just a few seconds, every item was gone. Those lucky enough to snag something beamed at their lightning-fast fingers. Those who failed spiraled into self-doubt, cursing their internet speed even in another world. The world chat split into 2 factions. One side boasted about their haul, the other lamented their slow hands. Already over? Damn, 1,000 pieces gone in seconds. Great, all that hype for nothing. I'm off to browse the Chaos Mall. I set aside 7,000 soul crystals and tapped 20 years of click training, yet I only got 10 fine-grade chest plates. What should I do with the rest? Stop the humble brag. I've got the same 20 years. Why are you faster than me? Bro, speed isn't just training. It's frequency and stamina. That's where you fell short. Huang Yu chuckled and closed the chat before their banter corrupted his pure heart. Or worse, summoned the censors. He cleared the transaction logs, rejected the flood of friend requests, and opened the Chaos Mall, searching for Void Demon Cleave. With 32,000 soul crystals burning a hole in his pocket, he was ready to splurge. Spend 18,000 soul crystals on skill scroll. Void Demon Cleave? Yes. 18,000 crystals vanished, and an epic grade skill scroll dropped into his inventory. He followed up with 2 anti-magic cords. In a blink, his 32,000 crystals had dwindled to 2. Easy come, easy go, he muttered, feeling a brief pang, yet the promise of an S-rank evaluation and a mythic grade reward made every expense worth it. Clutching the scroll and cords, his spirits soared. He looked up at the night sky, where a violet moon hung cold and remote. Settling cross-legged on the balcony, he practiced the meditation technique Yu and had taught him, guiding the moon's void energy into his body. As the violet light condensed, his mind grew sharp and calm. The effects of his meditation technique had improved noticeably. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless one for every human lord. With the protection period about to end, most of them tossed and turned, unable to close their eyes. In Jia Luo's territory, rows of campfires bathed the Xiulan barracks in light, yet the place was crammed with 150 light cavalry, 150 sword and shield infantry, and 100 archers, leaving barely enough space to turn around. Clad in rare-grade light armor with the red feather bow resting on her arm, Jia Luo still wore a worried look. She had missed the new batch of gear that had just appeared in Huang Yu's shop. That morning she had upgraded the Xiulan barracks to level 3, unlocking the new Xiulan archers, but after summoning a full 100 of them, she discovered she lacked enough longbows. Her territory smith was still an apprentice and had managed to turn out only 20 common-grade bows all afternoon. The other 80 archers could only stand empty-handed in the corridor. She had planned to stock up at Huang Yu's shop, only to watch other lords sweep the shelves clean in an instant. Tomorrow's assessment was crucial. With her upper mid-tier strength, simply hanging on to her title was not enough. She aimed for an A rating and, if luck favored her, a shot at S. Yet with her current troop mix, even a safe A seemed doubtful. After a long hesitation, she opened a private chat with Huang Yu. She had just typed a request to buy gear when her eyes fell on her 2 earlier pleas, and her face darkened. Biting her lip, she deleted the message, closed the window, and opened the Chaos Mall instead. Twice was enough. Her pride would not allow her to bow a 3rd time. In the Zhongtian territory, Jiang Qingtian could hardly stop grinning. 300 halberdiers stood in formation on the parade ground, armor gleaming and spearheads flashing coldly. At their head, the hero unit Jun Huai and 2 other heroes glittered in rare-grade gear. most of it forged in Huang Yu's territory. Calling himself Huang Yu's #1 bootlicker, Jiang Qingtian had spent the past 2 days begging Huang Yu for equipment, always sending extra materials and paying above the shop's list price. Thanks to Huang Yu's Rune Research Institute, the success rate for crafting common and fine-grade gear was nearly 100%, leaving Jiang Qingshan's forces superbly equipped and making him ever more pleased. He vowed to cling to Huang Yu's thigh for dear life and play the perfect sidekick. If you lick long enough, you can have it all. On the World Channel, the equipment frenzy soon faded, replaced by fear and despair. The assessment can't be that hard, right? I don't want to die, sob sob. Just end it all. Hurry up, I don't care anymore. 2 days ago, a bunch of ogres had already set their cooking pots outside my territory. Web novels lied to me. Who said elves are kind? These guys kill without blinking. I curse Lord Huang Yu and all those top lords. They could help us, but only care about themselves. Selfish bastards, choke on it. Whose mad dog is this? Tie it up. At a time like this, it's still biting people. Lord Zhongtian, why is it you again? As time passed, the wailing only grew louder. Lords with decent strength muted the World Channel so the negativity wouldn't drag them down and waited quietly for the assessment. Those doomed to elimination vented their final terror and hysteria. A pale light crept over the eastern horizon, and a chill wind seeped into everyone's bones. Suddenly, a cold, ruthless voice echoed in every human lord's mind. Assessment begins. Lords will enter the chaos illusion realm in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. All at once, heaven and earth change color. Like a drop of fresh blood falling into clear water, a crimson halo rippled outward from the center of Huang Yu territory, expanding in waves until it swallowed the estate and the surrounding forest, tinting the world with a blood-red filter. Huang Yu looked up at the scarlet tableau, murky and unsettling. Deep in the woods, deathly silence reigned, as though a soundless Dead Sea were slowly devouring Huang Yu territory. Welcome to the Hun Dun Illusion Realm. Enemy forces are approaching your territory. All lords, prepare for all-out defense. A cold system notification blared without warning. Encased in his umbral demon armor, its black-violet plates glinting under the bloody light, Huang Yu stood before a living wall of 500 Spartan warriors and 500 Amazonian warriors. The synchronized breathing and faint scrape of metal steadied his heart. A hollow, wolf-like howl rolled in from the distance. Shrubs at the edge of the territory shook violently, shadows churned, and hundreds of embered eyes ignited, flickering like fireflies in the blood-stained woods. The prelude to slaughter had begun. The second howl was longer and sharper, like the whimper of a dying cur. The underbrush exploded as a swarm of small, frenzied creatures burst forth, 500 of them in all. Kobold racial tier, low lord authority, unknown. Kobolds are so named because their cries resemble those of a puppy. Not quite beastkin, they nonetheless share the same lowly rank as goblins and gremlins and breed at an alarming rate. Small and weak, they compensate with brutality and stubbornness, and are born with a strong predatory instinct. Is that it? Huang Yu raised an eyebrow. 500 reedied kobolds charged like rabid dogs, and he wondered who had given them the nerve. Wrapped in his umbral demon armor, he could probably crush them single-handedly. So this was all a Tier 2 kobold territory could muster. Expressionless, he drew his longsword, cold surge, leveled the tip, and ordered, wipe them out. The command, amplified by Yuan's spell, rang clearly in every warrior's ear. Yes, my lord. Heroes and soldiers answered in unison. The Amazons were first to draw their bows. The snap of strings thundered like heavy rain. A storm of arrows fell, and every kobold that had poked its head out dropped at once. From emergence to death, none of them managed to set foot inside Huang Yu territory. Yet after the 500 kobolds were slain, Huang Yu's interface showed no soul crystals and no experience. Clearly, the creatures in the Hun Dun illusion realm were mere projections, no loot, no abilities to plunder. Lord has repelled the first wave. Current rating, E. As expected, the first wave had been nothing but an appetizer. Huang Yu knew the drill and lifted his gaze toward the treetops. The second wave erupted on leathery wings. These creatures sported twin wings on hairless, pitch-black bodies, beaks lined with fangs. Barely a meter long but boasting a 2-meter wingspan, they circled overhead, cackling kiekiakaya, their movements alarmingly nimble. Ghost-faced batfolk, racial tier, standard, ordinary lord authority, further details unknown. The ghost-faced batfolk are an intelligent species gifted with strong flight. They can restore stamina by drinking fresh blood. Their chief weakness is a penchant for cannibalism that stunts their growth. More than 200 ghost-faced batfolk suddenly burst from the depths of the forest. They shrieked like tortured spirits, fangs bared, weapons brandished, and a reeking, blood-laden wind rushed ahead of them toward the Huang Yu territory. Mixed into the swarm were several larger batfolk whose spines sprouted jagged bone spurs. Versed in gruesome blood rites, they were clearly elite units. Even so, their numbers were nowhere near enough to rattle Huang Yu. With innate flight, the batfolk swept over the farmland, but that was as far as they got. At his command, Spartan warriors hurled spears and javelins in a torrential volley. In a heartbeat, the sky was cleared, batfolk swatted aside as if by an invisible giant hand, thudding to the earth amid a chorus of screams. The few survivors clawed up blood mist and shadow, yet the warriors blocked every surge with practiced ease. The Lord has repelled the second wave. Current rating D. That should be the full strength of a first-tier common race, Huang Yu judged silently. Right now, more than half of the human lords were stuck at this power level. If any of them had faced the batfolk, most would have been doomed. Only against a race crippled by its environment such as the Niwen cold a first-tier human lord hope for an upset. In natural talent and physical prowess, humans hold no real edge. When the trial ends, will even half of us still be alive? And how many will keep their lordship? He lifted his gaze toward the third wave and sighed inwardly. Measured against so many alien races, humanity's innate disadvantage is simply too great. Taka taka taka. A rapid rattle of hooves exploded from the treeline as 300 centaurs charged out. Human torsos bulged with muscle atop towering equine bodies, and every warrior carried a composite longbow and a tempered steel lance, perfectly matching the epithet-born cavalry, scourge of the greenwood. Beyond their brute strength, their combat technique was legendary, rivaling even that of elves. Among mid-tier races, few could match their battlefield prowess. Creatures like gnolls seemed feeble by comparison. 10 champions over 3 meters tall, breastplates gleaming coldly, led the formation. They formed a wedge, trampling barriers and chevauxed in an unstoppable advance. Even at full gallop, they loosed arrows at the Amazon warriors, shafts and steel flashing through the air in a lethal braid. Some threats, however, cannot be outrun. The instant the centaurs appeared, Huang Yu began charging blazing mana bolts. When the enemy crossed into his territory, 5 bolts screamed through the night, blood-red flames lighting the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Most centaurs dodged the initial strikes with lightning reflexes, clods of earth erupting harmlessly behind them. But that volley was only the opening move. Boom, boom, boom. The ground itself thundered as chained explosions erupted under their hooves. Shockwaves hurled rock shards and steel shot in every direction, punching through armor and ripping flesh. Many centaurs had no time to react before they were blasted into the swirling dust, bodies shredded like sieves by the shrapnel. Moments after the blast faded, scores of centaurs were still alive, staggering through the smoke, drenched in blood, howling in agony. Before the haze could thin, Dilios and several other heroes charged with 200 Spartan warriors, blades flashing and fury blazing across the battlefield. Centaurs were a mid-tier race, yet even Trollson's a bane to the Spartans had crumbled before the phalanx, and these shaken centaurs stood no chance. The explosion had broken their momentum, wounds and panic sapped their strength. Spartans closed ranks, great shields overlapping, spears flying. At a single command, the formation rolled forward like a river of iron, its steel glare sweeping the field. In less than a minute, all 300 centaurs were slain. Lord has defeated the third wave. Current rating, C. Rewards will be delivered when the trial ends. Please wait patiently. The IC system prompt echoed in Huang Yu's mind. He nodded. 3 waves, and none had reached his line. The trial scale was now clear. Grade E, defeat a Tier 2 minor race. Grade D, defeat a Tier 2 standard race. Grade C, defeat a Tier 2 intermediate race. To earn a B, the next enemy would almost certainly be Tier 2 advanced. His gaze locked on the distant forest. The centaurs' bodies were still warm when the trees began to shake violently, as though something enormous was rampaging within. Boom. A gigantic flail howled out of the undergrowth, pulverizing a dozen ancient trunks and gouging a crater where it landed. Standing on the ridge, Huang Yu felt the ground quake underfoot. A monstrous roar split the air. A 15-meter cyclops, clad in an iron apron-like cuirass, crushed roots beneath its feet. The cyclops lord had arrived. Behind it, 42 more cyclopes filed out, dragging crude yet massive weapons. Most stood around 10 meters tall, each forehead brandishing a single crimson eye filled with savage rage. Only 43 of them, yet the pressure they radiated rivaled an army. Every cyclops was a nightmare made flesh. The lord bellowed again, the sound rolling like thunder. A dozen cyclopes bent, hefted boulders, muscles bulging, and hurled them in unison. The projectiles screamed through the sky like artillery, millstone-sized rocks crashing toward the Spartan line. Even Isonas, bearer of the tower shield, could not guarantee he could withstand such force. Dilios and the others reacted instantly, shattering several stones with their skills, but a few broke through, exploding in the heart of the formation. 6 warriors were blasted into sprays of blood. For the first time, Huang Yu's forces suffered casualties. Charge and kill them. Seeing the cyclopes preparing another volley, Rihanna ordered the Amazons forward. Dilios and the remaining Spartans abandoned their formation and surged ahead against giants of this scale. Standing still was suicide. Halfway up the slope, the ants raced toward their colossal foes, while in the distance the Cyclops Lord watched them with a single, contemptuous eye. Swinging an enormous chain flail, he charged forward at the giants with his warriors behind him. Roar! 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 The guttural howls of the Cyclopes shook the earth as they pounded closer, the ground trembling beneath their steps. Some brandished tree trunks stripped of branches, others hefted the massive bones of wild beasts roughly carved into weapons, and a rare few clutched iron warhammers or great axes chipped and scarred by battle. To these hulking monsters, weapons were nothing more than outlets for brute strength. Bare hands and thick hides were more than enough to tear enemies apart. Worse still, their raw power was matched by a deadly natural gift. Before the two sides could meet, 43 crimson beams gathered in the single eyes of the giants and lanced outward with a hiss-paralyzing death rays. The barrage streaked toward the Spartans and Amazons like a storm of blood-red light. Ruiana, charging at the front, became the first target of the Cyclops chieftain. The blinding beam was nearly upon her armor. Look out! With a thunderous shout, Isonas the Spartan tower shield bearer hurled himself in front of her, slamming his pitch-black shield into the ground like a wall. Veins bulged along his arms as he braced the shin turtle shield. Szzz. The rays struck the surface, flaring sparks. The shield glowed red-hot, filling the air with the stench of scorched metal and flesh. Isona's palms blistered and split, yet he held firm, teeth clenched, until the final beam faded. Only then did foam spill from his lips as he collapsed with a crash. Huang Yu watched his warriors surge toward the Cyclopes, his brow knitting. The Spartans and Amazons had never faced these creatures and knew nothing of the death rays. The beams were so fast they allowed less than a heartbeat to react. In an instant, more than 20 warriors were vaporized to ash. Yet he noticed the glow in the giants' eyes dim. These brutes could not unleash that terrifying strike in quick succession. After enduring 2 volleys, the warriors counterattacked. Spears and arrows swarmed like hornets, thudding into the giants' unarmored hides and turning them into living pin cushions. Though Cyclopean skin was tough, it was not iron. Once the fighters discovered the single eye was their weakness, the kill rate soared. Amazon warriors used grappling lines and aerial acrobatics to flip between shoulders and elbows, their flashing blades carving at joints, while the Spartans struck with thunderous finishing blows. After several minutes of brutal combat, Dilios vaulted high with his fang-toothed greatsword and drove the blade deep into the chieftain's lone eye. The massive body toppled, raising a cloud of dust. The Lord has defeated Wave 4 of the enemy. Current assessment, Grade B. Rewards will be granted at the end of the trial. Please stand by. Isona's layout of action, gulping down a potion as Yuan tended his burns, but 37 warriors would never leave the field. While gauging the Cyclope's strength, Huang Yu couldn't help recalling the Null Lord of old. What higher-tier race had that foe faced at the same stage? If it too had encountered Cyclopes, even with White Wolf's aid it would have struggled to earn a B rating. The thought flashed by, and Huang Yu immediately ordered the ranks to tighten. From deep within the forest came a savage roar that seemed to rend the air. Wave 5 had arrived. Orcs with gray-green skins surged from the shadows, more than 800 strong. Wolf Rider skirmishers led the charge with razor-edged scythes, followed by totem warriors whose bodies were inked with black-red sigils. 6 or 7 orc shamans raised bone staves, chanting in low, guttural tones. At the center of the host, an old acquaintance of Huang Yu strode forward. Agrima, the orc shaman lord. Jiaoyuo's domain. Jeloa, leading her Xiulan light cavalry, teamed up with the garrison to launch a pincer assault on the gray dwarves besieging the stronghold. The first attackers were goblin fodder, and once they were wiped out she made a bold call. Leave 150 sword and shield infantry and 100 archers to hold the walls, while she took 150 feathered ear riders into ambush around the perimeter. When the enemy charged the ramparts, she would hit them from behind. Fortune sided with her. Not a single unit able to counter light cavalry crossed her path. The walls and arrow towers were finished, giving the defenders their full leverage. Agile feathered ear riders, steered by her ghost-like commands, knifed into the flanks of the next 2 enemy waves and annihilated them, losing only 16 swordsmen. Now the gray dwarves were falling to the same tactic. Dwarves matched orcs in raw strength and boasted impeccable armor, which usually made them a nightmare. Yet only about 150 showed up, lacking their troublesome goat knights and fielding just a handful of musketeers. Those shots bloodied the parapet but went no farther. Under a storm of arrows and the lightning charges of the light cavalry, their ponderous formation unraveled, teetering on the edge of collapse. Below the wall, the Grey Dwarf Lord fumed, swinging a massive warhammer again and again at the 3-meter-high, brutally thick wall. A trench 2 meters deep and more than 4 wide ran outside it. A taller race might have vaulted across, but at barely 160 he couldn't reach the parapet, nor could even the brawniest of his kin. Arrows clanged off his rare-grade steel plate, and the occasional poisoned shaft slipped into a seam. Even a second-tier physique couldn't shrug off the venom. His lips darkened and his beard shook. He roared, pounding a deep pit into the masonry, but the cursed goblin-built wall simply refused to crack. How thick could the damn thing be? Another shaft whistled in, curving past his guards toward his face. He jerked aside, but the point still tore open his cheek. Roaring in pain, he yanked it free and vaulted back into the trench. Supported by his bodyguards, he looked up to see the ground littered with kin bristling like pincushions. On the battlements, a human lord astride a golden-striped tiger had his bow drawn, an arrow blazing like a phoenix aimed straight at him. The lord has defeated the fourth enemy wave. Current assessment, Grade B. Rewards will be issued once the trial ends. Please be patient, my lord. A blank verdict let Jiloa exhale at last, but as her gaze swept over the battered domain and the fallen 20 cavalry, 50 swordsmen, 30 archers, her chest tightened once more. The fifth wave of enemies was almost upon them. In Jayashide territory, more than 30 treants were ripping at the city walls, their jagged wooden claws screeching across the stone. Atop a stone tower, Edward was clad in a full set of rare-grade gear, arcs of lightning leaping through the engravings of his armor like a living storm. Each time he raised his hand, a spear of lightning formed in his palm and thundered downward, piercing a treant's chest and leaving a charred husk behind. Before his warriors could even act, the tree folk were already sprawled in the blackened rubble outside the walls. Over Zhongtian territory, the night sky ran crimson. Jiang Qingtian brandished his flame thunder halberd and charged into a sea of lizard men, fire and lightning spiraling along the blade. Drenched in alien ichor, he only grew wilder as the fight dragged on. Jun Huai and another hero guarded his flanks while they carved a straight path toward the lizard man lord. Severed limbs and shattered tails piled up behind them, and the sheer brutality of the battle chilled every onlooker. In Xuanji territory, Xuanji watched the front line through tear-blurred eyes. 5,000 subjects launched a suicide assault. Only 300 archers, 300 knights, and 400 axemen stood among them, while the remaining 4,000 were ordinary townsfolk. Yet to protect the lord they loved, they clenched their teeth and clawed barehanded if need be, determined to hold the werewolves in place. Blood soaked the earth, and their desperate shouts were so fierce they made even the werewolf lord falter. On the castle balcony of Chitian territory, a man lounged against the railing, flicking out orders with lazy fingers. Barbarians and his pet Chitian hound tore open the battle line, but the newly promoted Tier 3 hound stole the show. Emerald flames blanketed the field, turning more than 20 hill giants into blazing pyres. When the last giant collapsed into ash, the man shook his head and murmured, "High-tier race. Hardly. Let's hope the fifth wave is more fun for Chitian." Across the globe, billions of lords showed their mettle. Some cut down wave after wave in dazzling displays of power, some clung to survival at terrible cost, and others had already been wiped out or reduced to wanderers. On Huang Yu territory, Huang Yu's battlefield was bloodier still. Nearly 100 wolf riders slammed into a Spartan phalanx and were shredded by the wall of spears, yet Huang Yu lost 30 Spartans and the hero, the Spartan berserker Astinos. Next, 50 orc totem warriors escorted 5 shamans in a heathen charge, but Amazon warriors turned them into pincushions, costing Huang Yu another 26 Amazons. A dozen lurking assassins were exposed by the eye of true sight and lost in the illusions cast by the shadow armor of purple mist, allowing Huang Yu to hunt them down one by one. When the hero Gannicus drove his venomfang blade into orc warlord Oma's throat, the battle was all but over. In this projection world, there was no retreat. The remaining 300 orcs launched a hopeless charge, and Huang Yu sacrificed more than 30 additional warriors to wipe them out. The Lord has defeated the fifth wave of enemies. Current assessment. A. Rewards will be issued after the trial ends. Please wait patiently. Huang Yu exhaled in relief as the message appeared. An rank evaluation done it. Dragons, creatures of legend. On Blue Star, both the divine serpents of Eastern myth and the great WRMS of Western epics symbolize absolute might. Dragons exist on the Chaos continent as well, and while Huang Yu had heard the tales, today marked the first time he had ever set eyes on one. A white dragon roughly 20 meters long wheeled above the Huang Yu territory. From the clouds, its frigid eyes surveyed the land below, as though selecting prey from a platter. At first, Huang Yu thought it was gauging the flavor of humanity, but he soon realized the beast was simply waiting for its followers. Roar! A hoarse, irritable bellow rang out, and kobolds, goblins, trolls, an unruly mix of races flooded from the forest. The white dragon tucked its wings and plunged. The ensuing gale bowled its own minions off their feet, and let every human feel the full weight of its presence. I am the exalted Astra. Kneel and submit at once. The dragon's words were an unintelligible growl. Huang Yu hastily cast a comprehend languages spell and finally caught the name Astra. His gaze flicked to the 200 trolls behind the dragon, and he instantly recalled the band that had joined Knowles in the assault on Dilios not long ago. Those creatures were likely Astra's subordinates sent to recruit new vassals and wiped out by the Spartan warriors instead. Whether the white dragon knew of that costly loss, Huang Yu could not tell. Ogmar had appeared, and now so had Astra. Huang Yu suspected that every projection in this trial belonged to powers lurking near his own domain. If that was true, a white dragon hiding nearby was too tempting to ignore. Submit? Don't make me laugh. Excitement coursed through Huang Yu, breeding dangerous thoughts. Refusal was not enough. He aimed to steal the dragon's gifts. Dragons on the Chaos continent were loners, and at his current strength, he might just be able to slay one. This projection would be a perfect rehearsal. He beckoned Yuan and murmured, "Give me some special effects. Let's set the stage." Special effects? Yuan blinked. "An epic illusion for the warriors," Huang Yu said. "Our first dragon hunt deserves spectacle." Realization dawned. Yuan summoned his power and cast a sixth circle illusion war panorama. Smoke and fire rolled across Huang Yu territory. The clash of steel and thunder of cavalry filled the air, and a mighty horn split the sky. The warriors, already in formation, were ignited by the scene. Savagery, bloodlust, and madness flared in their eyes. To them, the white dragon was no terrifying apex predator, it was merit, glory, the coveted dragon slayer's medal. In the illusion, Huang Yu's imposing figure raised an arm. The warriors roared and charged straight at the white dragon and its horde. "Vile insects! You dare challenge Austra's majesty?" Outraged that mere humans would advance, the white dragon bellowed in fury. He spread his massive jaws, ready to unleash a blast of frost that would freeze every insolent insect in its path. Whoosh! On Huang Yu's command, the Archmage Yuan hurled a dimly gleaming null magic chain that coiled around the white dragon Aostala's wings and neck, forcing the icy breath back down his throat. Damn them! Aostala tore at the links in fury, but the chain was of extraordinary grade, and he was still only an adolescent dragon. Breaking free would take far too long. As the human champions advanced with unshakable resolve, panic flickered through him for the first time. Deprived of spells, a dragon had only claws, fangs, tail, and wings, and even flight was crippled. He was reduced to little more than a brute beast. "Kill them!" Aostala roared to his minions and beat his wings, trying to take to the sky. The null magic chain flared, sealing off his power. He managed only a few dozen meters before crashing back to Earth. The moment he landed, he saw his followers being massacred, armor and weapons scattered across the ground. Within seconds, a third of them had fallen, and more than a dozen humans broke through, marching straight toward him. Vile vermin. Vermin. Ignoring the chain, Aostala drove his talons into the soil and charged, determined to crush these upstarts with brute force. Swish swish. Arrows from Balfong Ayla and the short spears of Melendez the Spartan pitcher hammered against his silver-white scales with a metallic clatter, rarely punching through. Crack. His thick tail swept sideways, slamming Esanaso had barely raised his shield into a tumbling roll. With wings, claws, and fangs, Aostala launched a savage counterattack against the circle of heroes. Though only a Tier 3 magical beast, his innate armor let him seize the upper hand. Watching the humans scramble, he reared back and roared in triumph. At that very instant, a shadow streaked along the ground, sliding beneath his belly. In one fluid motion, the figure tossed several dark red orbs into the dragon's gaping maw. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive spheres detonated before he could spit them out, shredding half his tongue. Fire, blood, and torn flesh filled his mouth, the pain nearly driving him unconscious. Forcing his eyes open, Aostala saw a human lord in deep violet armor raising a staff, gathering a beam of energy so cold it chilled his very soul, the void disintegration ray. Somewhere on the Chaos continent. "No, please, give me another chance, just one more chance." The desperate screams tore through the thick fog. Stefan collapsed to his knees amid broken stone and dust, his shoulders shaking violently, his voice ragged as though his throat had been ripped open. Assessment result grade D. He had narrowly escaped deletion, yet the system stripped him of his lordship on the spot. For 7 days a spark of hope had smoldered at the back of his mind. Moments ago it was snuffed out entirely, leaving the sharp pain of a severed link. Then came the collapse of his territory, towers listing and snapping, ramparts crumbling like biscuits, every building toppling in a thunder of shifting earth and billowing ash. "Damn it, don't abandon me. I am your lord. We have to stick together if we want to survive. Please don't leave me alone." He reached out with blood-smeared hands and grasped only air. The instant his title vanished, every subject's loyalty fell to zero. Like kites with their strings cut, they scattered, deaf to his pleas, their faces as indifferent as those of strangers. A sudden roar silenced the fleeing crowd. From deep within the forest, a dinosaur, nearly 20 meters long, burst through the trees. Its jaws snapped shut around a screaming villager, blood raining down in crimson sheets. Exhilarated, the beast hunted the panicked throng until, satisfied with its sport, its blood-red eyes fixed on the only person who hadn't moved: Stefan. Boom, boom, boom. Each step of its massive hind legs made the ground quake and sent clods of dirt flying. Wet, scarlet fangs gaped wide, the creature's feral breath scorching the air. Stefan's eyes glazed over as he slumped, mind blank. The protection period was long past, his soldiers had vanished, and at level 7, he faced what was almost certainly a tier 3 monster, no chance at all. So this is how I die. Cold dread crawled up his spine. He lost control of his bladder, abandoning every thought of resistance as death bore down on him. A blinding shaft of holy light split the clouds and speared straight through the dinosaur's chest. White flames seared flesh to charcoal in an instant. The tier 3 beast toppled without a single roar. A smoking hole burned through its torso. What happened? Him still alive? Shaking, Stefan looked up at a sight that would be etched into his memory forever. Halo of gold above the head, pristine white wings unfurled behind, a face almost inhumanly beautiful, yet as emotionless as a doll. Wrapped in sacred radiance, the figure drifted toward him. Recognition flared in his lifeless eyes, filling them with feverish hope. His throat worked, and he whispered in disbelief, "An angel?" Zhu Bai sat on the ruins of her castle, legs dangling over a broken step, staring blankly at the empty territory swallowed by fog. Her subjects had all fled. She was utterly alone, with no idea what to do or where to go. From afar came muffled roars and the screams of villagers, but they couldn't thaw the ice encasing her emotions. To witness the miserable fate of those traitors before she died had become her only consolation. "Those worthless scum dared to betray me, may they rot in hell forever," she muttered, a twisted smile tugging at her lips. In her heart she had already sentenced herself, so she simply waited on the shattered walls, motionless, for death to arrive. "Human, do yous want to live?" The abrupt, crackling voice exploded beside her ear, mechanical and broken, like a malfunctioning system. Zhu Bai jerked her head up. The wasteland around her lay empty except for wind whipping ash through the air. Distant shadows of beasts prowled and growled, yet she saw no one at all. Was it just a hallucination? Zhu Bai shut her eyes and stretched out on the rubble. Suddenly the voice returned, clearer now, laced with irresistible allure. "Human, if you want to keep living, sign this contract. I can grant your every desire." "It's not a hallucination." She jerked her eyes open and pushed herself upright among the shattered stones. Between the crumbling walls hovered a parchment shrouded in black vapor, its ink-soaked edges dripping shadows. In her once lifeless gaze, a fierce hunger burst into flame. "Every desire?" she asked cautiously. "Every desire." The voice promised at once, confident and urgent. "Just sign." Her tangled hair fell over her dust-smeared face as she lowered her head and let out a cold laugh. "I don't know what you are or what you want from me, but I've got nothing left to lose." Without bothering to read a single clause, she slashed her fingertip and scrawled her name in blood. "Contract sealed." The voice turned almost gleeful. "Now, my lovely pet, state your wish." Ha ha ha! Zhu Bai covered her mouth, stifling wild laughter as tears leaked through her fingers. "Give me 10 strong, handsome men to start with." "What?" The voice faltered, then broke into delighted laughter. "How amusing. Woman, you have caught my eye. The great Asmodeus hereby voids the old contract and offers you a far better one. Elsewhere, in a human settlement recently reduced to charred ruins." Rog let out an anguished howl. His flesh was rotting at terrifying speed, sloughing from his bones and splattering onto the ground in reeking lumps. Pain and despair shattered his sanity, yet he could do nothing. Within minutes the last shred of muscle fell away, and twin ghostly blue flames flared in his empty sockets. Gazing at the stark skeleton he had become, Rog opened his jaw in a hoarse roar. Speech and sensation were gone. Only endless terror and hatred remained. "Why are you doing this to me? Why?" At his cry, ashen mist billowed from the earth and swallowed the ruins. Skeletons clawed free of the debris and gathered at his feet. The haze coalesced into a tattered gray robe that draped his bony shoulders. No one knew how long he screamed, but at last he fell silent. The blue flames blazed brighter as he fixed on the lush, living world beyond the wasteland. A ragged yet resolute verdict echoed in his mind. "From this moment on, I will become a tide of death, and this world will feel my pain." Universal domain. The trial was still underway, and Huang Yu had clearly underestimated a dragon's resistance to magic and its sheer vitality. The first void disintegration ray slammed into the white dragon Aesatila, shearing off scales and sheets, cracking the hide, and punching ragged holes that crumbled to dust. Yet the beast still lived, mustering its remaining strength for a desperate counterattack. "It hurts, I'll kill you. Contemptible insects, how dare you defile me?" The white dragon roared, dragging tattered wings and massive claws into a frenzied charge. Bone dust clung to its body, splintered ribs jutted from every gash, and its belly was a gaping cavity where rotten entrails spilled out with a wet slosh. The once elegant dragon had become a picture of ruin and horror. The talons came crashing down, giving Huang Yu almost no time to react. He stayed calm, flickered into phase, and the claw tore only a wisp of violet smoke before gouging up a spray of earth. In the same instant he reappeared at the dragon's flank, raised his hand, and fired another void disintegration ray straight at its skull. Roar! Aesatila screamed, then went rigid as if frozen. Huang Yu blew lightly on his fingertips, and the colossal body collapsed into drifting powder that poured to the ground with a soft hiss. Lord has defeated the sixth wave of enemies. Current evaluation S. Rewards will be distributed when the assessment is complete. Please wait patiently. All of Aesatila's followers had already been slaughtered by the warriors. As the dragon fell, Huang Yu's interface flashed and shrank verdict. 100,000 soul crystals and 2 random epicto legendary items. He stowed the battered chains of magic suppression. Under the rules, once the chaotic mirage ended, all durability loss would be wiped, and every fallen hero and warrior would resurrect as if the run had cost nothing at all. Next up is the boss for an SS rating, right? If I clear that, maybe a new trial opens. After all, there's still transcendent grade above mythic. The ease of obliterating the white dragon filled Huang Yu with confidence. Then the next foe appeared, and he blurted, "What the hell?" A rift at the edge of the universal domain split wide, and a skeleton in a gray robe stepped through, a pitch-black scythe clutched in its bony hands. Hollow sockets fixed on Huang Yu while the cracked jaw scraped out a rasping growl. Oddly, his tongue's ability failed. He couldn't understand a word. "You'll need a dedicated language skill for certain special creatures, my lord," Yuan reminded him, casually casting Voice of the Undead. Special creatures, special languages. Huang Yu pictured some dubious scenarios, then glanced at Yuan. When she confirmed with a nod, he was stunned. "You can't be serious. Even skeletons? Kakike human? A human lord? And a strong one at that. Which one might you be?" The skeleton cackled. "So many delightful little playthings, how shall I savor their torment?" The undead lord was gaunt, his gray robe clinging to a jagged frame that seemed anything but threatening. Only his jaw, endlessly opening and closing, gave off a rasping cackle, spitting out the garbled word humans again and again. Huang Yu could make no sense of it, yet he knew one thing for certain, and strength trial would never be as simple as facing a scrawny skeleton. His suspicion proved right at once. The gray robe ballooned, and a flood of ash-colored mist burst from the undead lord's body, swallowing half the battlefield in seconds. Within the haze, a black scythe rose high, and a chilling order followed. Clack, clack. Bones collided in a relentless clatter. The ground split open and undead clawed their way out. Kobolds, bat-faced fiends, goblins, centaurs, trolls, even Astinos, and more than 100 of his fallen warriors re-emerged as skeletons, soul fire flickering in empty sockets. Before the fog could thin, Huang Yu shouted the name of another plant. At his command, 43 Cyclopean giants and more than 800 Orcish corpses joined the throng. Worse still, the white dragon he had ground to powder moments ago reformed as a bone dragon, circling overhead and stirring a bitter wind with its wings. In mere seconds, every creature that had died on this soil returned under the undead lord's banner, forming an army of staggering size. This makes no sense. Huang Yu stared at the bone dragon above, temples throbbing. As long as anything had died nearby, the undead lord could summon without end. The longer they fought, the larger the horde. How could he possibly hold out? Seeing their own comrades defiled and forced into undeath, the heroes and warriors of Sparta and the Amazon tribes turned ashen with fury. Faced with a tide of enemies, they knew only a brutal struggle lay ahead. "My lord, we must kill the undead lord first." Yuan stepped forward, fist clenched, voice low but resolute. "Without their master, the horde will crumble." Agreed. Huang Yu felt a surge of resolve spread through the ranks. Yet when they peered past the wall of corpses and spotted the undead lord skulking behind Cyclopean giants, they realized how hard the task would be. Still, a decapitation strike was their only chance. Huang Yu ordered 300 warriors to defend the fortress and the sacred flame. He himself led 26 heroes and 127 second-tier warriors, shielded by more than 400 regular fighters, straight into the corpse tide. Hidden beneath his armor, an unspent scroll pressed against his skin, his final trump card. "Ha ha ha, another cliché headhunt?" The undead lord croaked, watching the Huang Yu force charge. Soulfire danced wildly in his hollow eyes. "You won't even get close." Roar. The bone dragon plunged, spewing ghost blue breath that swept across the ranks. Many warriors froze into glittering statues before they could dodge. Moments later, the ice shattered, flesh sloughed away, and those same soldiers rose again, now turning their blades on former comrades. "Yuan!" Huang Yu shouted as the bone dragon beat its wings to climb again. Yuan hurled the binding chain, his mental power wrapping the beast like steel cables, yanking it brutally to the ground. The dragon crashed with an earth-shaking roar. Ignoring the chain biting into its bones, it went berserk and lunged straight at Huang Yu. "My lord, look out!" The warning came just as Huang Yu's attention was drawn to the bone dragon. Icy blue beams slashed across the battlefield from every direction. 42 Cyclopean undead raised their single eyes and fired a volley of paralyzing death rays, all of them converging on Huang Yu. The attack was pure energy. Phasing offered no protection, and even the umbral armor he wore might not withstand it. At the critical moment, Ruiana lunged forward, throwing herself between Huang Yu and the beams. 2 rays struck her in the chest and abdomen, shattering her rare-grade breastplate and burning fist-sized holes straight through her. With a sharp crack, she arched backward and collapsed into Huang Yu's arms, the last spark fading from her eyes within seconds. Death inside the chaos mirage was not permanent, yet watching a trusted ally die in front of him still sent rage surging through Huang Yu. He laid Ruiana's body gently on the ground, fixed his gaze on the distant undead lord, and let the umbral armor roar to life. Kill! He bellowed. The armor's built-in wail of the umbral fiend resonated with his spell, unleashing a razor-edged sonic wave that scoured the souls of everything nearby. The air itself seemed to split. Dozens of lesser undead flickered, their soul flames snuffed out as they collapsed into heaps of bone. Only the bone dragon hesitated for a heartbeat before hurling itself back at the frontline warriors. Huang Yu used soul seas to scramble the dragon's thoughts, then forged a void-fused inferno orb, black fire swirling around unstable void energy. The blast rose like a mushroom cloud, tearing the dragon apart. Its giant skull crushed several undead before crashing to a halt at Huang Yu's feet. The anti-magic shackles failed, and the skull now all that remained still gaped, ready to spew frost. With a metallic ring, the chill wave blade flashed free. Huang Yu stepped in and struck twice, stirring the last embers of the soul flame until they vanished. Not bad, the undead lord in a gray robe remarked, standing atop a cyclopean champion's head. Gray mist streamed from beneath his cloak. Rise, bones. The mist seeped across the field. Ruiana, for fallen heroes, and more than 200 dead warriors jerked upright, their withered bodies still gripping their weapons as they advanced on Huang Yu. Unsatisfied, the undead lord waved again, and the 42 cyclopean undead marched in formation, hammers shaking the ground. He himself urged his cyclopean champion to carry him to a safer distance. Huang Yu stood on the bone dragon's skull, watching the enemy ranks swell. His own forces were dwindling, while the undead grew stronger with every spell. The resurrected Amazon warrioresses and Spartan fighters retained all their former skill, becoming an immediate threat. Worse, the undead lord kept a cautious distance, denying Huang Yu any chance to close in. A prolonged stalemate would only lead to slow defeat. Molinibo. Huang Yu heard Ayla cry out in pain. He whirled around just in time to see the Amazon warrior Molinibo decapitated by the undead form of Ruiana. Fury flared in his chest once more. Violet mist phantom. The ghost armor split like a furnace, releasing dense purple smoke that swallowed a 30-meter stretch of the battlefield. Within the haze, Huang Yu became a racing shadow. Each cold flash of frostwave shattered another wandering undead. Before the fog had thinned, he was already before Rihanna, his blade punching through her skull and snuffing out the ghost fire on the spot. A glance told him barely 300 warriors were still fighting. Forcing down the blood in his throat, Huang Yu threw back his head and roared, "For Huang Yu!" The shout shook the air, and the soldiers answered in unison, the same cry rolling across the field. Fearless, they laid down flesh and blood to pave a crimson road straight toward the undead lord. Huang Yu? The cyclopean undead giant paused. The undead lord turned slowly, fixing her gaze on Huang Yu at the center of the carnage. Her fingers traced the ancient runes on her scythe, while a hoarse chuckle escaped her. No wonder you're so strong among all these warriors and heroes. Only the lord of Huang Yu deserves them. Shrill cackles ripped through the sky. She watched Huang Yu advance over his comrades' remains, then fell silent, touching the sharp ridge of her cheekbone, a flicker of loneliness in her posture. Suddenly, she threw back her head and screamed. The giant beneath her feet exploded into a storm of bones, and she lunged forward, scythe raised high. Swish, swish, swish. 3 gray crescents swept ahead, heavy with death. Anything they touch done dead or living collapsed without a wound, the soul torn free in an instant. The scythe that had seemed merely well-made now served as the Reaper's own blade. A chance. Struggling over the mound of giant bones, Huang Yu spotted her 20 meters away and his eyes lit up. Whatever had brought the undead lord here, he could not let the moment slip. Abyssal armamentful release. Rush. Phase. He burst into roiling purple smoke, pierced the undead tide, and solidified before her. Her hood fell back. The undead lord lifted her polished skull, cerulean flames in her sockets flaring wildly. A rasp slithered into his ears. "My name is Huang Yu. Will you remember it?" "What?" The question jolted him, but there was no time for doubt. Frostwave thrust forward, driving clean through her skull. She offered only a token. Feeble slash and clanked scythe slipped from her grasp. The soul fire in her eyes flickered. Her jaw moved slowly as she whispered, "I only wish it could have been a real death." The words faded, the blue flames died, and her bones collapsed in a brittle cascade. A single crystal skull remained, still caught on Frostwave's tip. Huang Yu lifted it free in silence, his gaze drifting to the scythe on the ground while a flood of thoughts churned inside him. The instant the undead lord fell, every soul flame on the field winked out, and vast ridges of bone crashed to earth. On Huang Yu's side, even counting those left to guard the stronghold, fewer than 300 warriors remained. Under the orchid-hued moon, Huang Yu turned the skull over in his hands for a moment before placing it on the mound of shattered bones. His opponent had clearly come ready to die, sparing him the use of another skill scroller realization that stirred an unexpected pang of emotion. The glowing interface flared. Lord, you have defeated the 7th wave of enemies. Current rating, SS. Rewards will be distributed once the trial ends. Please stand by. Before the words could fade, the screen flipped again, final trial activated. The next enemy is approaching the battlefield. Prepare yourself. The final trial? What kind of creature is coming? Huang Yu rallied the 300 or so warriors still alive, broke the seal on a scroll, and kept it ready to unleash Void Demon Slayer / at a moment's notice. Some instinct told him this enemy would be beyond anything he could imagine. A heartbeat later, the ground cracked like a spider web and the earth in front of his domain collapsed. A scarlet rift in space-time was torn open by brute force. From its depths, golden lightning, black storms, and crimson flames spewed forth, twisting into a vortex of destruction. The pressure birthed several spinning micro-black holes that strained to stitch the wound shut. Huang Yu's gaze was locked on the spectacle when a massive eyeball veined with scarlet slid up to the breach and fixed its stare on the hillside. Primal terror, chaos, rage, slaughter, and malice rolled out in a wave of psychic force. One glance felt like a hammer to Huang Yu's soul. The surge of hatred nearly drowned his reason. A demon lord. Yuan whispered, face ashen. He had barely survived the 7th wave. Now his hands shook so badly, he could hardly hold his weapon. My lord, a demon lord is usually 8th tier legendary. 8th tier. The words sent a chill through Huang Yu. He was only 2nd tier himself. The white dragon and undead lord had fought earlier had been 3rd at best. Now an 8th tier monster was about to appear in impossible gulf. A shrill cackle rippled through the air. Yuan forced himself to cast Tongue of the Abyss on Huang Yu so he could understand the creature's speech. Such vibrant life, energizing, exquisite appetizer. I can scarcely wait to taste it. The twisted, blood-soaked voice slithered through their minds, leaving ice in its wake. The crimson eye vanished, giving them no time to breathe before a pair of colossal claws black-scaled and wreathed in ghostly fire thrust through the breach. They hooked into the edges and dragged the tear wider. The surrounding black holes ballooned, crushing inward, while lightning, storms, and flames surged back from the rift to collide with them, turning the entire sky into a drum of thunder. When the gap had been forced several times wider, Huang Yu finally saw half of the demon lord's savage head and the bridge-like limbs spanning the opening. Misshapen demons swarmed down those limbs, howling as they poured into the domain. 3 of them alone radiated a power more terrifying than the white dragon ever had. But that was as far as it went. As fire, lightning, and storm after storm were sucked into the black holes, the singularities swelled, their crushing gravity turning against the rift itself. The demon lord's roars could not stop the gap from sealing, inch by cracking inch. Uncountable demons were shredded and devoured, and even the monstrous claws were forced to let go. At last, amid the demon lord's furious bellow, the space-time rift snapped shut and vanished. But during that brief interval, thousands of demons had already descended on Huang Yu's territory. Packs of fangs, black wings, and iron-plated bodies churned across the ground, stirring a choking haze of dust and sulfur. 3 stood out in particular, towering 7-meter, 6th-order archdemons whose crimson skin gleamed slickly in the firelight. Every footfall made the earth boom. Amid the chaotic roars, the hosts surged like a tide, brandishing great swords, spears, and flaming chain flails as they slammed into the defensive line. Huang Yu clenched his last scroll until his knuckles went white. Staring at the seemingly endless horde, he knew all too well that with his current strength, clearing the final trial alone was nearly impossible. Assessment complete. The Lord's final rating A. Congratulations, Lord. You have received 11,000 soul crystals, 1 fine grade item, 2 superior grade items, 1 perfect grade item, and 2 transcendent grade items. Please review the details at your leisure. Phew. Xiaoluo let out a long breath and collapsed onto the broad back of her golden-striped tiger. Mud spattered her breastplate, and loose strands of hair clung to her sweat-damp forehead. Yet her eyes sparkled with exhilaration. She had actually rested in a rank rating from a top-tier race. Recalling the bloodshed and traps behind her, she could still hear her heart pounding in her ears. I wonder what rating Huang Yu got. She ruffled the tiger's coarse mane, silently gauging the gap. With Huang Yu's resources, an A would be effortless. He might even have reached S. The thought curved her lips into a smile. She flipped her hand and summoned her trial rewards. The moment the first transcendent grade item came into view, her grin widened. I still have a chance to catch up, she whispered. Cheetion territory. What a bunch of trash. If you've got guts, fight me, Hedon. Sneak attacks are for cowards. The Cheetion Lord smashed a fist through his system panel, making the holographic lights flicker. His roar echoed through the empty command hall. His 3rd-order Cheetion hounds had filled the field with flames. The first 4 enemy waves were charred husks, and the 5th was down to a few stragglers. Just as the hounds moved in for the kill, a poisoned dagger slit his throat in elven assassin's work. The trial ended abruptly, and as he was ejected from the chaotic mirage, he saw the prompt. Final rating A. Damn it. I was this close to the Shrank Crystal payout, and 2 Epicno, legendary grade items. He punched the wall again. Sparks flew, but his fury remained unquenched. Jayashide territory. Edward turned the deep blue material between his fingers, his heart thundering. He had reached level 17. One more step, and he would touch tier 3. The legendary grade catalyst in his grasp was the key. A legendary grade talent, even voicing the words made him tremble. With a perfect grade storm command, he had looked like a thunder god during the trial. Lightning spears shredded airborne cavalry, his elementalized body slipped through arrow storms unscathed, and the 6th wave black dragon had its scales blasted apart by thunder before crashing in mid-roar. Yet the final enemies had made him frown. Was that angel the halfling summoned? Why did it look like that? He pictured the scene aside from the halfling himself, who barely fit the outline of an angel. The rest of the so-called angels sported metallic limbs, crooked wings, and hollow masks, radiating both eerie absurdity and an indescribable sanctity. They wielded energy lances with machine-like precision, yet carried a presence unmistakably divine. Such powerful creations, how had they fallen into a halfling's hands? Edward sank into deep thought. Final evaluation of the Lord's trial. SS. Congratulations, my Lord. 111,000 soul crystals have been awarded, along with 1 common grade item, 1 rare grade item, 1 exceptional grade item, 2 perfect grade items, 1 transcendent grade item, 1 epic grade item, 1 legendary grade item, and 1 mythic grade item. Please check the detailed information yourself. The moment Huang Yu emerged from the chaos mirage, this string of notifications rang in his ears. Even so, the welcome rewards could not dispel the heaviness in his chest, had still failed to withstand the final wave of the trial. He and the last 300 warriors had been crushed by the Demon Legion as easily as dead leaves under a storm. Thanks to a single void demon-slaying flash scroll, he managed to kill 1 transcendent class archdemon. Yet the endless tide of demons soon swallowed him. Cloaked in violet mist, he forced his way toward another transcendent archdemon, hoping to finish it with void disintegration ray, only to be engulfed by searing hellfire that left not even ash behind. Compared with those truly fearsome beings, his strength was still miles apart. The Demon Legion alone had broken him. Without sheer luck, the Undead Legion would have finished the job. With his current foundation, forcing his way into the top ranks of the Chaos Continent was nothing but a fantasy. Steadying himself, Huang Yu began tallying his spoils. An SS rating was already beyond expectation. 1,111,000 soul crystals plus 9 items ranging from rare all the way to Mythica staggering haul. Eagerly, he drew out his first mythic grade item, the Elemental Queen's Core. Elemental Queen's Core. Type, material. Grade, mythic. Description, the energy core condensed by the elemental queen of a parallel world at the moment of her fall, containing immense earth, air, water, and fire powers. Usages. 1. Can be forged into equipment by a divine smith. 2. Can serve as an awakening catalyst. 3. Can be unleashed to open a small elemental realm that continuously generates elemental crystals and life forms. Note, only a divine smith can forge equipment from the elemental queen's core. A realm ruler's core. Unbelievable, Huang Yu murmured, studying the fist-sized crystal orb. Within its translucent shell, the 4 primal elements churned and intertwined. Even through the barrier, faint tides of energy leaked into his territory. For long-term gain, opening an elemental realm was obviously best, yet with his current power, controlling a pocket world was wishful thinking. Using the core as the catalyst for his 3rd-tier awakening was far safer. With it, he was almost certain to obtain a mythic-grade 2nd talent in elemental mastery, and his combat strength would soar. After securing the core, he pulled out the legendary grade reward, a miniature model of a unique structure. Hall of Heroes. Type, building. Grade, legendary. Description, a special structure that produces no military units, but can house the souls of the Lord's subjects. When a citizen dies, their soul does not dissolve into the Chaos Continent, nor is it seized by creatures from the abyss, the divine prison, the underworld, or hell. Instead, the Hall of Heroes transforms them into heroic spirits, allowing them to continue defending their Lord's realm. Even if a heroic spirit is destroyed, the Lord can resurrect them as long as someone still remembers their name. Huang Yu sucked in a sharp breath after reading the Hall of Heroes description. Compared with the Elemental Empress Core, this legendary grade building was far more staggering. It virtually erased any lingering fear of death for his warriors and heroes. We've struck gold. A single thought sent his flame seed flashing a beam of golden light onto the hillside. As the light faded, a magnificent palace emerged. Its 4 walls were formed by colossal spears, pikes, sabers, and swords standing side by side, their edges glinting coldly. The vaulted roof resembled 3 pairs of giant wings unfurled, with countless golden shields arranged like overlapping feathers in awe-inspiring sight. He opened the palace's interface. Hall of Heroes, Rank 1. To upgrade to Rank 2. Rank 2 Flame Seed. 100,000 soul crystals, 200,000 units of stone, 120,000 units of refined iron, and 1,001,000 units of special building materials. Functions. 1. Automatically gathers the souls of fallen warrior class units and professionals of expert rank or higher, preserving their abilities and converting them into heroic spirits. 2. Battle-type heroic spirits are created at rank 1 and rival heroes of the same rank. 3. Professional-type heroic spirits retain the level and potential they had in life. 4. If a heroic spirit falls, it can be revived with soul crystals as long as faith endures. Revived battle spirits return to rank 1. 5. All energy required by heroic spirits comes from faith. Leaving the territory rapidly depletes faith. Once faith is exhausted, a spirit dissipates. Souls stored, 0. Conversion capacity, 10 souls. Cost per conversion, 10,000 soul crystals. A true legendary structure, Huang Yu murmured. The materials needed for rank 2 alone were enough to give him a headache, but the benefits were worth every crystal. As the palace solidified, glittering motes of light streamed outward, binding the Spartan warriors, Amazon fighters, and runesmith from the arcane forge to the Hall of Heroes. More than 1,000 soul sigils, each glowing in a different hue, drifted toward the ceiling like stars brightening a night sky. One sigil shone brightest, blazing like a sun at the zenith. It belonged to Huang Yu himself. The Lord can become a heroic spirit, too. He frowned. The chance to die and be reborn, perhaps to live forever, was tempting, yet he hoped he would never need it. Heroic spirits wielded great power, but they were not without limits. How do we gain faith? The question had barely formed when a prompt appeared in his mind. Faith is a special form of psychic energy generated by the citizens' admiration and reverence for the heroic spirits. The most direct way to acquire it is to have the populace sing their praises and perform rites honoring the Hall of Heroes. So that's how it works. Huang Yu nodded. Had long suspected as much. On Blue Star, countless religions had already proven the power of belief. The difference was that their gods were distant and intangible, whereas his heroic spirits would be real living heroes who protected and built his domain. After steadying his nerves, Huang Yu turned his attention to the rest of the assessment rewards. The first thing that caught his eye was an epic-grade piece of magical gear, the Incomplete Book of Creation. Each day, the book automatically refreshes one random spell, anything from a first-tier energy missile to an 8th-tier legendary incantation. It holds only 5 blank pages. Once all 5 spell slots are filled, a spell must be used before the page will refresh. In effect, Huang Yu now carries 5 interchangeable scrolls, any one of which could swing a battle if it happens to generate a high-level spell. He raised the Book of Creation for a closer look. The cover, forged from an unknown black metal, was about the size of an A3 sheet of paper, cold, heavy, and rough, with neither emblem nor lettering. Inside lay 5 sheets of gray, leather-like parchment, unnervingly smooth. As he stared at the first page, its fibers rippled, pale red energy gathered, and a line of text appeared. Magma Gate. Grade. Perfect. Effect. Summons a portal linked to volcanic magma. When closed, it forms a shield. When opened, it spews molten lava for wide area incineration. A perfect grade magma gate on the very first refresh, both defensive and devastatingly offensive. The book's potential was clearly enormous, despite being only a fragment of an epic artifact. Huang Yu shut the volume and examined the rest of the loot. His rank evaluation entitled him to 3 random items between perfect and extraordinary grade. Luck was average, just 1 extraordinary item, the other 2 merely perfect, and the lone extraordinary was a crafting material. Arcanite. Grade. Extraordinary. Quantity. 1 unit. Description. An extremely rare energy metal with self-repair properties. Any equipment or structure infused with it gains the same trait. The fist-sized lump looked like a jet-black mirror, now and then crackling with pale blue arcs. Huang Yu grimaced. My extraordinary reward is a single chunk of material? 1 unit? Seriously? Grumbling, he tossed the arcanite into storage and tried to forget about it. Perhaps the arcanite took some of his bad luck with it, because the next 2 perfect items were decidedly better. First, onyx-scaled leopard den. Grade. Perfect. Type. Special building. Description. Periodically produces onyx-scaled leopard cubs. These beasts make rare pets and exceptional burst speed mounts. A structure that spawns both mounts and pets? Huang Ye's smile spread. His domain had grown this far, yet he still lacked a decent ride. Low-tier mounts held no appeal, high-tier ones were far too expensive, and flying mounts guzzled void energy, so every campaign, he had to dash around on foot, like some mythical beast. Now, with the onyx-scaled leopard den, at least his next journey would involve a proper ride. With their warriors now able to maneuver more freely on the battlefield, the territory's sphere of influence expanded considerably. Huang Yu placed the black-scaled panther den at the foot of a hill, and, once it was set, opened its construction panel. Black-scaled panther den. Tier I. Upgrade cost. 150 soul crystals, 500 units of stone, 1,000 units of lumber. Features. 1. Generates 5 black-scaled panther cubs per day. 2. Extra spawn. Pay 20 soul crystals to obtain 1 additional cub. 3. Quality distribution. Minimum potential. Tier 3, silver, LV, 29. 20 chance. Tier 4, gold, LV, 39. For chance. Tier 5, diamond, LV, 49. 4. Once a cub reaches LV, 49, it can attempt a single metamorphosis. Success rate 10 to advance to extraordinary grade. Failure results in the cub's death. The panther could serve as both mount and companion, and it even had a shot at breaking into the extraordinary rank more than enough to satisfy Huang Yu. His stockpiles were modest, yet still sufficient to push the den all the way to Tier 3. As golden light engulfed the structure during the upgrade, he turned to the next perfect grade item. Large crimson iron mine. Grade. Perfect. Category. Special resource deposit. Description. Produces large quantities of crimson iron each day. Its refined iron content is 4 times that of ordinary ore. A single large crimson iron mine can cover the refined iron needs of an entire territory. Large crimson iron mine. Huang Yu's eyes lit up. Until now had owned only a small, excellent grade deposit, and Lord Jiaoyuo's large mine was merely rare. A perfect grade large deposit landing straight into his hands was a windfall of immense significance. Recently, Lord Jiaoyuo's shipments had barely filled the gaps in Cosmos Territory's supply, and starting today that delivery would be cut in half. As the domain grew, demand for refined iron was skyrocketing. After 3 days of hoarding, he hadn't even scraped together 1/5 of what the fire seed needed for its Tier V upgrade. With this large crimson iron mine, refined iron would no longer be a short-term worry. He set the vein beside the steelworks. That plot was already a forest of black gold bamboo, the stalks thick and sturdy. A few even showed faint crimson veins. Experts at the Rune Research Institute believed these red vein shoots would mature into exceptional grade, 1 full tier higher. Moments later the vein rumbled out of the ground, and construction was complete. Huang Yu immediately checked its stats. Large crimson iron mine. Tier I perfect. Functions. 1. Accommodates up to 50 workers. 2. Produces 5,000 units of crimson iron ore per day. 3. Each unit of ore can be smelted into up to 2 units of refined iron. Upgrade cost. 40,000 soul crystals to reach Tier 2. Upgrading special resource deposits had always been costly. The Crystal Blast Stone Mine had jumped from 3,000 soul crystals for Tier 2 to 28,000 for Tier I, nearly a 10-fold increase. This large crimson iron mine demanded 40,000 just to hit Tier 2, an equally staggering figure, yet one that would pay for itself in only 4 days of production at Chaos Mall prices. He postponed upgrading the large hematite mine and the black-scaled leopard lair and turned to the rest of the rewards. The excellent grade prize was a class scroll Magus Alchemist scroll, quality, excellent. The description read, 1. A Magus Alchemist is an advanced apothecary who is not bound by fixed recipes. 2. Anyone who understands an ingredient's properties can create potions with diverse effects. A Magus Alchemist was exactly what Huang Yu's woodland territory needed most. The warehouse was packed with ingredients, yet no one could brew them into potions. Most of Huang Yu's existing stock came from a clearance sale. Supplies were already low and shrinking fast. The scroll had arrived at the perfect moment. But who should receive it? The warriors were unsuitable, the smiths even less so, and he knew too little about the common residents to make a careful choice. After a moment's thought, he summoned one of the maids. My lord, how may I serve you? She hurried over, speaking softly. Among the ordinary folk, she was the sharpest. Lacking the time to sift through thousands of people, Huang Yu decided she would receive the scroll. Holding it up, he smiled. Your recent performance has been outstanding. I've decided to entrust this power to you. From today, you will be a Magus Alchemist and continue to serve me. Will you accept? The maid's eyes locked on the scroll. Excitement flashed across her face, and she dropped to her knees. Thank you, my lord, for this opportunity. I pledge my life to your service. Huang Yu nodded and activated the scroll. A golden beam shot from it and entered her body. Her appearance changed at once. The plain-made uniform remained, but her features grew softer, her eyes brightened, and she looked both prettier and more energetic. He opened her status panel. Primary class, Magus Alchemist Apprentice. Name, Ahuai. Secondary class, Maid LV6. Potential, 65% chance to reach Expert, 12% chance to reach Master. Now she had a name and higher stats, though her potential was still slightly below that of Bailey and the others. Ahuai, rise, Huang Yu said. Potion production for the territory is now yours. If you need anything, go to the Rune Research Institute and ask Bailey's team for help. All the ingredients in the warehouse are at your disposal. I expect you to reach Expert soon and, if possible, Master. The panel suggested a strong chance of her becoming an expert, and if she reached Master, it would be a huge boon to the woodland territory. Thank you, my lord. Huai beamed, then asked hesitantly, "May I remain in the castle to continue serving you?" Huang yes, butler, servants, and cooks all lived in the castle, and Huai hoped to stay there just as before. She wasn't just reluctant to leave familiar surroundings, she also wanted to stay on Huang yes radar. After all, following the Lord was the surest path to success. The class scroll in her hands proved it. "Staying in the castle is fine," Huang Yu said, his voice calm but brooking no argument. "Have the butler prepare a room for you later. There's no need to attend me. Your main duty is to brew potions, and that alone will keep you busy." "Thank you, my lord." Huai's face lit up at the news. She gave a deep bow, her eyes resolute. "I won't let you down." With that, she withdrew respectfully. Only then did Huang Yu check the remaining rewards. The rare grade item was a shield, the common grade item, a sack of grain seeds. Without lingering, he tossed both into the warehouse. The grace period is over. The Real challenge has only just begun. He stepped onto the balcony and let the morning breeze wash over him. He had fought for what felt like ages inside the chaos mirage, yet his real domain was seeing only its 8th dawn. Stranger still, he alone seemed to remember every detail of the mirage. The other inhabitants went about their tasks as if nothing had happened. 100 new settlers headed to their posts under several village level professionals, and the Rune Institute had just welcomed 20 apprentice smiths. Huang Yu checked the numbers. A Tier 2 Rune Institute could hold 200 smiths. At this rate, it would reach capacity in 2 days. Because of the current level cap, no new Amazon warriors had appeared today, and the 20 training slots at the Spartan camp were still grayed out. He had to raise the fire seeds level as quickly as possible. Of the 1,111,000 soul crystals that had just arrived, more than 300,000 had been poured into the large red iron mine and the black-scale leopard lair. Upgrading the mine to Tier 2 alone had cost 40,000 soul crystals. It could now yield 10,000 units of red iron ore a day and smelt up to 20,000 units of refined iron. Pushing it to Tier 3 would require a further 500,000. Still, with this mine he could gather enough resources to raise the fire seed to Tier 4 within 2 days. Basic construction materials were running low. After paying for the lair upgrade, the warehouse held 80,000 units of lumber, 50,000 of stone, and just over 3,000 of refined iron. To match future output, he bought 2 additional steelworks. Once they reached Tier 3, every chunk of ore could be processed into refined iron. For now, lumber and stone were the bottleneck. If he was still short tomorrow, had simply restocked through the chaos market, it would cost next to nothing. As for special materials, he still had 200 units each of obsidian, Kungold rock, and demonbane stone, plus a single precious unit of arcane gold. If he sent a team to gather more Kungold over the next 2 days, he would have everything needed for the Fire Seed's Tier 4 upgrade. If work began tomorrow night, the upgrade could finish the day after. Huang Yu kept Lord Zingen's warning in mind. The night sky 2 days from now would belong to the red moon. When it rose, a raging beast tide would follow. Check-in successful. Congratulations, Lord. 100 units of lumber have been added to your stockpile. The reward for the 8th consecutive check-in was nothing more than 100 units of timber, but it was better than nothing. Huang Yu tossed the wood into the warehouse and headed for the dining room. Zhu Ling and Yuan were already seated, while Huai sat stiffly, nerves written all over his posture. No one forced a conversation, yet the atmosphere was surprisingly pleasant. Zhu Ling had even combed her hair and changed into clean clothes, looking much fresher than usual. While helping himself to the food, Huang Yu opened the world channel. With no smartphones around, scrolling through the chat during meals was his one form of entertainment. The channel was as lively as ever. The recently finished Lord assessment had everyone eager to vent. Although countless lords had fallen with and drank scores, the billions who started meant plenty had survived, and messages flew past at dizzying speed. World channel. Ugh, I was this close to becoming a wanderer. How many human lords do you think are left after the assessment? Less than half. 1 in 10? The assessment was brutal. Stage 3 was a mid-tier race invasion. I lost nearly all 200 warriors just to hold the line. I think the number's even smaller. My friend list had a few hundred lords, and only 13 are still active. The rest are gray. Most of them probably just lost their lord status and turned into wanderers. The first wave of low-tier races was a joke. So scary. Why do I feel like being a wanderer is even worse for them? I feel bad for those guys. Watch out for the humans. Huang Yu froze, chopsticks hovering midair. The 4 words "watch out for the humans" sent a chill down his spine. He stopped scrolling and tapped the sender's ID. Normally that would open an add friend window, but this time a gray notice popped up. The lord you clicked on does not exist. The lord who had just typed "watch out for the humans" had vanished on the spot. What could kill a freshly certified lord in an instant? Although the message stream was a torrent, a few people caught it. The channel soon erupted again. Hey, the guy who said "watch out for the humans" just disappeared. What happened to him? I saw it too. Anyone know what's going on? Kind of freaking out here. I thought it was some kind of prank. Why warn us about humans? Which humans? Our own populace, wanderers, or other lords? You're overthinking it. He cut his message short. Maybe an alien assassin got him. Whoa, Chishin's here. I heard your Chitian hound reached tier 3. You must have scored at least an S this time, right? Why should I tell you? If you don't know how to keep quiet, then shut up. After a brief uproar, that eerie final message was buried under talk of the assessment. Yet Huang Yu felt as though a thorn was lodged in his heart. Something about it was definitely off. During his own S-rank assessment, he had met the undead Lord Lan Yueshi, had once been a human lord. When exactly had she been turned into undead? In theory, if you kept your head down during the protection period and never left your territory, you should have been safe. Overlords are notoriously hard to kill. After turning undead, Lan Yu's power skyrocketed, leaving Huang Yu 2 full tiers behind. And he was already leveling like a madman after wiping out 2 races and cashing in all the experience from the Chaos Mall archive. He still hadn't touched tier 3. He etched that mysterious overlord's name into his memory and decided to investigate later. The man clearly held key intel about the Chaos continent. When breakfast ended, Huang Yu left 400 warriors to guard the territory and personally walked Rihanna and Dilios to the gate so they could keep grinding. Out of nowhere, the Lord of Amenia threw 50,000 soul crystals at him and bought the Flame Sparrow egg in a single purchase. Huang Yu was on his way to the Runesmithing Institute to visit a newly promoted expert blacksmith when the transaction alert flashed Flame Sparrow egg sold. The words lit up his eyes. The assessment had just finished, and everyone's wallets were fat again. Back from the institute, he rushed to open the Chaos Mall, tick discount artifacts, and let the system refresh the daily deals. With more than 800,000 soul crystals on hand, every fiber of his being screamed, "Shop till I drop." 1,000 random settlers at 10% of the price, down from 10,000 to 1,000 soul crystals. 2 days in a row the discount wall had spit out cheap population, practically free. You can never have too many people, so Huang Yu paid without hesitation and added another 1,000 residents to his domain. Flush with cash, he stifled the urge to flip merchandise and focused on supplies he actually needed. 30% off quality-grade livestock calves golden sheep, down from 200 to 60 soul crystals each. 20% off rare-grade resource azure scale stone, ore, down from 8,000 to 1,600. 10% off superior-grade material blood pill flower, down from 2,100 to 210. And at a ridiculous 0.01% of the original price, a perfect grade building the God-binding wall, a legendary fortification said to imprison deities, classified as a growth-type structure whose might grows with further materials. Normally 20,000 soul crystals per meter, now only 20, with up to 25,000 meters available. The moment the God-binding wall appeared, Huang Yu snapped upright. He had been agonizing over fortifications to ease the burden on his warriors. In the mall, walls were priced by the meter. Common grade ran 1 to 5 soul crystals, but each grade up multiplied the cost. The Null Overlord's delay in building walls stemmed from that brutal markup. Common walls were barely better than DIY. Huang Yu had hesitated during the 7-day protection period too. Now the shield was gone, and without walls he never slept soundly. He had planned to settle for common grade, yet the discount page had actually rolled a perfect grade God-binding wall. Even at a total of 500,000 soul crystals, he didn't blink before confirming the purchase. With 700,000 still in the account, he was more than covered. Pay 500,000 soul crystals to purchase a perfect grade divine ward wall, 25,000 meters long. Confirm? 500,000 soul crystals vanished in an instant, leaving Huang Yu with a balance of just over 238,000. A gleaming projection of the divine ward wall slowly materialized, hovering above the crimson flame of the spark's core like a steel monolith waiting to descend. Until he actually deployed it, the structure would remain stored within the spark. Huang Yu town covered only 1 square kilometer, far too small to justify such a colossal fortification. Huang Yu decided he would wait until the spark reached tier 5 when the territory expanded before planning where to set the 25-kilometer wall. Pushing the thought aside, he gripped his remaining crystals and continued browsing the Chaos Mall's discount section. 3 extraordinary grade items appeared, each stamped with a blood-red limited label. 1. Flash sale extraordinary pet, Qingming Beast. A mysterious creature with the ability flourish to death. Wherever it appears, plant life draws in vitality, grows explosively, and then withers in an instant. List price, 3.4 million soul crystals, now 340,000. Stock, 1. 2. 80 off extraordinary material, Lingxi stone. Useless for direct construction or forging, yet renowned for its rare energy absorption properties. List price, 280,000 soul crystals, now 56,000. Stock, 1. 3. 80 off extraordinary hero unit, Gyaluk Dragonthroat. A null hero from another realm who glorifies violence and revels in bloodshed. List price, 1.8 million soul crystals, now 360,000. Stock, 1. No other extraordinary items were discounted below 10 of their original price, making these the only treasures Huang Yu could remotely afford. Although he could flip either the Qingming Beast or Gyaluk Dragonthroat in the Huang Yu shop to raise more funds, he still hesitated. The beast was the first to be ruled out, His territory cultivated a host of rare plants, and flourish to death could ruin them overnight. As for Giluk Dragonthroat, Huang Yu was even warier. Unlike the earlier Knoll troop building structure, this was a fully leveled hero unit. Loyalty among vassal races was always shaky, and only Yu Anwo matched the hero's level, but not his combat prowess might keep him in check. Given Knoll's innate savagery and the item description's emphasis on brutality, the hero felt like a bomb waiting to detonate inside the territory. After weighing everything, he purchased only the Lingxi stone. The fist-sized, translucent white gem was chilly to the touch, faint milky veins pulsing with inner light. With eyes closed, he sensed pure energy gathering inside. Including a delicate strand of void energy, he recognized that once proof the stone could even absorb the void. With this, my meditation speed should jump, he murmured, stroking the stone's smooth surface while outlining his next steps. Tonight the purple moon would shine at its fullest. Cradling the Lingxi stone, he planned to test its effects during deep meditation under the moonlight's silver glow. There actually was one epic grade item on sale for 95% off, and Huang Yu clicked on it at once. Epic grade class Scroll Deep Tide Night, now at 5 of its original price. A blue and gold scroll rotated slowly amid shimmering waves on the page, while its stats unfolded line by line. Deep Tide Knights are exceptionally rare aquatic fighters among human troops, able to move and battle underwater as freely as the Murloc race. Original price, 26.5 million soul crystals. Sale price, 1.325 million soul crystals. Stock, 5. If only I had the crystals. Huang Yu stared at the figure, doing the math. Barely 10 kilometers south of Huang Yu territory lay open sea. One day that troop type would be invaluable, but 1.325 million was still astronomical. He exhaled, closed the window, and moved on. The remaining sale list held no mythic items. There were 6 legendary pieces, but their tags were just as sky-high far beyond his means. Huang Yu backed out to the main discount page and began the real stock-up routine. 1. Common grade items. Every little bit counts. He quickly filtered and tossed basic gear and potions into the cart. 2. Fine, rare, and superior. Only the hottest, easiest to flip picks. 3. A handful of perfect grade pieces. Things he wouldn't use himself, but others would pay for. Payment confirmed. Listing after listing went live. System notifications poured down like a waterfall. Sold. 20 common grade iron swords. Gained 2,000 soul crystals. Sold. 5 superior grade healing potions. Gained 7,500 soul crystals. Soul crystals, lumber, stone, refined iron resources streamed in non-stop. When the last purchase was done, he held 470,000 soul crystals, plus tens of thousands of units of wood and stone. A quick calculation told him that one more haul tomorrow would cover all the materials needed for the Fire Seeds Tier 4 upgrade. The flood of messages slowed, but still popped up at intervals. Lord Siluo paid 140 soul crystals for 10 common grade spears. Lord Bielunsi paid 80 soul crystals for 10 common grade leather boots. Lord Wamingyu paid 220 soul crystals for 10 common grade cloth armor sets. Huang Yu opened the Huang Yu shop and saw that the best sellers were almost wiped clean, leaving only a few slow-moving common items. A glance at the marketplace rows upon rows of shops in fierce competition. Huang Yu still held the top spot, but the rankings beneath it churned constantly. Even Jiashide, once a firm second, had been pushed down. The platform was awash with food and common grade gear. How did I forget that? Huang Yu chuckled. Any lord who'd survived this long had scored at least a C in the trial, meaning everyone owned common to fine items, and gear was by far the most abundant category. With many lords growing stronger and forging their own equipment, low-grade gear was flooding the market. More choices meant fewer people clung to the Huang Yu shop. After a moment's thought, he shrugged it off. Huang Yu's common stock was still selling just a bit slower. Even if some of it piled up, the loss would be minor. More importantly, the stronger and richer human lords became, the more he could ride their momentum. As long as he had the Runic Research Institute and the discount artifact, his lead was unshakable. As the morning wore on, life in Huang Yu territory remained as calm as it had been during the protection period. After lunch, Huang Yu followed Zhu Ling's plan and set off for the Rune Research Institute. Zhu Ling had mentioned at the table that Song Yun and Mao Ping had finished a new rune construct. Since it was on the way, he wanted to see the result for himself. The moment he stepped into the lobby, Huang Yu noticed Bai Li waiting by the door. Bai Li held a sheathed longsword, and his eyes lit up when he saw Huang Yu, hurrying forward. Lord, I was just about to look for you. Bai Li offered the sword with both hands, his tone eager. This is today's work, a blade named Rainbow Shadow, forged especially for you. Rainbow Shadow? Huang Yu accepted the weapon with a faint smile. Clang. The blade slid free, its cold light flashing like a prism. Although slim, it felt anything but fragile. Iridescent hues shimmered along the spine, and its edge seemed to slice the very air. What a sword, Huang Yu murmured, opening the equipment panel. Rainbow Shadow. Quality, perfect. Description, forged by Master Runecrafter Bai Li at the Rune Research Institute. Wreathed in radiant colors, it cuts through iron as though it were clay and is astonishingly sharp. Active skills. 1. Rainbow Slash unleashes a powerful, elusive strike when the sword is swung. 2. One Blade. 10,000 A single attack blooms into countless sword lights, blending illusion with reality and leaving foes unable to defend. 3. Long Rainbow pierces the sun, concentrates energy into a thrust of immense power. Passive skill. Ephemeral Gleam, the blade trails shimmering light, distracting and confusing enemies. Huang Yu flicked his wrist, spinning the sword into a flourish before sliding it smoothly back into its sheath. He'll gratefully accept it. Serving you is my honor, Bai Li replied, relief in his eyes. Then, turning serious, he glanced at Zhu Ling before looking back at Huang Yu. My lord, I'd like to devote myself completely to forging from now on and step away from rune research. As one of the earliest proponents of rune constructs, Bai Li's sudden decision surprised Huang Yu, but he didn't press. Focusing on craftsmanship is a worthy path, he said with a nod. After a few more words, he and the slightly bored Zhu Ling walked deeper into the institute. Watching them disappear, Bai Li exhaled. Lately he had felt out of his depth with rune studies. Returning to pure forging was a choice he had weighed carefully. There were many roads to renown in Huang Yu. If he could break through as a smith, his name would endure just the same. Clenching his fist, he made a silent vow. Bai Li would one day become a sacred smith. Inside the research center, Song Yun and Mao Ping had laid their new creation on the table, a bracer and a single arrow. The bracer's most striking feature was 3 crystals linked by rune circuits. At Song Yun's gesture, Huang Yu slipped on the bracer and activated the circuit. Whoosh! The crystals lit up one after another, and a translucent round shield sprang from the bracer's face, its light membrane seeming almost solid. The disc was just wide enough to cover Huang Yu's entire body. It had no weight at all, yet felt completely solid. The arcane energy shield, grade, fine-crafted with painstaking care by Master Forger Song Yun of the Universal Rune Institute, who also holds apprentice rank as a runic construct artisan. The moment its circuit is triggered, a semi-transparent dark blue shield coalesces, offering protection equal to that of a rare-grade physical shield. As long as power remains, the barrier endures, even if it is blasted apart. A simple gesture summons a brand new shield, as long as the core construct is intact. Huang Yu held the portable device, secretly astonished by its seemingly limitless capacity for regeneration. He stowed the shield and turned to the second construct, the Arcane Crystal Burst Arrow. Arcane Crystal Burst Arrow, grade, fine, produced by expert forger Mao Ping of the Universal Rune Institute, likewise an apprentice-level runic construct artisan. Infuse it with energy before launch, and the arrow accelerates instantly. Upon impact, the crystal burst stone at the tip detonates with power rivaling the offensive skill of a rare-grade longbow. The arrow appears ordinary, save for a slender rune line that winds along the black shaft and links to the explosive crystal, simple, yet vicious. Compared with the energy shield and the explosive rune pill, its design is simpler, but its lethality is every bit as impressive. These 2 items are almost certain to be accepted by the Chaos Mall, Huang Yu told himself. Sure enough, moments later. Ding. Chaos Mall verdict. Arcane Energy Shield qualifies for collection. Ding. Chaos Mall verdict. Arcane Crystal Burst Arrow qualifies for collection. 2 prompts flashed in sequence, and Huang Yu immediately confirmed the upload. The system settled the transaction at once. EXP 32,000. He was now a significant step closer to a Tier 3 breakthrough. Meanwhile, the energy shield would yield a 6% sales share, and the Crystal Burst Arrow 4%, both set to funnel a steady stream of soul crystals his way. This brought the total number of his items in the Chaos Mall to 5. Before last night's assessment arrived, several sets of crimson alligator armor and flexilines had already sold, netting him a modest haul of soul crystals. Only the explosive rune pill, priced near the rare tier despite being merely fine, had deterred many lords. To Huang Yu, however, fine-grade runic constructs performed almost as well as rare ones. They simply needed better publicity, and the Universal Shop was the perfect venue. Night deepened. The Amazon warriors were the first to return to the territory, hauling 200 units of Kuan gold ore, and 4 of their number had advanced to hero units. The 300 black-scaled leopard cubs with them had all reached at least LV 335 through natural leveling, the other 265 thanks to Huang Yu's soul crystal expenditures. Their potential now stood at 204 silver grade cubs at LV 29, 72 gold grade at LV 39, and 24 diamond grade at LV 49. Born no larger than lynxes, they were now nearly 2 meters long, and with a bit more growth they would be ready to serve as riding beasts. More importantly, the warriors brought back unexpected news. They had discovered an abandoned human territory, southwest of the Kunjin or mine. The Amazon warriors came upon an abandoned human settlement. Much of its perimeter wall had crumbled, the breaks looking like the result of long-term neglect rather than an assault. Yet the stark white bones strewn inside and out told a different story. Every one was gnawed through, the marks far too savage for ordinary beasts. Back at the castle, Ruiana delivered a detailed report. After listening, Huang Yu immediately ruled out Lanyue. If that necromancer had been involved, no remains would have been left behind. She would have summoned every last bone. Judging from the signs, it looked as if a human lord with nothing higher than an A rank rating had been wiped out along with all their subjects. No human survivors at all? Huang Yu asked. None, Ruiana replied, her voice thick with disgust and fury. All we found were scattered bones, many charred as if roasted, others with clean cuts as though boiled. Piles of viscera were heaped nearby. Those people were butchered like livestock and eaten on the spot. Huang Yu's brows knitted tight. The image of a slaughterhouse flashed across his mind. He could almost hear the dying screams. Hatred and a thirst for vengeance surged within him. Take a larger team out tomorrow, he said in a low voice. If you see any sign of the enemy, alert me at once. Understood. Ruiana tapped her right fist against her chest, then turned and hurried back to the Amazon camp to muster her forces. Night settled in. Torches lit the outer fortress, and the Spartan warriors returned in small groups. Their hunt yielded just over 300 wild creatures. 56 were taken alive, all juveniles, 20 own iron-bristled boars, and 35 Kuei cattle. With the help of ordinary townsfolk, the Spartans herded the young beasts into newly built pens. The local monster population was dropping fast, while the realm's headcount had been climbing for days. The arrival of the meat-eating Willeen panthers pushed demand for fresh meat even higher. Huang Yu chose Kuei cattle and iron-bristled boars as the first livestock to domesticate, hoping to build a proper ranching system, though it would take time to bear fruit. Clearing his thoughts, he stepped onto the balcony and sat cross-legged. The Lingxi stone at its center was now sheathed in two types of crystal. Roughly 3/4 were transparent granules swirling with pure chaos energy, the rest dark violet spikes pulsing with deep void energy. These crystals were not only excellent for forging equipment, but also prime materials for energy recovery. Huang Yu closed his eyes and began to meditate. Overhead, the purple moon outshone the white and red moons, bathing the world in ghostly violet. Tonight the void energy was at its peak, and his absorption rate soared. Each passing moment yielded as much energy as a full hour had before. After 2 hours, his mind grew unstable, and he had to stop. Opening his personal interface, he saw the experience bar for LV19 already halfway filled. At this pace, he would reach Tier 3 within a day or two. Most of his experience points came from items listed in the Chaos Marketplace, and from the share he earned whenever his people fought, mined, or farmed. Fighting off the dizziness that follows deep meditation, Huang Yu collapsed into the soft bedding and drifted into sleep almost instantly. He had no idea how long he slept before his eyes flew open and his heart skipped a beat. The sky outside the window was a cloudless blue, and sunlight streamed across the floorboards. It was already the next morning, probably around 8 or 9 o'clock. He had definitely missed his morning workout. During the protection period, he never once slept in, yet on the very first day after it ended, he slept more soundly than ever. Yesterday's assessment, the endless territorial affairs, and the late-night high-intensity meditation had wrung him dry. The territory was still classified as a Tier 3 town, but it now held nearly 4,000 residents. Their food, clothing, housing, and every petty dispute rested squarely on his shoulders, leaving the rookie lord with a pounding headache. He was excited yet slightly anxious about upgrading the territory to Tier 4 today, because the bigger the realm, the greater the trouble. He urgently needed help, preferably a secretary to handle the minutiae. With that thought, Huang Yu rolled out of bed, washed up, polished off the breakfast the steward brought, and opened the Chaos Marketplace to check in. Check-in successful. The Lord has received 50 seedlings of fine-grade herb frostroot. Frostroot cleared heat, neutralized toxins, and sharpened the mind, exactly what the territory lacked. He handed the seedlings to the steward and told him to plant them in the same field as the blood clot grass. Then he pulled more than 1,000 fine-grade or higher pieces of gear out of storage and listed them all. At the moment, he was the only human lord able to supply high-tier equipment in bulk, so the items sold out in moments, and his soul crystal balance shot up to 930,000. Let's see the discounted items today. Give me something good. He ticked the on-sale category and scrolled to the bottom of the list. The first thing that caught his eye was the only mythic-grade item. 80% off mythic equipment string of reversal single-use. Effect: strum the string to alter how a past event unfolded. The degree of change is random, and the result cannot be altered again by similar items. Original price: 3.2 billion soul crystals, now 640 million. Quantity available: 3. Figures. Anything that messes with time is always absurd, Huang Yu muttered, continuing to scan for high-grade deals. In the end, he focused on two targets. 90% off extraordinary grade building lord statue. Effect: provides 10 potential territorial buffs. One activates randomly at Tier 1, and each upgrade unlocks another at random. Original price: 2 million soul crystals, now 200,000. Quantity available: 1. 99.9% off epic material breath soil. Description: a rare substance that automatically absorbs energy to improve soil quality, greatly accelerating crop growth, boosting reproduction, and even enhancing grade. Original price: 1.5 million soul crystals, now 15,000. Quantity available: 50. Huang Yu had no intention of erecting a massive statue in the castle square just to satisfy his vanity. What truly interested him were the 10 territorial buffs the Lord's statue could provide. As for the other treasure, Shirong, it was the finest building material currently known, especially critical for the Huang Yu territory. Black gold bamboo, blood coagulating grass, and the freshly obtained frostroot grass all required long growth cycles. Even after dousing the crops with growth accelerants, they could barely feed 4,000 settlers. Because the population increases tenfold with every tier, once Huang Yu reaches tier 4, the headcount will skyrocket, and hunting wild monsters alone will never cover the food gap. After a brief pause, Huang Yu spent 200,000 soul crystals to purchase the statue. He then summoned the fire seed and embedded the base in the center of the square in front of the castle. A burst of scarlet flame flashed, golden ripples spread, and a 5-meter turtle statue of Huang Yu, hands clasped behind his back, rose proudly. An invisible wave of energy surged from the statue and instantly swept across the entire territory. Lord Statue Tier 1. Note: upgrading to Tier 2 requires 1,000 soul crystals, 10,000 units of stone, and 200 units of special building material quality perfect or higher. Description: a unique territorial building with growth potential. Supplying higher-grade special materials during upgrades will raise the statue's quality. Function 1. No-fly zone. Description: any living creature entering Huang Yu territory loses the ability to fly unless authorized by the Lord. Note 1. Currently effective only against beings below the transcendent grade. Add attribute-compatible special materials during upgrades to strengthen the restriction. Note 2. This function affects living creatures only. Those who ride flying devices are exempt. Function 2. Locked. Function 3. Locked. Another growth-type building. Huang Yu was ecstatic. Yesterday he had obtained the Divine Prohibition Wall. Today the Lord's statue. And compared with the Magic Pattern Institute, the statue was far easier to upgrade, simply needed high-grade special materials. These might be scarce for other lords, but thanks to the discount artifact known as the Chaos Marketplace, several appear for sale every day. Next on his list was Shirong. The marketplace currently offered 50 units of epic-grade Shirong for 750,000 soul crystals. After buying the statue, Huang Yu had 730,000 left, just 20,000 short, but he remained unruffled. He returned to the first page of the discount section and began flipping items for profit. 90 off, common grade plant wisteria fruit tree, original price 85 soul crystals, now 8.5. Quantity 50. 80 off, fine grade armor marsh serpent scale male, original price 560 soul crystals, now 112. Available 50 sets of rare grade profession scrolls mage, now at an incredible 90% discount. Original price 8,000 soul crystals, current price 80. Remaining stock 10. As the territory leveled up and its population surged, Huang Yu finally shifted his focus away from top-tier goods and began combing through the cheaper items, ordinary in quality but essential for morale. Within his realm, the gulf between high-level professionals and common settlers had become painfully obvious, and he urgently needed low-tier supplies to bridge that divide. The wisteria berry was the perfect example. Though only common grade, it was easy to plant and had a high survival rate, making it ideal for the ordinary folk to farm. Once they could point to their own crops in the soil, their sense of belonging would soar. The same logic applied to the mage profession scrolls in his hand. By entering a labor contest, anyone could earn a chance to switch professions, and no one would hold back with that reward on offer. A more practical threat also loomed. The territory still lacked clear divisions among agriculture, commerce, and manufacturing. All output belonged to the Lord, and Huang Yu had only promised to keep everyone fed. It wasn't a problem yet, but once the realm expanded, this one-voice system could turn into a powder keg. Ideas raced through his mind, yet he lacked both time and experience. In his previous life had been an ordinary college student. The highest office he had ever held was class monitor for a senior-year art class, and the art period was often commandeered by math or Chinese teachers. He scrolled down the discount list until he reached the perfect tier. Roughly half the bargains he kept for himself. The rest, gear, skill books, pets, and buildings, were sorted quickly and tossed into the universal marketplace. Trade notifications spattered his screen like heavy rain, and in moments everything was gone. After deducting purchase costs and the items he kept, he cleared a profit of 170,000 soul crystals. Next, he spent 750,000 soul crystals to buy all 50 units of breathing soil, leaving him with 150,000 in liquid funds. With that working capital, he switched over to the excellent tier. Items here often cost tens of thousands of soul crystals, far beyond what most lords could afford, and barely within reach of the top ones. Then a bright yellow discount tag caught his eye. 10% price, excellent grade, true Peverflame monks. A band of ascetics with iron wills, masters of both magic and martial arts. Original price, 1,500 soul crystals. Current price, 150. Stock, 10. Huang Yu frowned. Compared with raw materials, troops at the same price were always a tier lower in value. These 10 Everflame monks could fill the gap in his magic and melee roster, but his current combat strength was already sufficient. Instead of spending 1,500 soul crystals on ready-made troops, he would rather wait until his fire seed reached tier 4 and then train more Spartan warriors and Amazon warriors himself, far more cost-effective. After weighing his options, he decided to put the Everflame monks on the universal marketplace. Excellent grade troops meant little to him, but to other lords they were a dream come true. Not only were they formidable, they also had the potential to break through to hero rank if even a black-scale leopard could evolve into something extraordinary. Surely the Everflame monks could as well. His asking price was deliberately friendly, 1,200 soul crystals apiece, or 12,000 in total. He was certain they would be snapped up. And so it was. 1 second the 10 Everflame monks went live, and the next a trade notification flashed across his screen. Lord Jashurda has paid 12,000 soul crystals for 10 excellent grade troops Everflame monks. The financial clout of these high-ranking lords genuinely surprised Huang Yu. A stream of 150,000 soul crystals cycled between his warehouse and his shop, yet the total kept swelling. After buying a vial of potent healing potion and several basic materials, he somehow finished with 130,000 more crystals than had started with. But once he looked at the perfect grade section, willing buyers became scarce. A flame sparrow egg priced at less than half its original value had sat on the shelf for days before Lord Amenia finally took it away. Huang Yu briefly toyed with the idea of flipping black-scale leopards or even extraordinary units for further profit. The system immediately doused that notion. Units could be traded, it confirmed, but the sale would permanently consume the corresponding training slots. His Tier 3 Spartan training camp, for instance, held 500 slots. If he sold 10 warriors, those 10 slots would be locked forever, even after an upgrade to Tier 4, and would only reopen once the warriors died in battle. After weighing the loss, he abandoned the plan. Refocused, he began browsing the perfect grade items one by one. 1. Perfect grade material screaming, throat 90 off. Original price, 17,000 soul crystals. Sale price, 1,700 soul crystals. Quantity, 10. 2. Perfect grade plant golden string, tree 80 off. Original price, 250,000 soul crystals. Sale price, 50,000 soul crystals. Quantity, 10. He bought all 10 screaming throats without hesitation, spending 17,000 soul crystals and sending them straight to his warehouse. Then he focused on the golden string trees. Their leaves, fine as golden threads, were so tough that a master smith could tan them into cables rivaling perfect grade metal. After some comparison, he paid 250,000 soul crystals for 5 trees, leaving just over 13,000 in his purse. His bargain hunt was finally over. Outside the shop, he planted the 5 golden string trees along the edge of the plaza. Each rose nearly 20 meters, its trunk perfectly straight. Dense golden strands glittered under the sunlight, swaying like the skirts of 5 blonde maidens standing quietly in a row. That sight reminded him of the Niven contractor racial skill he had plundered through his void talent. Even Niven lords had praised its power, and the energy now stored in him should surpass theirs. He touched each trunk in turn, and 5 fingernail-sized golden runes appeared on his forearm, linking him to the trees with a warm surge of contract energy. Under the contract's rules, the bound trees could shelter his body inside their trunks, but clothes and equipment would be expelled. Huang Yu had no intention of streaking through his territory, so he tried something else. He sent a mental command through the runes. A soft rustle followed. The 5 golden string trees seemed to lift their skirts at an unseen signal. Layers of golden strands rose and spread outward, and in an instant each tree unfurled into a half-opened, giant umbrella. Spinning and twisting, Huang Yu could even braid the golden filaments together, making the 5 Jinxian trees sway like seaweed in an underwater ballet. Under his control, their branches and leaves traced graceful arcs through the air. While the foliage whirled overhead, Zhu Ling shot from the shadows like a nimble monkey, her face alight with excitement. In a few quick motions she scrambled up the trunk and, with a deft yank, tore free a strand of shimmering golden fiber. "My lord, this stuff is priceless." She rolled the filament into a neat coil, smiling so hard her eyes curved into crescents. "I've been hunting for a material to replace flytropes, and now I've finally found it." Huang Yu tapped the top of her head. "Use it sparingly, I don't want my 5 trees plucked bald." With that, he pushed open the door beneath the canopy and stepped back into the castle. If Zhu Ling was popping up now, it was almost certainly lunchtime. Blanketing the unnamed prairie, a bitter wind brushed waves through the grass. Fewer than 100 human knights were locked in combat with 3 times their number of white dwarves. The knights averaged below level 3, and their mounts were mere feathered deer, whereas the white dwarves fielded 50 goat riders and 100 heavy guards among more than 300 warriors superior in both lineage and gear. Yet the fight was one-sided. Feathered deer howled through the grass, and each lance thrust shattered the enemy line. Within moments, every white dwarf lay in a pool of blood, while the Night Order had lost only 3 of its own. Jia Luo reigned in her Jinsei tiger, her gaze lingering on the fallen knights, a dull ache piercing her chest. Each Taiwa Rishi was a transcendent soldier, and every death was irreparable. But the white dwarves had to be rooted out quickly. Yesterday she had learned that the gray dwarves from the trial were secretly allied with the white dwarves, and she realized that if a mid-tier race and a high-tier race joined forces, her territory would be badly hamstrung even with supernatural troops. When the dust settled, a male and a female Taiwa Rishi hero rode up on their stags, dismounted, and knelt. "My lord, the enemy has been wiped out. Only those inside the dwarf domain remain. Yu Ying, Lian Zhun, take the warriors and rest on the flank," Jia Luo ordered. "There aren't many defenders left inside the white dwarf territory. The siege belongs to the Sholan army. Taiwa Ruishi might be unstoppable, but they were still cavalry and ill-suited to storm walls." "Understood," Yu Ying and Lian Zhun replied in unison, then formed the riders into ranks to rest and guard their lord. The outline of the dwarf walls soon emerged. 200 Sholan sword and shield troopers rolled bridges, ladders, and a battering ram forward, while 100 archers provided cover from behind. Crude as the equipment was, it was more than enough against walls barely 3 meters high. As the formation locked into place, Jia Luo fixed her eyes on the scattered dwarf grid guard below and suddenly shouted, "Attack! Attack!" The Sholan soldiers roared back, surging toward the walls like a tide of fury. Flattening herself against the back of the Jinsei tiger, Jia Luo led the charge. Fresh into its 3rd tier, the tiger streaked across the grass like a golden bolt, its speed and agility terrifying. Dwarven musketeers fired, but their bullets only tore through the golden afterimage. Roar! A 3-meter wall was no more than a hurdle to the beast. With a light leap it landed atop the parapet. Its whip-like tail lashed out, crushing 3 white dwarf skulls in an instant. Before the defenders could react, Jia Luo was already riding straight for the dwarf lord. She rose to her feet on the saddle and drew the red feather bow, just as she had when she slew the Grey Dwarf Lord during the trial. The bowstring hummed. A blazing firebird coalesced and screamed through the sky, streaking toward the heavily armored White Dwarf Lord. "Ding! Your friend, Lord Jialuo, has delivered 5,000 units of iron ore in accordance with your contract. Please confirm receipt." Huang Yu had just arranged housing for a new batch of citizens and was hurrying back to the castle along a springy forest path when the message popped up. 5,000 units? He stopped for a moment and thought. Already planning to upgrade the large iron mine? Classic Lord Jialuo. He knew he would benefit the most from the upgrade. Jialuo's fire seed was still shy of tier 4. A daily yield of 2,500 units of or already let her refine 1,250 units of steel plenty for her own army. Strictly speaking, investing soul crystals elsewhere offered better returns, yet she was still determined to raise the mine's tier. Huang Yu did the math. With steel about to overflow, he could pick a special building and push it straight to tier 4. Construction materials were still a little short. If he came up empty, he could always restock on the trading platform or in the chaos marketplace. He pushed aside the warehouse's heavy alloy door and glanced over the neatly stacked racks. More than 1,000 pieces of gear across all grades. Explosive demon orbs 50. Runic crystal burst arrows 50. Runic energy shields 10. All of these runic items came from the Runic Research Institute he had founded, and today's new batch was already packed. He planned to list everything in the Cosmic Emporium at once, testing other human lords' interest in runic gear. The ordinary equipment market was already overcrowded, but runic products were unique to the universal territory and nearly impossible to copy. If they caught on, they would become the shop's flagship line. Leaving the warehouse, Huang Yu headed for the castle. The Amazon warriors and Spartan fighters were still clearing out monsters, yet his account balance kept climbing. In half a day, he had already received more than 30,000 soul crystals, all from the warriors' kills. Experience rolled in as well, pushing his progress bar a quarter of the way forward. His fire seed, however, still lacked 200 units of Kunjin rock for its next upgrade. He selected a handful of rare and excellent grade items, then listed everything else including every runic piece. Explosive demon orb, 1,000 soul crystals each. Runic crystal burst arrow, 600 soul crystals each. Runic energy shield, 3,000 soul crystals each. To attract buyers, he posted them in the chaos marketplace at a 20% discount. The moment he hit list, his screen erupted with chimes. Lord Hongya paid 3,400 soul crystals for 10 fine-grade azure vein crossbows. Lord Clyton paid 2,400 soul crystals for a rare-grade broadsword. Lord Siphon paid 5,600 soul crystals for 10 fine-grade suits of heavy armor. Within 10 seconds, hundreds of orders flashed by, and every piece of regular gear sold out. Only the runic section stayed silent until Lord Jingtian paid 12,000 soul crystals for 5 fine-grade runic energy shields. Lord Jeloa paid 9,600 soul crystals for 20 fine-grade runic crystal explosive arrows. Huang Yu's shop finally drew a customer. One of his only 2 friends had stopped by to show support, but every other lord still ignored him. He looked at the pristine runic constructs on the shelves and sighed. These things should impress anyone, so why was no one buying? He opened the world channel to check the mood. Sure enough, talk about the runic constructs was blowing up. Anyone used these runic constructs? How are they? What's Lord Huang Yu thinking? Charging rare tier prices for fine tier gear. 480 soul crystals for a single arrow? Is he crazy? Here comes the evil capitalist, squeezing us ordinary lords dry. If every capitalist were like Lord Huang Yu, I'd beg to be exploited. You're just salty because you never snag anything from his shop. Pathetic. Only paupers worry about a few soul crystals. I buy all my gear in the chaos mall. Money's no object. The channel was toxic. Most lords doubted this new gadget. Without first-hand experience, no one could judge its worth. Frowning, Huang Yu reconsidered his approach. Maybe he should hand out a few free samples? Too few would have no impact. Too many would outrun his production. The Earth-style press conference rollout just wouldn't work here. Trying to open a new market with a couple of posts was naive. He was about to exit the channel when a highlighted message flashed through arrival of Lord Zhongtian. Listen up, idiots. Let Daddy Zhongtian tell you how great these runic constructs are. I bit the bullet and bought 5 runic energy shields. They're portable, easy to use, and the shield they project is solid rare tier quality. Even if it shatters, as long as there's energy left, it regenerates instantly. 1 shield equals 10 regular ones. If I had more soul crystals, I'd have bought all 10. He even spent 30 extra soul crystals to push 3 priority messages. Huang Yu chuckled, but the effect was instant. For real? That good? So 1 equals 10 rare shields? Zongshan's always kissing up to Huang Yu. Chill. I just checked the Chaos Mall. The system itself recognizes runic constructs value, and Huang Yu's prices are way lower. If the mall backs it, I'm grabbing one while they're cheap. Lord Huang Yu's the only honest merchant around. What, they're already sold out? Zongshan's endorsement flipped the mood at once. Before the channel could refresh, the trading platform chimed dozens of times. The remaining 50 explosive magic orbs, 30 runic crystal explosive arrows, and 5 runic energy shields vanished in an instant. Ding. Chaos Market has sold 1 runic energy shield. According to the agreement, you receive 180 soul crystals. Ding. Chaos Market has sold 1 runic crystal burst arrow. According to the agreement, you receive 32 soul crystals. Ding. Chaos Market has sold 1 explosive magus orb. According to the agreement, you receive 50 soul crystals. The moment the last runic construct in the Cosmic Emporium was snapped up, a string of dividend alerts chimed in Huang Yu's ears, their crisp notes overlapping one another. The newly listed runic constructs had clearly stirred the curiosity of several lords. This was the first time he had ever been paid so frequently in such a short span. Up to now, the only comparable surge had come when a batch of red crocodile armor went on sale at a steep discount, but even then the alerts had been sporadic. The grappling hooks had sold decently thanks to their unique function, yet the red crocodile armor had struggled. Among the many fine-grade armor options, its price was simply too high, and few buyers cared that it outperformed most competitors. This sudden wave of dividends felt almost theatrical, yet it was undeniably a good omen. Satisfied, Huang Yu closed the world channel. The frenzy did not last long. Most lords were still on the fence, but in that brief window hundreds of runic constructs were auctioned off. Though the orders were scattered, they still netted him more than 20,000 soul crystals in profit. The Cosmic Emporium's total revenue surged past 400,000 soul crystals, and Huang Yu's own balance climbed to 580,000. Twilight spilled across the territory. 300 Amazon warriors marched back with a captured black-scaled panther, and 2 of them broke through on the spot to become hero units, almost matching the Spartans in hero count. The Amazon's average level had risen to LV8, and a wholesale tier upgrade was now within reach. Meanwhile, several panthers, those rated gold or even diamond in potential, had grown large enough to serve directly as war mounts. Yet all Huang Yu could think about was the Fireseed upgrade. The final delivery of 200 units of Kuan Gold Rock had arrived in the warehouse, so he gave the order without hesitation. Upgrade the Fireseed to Tier 4? Yes. At once, 100,000 soul crystals, 200,000 units of lumber, 150,000 units of stone, 30,000 units of refined iron, along with 200 units of obsidian, 200 units of demon ward stone, 50 units of living soil, and a total of 550 units of Kuan Gold Rock were deducted. An instant later, a pillar of golden light visible only to him shot skyward, blanketing the entire cosmic territory. The last upgrade from Tier 2 to Tier 3 had taken 2 or 3 hours. This one would need at least 12, perhaps more. It was around 6 or 7 in the evening, and Huang Yu calculated that if the process finished before the daily reset, he could cash in on the population bonus from the new buildings. While he was still deep in thought, The steward appeared silently. Master, Lady Rihanna requests an audience. Rihanna wants to see me? Huang Yu halted, then hurried to the castle hall. Rihanna was already waiting. Fresh blood spattered her exquisite, superior-grade leather armor, and fatigue shadowed her otherwise delicate face. She had clearly come straight from the field without time to clean up whatever she had to report. It was urgent. The moment she saw Huang Yu, Rihanna placed a hand over her heart and bowed. My lord, we spent hours searching near that abandoned human territory. We found the alien settlement, killed 5 of them, and brought back 3 of the bodies. The same aliens that destroyed the human domain? Huang Yu arched a brow. Where are the corpses? Take me to them. At once. Ruiana led Huang Yu out of the castle, down the slope, and into the monster harvesting grounds. The afternoon wind carried the tang of blood. Today's spoils, more than 300 wild creatures were strung together with coarse hemp rope, taking up half the clearing. Beside them, 4 bodies lay apart, their blood still wet. 3 were ogres. The 4th was an enormous beast with stone horns and a face plated in rock. Ogre. Species rank, intermediate. Lord authority, unknown. Description: ogres have massive frames, thick legs, and tough hides, but their most fearsome feature is the fat covering their bodies. The thicker the blubber, the stronger the ogre. Cruel and insatiable, they live to eat, their powerful stomachs able to grind down any material. Huang Yu crouched to inspect them. The ogres looked like porcupines, riddled with arrows, yet most shafts had barely pierced the skin before being trapped by fat. Ogres, he muttered with clear distaste. Where's their territory? How strong are they? Rihanna pointed south. Near the coast. Judging by its size, it's a tier 3 domain. Nearly 1,000 ogres live there. They're clumsy but monstrously strong and hard to kill, especially those riding these beasts. She indicated the hulking creature nearby. Stonehorn beast. Level, 17 tier 2. Potential, gold tier 4 level 39. Description: the stonehorn beast is muscle and violence made flesh. Its bones have petrified to match the surrounding mountains, granting it terrifying defense. The constant agony of those stone bones keeps it perpetually on the verge of frenzy. Once it snaps, even elite troops keep their distance. They go berserk easily, Rihanna added. One charge can shatter solid rock, and when they're enraged, we can't get near them. Huang Yu calculated quickly. Any stonehorn beast possessed gold tier potential, on par with a black-scaled panther. If their mounts were already tier 2, the ogre tribe's foundation must run deep. His frown tightened. Terrifying beasts fighting such high defense enemies will cost us dearly. The night passed in silence. On the morning of the 10th day since the global descent, a light mist still clung to the ground as Huang Yu stood before his own statue, crossing swords with Rihanna. Steel rang out, the air sharp with the scent of cold metal, yet his gaze kept drifting to the heart of the territory, the seed of fire. Each slight tick of the upgrade bar tugged at his thoughts and dulled his attacks. After a few exchanges, he sheathed his blade, chatting idly with Rihanna while he waited for the decisive moment. Suddenly, the golden upgrade aura overhead flared and surged outward from the castle like a tide. At the same time, the statue's no-flight field expanded in concert, and thick golden mist swallowed the entire domain. Within a few breaths, the fog evaporated, and a clear message slammed into his mind. Ding! The seed of fire has advanced to tier 4. He had made it with moments to spare before the daily reset. Eyes gleaming, Huang Yu climbed the hillside to survey the sweeping changes across Huang Yu territory. The castle still crowned the hill, but it now looked as though a giant axe had sliced off the summit, leaving a nearly circular plateau with the fortress at its center. The main keep and its 8 bastions had grown 4 to 5 times larger. The subsidiary keeps, layered like folded wings, clustered around a central citadel upheld by 6 towering spires. Black and gold walls gave it a heavy grandeur, and from the highest terrace the entire realm lay in view. Everything below the hill had been rearranged as well. Buildings once scattered along the slope now stood on level ground. 8 white stone stairways wound down from the plateau's edge like ribbons of jade, leading straight to the core complex. To the north rose the Hall of Heroes, to the south, the Rune Research Institute. The Spartan training camp and the Amazon tribe stood side by side to the east, while an empty plot to the west awaited new construction. Farther out, 8 white stone avenues radiated from the center, dividing Huang Yu into 8 sectors. New-style houses lined the roads, and the open land beyond had been marked for farms, mines, and ranches. Huang Yu exhaled and pulled up his personal status screen. Lord, Huang Yu. Level, 19. Seed of Fire Tier, 4. New citizens per day, 500. Note, requirements to upgrade the Seed of Fire to Tier V1, 000 soul crystals, 5 million units of wood, 3 million units of stone, 1 million units of refined iron, and 1,000,000 units of special construction materials. Territory, Huang Yu City. Size, small city 5 kilometers 5 kilometers. Territory traits, fertile lands 6, tremor-proof 4, magic cleansing field 2. Common citizens, 2,486. Spartan warriors, 22 hero units, and 478 warrior units. Click to view detailed information. Amazon warriors, 19 hero units, and 481 warrior units. Click to view detailed information. Runic Institute, 3 master smiths, 46 expert smiths, and 111 apprentice smiths. Click to view detailed information. Alchemists, 1. Unique structures, Valhalla, Spartan training grounds, Amazon tribe, Lord statue, divine ward and used, Runic Institute, black-scaled leopard lair. Click to view detailed information. Common buildings, warehouses, mines. Mineral resources, crystal burst stone, red iron, ore, azure scale stone. Special materials, black gold bamboo, gold string trees. Herbs, blood clot grass, frostroot grass. Crops, earth melons, violet vine fruit. Livestock, bobo birds, drooping horn sheep. Soul crystals, 481,253. Equipment, Book of Creation, shadow demon armor, rainbow veil. Huang Yu surveyed his domain, a swell of pride rising in his chest. The territory now covered a full 25 square kilometers, large enough to be called a small city. Compared with the sprawling ancient capitals of Blue Star, some of which spanned only a few dozen square kilometers, today's Huang Yu already stood shoulder to shoulder with those storied names. Even more exciting, this upgrade had unlocked 3 new territorial traits, all derived from the rare construction materials invested during the expansion. Huang Yu opened the panel and checked them one by one. 1. 6th tier fertile lands. Material source, 50 units of breathing soil. Effect, greatly increases the chance of plants evolving to higher grades and boosts growth speed by 10 to 16 times. Ordinary crops like earth melons can now be harvested daily, wiping out any fear of food shortages. 2. 4th tier immovable earth. Material source, 550 units of earth gold rock. Effect, land and buildings become extraordinarily stable, granting strong resistance to earthquakes and sharply reducing the threat of natural disasters. 3. 2nd tier mana purging field. Material source, 200 units of demon ward stone. Effect, dampens negative energies. Red moon frenzy, purple moon days, and white moon calm are all weakened. Though only 2nd tier, the effect can be stacked when the fire seed reaches 5th tier and beyond. He had also spent 200 units of rare grade obsidian, but the system treated it merely as decorative flooring for plazas and the castle, offering no extra bonus. The lesson was clear. Even paving stones must be laid with top-tier materials, no more wasteful spending. With that resolved, he summoned the void energy. Wrapped in a pale violet aura, he flew straight to the castle's highest terrace. Wind roared past as the entire Huang Yu territory spread beneath him. At last, time to raise the divine wall. Unable to hold back his excitement, he linked to the fire seed and began tracing the wall's outline along the borders. Shafts of golden light rained down, and a massive fortification surged from the ground. Total length, 25 kilometers, encircling the outer city. Height, 15 meters. Width, roughly 10 meters. Unified construction, with a towering gatehouse at each corner. The pitch-black surface is veined with irregular streaks of gold and crimson, like solidified magma. There was still material left after sealing the outer city, so Huang Yu drew a second ring, carving out an inner citadel and setting 8 gates along the main avenues. The layout formed a circle within a square, perfectly fitting the name Huang Universal Realm. He brought up the wall's status panel. Divine Wall perfect grade. Level, Tier 1. Tier 2 upgrade cost, 10 soul crystals per meter, 20 units of stone per meter, and 100 units of special materials per kilometer optional. Note, a growth-type structure. Investing high-grade materials during upgrades may raise its quality tier as well. Structural traits. 1 unyielding 5th tier, even a hill giant's full-force charge barely scratches it. Superior grade weapons leave only faint marks. 2 extreme magic resistance 5th tier, any spell below perfect grade fails to mar the wall. 3 auto repair 3rd tier, the wall slowly heals any damage on its own. Now this is a fortress wall, Huang Yu exclaimed. If its level and grade reached the peak, even 8th tier legends or perhaps 9th tier mythic beasts would find it unbreakable. Hands clasped behind his back, he gazed down at the concentric walls and orderly buildings below, a fierce pride surging within him. At last, Huang Yu looked every inch the mighty city he had dreamed of. Check-in complete. Congratulations, my lord, you've gained a random influx of 100 new residents. As the notification chime faded, another full 100 settlers appeared just outside the inner walls of Huang Yu's domain. Counting the original populace, the total now exceeded 600. The crowd huddled in the shadow of the ramparts, their faces a mix of confusion and hope. Fortunately, Huang Yu had already instructed the steward and several village chiefs to stand by. They quickly assigned each newcomer a prepared home and a suitable job, ensuring everyone could settle into their new lives before sunset. At the same time, the Arcane Forging Institute welcomed 20 apprentice smiths of its own. Bailey managed the institute's affairs, sparing Huang Yu any need to intervene. Two urgent matters, however, weighed on his mind. First, the ogre domain nearby had to be wiped out. The tribe was sizable and close enough to threaten any warriors operating beyond the walls. Huang Yu needed to upgrade his military buildings and expand his forces to face the ogre Lord Hedon. Second, tonight's beast tide loomed. Under the red moon, wild creatures would go berserk. Before the Amazon warriors and Spartan warriors headed out, Huang Yu reminded Rihanna and Dilios to return early. If the frenzied horde cut them off in the open, even extraordinary troops could suffer heavy losses. Heroic spirits mattered, but he refused to trade deliberate sacrifice for reinforcements that was a last resort. Staying alive, he believed, was already most people's greatest wish. Once he verified the defenses, he tapped the discount artifact and opened the daily sale list. Most of his upgrades now required specialized materials. The territory produced a steady 200 units of Kuan gold rock per day, yet that was far from enough. He also hoped to add high-grade materials so that Tier 4 military buildings would gain extra traits. Scanning the catalog from top to bottom, he initially meant to purchase an excellent tier material called Blood Spirit Crystal. To his surprise, a military structure had reappeared in the Transcendent Tier sale section. 70% off Transcendent Tier Special Building Imperial Guard Barracks. In the River of Time stands an ancient empire named Jindan, whose royal family has always been protected by the Imperial Guard. Original price, 3 million soul crystals. Sale price, 900,000 soul crystals. Quantity 1. Whether at full price or on sale, the Imperial Guard barracks cost far more than the Spartan training grounds or the Amazon tribe. To raise 900,000 soul crystals, he would have to liquidate a lot of goods, yet he would not let this structure slip away. A high price implied high value back. Then the Amazon tribe had outpriced the Spartan training grounds and therefore faced fewer upgrade limits. Amazon hero units now nearly matched the Spartans. The Imperial Guard's potential had to be even greater. Leaving the purchase screen, Huang Yu began planning how to gather the necessary soul crystals swiftly. For roughly the same 900,000, two epic tier items on the list were also within reach. 1. 10% off epic tier class Scroll Starry Night, originally 10,200,000 soul crystals, now 1,020,000. 2. 20% off epic tier Material Eye of the Wind King, originally 3,750,000 soul crystals, now 750,000. Those were the other discounted options. The Astral Knight is a remarkably powerful class, with potential that can reach Legendary Tier 8 or even Immortal Tier 9. Yet in Huang Yu's eyes, its cost-performance ratio still can't beat a transcendent troop. Building those structures also have a chance to spawn Legendary or even Immortal units, though the odds are low and depend entirely on the Lord's luck. As for the Wind King's Eye, he might have bought it as a possible Tier 3 promotion catalyst before he acquired the Elemental Empress core. Now that the core is in his pocket, the eye has lost all value to him. The few materials marked as epic grade are luxury items even high-end lords can barely afford, serving no purpose in the Universal Bazaar except window dressing. Leaving the detail page, Huang Yu returned to the homepage and officially began flipping goods. 70 off, common grade material refined iron. Original price, 1 soul crystal per unit. Sale price, 0.3 soul crystals per unit. Stock, 1,000 units. 90 off, fine grade equipment blood tanned armor knoll. Original price, 620 soul crystals. Sale price, 62 soul crystals. Stock, 50 pieces. 99 off, rare grade special construction material clear sky stone. Original price, 400 soul crystals. Sale price, for soul crystals. Stock, 200 units. He kept only the basic resources he needed and listed everything else, including those 200 units of clear sky stone. The effect of obsidian had killed any interest he had in low-grade special materials. The common, fine, and rare items vanished instantly, and his soul crystal balance rocketed to 650,000. Let's secure the blood essence crystals first, Huang Yu muttered. 90 off, superior grade material blood essence crystal. Description: forged only through secret rites on bloody battlefields. Each unit is saturated with violent killing intent and can be used to upgrade troop buildings or craft equipment. Original price, 2,000 soul crystals. Sale price, 200 soul crystals. Stock, 400 units. He bought all 400 units at once, spending 80,000 soul crystals. The stuff had countless uses. Its only downside was its shady origin. Who had tested on the black-scaled panther nest first to see whether there were any side effects. After stashing the blood essence crystals in his warehouse, Huang Yu kept browsing. 50 off, superior grade equipment standard heavy armor. Original price, 32,000 soul crystals. Sale price, 6,400 soul crystals. Stock, 5 sets. Superior grade gear is scarce these days, so he happily bought all 5 sets and immediately relist them in the Universal Bazaar. 1 second later, the heavy armor was snapped up, netting him a profit of 100,000 soul crystals and completely offsetting what he had spent on the blood essence crystals. 99 off, superior grade potion boiling wolf blood knoll exclusive. No human lord would buy it. so he skipped it and listed it straight away. 90 off, superior grade Mount Nightmare Horse. The mount's stats were decent, and it might even evolve into a transcendent creature, so he dumped it into the bazaar as well. 50 off, superior grade skill book, Half Moon, / warrior only. Huang Yu had no use for warrior skills, and listed it too. The superior grade items were quickly cleared out. He kept 1/3 for himself and sold the rest, pushing his soul crystal balance up to 820,000, one step short of the 900,000 mark. However, when the first perfect grade item popped into view, he knew the gap would widen all over again. Half price, perfect grade mineral resource maglev iron ore. Maglev iron is a premium metal. When energy is injected, a pale blue magnetic field appears around it, lifting the entire chunk as if an invisible hand were holding a feather. The original price was 1,250,000 soul crystals. After the discount, it costs only 250,000. Stock 1. Confirm purchase of perfect grade maglev iron ore for 250,000 soul crystals? Yes. Huang Yu hit confirm without a second thought. Mineral veins are rare opportunities. Every new one brings enormous gains to a territory. Once the trade went through, his balance dropped to 570,000 soul crystals. A beam of solid gold light shot toward the outer city and landed precisely in the reserved mining zone. Huang Yu opened the ore's details. Maglev iron, or Tier 1 perfect. 1. Capacity, up to 10 workers. 2. Daily output, 100 units of ore. 3. Upgrade to Tier 2, 50,000 soul crystals. 4. 100 units of ore smelt into 20 units of refined maglev iron. Upgrade to Tier 2. He pressed confirm again, and another 50,000 soul crystals vanished. Production doubled immediately, but Tier 3 would cost a hefty 700,000. Huang Yu looked at his remaining balance and smiled wryly. Tier 3 would have to wait. Resource mines are pricey because they're insanely lucrative. A single unit of refined maglev iron sells for more than 1,000 soul crystals on the Chaos Mall. At Tier 2, the mine yields 40 units of metal a day, enough to break even within a few days. If the smiths and artificers at the Runic Research Institute forge it into gear of the same grade, the price multiplies several times over. After buying the maglev iron ore, Huang Yu had about 520,000 soul crystals, left almost the same as when he started. One more spree, and he might be begging for a crowdfunding drive in the World Channel. He glanced at the other perfect grade items still on sale. 90 off perfect grade material heart of the water sprite. 80 off perfect grade material bones of the umbral wraith. 90 off perfect grade potion. Today's refresh was unusually rich in materials. Right, the beast tide hits tonight. The thought struck him. After the onslaught, many lords will fall, but survivors will be on the cusp of Tier 3. When that happens, Lord Jayashid's advancement notes and his heaven-defying talent will blow up the channel, and any perfect grade awakening catalyst will be snatched up instantly. Why not turn a quick profit? Acting on the idea, Huang Yu spent nearly 30,000 soul crystals on Heart of the Water Sprite 1, Wind Vein Wood 2, Bones of the Umbral Wraith 2. The 5 materials appeared in his warehouse, and he listed them all in the Universal Emporium. Moments later, 5 notifications flashed in succession. 1. Lord Chidion paid 40,000 soul crystals plus 40 rare grade materials worth 600 for the perfect grade Wind Vein Wood. 2. Lord Zilulin paid 50,000 soul crystals for the perfect grade Heart of the Water Sprite. 3. Lord Auden paid 50,000 soul crystals along with 40,000 units of timber and 1,000 units of stone for the perfect grade Bones of the Umbral Wraith. With all 5 items sold, his balance rose to 670,000 soul crystals. Huang Yu surveyed the 100+ pieces of freshly stocked gear and the dozen magitechnical constructs waiting beside them. If he could get everything on the shelves by noon, he would have enough resources to raise a 3rd extraordinary unit building the Imperial Guard barracks. Out on an unnamed step, Jeloa knocked a crystal burst arrow etched with blue-white runes. It was her first time using one, and she had not yet adjusted to the sudden surge of thrust mid-flight. The arrow veered half a foot off course and buried itself in the grass beside a woolly rhinoceros. Boom! The deafening blast flipped the massive beast, and a searing shockwave rolled over it. Clinging flames of high concentration engulfed the rhino, charring its thick hide in seconds. It managed only a few agonized cries before collapsing into a lump of blackened charcoal. Incredible power, every bit as strong as the red feather bow's dance of embers. She stifled her amazement, set the spent arrow aside, and carefully stored the remaining 9 away from her regular shafts. She had bought only 10 last night to help business along, and now she regretted not clearing out all 50. Dance of Embers has a cooldown. These arrows can fire in rapid succession. If my marksmanship holds, I can suppress foes several tiers above me with sheer firepower. She clenched a fist. Weapons that even the Chaos Bazaar lacked were coming out of Huang Yu's workshops, cementing the Huang Yu Emporium's dominance for the foreseeable future. The thought drew a wry smile. Ever since she acquired the Taihua blades, she had believed she could close the gap with Lord Huang Yu, but now even chasing his shadow seemed unlikely. BZZ. The message crystal in Huang Yu's pocket vibrated. Ganix reported, "My lord, someone is driving wild creatures toward us." Before Huang Yu could reply, a video followed. From Ganix's perch high in a tree, a sea of deep green canopies stretched to distant mountains. The camera tilted upward. A familiar white dragon swept down, spraying a tide of icy breath. A frozen corridor sliced through the forest, crystalline frost creeping up trunks with a crackle. Rustle. Ganix slid down the tree while filming. Herds of monsters scattered in panic, with several stone trolls of differing elements among them. Roar. A thunderous dragon cry shook the air. "Stay away from my territory, mindless vermin." The creature was flushing strays away from its realm, perhaps to relieve pressure before a possible beast tide that night. Huang Yu frowned. Astra hadn't noticed Huang Yu City, which meant its lair could not be far. The video ended, and Ganix texted, "My lord, shall I follow it?" Studying the white dragon larger and bulkier than in the chaotic mirage, Huang Yu replied after a pause, "Track it, but only if you can remain safe. Find its lair." Ganix often acted independently and wielded high-tier skills such as Shadow Doctrine and Phase Step, making him hard to detect, even for a dragon. "Understood," came the terse response. Once the message went through, Huang Yu warned Rihanna and Dilios as well. "Avoid the beasts Astra was driving, and keep your positions hidden." Until he knew the dragon's current strength and territory, he had no wish to start a fight. The castle's grand hall had quintupled in size once the fire seed advanced to Tier 4, becoming a tidy rectangle roughly 17 by 10 meters. Obsidian tiles polished to a mirror finish paved the floor, while the walls and pillars were built from smooth white stone. The stark black and white contrast lent the space a minimalist yet refined elegance. With no excess ornamentation, the open layout and abundant light endowed the hall with a calm, inclusive grandeur. Huang Yu sat at the center of the hall, the Archmage Yuan at his side. Together they studied the latest footage sent by Ganakisi through a message crystal. A lake 4 to 5 square kilometers across filled the image. Though it was midsummer, a thick sheet of ice sealed the water, its silver surface dazzling in the sun. Rough wooden and stone huts dotted the shore, inhabited by 4 intermixed races: a mid-tier race, the forest trolls; a common race, the porcine orc tribe called the pigs; and 2 low-tier races, kobolds and goblins. This was the territory of the white dragon Aostala and the refuge of its unfortunate vassals. Yuan fixed his gaze on the dragon that suddenly plunged into the ice. "Among chromatic dragons, whites are relatively weak," he murmured. "That one has just entered adolescence, about 4th-tier strength. But once any dragon reaches adulthood, it becomes a transcendent creature." "Transcendent," Huang Yu echoed. He watched a dozen pig orcs driven onto the frozen lake by forest trolls. A blast of icy blue breath followed, turning them into crystal statues. The dragon strolled over, crushed its own vassals between its jaws, and swallowed them. Even through the crystal, the brittle crack of ice rang clear. The rest of the shore's inhabitants trembled until the satiated dragon slid back beneath the ice. Except for the trolls, the other races served as living larders, especially the prolific pig orcs, four-headed and burly, a breed Huang Yu had never met in the Chaos Mirage, and clearly a recent addition to the dragon's menu. "We have to kill it before it reaches adulthood," Huang Yu warned himself. The null magic shackles in his hand could restrain only targets below the transcendent level. A transcendent archdemon had once snapped them without effort. Even a weak white dragon could unleash an ice breath rivaling a flawless grade spell, and its power would only grow. In a direct fight, his army would be at a disadvantage, especially with the dragon's vassals led by forest trolls. "Well done, Ganakisi. Leave at once, in return," Huang Yu ordered, shutting off the crystal and turning to the armory inventory. That morning, the Runesmiths Institute had added 652 pieces of equipment and 80 rune constructs to storage. Huang Yu selected 220 of the best and set them aside with the 400-plus high-quality items already on hand. These would outfit the Suntoba-formed Royal Guard. The remaining 400-plus pieces and all 80 constructs he listed on the Universal Exchange. Trade notifications flashed in rapid succession. Lord Jayaside paid 24,000 soul crystals for 10 rune energy shields. Lord Huey paid 22,000 soul crystals for 10 rare-grade longbows. Lord Kalong paid 4,000 soul crystals for 10 fine-grade iron cuirasses. Within minutes, every item Huang Yu had posted was sold out. The magic-inscribed constructs sold out almost instantly, proof that plenty of other lords had their eyes on the new gear. Within moments, Huang Yu's balance swelled to 960,000 soul crystals. A prompt flickered from the fire seed. Pay 900,000 soul crystals to purchase the extraordinary grade troop building, Imperial Guard Barracks? Yes, he confirmed without hesitation. The crystals vanished, and a scaled-down, antique building model materialized above the fire seed's core, wrapped in golden lightened Imperial Guard Barracks of extraordinary grade. Huang Yu guided the fire seed and placed the new structure on the eastern side of his domain, in the same defense zone as the Spartan training camp and the Amazon tribe. When the radiance faded, a four-sided courtyard with vermilion walls, glazed tiles, and gilded gates rose within the inner city, solemn and imposing. He opened the building panel. Imperial Guard Barracks Extraordinary. Level, Tier 1. Upgrade to Tier 2, for 100 soul crystals, 5,000 wood, 3,000 stone. Functions. 1. Generates 5 Imperial Guards LV1, Extraordinary automatically each day. 2. Spend 50 soul crystals to produce 1 additional LV1 Imperial Guard. 3. Guards stationed here recover stamina and injuries at high speed. 4. Duty of protection. Assign guards to protect the Lord, the territory, or the people. They will continue to level up and can even advance to heroic, royal, or divine rank. Notes. A. Imperial Guards are born as warrior class units. B. While on guard duty, they have a 5 chance to become heroic, a 0.2 chance to reach royal rank, and a 0.01 chance to ascend to divine rank. No wonder it costs more than the Spartan camp or the Amazon tribe, Huang Yu thought. The Imperial Guard could evolve without fighting at all. Now his 3 extraordinary forces each had a unique role. Spartan warriors are converted civilians ideal for reforming future criminals or loafers. Amazon warriors grow through titles. Rihanna shines like the morning star guiding her sisters, while Ella tears through foes like a storm. Imperial Guards gain strength simply by standing watch, advancing step by step from the front lines. That means I can pull patrols off the wall of divine prohibition, he decided, planning to hand Huang Yu City's routine security over to the Imperial Guards to boost overall mobility. By custom, he greeted every new extraordinary unit in person. After reviewing the panel, he first upgraded the barracks to Tier 2, then spent another 6,000 soul crystals, 10,000 wood, 6,500 stone, and 3,000 refined iron to initiate the Tier 3 upgrade. While the builders worked, 15 newly born Imperial Guards arrived at the Fireseed Hall. Though still in plain clothes, they stood shoulder to shoulder like an unbreachable wall, their disciplined stance mirrored by the gilded ceiling. Imperial Guards Jiang Chengzi Baixian and Wang Suanxin reporting, together with our brothers, to the Lord. The 15 men saluted with clasped fists, a surge of martial vigor filling the hall. Huang Yu rose, swept his gaze across them, and smiled. Welcome, mighty warriors. I believe you will become the unshakable bulwark of Huang Yu. At his words, the 15 Imperial Guards dropped to one knee, right fists over their hearts, and replied in a single, resonant voice, as long as we draw breath, not 1 inch of Huang Yu shall be lost. White Dragon Astra drove the wandering monsters toward Huang Yu City purely by accident. With a sweep of his silver wings, the scattered beasts were herded toward the outskirts like leaves caught in a gale. For days the Spartan warriors and Amazon warriors had been clearing the surrounding lands, and monsters near Huang Yu City had almost vanished. The past 2 days had seen their numbers shrink to a trickle. Beyond the strict order to capture every creature alive, the real obstacle was simple scarcity. Spartans were trekking all the way to the northeastern grasslands just to keep up their hunting volume. Astra's latest misstep changed all that, flooding the suburbs with monsters once more. When the morning sweep ended, the fighters saw an immediate payoff. Their kill rate shot through the roof. Huang Yu still needed the last quarter of his experience bar to reach Tier 3. He had expected to gain it during the night's beast-tide defense, but by 4 or 5 in the afternoon, he had already hit his target. The boost came from 2 fronts. First, the sudden spike in battlefield experience. Second, the arrival of fresh Yuan guards. Unable to upgrade the Amazon village or the Spartan training grounds, Huang Yu simply pushed the Yuan guard barracks to Tier 3 and mass-produced 400 guards, freeing the Spartans and Amazons who had been patrolling the Xinjiang Wall. After expanding his forces, Huang Yu noticed an amusing quirk. Ordinary townsfolk earned a trickle of experience while gathering, farming, logging, quarrying, or mining, and a cut of that XP was automatically taxed to the Lorda levy he jokingly called the experience tax. The Yuan guards were no exception, and their duty to protect trait was even more extreme. After just half a day on the Xinjiang Wall, the entire unit had reached level 2. System messages like Yuan guard has defended your territory. You gain experience popped up, so often Huang Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He figured that once they held off tonight's beast tide, their levels would skyrocket again, and several might even evolve into hero units. Just then the familiar blue panel appeared. Use the Elemental Queen's core as an awakening catalyst and advance to Tier 3. Note, the catalyst grade is exceedingly high, and awakening may fail. Failure results range from downgrading the awakened talent and destroying the catalyst to rank regression, bodily harm, or even death. Proceed with awakening? Too high a grade, so it might fail? Huang Yu frowned. The prompt offered no odds, yet the arrow was on the string. There was no turning back. Even if the chance of success was below 50%, he wouldn't abandon it. Yes, confirm awakening. The moment he spoke, the Elemental Queen's core floated from his palm and burst into multicolored light. Fine cracks raced across the crystal, and viscous, oil-like elemental energy became black serpents that lunged at him. Scorching flames, dense earth, razor gales, and fluid yet crushing waterfall elements surged forward, slamming into his body. As the elemental torrent flooded him, Huang Yu slipped into unconsciousness. His body was engulfed in a furious tide of elemental energy. Torrents of fire, frost, lightning, gales, steam, and magma churned around him in layered waves, ready to grind every inch of flesh to dust and remake it. Within a few breaths, Huang Yu vanished into the seething radiance. In the final moments of his awakening, he merged completely with the elements, each limb, organ, and sinew flickering at high speed between different states of matter. Seconds dragged on. 30 minutes later, the surging power retreated like an ebbing tide, revealing the hall's original walls and floor. Huang Yu surfaced from swirling chaos, his senses knitting back together. Congratulations, Lord. You have advanced to Tier 3 and awakened a mythic talent elemental sovereign. The system's voice was deep and clear, rolling on without pause. The talent grade is exceptionally high. Parsing complete. A flood of data coalesced into 6 golden lines that hovered before his eyes. 1. Elemental avatar. Transform into any element. Below level 29, each form lasts 3 seconds. While elemental, the sovereign is immune to physical damage and elemental spells. 2. Phase element. Enhances all allied elemental abilities and weakens those of enemies, including their resistance saplies to creatures and items alike. 3. Elemental edict. In any territory the sovereign permanently occupies, all elemental energy falls under their control. Within this domain, non-bloodline casters cannot release elemental spells without permission. 4. Elemental affinity. Every elemental skill cast by the sovereign is promoted by 1 grade, effective up to legendary rank. 5. Mimetic convergence. Freely shape elements into weapons or attacks. Maximum power equals the sovereign's Tier 1. Elements can be combined, with effects determined by ratio and properties. 6. Elemental embrace. Elements naturally gather around the sovereign. Over time, pure elemental crystals will form wherever they reside. Other abilities await the Lord's own discovery. A mythic grade talent elemental sovereign. The word struck him like a hammer. Huang Yu raised a hand, tiny arcs still dancing across his fingertips, while his chest felt like a furnace that would never go out. Every fiber of his body burned, glowed, and thrummed. He pictured it instinctively. 1 casual stomp would shake the earth and summon magma. A single sweep could unleash storms, thunder, and torrential rain. Of course he knew that was wishful thinking. To truly reach that level he needed to ascend to Tier 6. Even so, his power had transformed beyond recognition. Elemental avatar dwarfed the phantom armor he once relied on. Compared with Lord Cassid's lightning form, Huang Yu could not only stay transformed longer, but also cycle through multiple elements: fire, then earth, then water, making him effectively invincible for over 10 seconds. The only drawback, it offered no immunity to non-elemental energy attacks. Phase element was effectively an upgraded canyon relativity, boosting allies and crippling foes simultaneously, extending to weapons and structures as well. Even a god-forbidden wall could have its elemental resistance crushed to that of ordinary stone if his level was high enough. Elemental edict was simpler still, a domain-wide silence. Inside territory he had assimilated, every elemental spell bowed to his command unless its caster carried a bloodline talent. Elemental affinity and mimetic convergence formed his sharpest twin blades. The former raised every elemental skill by a full grade. The latter let him weave spears, giant fists, or hybrid blasts from raw elements, with peak power brushing the limits of a tier above his own. Elemental embrace, meanwhile, turned him into a walking, supercharged spirit stone. Wherever he stayed, pristine elemental crystals would bloom, socketable, alchemical, priceless. Steadying his turbulent thoughts, Huang Yu weighed each power's strengths and flaws. One bold conclusion crystallized. If he seized complete control of Huang Yu's city's elements, even a dragon would suffocate in the air he commanded. The sun was sinking in the west. The sky was still awash with crimson clouds, and a blood-red moon draped the mountains and forests in a thin scarlet veil. Deep in the sea of trees, frenzied roars rose and fell like rolling war drums. Across the endless chaos continent, scattered lords braced for the second beast tide since humanity's arrival. This time there was no invincibility grace period. For every lord, today was the first true test of survival on the Chaos Continent. Lord Zingan's early warning had sent many human lords scrambling to prepare, yet once the protective shields vanished they were still in dire straits. Most were destined to shed blood and tears. After all, this was reality, not the illusory chaos realm. Any losses the wild monsters inflicted would be carved into flesh and bone. The world channel seethed with panic. The Red Moon is really here. Monsters have broken into my fields and ruined all the sand apples. Why are city walls so expensive? I barely fenced in my keep. Please don't let them wreck the troop buildings outside. Perfect grinding time. My seraphic hound might hit Tier 4 in this fight. To hell with it. I've blocked every castle gate. I just want to keep the flame alive. Good call, brother. As long as the flame survives, we still have a chance. Damn, the beasts are charging. My wall is thinner than paper. Help! Lord Huang Yu, Lord Jaishide, Lord Chitian. Please, I'll be your slave in my next life. After a brief outburst, the channel fell quiet, only the occasional plea flickering by. The monsters had launched their assault, leaving no one free to chat. Huang Yu closed the world channel and fixed his gaze on the frenzied beasts in the distance. Huang Yu City was surrounded by the tide as well, yet a 15-meter high, 10-meter thick wall of divine prohibition encircled it. To this Feng Huang Yu Lord statue projected an anti-flight barrier, and 1,400 heroes and warriors guarded every inch. Not even a mosquito could slip through. For Huang Yu, tonight's beast tide had only two purposes: leveling up his warriors and testing his newly awakened talent. Just a few dozen meters away, shadows of beasts crowded the dense forest, the crimson moonlight glinting in their eyes and making them look even more menacing. Roar! The first to burst from the woods was a pack of steel-maned boars. An adult stood up to 5 meters tall, its neck bristles rising like steel needles and flashing with a cold, golden gleam. One Tier 4 boar, backed by more than a dozen Tier 3 and Tier 2 kin, slammed headlong into the wall of divine prohibition. Bang! 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 Amid the deafening impacts came the muffled crack of splintering bone. The Tier 4 boar jolted to a halt, the crimson light in its pupils dimming as it staggered back, blood-flecked foam drooling from its mouth before it collapsed with a final snort. The remaining boars reeled, their heads spinning as they struggled to find their bearings. Despite the impact, the wall of divine prohibition remained unscathed, and the Imperial guards on top barely felt a tremor. A beam of gold flickered along the parapet, and the nearest guard instantly rose to level 3. At the same time, a system prompt appeared before Huang Yu. Imperial Guard Pigeon Z has repelled the monster assault and gained 263 experience points. Those iron bristle boars had just handed Huang Yu and the guards a pile of experience through a kamikaze charge, and the absurdity of it made his mouth twitch. Gazing at the heap of carcasses below, he muttered to himself, "This duty is broken beyond belief. If I stage a few mock sieges, could I keep farming levels for the guards? I need to try that sometime." Roars rolled across the plain, and the ground shook as if struck by a giant hammer. A Tier 5 mountain ogre, nearly 8 meters tall, lumbered toward Huang Yu City, its skin rippling with wave-like runes and webbing stretched between its limbs. 8 more ogres surged out behind it, clearly following the water-attuned leader as they advanced with menacing momentum. At other sectors, powerful beasts assaulted the wall as well, but the 15-meter-high fortifications were like a natural chasm. Unable to scale them, the monsters could only serve as live targets for the warriors on the battlements. The leading ogre thrust out its chest and arms, bellowed, and unleashed a waterfall of water that crashed toward Huang Yu's Toera, flawless elemental spell, visible at a glance. Trying to play with elements in front of me? You're out of your depth. Huang Yu snorted and activated phased elements. Weakening the enemy meant empowering himself. By the time the surging torrent reached the wall, more than half of it had vaporized, leaving only a splashing stream that dribbled harmlessly onto the parapet. My mimicry spells are only Tier 4, excellent grade at best, but I make up for it with volume. He clenched his fist, drawing the surrounding moisture into a sphere over 10 meters wide that hovered above the ogres' heads. Boom! The orb burst, a tidal wave slamming several ogres against the base of the wall. Then came the follow-up. Quagmire, stone spikes, fireball, lightning spear, windblade. Elemental bombardments rained down in quick succession. Stripped of their resistances by phased elements, the ogres went from reinforced concrete to fragile flesh in an instant. Except for the Tier 5 leader, the remaining 8 were soon blasted into mangled corpses. The leader, scorched and blackened, had the crimson light in its eyes snuffed out by terror. Regaining a sliver of reason, it floundered through the mud with its webbed limbs, desperate to flee. Huang Yu flicked his wrist and spoke to the nearby warriors, their eyes blazing with excitement. Finish it. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Short spears and arrows tore through the air, turning the half-buried ogre into a porcupine before it toppled over. A flash of gold washed over Huang Yu, level 21. A mythic-grade talent really lives up to its name, he thought with satisfaction. Although he had burned plenty of elemental energy, this little demonstration of elemental sovereign was dazzling enough. When technique falls short, overwhelming firepower will do. Within the realm of elements, Huang Yu is the law. Jiao Yuo's domain. Still trapped at Tier 3, she had barely installed a set of fine-grade ramparts when the path to Tier 4 slipped even farther from reach, but a surging beast tide left her no time to regret the purchase. Kill them. Don't let those animals smash the gate. Look out. A big one's charging in. Boom. A magic-inscribed explosive arrow burst in front of the ranks, showering fire and gore as it swallowed a cluster of frenzied beasts. Zhu Zhao, Yu Ying, Lianzhen, ride with me. Understood. Meow. A shrill cry split the night. Jelua vaulted from the 8-meter wall, her golden-striped tiger tensing and landing like a streak of lightning. 3 heavy-armored knights spurred their nightmare horses after her, blue hellfire sparking beneath their hooves. The 4 riders hit the ground and formed up instantly, driving straight into the densest knot of monsters at the gate. With their lord leading the charge, morale soared. Taiwa bladesmen and Shilon warriors shouted glory to the lord. Not a single soldier faltered. Inside the formation, Zhu Zhao led the vanguard, his guandao whirling like a hurricane, carving a bloody corridor with every sweep. The heroine Yu Ying danced with twin blades. Their icy flashes always appeared at the flank's most perilous gap, each strike a clean kill. Lianjin hewed wide arcs with a massive axe. Everything on the right side dissolved into shards of meat and bone. The trio guarded Jelloa at the center. Kamid, she loosed arrows in a relentless storm, steel-tipped, poison-tipped, and magic-inscribed explosives in deadly rotation. The barrage froze every charging beast in a snapshot of death, siphoning the tide's fury away from the wall. In less than half an hour, Zhu Zhao, Yu Ying, and Lianjin all reached level 16, and Jelloa finally filled her own level 19 bar. Boom, boom, boom. She loosed 3 explosive arrows at once, shredding the nearest monsters into pulp. Fall back. The golden tiger sprang, hooking its claws twice to carry Jelloa back onto the parapet. She spun and drew again, a rainfall of arrows shielding the 3 heroes below. The nightmare horses kicked up blue fire and bounded up the battlements, regrouping with their lord. Far out in the dark, countless crimson eyes gleamed. Jelloa bit her lip and barked. Hold the wall, none of them set foot inside. Keep fighting, they'll return at once. Yes, my lord. Taiwa bladesmen and Shilon warriors answered as one. Their resolve, unshaken by her brief departure, Jelloa, had become their creed. She slipped to a sheltered corner, producing a fragment of bone wreathed in black smoke. Night Demon's Breath. Type, Material. Grade, Extraordinary. Description, Night Demons are a derivative race of the demon Lord Lepreed. Every adult night demon is a 6th-tier fiend capable of conjuring endless dark mist, turning an entire battlefield into eternal night. This was the 2nd extraordinary grade reward Jelloa earned for her rank performance in the assessment. It was also the awakening catalyst she had prepared for her advance to Tier 3. Now, at last, it was time to use it. Would you like to use Breath of the Night Fiend as your awakening catalyst to ascend to Tier 3? Note, the awakening process is irreversible. Jelloa barely glanced at the prompt before jabbing her fingertip at the screen awaken. The withered bone in her palm burst into an inky mist. The black haze seemed alive, screeching as it bored straight into her body. Agony tore through her nerves, threatening to knock her out then and there. But the thunder of battle still roared atop the wall, and she forced her reeling mind to stay sharp. She knew too well that if the Lord faltered now, the defender's morale would collapse. In the next instant, jet black markings, like writhing serpents, spread from her right hand across her body. Every inch felt as though ants were gnawing at her marrow. At last the lines converged on her brow, forming a faint vertical glyph. Congratulations, Lord. You have ascended to Tier 3 and awakened the extraordinary talent Demonic Vitalis. High-grade talent detected. Parsing complete. 1. Wings of the Night Fiend. Manifest a pair of Night Fiend wings, granting flight, shielding, and rending power. 2. Spirit Link Sigil. Spend energy to forge sigils that bind the Lord to fused creatures. Marked allies share Soul Rend Hand and are immune to penalties while empowered within Breath of Darkness. 3. Soul Rend Hand. When a marked ally kills an enemy, part of the foe's vitality and energy is siphoned to heal or store for the Lord. Prolonged excessive absorption may cause mental or physical corruption. 4. Breath of Darkness. Unleash a vast cloud of black smoke that blinds vision, corrodes energy, weakens bodies, and disturbs minds. Only those bearing the Spirit Link sigil can move unharmed within it and gain bonuses. While inside the field, the talent holder's attributes surge, and combined with the wings of the Night Fiend can move at near instantaneous speed, at the cost of consuming large amounts of smoke. The more energy invested, the wider and longer the effect. Streams of information flashed through her mind as Jelloa slowly raised her head, the new vertical mark lending her an indescribable air of mystery. Shoo! Ebon wings unfurled from her back, whipping up billowing smoke and lifting her into the air. Around her, eerie Spirit Link sigils coalesced. Take them, my warriors. With a sweep of her hand, the sigils shot toward the soldiers. Faced with the ominous black seals, none hesitated. Every one of them reached out to accept. Excellent. Her wings beat hard. A torrent of dark mist cascaded down, enshrouding half the wall in an instant. In the blink of an eye she became a shadow, vanishing into the surging breath of darkness. The Lord gained 1,560 experience and 200 soul crystals. Water Element Mountain Troll Talent Aqueous Troll Factor. Rare grade has been looted, but it was immediately overwritten by a higher tier talent. A skill book has dropped. Please collect it. Within seconds of killing the troll, a cascade of pop-ups filled Huang Yu's vision. Experience and soul crystal counters shot upward, followed by confirmation from his void plunder talent. Unfortunately, the newly acquired aqueous troll factor was useless to him. In the realm of elements, elemental sovereign sits atop the food chain. Any gene, race, or innate gift tied to an element is crushed beneath that crown. The fire factor he stole from the Noel Lord had already been dismantled the moment elemental sovereign awakened. Nothing remained, not even ash. Even if he advanced again and used elemental material as a catalyst, there was no guarantee the promotion would succeed, much less grant an extra talent. After all, he already held dominion over every element. What he needed was deeper mastery, not a jumble of ability shards. He rifled through the fallen skill books and kept only Rage of the Riptide, tossing the rest into the universal market. Troop units have their own skill systems. These books are for lords alone. For Huang Yu, who already wielded more fusion elemental attacks, Rage of the Riptide was still valuable. It squeezed the most power out of raw energy. His morphing power could turn earth into ramparts or blend earth and fire into magma. Yet he couldn't cast pure earth stone armor or fuse fire and earth into explosive blazing warheads. His toolkit was limited. The most complex strike he managed so far was a wind element tornado. Unless he grew strong enough to micromanage every sliver of elemental energy with each cast, he still needed skill books for reliable results. The Lord has used a skill book. Congratulations. You have mastered an epic grade skill Rage of the Riptide. Rage of the Riptide Epic. Summon a colossal wave that crashes down on a target area like a waterfall from the sky. With the elemental sovereign bonus, an epic skill can unleash near-perfect destruction. Who's fixing the dam after this? Huang Yu quipped, his inner anime nerd surfacing. He raised a hand, and a surging stream 40-odd meters wide coiled in midair. Light danced across the water's surface as a vast cerulean dragon seemed to take shape. An instant later the wave roared downward, charging the monsters howling at the foot of the wall like a cavalry stampede. With a deafening crash, more than 20 creatures were swallowed whole. Outside the divine forbid wall, the clearing was scrubbed into a sterile corridor, ancient trees ripped out by the roots, boulders blasted apart, the exposed earth shaved half a foot deep. The Lord gained more experience. Genetic ability looted savage bear strength. Another skill book has dropped. Pop-ups kept flashing, but Huang Yu ignored them. He raised his hand again, condensing 3 violet-veined blazing warheads, and hurled them into the beast horde without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. 3 mushroom clouds bloomed within the beast tide. Blinding white fire billowed skyward, and the shockwave whipped smoke and dust into giant umbrella-shaped vortices. When the haze settled, 3 bottomless craters more than 10 meters wide scarred the earth, while several monsters lay in pieces, obliterated by the searing arcane shells. Augmented by both void power and elemental mastery, each shell packed the punch of a flawless grade skill. On the ramparts, the warriors watched Huang Yu's display of might, reverence, and fanaticism flaring together in their eyes. With morale at its peak, the Spartan fighters led by Dilios and the other heroes charged from the gate, spears bristling in tight formation as they gouged a bloody furrow through the horde. The Amazon warriors split into 2 teams. One used grappling lines to zip between the wall and the beasts like arrows on a silver chain, while the other, mounted on obsidian-scaled panthers, hammered the enemy in tandem with the Spartan shield wall. High on the divine prohibition wall, Imperial guards calmly loosed arrows and hurled spears. Their experience bar skyrocketed. Most were already level 3, and 2 had even become hero units. After unleashing several more volleys of spells, Huang Yu paused. The beast tide still raged, yet the warriors' fighting spirit surged even higher. Through relentless combat they drove the horde deep into the forest, forcing the panther-mounted Amazons to pursue and corral the scattered stragglers. During the melee, Huang Yu leveled up again, reaching level 22. Ding Amazon tribe. You have obtained a sovereign unit. A sovereign unit? One of my heroes has advanced. Heart pounding, Huang Yu scanned his 1,400 warriors and zeroed in on universal territories. First sovereign, of course, it was you, Rihanna. In the distance, Rihanna was yanked skyward by her grappling line, a torrent of golden light erupting from her body before slowly fading. Her long hair streamed behind her, and her armor gleamed like fresh winter snow, the edge of her sword flashing with an icy shine. Bathed in the crimson moonlight, she resembled the brightest morning star in the night sky. Huang Yu opened Rihanna's status screen. Unit: Amazon Warrior Rihanna. Level: 20. Loyalty: 100. Devoted. Potential: Legendary, can advance to level 79. Class: Amazon Queen. Skills: 1. Morningstar Technique, a top-tier combat art. Any weapon in her hands attains Grandmaster level lethality. Precise and elegant, it is the nightmare of countless foes. 2. Regal presence, an innate leadership aura that allows Amazon warriors under her command to know neither fear nor retreat. With her guidance, victory becomes inevitable. 3. Peerless stratagem, an acute sense for battlefield dynamics that reveals enemy weaknesses, predicts their next moves, and crafts targeted strategies, always trading minimal cost for maximal gain. Title: Queen of the Morning Star. Motto: Dying by my hand is a mercy granted by my lord. At last, the Amazon warriors had met their true queen. Ruiana's title and class now proudly bore the honorific queen. Beyond the personal might embodied in her Morningstar technique, her regal presence and peerless stratagem marked her as a commander of formidable caliber. As time passed, the warriors cut down more and more of the roaming beasts. The once surging tide thinned and lost its momentum. Scattered monsters, bleeding in panic, dashed about like headless flies until the Amazons and Spartans hunted them down outside the city. Only a few fourth and fifth tier creatures, their minds partly intact thanks to their strength and resistance to the Red Moon, survived the first onslaught. When they could not breach the towering walls, they turned elsewhere to vent their fury. The warriors refused to let a single beast escape. At Queen Ruiana's command, the leopard-mounted Amazons swept out in a wide arc, herding the stragglers straight back toward Cosmic City. Driven mad, the monsters hurled themselves at the Spartan phalanx, hoping to tear the humans apart, but they fell one after another before the glittering spears and the unbreakable shield wall. The phase element debuff had crippled their magic spells once able to raise a city, now fizzled into mere sparks and fist-sized clods, leaving them to charge Hedon, only to be cut down by Spartan and Amazon blades. High atop the wall, Huang Yu gazed at the blood-red sky. The crimson moon had dimmed noticeably, and a thin pale arc bled into its edgy, a sign that the red moon would soon vanish. When this night ended, the white moon would rule the heavens for the next 3 nights. Imperial Guard Ing Chantian has flawlessly repelled the beast tide and upheld his duty. You gain 260 experience. Imperial Guard Jiang Tingyuan has upheld his duty. Imperial Guard Nin Pingyin. Lines of notifications raced past as brilliant gold light flared along the ramparts. Huang Yu himself was bathed in it. The beast tide was not yet fully over, yet he had already reached LV23. Even more surprising, most of the experience had come from Imperial Guards whose average level was only LV5. The siege is over, and this defender's duty trait is ridiculous, he muttered. Many of the guards had fired only a handful of arrows and still gained several levels, whereas the Spartan and Amazon elites had earned their ranks through bloodshed beyond the walls. That was far from the only reward. Besides Ruiana and the Imperial Guard's dramatic growth, the rest of his forces advanced across the board. Spartans, 13 heroes Dilios, Gannicus, Musa, and others rose to rank 2. Shaun, Sios, and 24 more warriors also reached rank 2. Over 300 Spartans advanced to rank I. Amazons, Ella, Maranabo, and Sandra achieved rank 2. 11 additional warriors evolved into hero units, bringing the Amazon hero count to 29 and overtaking the Spartans. One night of battle had sent the power of the cosmic territory soaring. Even if he rode to the White Dragon's territory right now, Huang Yu was certain he could bring it down without taking serious losses and finally claim a true Dragon Slayer's victory. Universal City's 3 troop buildings had all reached Tier 3. They needed only a handful of rare materials before pushing to Tier 4. Once that upgrade was done, he planned to march out and wipe the local ogre camps and the White Dragon's lair off the map. The thought put him in a great mood. During the beast tide, several warriors were badly wounded, but none had died. Sturdy bodies and his generous supply of potions had pulled every last one back from the brink. Ordinary townsfolk, still buzzing with excitement, were now carrying those bloodstained yet beaming fighters into the barracks for long-term treatment. Huang Yu looked beyond the city walls toward the distant forest. The crimson moonlight had retreated, and the sea of trees was silent once more. Monsters that had survived the slaughter were still trembling. Odds were they would abandon their dens and steer well clear of Universal City tonight. For long-term growth, he meant to have his warriors capture beasts alive whenever possible and try taming omnivores like buck-toothed rabbits, steel-maned boars, and kuei oxen to diversify the territory's wildlife. Finishing the battlefield felt like turning a field of soil. Corpses lay everywhere, the stench of blood drowning out the scent of grass. It was less a defense than an extermination. By his rough count, 6 or 7 Tier V monsters were down, along with 100+ Tier 3 and 4 creatures. Driven from the deep woods by the White Dragon, they had charged straight into Universal City's killing ground and met an even worse fate. A night owl cried mournfully as the eastern sky paled. The second beast tide was truly over, though many a lord would never see this dawn. The relentless fight had drained Huang Yu to the bone. Once his warriors finished clearing the field, he declared a onatary holiday so everyone could finally get some proper sleep. He himself directed the gatherers to dismantle carcasses through the night. Temperatures were dropping, but the weather was still far from a natural freezer, so the only way to slow decay was to process meat and materials at once and seal them in storage. He had no idea how many monsters he had actually killed. He only knew the gathering zone outside the walls now held several hills of raw flesh, and his soul crystal balance had quietly climbed to 260,000. Even better, 3 newly dropped skill books were usable by spellcasters. 1. Flesh Wither, perfect grade. fires a ray that causes tissue to rot rapidly. If untreated, the decay spreads over the body. Effective only against flesh and blood creatures. 2. Drowning Prison, excellent grade. Shapes water into a spherical cage whose swirling layers dissipate force. Anyone trapped inside will suffocate if they can't break free. 3. Brutal Strength Aura, excellent grade. Projects an amplifying field over a group, greatly boosting their strength. He reserved all 3 for personal use, while the other skill books were tossed into Universal City Shop and had already been snapped up. After a night of frenzy, the first light of dawn spread a pale gold across the walls of Huang Yu City. Dragging his aching body, Huang Yu returned to the castle, each step heavy from the all-nighter. From the balcony of his bedroom, he spotted more than 400 fully recovered Spartan warriors marching out the gate in perfect formation. He had granted everyone a full day off, yet the Spartans refused to rest. Rihanna's promotion to king rank, coupled with the sudden appearance of 11 Amazon heroes last night, had put them under real pressure. Hungry for greater power, they willingly gave up their holiday. After topping up their stamina in the Spartan training camp, all but a handful of the wounded set out with Dilios on another campaign. Among the first 5 warriors ever summoned, the brothers Xiao In and Xiao Zui advanced to hero units while recuperating in the camp. Unfortunately, both were badly hurt last night. Xiao Zui even had an arm torn off by a wild beast. The pair were still bedridden and would need at least another day or 2 to recover. Check-in complete. Lord rewarded with 10 photon crystals. Photon crystals, nice. Huang Yu tossed the crystals into storage, let out a long yawn, and collapsed onto the bed. 2 sleepless nights had glued his eyelids together. He couldn't even be bothered to check the discount list before drifting off. Boom. A thunderous blast jolted him upright. The echo was still rolling outside when a figure smashed through his bedroom window and landed squarely on his bed. Had a delicate maiden dropped in, he might have been pleased, but the soot-covered Zhu Ling sprawled across the mattress turned delight into shock. The bedroom wall was 20 meters high. How on earth had she flown in? Dazed by the explosion, Zhu Ling clutched the breeze amulet at her throat the moment she saw Huang Yu and whispered, "My lord, you're still asleep? It's almost noon. I came to call you for lunch." Her first thought was food. Huang Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Grabbing her by the scruff of the neck, he hauled her out of the room. Judging by the blinding sunlight, it was barely 10 o'clock. Had slept only 2 or 3 hours. He was still tired, but after this commotion, any drowsiness was gone. He washed up quickly while the butler and a few servants inspected the blast site and swept up the glass shards. By the time Huang Yu entered the dining hall, a lavish brunch was laid out. Zhu Ling, however, had already slipped away, clearly afraid of being questioned. Out of habit, he opened the world channel. It was as lively as ever, the screen filled with lords lamenting. That was brutal. Last night's beast tide wiped out half my troops and killed my only hero. Be glad you're still breathing. That tide was terrifying. By my count, at least 1,000,000 lords were eliminated in a single night. And this disaster hits every 7 days? How are we supposed to survive? Can somebody help me? My castle's been flattened by wild monsters, and I'm trapped under the rubble. I can't hold on much longer. You could try contacting the settlers who spawned today and get them to dig you out. Someone replied instantly in the world chat. Another message followed just as fast. The Gaside Emporium has restocked tons of food, materials, and skill books. Fair prices, no tricks. Come take a look. The Lord trial might be over, but the real test of survival never ends. Every beast tide wipes out the weaker lords, while those who barely hang on sift through the carnage for experience, soul crystals, skill books, and various materials, slowly gaining the strength to stand toe-to-toe with other races. After finishing breakfast, Huang Yu wiped the grease from his fingers and opened the chaos market, ticking the discount artifacts filter. The lords had just pocketed a pile of soul crystals, and he planned to skim off a good share. The moment the list refreshed, rows of markdowns filled the screen. Last night's battle alone had earned him more than 260,000 soul crystals, plenty of seed money for flipping goods. 90 off, common grade plant obstacle clearing berry tree, 65 SC, 6.5 SC, stock 50. 70 off, fine grade gear red feather cloak, 160 SC, 48 SC, stock 50. 90 off, rare grade building knoll altar, 6,200 SC, 620 SC, stock 2. Huang Yu dumped the entire batch into his own shop. While he was at it, he tossed in the knoll altars as well. Had no use for them, so they might as well go in the clearance bin. With the rare items handled, he shifted his gaze to the excellent tier. 80 off, excellent grade material arachnid skull plate, 3,400 SC, 680 SC, stock 5. The bone-like shell on a phantom spider's back looks just like a white skull, perfect crafting material. 90 off, excellent grade pet gargoyle, 46,000 SC, 4,600 SC, stock 2. Living statues with immense strength, maxed dual resistances, flight capability, and total immunity to necromancy golems in all but name. 99.99 off, excellent grade gear ripple suit, 60,000 SC, 60 SC, stock 50. Enables agile, extended movement underwater, and even offers decent protection. At these prices, I'd be crazy not to buy? Huang Yu grabbed the lot without hesitation. A vision of white dragon Austra's domain in the vast southern seas he had yet to explore flashed through his mind. He would need this gear sooner or later. After clearing out the excellent tier, he picked up a few perfect-grade materials and tossed them into the global shop as awakening catalysts for human lords pushing toward Tier 3. He still had 740,000 soul crystals left. With the low-tier purchases settled, he turned to the high-end section. A quick scan showed only one thing he could actually afford, or rather, one person. 75 off, epic-grade hero unit Celine, Vizier of Gothu unique. 24 million SC 600,000 SC. Throughout the long annals of the Gotha dynasty, Celine was the only woman ever to sit on the Council of Regents. Some claimed she was an illegitimate royal. Others sneered that she had traded her body for power, rising to a position second only to the throne itself. The truth would have to wait until she appeared in person. Original price, 24 million soul crystals. Now, 600,000. An epic-grade hero Gitas Vizier. Even from the sparse description, Huang Yu could tell that Celine was special and probably not cut out for frontline brawling. He had hoped to recruit a powerhouse who could charge into battle, but the territory was drowning in chores and urgently needed leadership, so his eyes finally settled on this civil officer. Spend 600,000 soul crystals to buy the epic-grade hero unit Gitas Vizier Celine? Yes. Huang Yu hit confirm without a second thought. A blinding pillar of gold poured from the fire seed, wrapping the summoning circle like a waterfall. Moments later, the light faded. A stunning woman in a thin short robe, looking deliciously languid, appeared before him. Huang Yu was momentarily dazzled by her beauty. Forcing himself to stay calm, he pulled up her status window. Gitas Vizier Celine. Unique hero LV38. Loyalty. Potential, Tier 6 transcended, up to LV59. Class, Water Elementalist. Skills, Crystal Skin, Water's Grace, Clearwater Sprite. Motto, many try to climb higher, fail, and never get another chance, they fall to their deaths. Hero note, don't expect great combat power from a woman who spends all her magic on skincare, but trust her and give her time, and your domain will bloom with abundance. The question marks after loyalty made Huang Yu pause. He had never seen that tag before. Almost as if sensing his doubt, a system prompt appeared. Celine never trusts anyone easily. Even as her lord, you will not win her obedience overnight. So winning her loyalty would be no small feat. Huang Yu sighed inwardly. A Tier 4 water elementalist who pours every spell into beauty treatments, this newcomer certainly has attitude. Time to work again. Celine yawned lazily, stretching her arms in an exaggerated arc. Her robe rode higher, revealing long, flawless legs that stole Huang Yu's focus for half a heartbeat. So you're my new lord? She crossed her arms, the loose robe suddenly tight across her chest. Her misty blue eyes traveled down his body with a mix of curiosity and appraisal. Dear lord, she purred, voice husky but sweet. So white, so long, so soft, care to touch? Huang Yu swallowed, cursing himself for reacting. He swore his gaze had been locked on the status window, not anywhere below the neck. You're such a tease almost slipped out. But the triple question marks on her loyalty made him choke the joke back. One wrong word, and this pricey vizier might turn into a bedroom ornament instead. He gave a dry laugh and forced his eyes away. We'll discuss that later. For now, get acquainted with Huang Yu City's affairs. Fine, let's see what boring mess you've got. Celine rolled her eyes with practiced allure, the very air seeming to grow languid around her. She strolled toward the doors with casual elegance, each step making her legs shimmer under the lights. Without another glance at Huang Yu, Celine sauntered out of the grand hall. As he walked, Huang Yu kept complaining, managing a place this small is going to be dull. His new subordinate's odd temper was nothing like Yuan's easygoing nature, and the prospect of working together from now on gave him a headache. That afternoon, his wristwatch vibrated twice. 2 messages from the Rune Research Institute popped up. 1. You have acquired an expert-level rune constructor. 2. Your rune constructor has developed a rare-grade rune device. Please come and inspect it. Huang Yu immediately put aside his work and hurried to the institute. The expert constructor was Zhu Ling, and the rare-grade device was her creation. Inside the testing hall, she stood on a metallic disc, gliding slowly through the air under the guard of Zhang Yun and Mu Ping. She had probably blown herself onto her own bed with this thing that morning, so she was handling it with extra care now. The disc, a little more than a meter across and over 10 centimeters thick, hovered half a meter above the floor, its cold metallic sheen dazzling to the eye. A slot in the center locked her feet in place, while jagged teeth jutted from the rim. Blue runes pulsed along every joint. My lord. Zhang Yun and Mu Ping bowed as soon as they saw Huang Yu. Zhu Ling guided the disc to the ground, her face alight with excitement. My lord, this is our maglev disc. It can carry a person through the air. Maglev disc? Huang Yu circled it thoughtfully. The statue boundless realm suspended flight restrictions on equipment for now, so once the runes were active the disc would hover steadily even without a rider. He opened the information panel. Rune device, maglev disc. Rarity, rare. Description, crafted by the Boundless Realm Rune Research Institute's master smiths and expert-level rune constructor Zhu Ling. This is the first rare-grade rune device on the Chaos continent. Activate the main rune circuit for flight. Trigger the serrated pillars along the rim to create an energy shield against attacks. Note, current load capacity 500 kg. He had bought the mag iron or only yesterday, and today Zhu Ling had already turned it into a flying disher. Talent was astonishing. With it, his warriors could transform into aerial units when needed, gaining a decisive edge in ground assaults. The disc's debut also satisfied the final condition for upgrading the Rune Research Institute to Tier 3. Ding! The Chaos Mall has determined the maglev disc is worth cataloging. Would you like to submit its manufacturing technology? You will receive 75,000 experience points and a 7 royalty on all future sales. 75,000 points. Rare gear certainly paid well, and the royalty rate was the highest had seen. Without hesitation, Huang Yu agreed. A pillar of golden light descended on him, and his personal level shot up to LV24. He had gained 4 levels in a single day. After returning to the castle, Huang Yu summoned the butler and ordered, "Prepare a good room in the castle for Zhu Ling and assign several maids to look after her. Whatever she wants to eat, and whenever she wants it, see that she gets it." "Yes, my lord." The butler bent slightly. Though surprised, he dared not ask questions. Huang Yu started to turn away, then called him back. "Prepare a guest room for Shilin as well. Also set up a villa inside the inner city." She may choose between the castle and the villa. Archmage Yuan is to receive the same treatment. He spends most of the year at the inner city villa and seldom comes to the castle, but his privileges remain unchanged. Understood. The butler nodded again and withdrew when he saw the lord had nothing more to add. Thus, out of several dozen artificers, Zhu Ling became the first to move into the castle. The Rune Research Institute now counts 3 master-grade artificers, 56 expert-grade, and 141 apprentices. 23 also hold the secondary profession of rune metrite. In the beginning, everyone was groping in the dark, but when Zhu Ling produced the explosive rune orb, the research broke through. After days of effort, they forged 4 rune constructs, all certified by the Chaos Mall. Both historic leaps in technology were led by Zhu Ling. Huang Yu's regard for her is obvious. The territory's only transcendent tier magic item is strapped to her for personal defense. Shouts drifted in through the window. On the lawn, Zhu Ling patiently explained how to control a hovering disc. Shilin stepped onto it gingerly. The runes flared, and the disc shot forward several meters. Startled, Shilin crouched and screamed, and Zhu Ling hurried to steady her. Huang Yu watched and chuckled. Still smiling, he opened the territory interface, selected the Rune Research Institute, and pressed upgrade. Rare grade rune construct detected. Spend 50,000 soul crystals, 80,000 timber, 60,000 stone, and 12,000 refined iron to upgrade the Rune Research Institute to Tier 3. Confirm. A blazing golden beam burst from the fire seed, enveloping the entire institute. The light mist burned like a forge, tempering the framework and rune network again and again. After a full hour, the brilliance finally subsided. Rune Research Institute. Current quality. Perfect growth. Each major research breakthrough raises the building's quality tier. Current level, Tier 3. Requirements for Tier 4. Forge 1 excellent grade rune construct. Spend 200,000 soul crystals, 300,000 timber, 150,000 stone, and 100,000 refined iron. Function 1. Blue Mountain Workshop retained. Automatically produces 40 apprentice-grade artificers per day. The Lord may pay 20 soul crystals for each additional apprentice-grade artificer. Function 2. Rune Research Center. Senior rune metrites can train junior colleagues. Adds 20 functional laboratories and 1 Renenergy simulation lab. Function 3. Efficiency boost. Crafting speed for artificers and rune metrites 10. Success rate 20. Material efficiency 25. Compared with Tier 2, the Tier 3 Rune Research Institute offers far higher daily output, expanded experimental facilities, and dramatically improved overall productivity. The Rune Institute still hadn't delivered anything that could be called a major breakthrough. Huang Yu had no idea what would actually qualify. A high-tier rune construct? He doubted that would be enough. After all, in his mind, every rank up for the Institute had to be backed by a construct of the same tier. With that thought, he could only sigh in resignation. Things would straighten out when they had to. Even if the tier never rose, the Rune Institute was still one of the finest forging facilities in all of Huang Yu City. Dusk settled in, the sky dimming to deep violet. The Spartan hunters returned and unloaded wagon loads of monster carcasses at the gate, then passed along news that was anything but good. The orcs were back, and not just one clan. Huang Yu frowned and asked for confirmation twice. Gannicus, standing at the head of the line, answered solemnly, "Yes, my lord. While scouting, I found their camp. 3 totem poles were raised, each carved and colored differently. 3 separate camps. How many of them? More than 5,000, at a rough guess." As he spoke, Gannicus produced a handful of shattered crystal, his tone apologetic. I meant to record everything for you, but the moment I activated the comm crystal it cracked apart, and somehow they located me at once. Huang Yu fell silent. Orcs were an advanced race physically powerful, with a wide array of professions. Gannicus had clearly been detected by someone able to sense energy fluctuations the instant the crystal lit up. That alone proved this group was strong. Huang Yu didn't yet have anyone with that kind of ability inside Huang Yu City. A coalition of 3 tribes. Any one of them would be troublesome. Together they were far worse. Dealing with a single powerhouse wasn't hard like that dragon. Huang Yu had ways to pin it down. But a cluster of elites backed by totem poles they could relocate at will? Wiping them out completely would be a nightmare. Even if he routed them, a few might escape, regroup, and come back with reinforcements. Night fell. A white moon climbed into the sky, its cool light spilling over the balcony. Huang Yu sat cross-legged, a faint violet aura swirling around him. His strength was rising and his meditation had grown smoother. Yet the experience bar seemed to stretch on forever. Meditation was, at best, a slow trickle of progress. Suddenly, a delicate fragrance drifted through the air. He opened his eyes to see Shilin patting her cheeks with a milky film of water essence. She had changed into another loose robe, moonlight gleaming on her collarbones and long neck, while the shadowed neckline hinted at deeper darkness. "Oh dear, pardon me, my lord." Shilin blinked, her voice sweet. "The elemental concentration here is higher, so aqua nourishment works better. I slipped over for a moment. You don't mind, do you?" She was certainly easy on the eyes at this hour, but before Huang Yu could answer, clang! A dagger flashed silver as it slid from Xylan's sleeve, bounced twice, and came to rest on the floor. Huang Yu stared at her in silence. She gazed back, innocent as could be, as though she had no idea why a dagger had appeared at her feet. Early morning. After settling the 500 newborn settlers, Celine and the butlers sauntered into the castle. Following last night's friendly negotiation, she had agreed to serve as Universe City's Minister of Administration for a 3-year term. Thinking of the early mornings awaiting her, she frowned and murmured, "Ugh, what will happen to my skin? I just wanted to be a pretty ornament." She sat to Huang Yu's left, tapping her fingers on the table and grumbling. Opposite her, Rihanna, Dilios, Jiang Chengzi, Bailey, Song Yun, and Yun sized up the new minister could have laid back, complaining women really run this city? Once everyone had arrived, the butler and several servants stepped forward. Silver domes were lifted, releasing steaming clouds and the rich smell of meat. Ignoring Celine's muttering, Huang Yu went straight to the point. "You walked around yesterday. How does Universe City look to you?" "Fine," Celine answered without glancing up. "Brave warriors, masterful smiths, citizens who live in peace. Minerals, crops, special resources, this place has it all. A paradise." Her perfunctory tone was unmistakable. Huang Yu pressed on. "That's it. Did you see anything deeper?" "Deeper?" Celine looked up and suddenly chuckled. "Well, my lord, do you want the sweet version or the bitter one?" "That depends on what you want me to hear," Huang Yu replied evenly. Celine's smile faded. "All I saw was a pack of savages penned in by high Walsno heritage. No order, only brute force." She suddenly pulled Zhu Ling close and pinched the girl's cheek. "Oh, little Zhu Ling, you're the exception. Your head is full of stars no one else can see." The room fell silent. Queen Rihanna, the Spartan hero Dilios, Imperial Guard Jiang Qingzi, Master Smith Bailey, Song Yun, and Archmage Yun stared at her. Killing intent simmering Celine had just lumped them and their revered lord in with savages. Sensing danger, Zhu Ling tried to lunge for a stake on the table, but Celine kept her firmly in place. She seemed oblivious to the icy atmosphere. "Isn't that perfect?" Huang Yu chuckled, unruffled by the insult. "Primitive means pure, infinitely malleable. Culture, order, history, well, create them ourselves. Isn't that exactly what you want?" Celine released Zhu Ling, swept her gaze around the room, and said playfully, "Old history is written in ink. The new one in blood. Besides the alien races, our enemies will also include." Bang, bang, bang. An urgent knock cut her off. Huang Yu frowned. "Come in." The butler approached Huang Yu with a stiff expression. "Sir, my lords, forgive the interruption, but a resident has reported that someone has violated your rights." "Violated my rights?" Huang Yu raised an eyebrow, set down his knife and fork, and gestured to the others. "Let's go see." The group followed him out of the castle. Afternoon sunlight glinted on the flagstones, and a cool breeze drifted past. At the gate stood a familiar figure, a territory's first man to earn the village chief class. Breathless and agitated, he pointed a trembling finger at 2 frightened residents beside him. "My lord, they're guilty," the village chief shouted. Huang Yu looked over. A man and a woman, both about 30, stood with their heads lowered, clothes neat but bodies shaking. "Explain. What exactly is their crime?" Huang Yu's tone was calm, yet carried a lord's authority. "They fornicated in secret." The chief thundered. "Everything we have belongs to the lord. How dare they act without your consent? They have stolen your right of first night." The blunt accusation made the female subordinates exchange awkward glances, and even the thick-skinned Huang Yu felt embarrassed. He thought, first night rights? What modern man would need something that absurd? for the past 2 weeks had been busy with assessments, beast tides, and foreign races, and had indeed neglected his people's most basic needs. New settlers arrived daily, supplemented by recruits from the Chaos Mall, most between 16 and 45 with an even gender split. Once food and safety were secured, their abundant energy naturally turned toward reproduction. Considering everyone in Huang Yu City lived together, only one forbidden fruit incident in half a month was impressively restrained. Huang Yu motioned for the pair to rise. He didn't find the matter serious, but he knew rules were necessary. As Celine had said, these people were once savages kept behind high walls. Unchecked desire would bring chaos. With proper guidelines and basic ethics, the settlers could view Huang Yu City as a home, not just a survival machine. He waved away the chief's scolding and spoke gently to the couple. Huang Yu City has no such rule. You are not guilty. The two residents looked bewildered, then visibly relieved, and dropped to their knees. My lord, we won't do it again. Huang Yu cut them off with a wave. His gaze swept the square and settled on the towering statue of the Lord. Inspiration struck. He declared, before my eyes, and in the presence of our heroes, ministers, and 2 grandmasters from this day forward, the 2 of you shall share your lives as a lawful family. Do you accept? A family? They were stunned. Huang Yu City sheltered everyone, but now they could have a home of their own. Warmth rose in their hearts. They looked at each other, then knelt together before the statue. Their voices trembled yet remained firm. We do. Although officiating the wedding was a simple affair, its impact was nonetheless significant. As Huang Yu City's borders kept expanding, more and more citizens began forming families, including many of Huang Yu's own warriors and heroes. These days, taking an oath before the Lord statue had become an indispensable part of every ceremony. But that is a story for another time. After the festivities, Huang Yu returned to the castle and immediately opened the Chaos Mall to check in. Check-in successful. The Lord has received 10 fine-grade shovels. He sent all 10 shovels straight to the warehouse, planning to distribute them to regular citizens later. He then reviewed the warehouse inventory. Meat and grain were stacked like mountains. The city could eat for nearly half a month. Last night's beast tide had replenished the meat supply, yet grain still dominated the stock. The fertile lands effect granted by the Shirong was simply terrifying. Equipment was heaped just as high. More than 2,000 pieces, over 600 of which were common grade. Most of last night's attackers were Tier 1 or Tier 2 monsters, so the materials they dropped were limited in quality, and the resulting gear could rise no higher. Huang Yu had already phased out common gear, but the Rune Institute refused to waste anything and had smelted every ordinary material into equipment before sealing it away. He now listed the entire batch of common equipment on the Huang Yu storefront, instantly earning more than 10,000 soul crystals. Roughly 1,200 pieces of fine, rare, and excellent gear remained. Huang Yu chose about 200 items for the store and pocketed another 60,000 soul crystals. He planned to save the remaining 1,000 pieces until the troop buildings were upgraded to Tier 4, then arm the Suntoba-born warriors all at once. Today, he intended to elevate the extraordinary troop structure to Tier 4. After dealing with the equipment, he noticed several low-tier deals in the mall's discount section. Common-grade mineral resource copper ore at 10 of the original price. 800 soul crystals down to 80, 3 lots remaining. Fine-grade pet blue pattern deer at 10 of the original price. 450 soul crystals down to 45, 20 available. Rare-grade potion surge of energy at 20 of the original price. 2,300 soul crystals down to 460, 10 bottles left. Huang Yu scooped up all 3 types of items he didn't need and relist them on the Huang Yu storefront. Together with his earlier earnings, his balance now stood at 720,000 soul crystals. His eyes then shifted to the discount tab for extraordinary items and above. Extraordinary grade profession scroll Demonslayer swordsman at 30 of the original price. Description: a mortal enemy of spellcasters and a threat feared by dragons, titans, undead, and demons alike. Originally 3.7 million soul crystals, now 1.11 million, 10 scrolls in stock. Epic grade mineral resource arcanium or at 10 of the original price. Highly conductive and self-repairing. Originally 86 million soul crystals, now 8.6 million, 1 vein available. Legendary grade special building house of the Fae at 20 of the original price. Fae are ethereal beings with no combat power, yet they provide tremendous buffs in many specialized fields. Originally 825 million soul crystals, now 165 million. Quantity 1. Huang Yu scrolled from top to bottom again, yet nothing on sale really spoke to him. In the middle of the screen, an epic grade magisteel mine glowed a deep gold, impossible to ignore. He remembered how lucky he had been to secure a single unit of magisteel during the trial and alloy that could be socketed into buildings or forged into gear, boasting phenomenal energy conduction and self-repair properties, the crown jewel of extraordinary materials. Even at 90% off, the price still sat at 8,600,000 soul crystals, far beyond his reach. Below that lay the House of Immortal Spirits. The description was dazzling. Residents would give birth to spirit creatures that massively boosted a territory's performance. Yet with a price tag north of 100 million soul crystals, it would have to stay on his wish list for now. After some thought, he decided to go for high-value construction materials instead. He ticked excellent and perfect on the quality filter, and a new list appeared. 1. 80 off excellent grade null magic sand. Effect: emits a constant radiation that suppresses energy surges and raises the carrier's spell resistance. Price: 1,600 320 soul crystals. Stock: 200 units. 2. 90 off excellent grade mind awakening stone. Effect: gradually strengthens the mind. Living in structures built with it slowly enhances intelligence and potential. Price: 2,800 280 soul crystals. Stock: 200 units. 3. 90 off perfect grade phantom glass crystal. Effect: each shard contains a pocket of overlapping reality. Embedding it in a building dramatically expands interior space. Price: 24,000 2,400 soul crystals. Stock: 200 units. Null magic sand, mind awakening stone, and phantom glass crystal were exactly what he needed. Even with the steep discounts, 600 units of those materials still cost a staggering 600,000 soul crystals, almost 500,000 of which went to phantom glass alone. His balance plummeted from 720,000 to a measly 120,000. Closing the shop, Huang Yu checked his warehouse. Earth gold, or 400 units brought back this week by the Amazon warriors. Blood spirit crystal, 400 units. Magisteel, 1 unit. Which building should I upgrade first? He muttered. Ruiana had just advanced to warlord. With both warlord's aura and peerless strategy, her command capacity had jumped to more than 2,000 troops, and it would keep climbing as she leveled up. The 420 Imperial Guards stationed at the God Wall were more than enough for the current defense, so pushing their barracks to Tier 4 could wait. The Spartan training grounds could mass-produce warriors, but they consumed ordinary citizens, and without enough command-type heroes, a bloated army would be hard to wield effectively. All things considered, upgrading the Amazon tribe was clearly the best way to boost combat power right now. The system prompt appeared. Please allocate the special materials needed to upgrade the Amazon tribe to Tier 4. 200 units Earth Gold Ore. 200 units Blood Spirit Crystal. 200 units Null Magic Sand. 200 units Mind Awakening Stone. 200 units Phantom Glass Crystal. Requirements met. This upgrade will consume a large amount of soul crystals and materials. Confirm? Yes. The instant he spoke, the specified crystals and materials vanished from the warehouse panel. A pillar of blazing gold fire rained down from the sky, enveloping the entire Amazon tribe. Within that blinding light, the outlines of the buildings began to shift, and reform this upgrade was going to take a while. The Amazon tribe took far longer to reach Tier 4 than Huang Yu had expected. Dusk was almost upon them before the golden shield over the camp finally ebbed away like a retreating tide. Ding! The Amazon tribe has advanced to Tier 4. The system chime rang out crisply. At that moment, Huang Yu was in the council chamber with Shilin and Yuan, polishing the first law of Universal City. The chime cut short more than 5 hours of heated debate. He signaled for a recess, asked the steward to escort the two ladies to dinner, and walked to the window, turning all his attention to the freshly upgraded Amazon tribe. One line after another of new data popped up on the interface. Building grade, transcendent. Current Tier 4. Requirements for Tier 5. Tier 5 Fire Seed. 800,000 soul crystals, for million units of lumber, 2,400,000 units of stone, 500,000 units of refined iron, plus 8,008,000 units of special construction materials. Troop production automatically spawns 50 Amazon warriors per day. Recovery cost: pay 25 soul crystals per warrior to restore stamina and heal injuries instantly. Feature 1 Unshaken Ground Tier 2. Kunjan Rock is embedded within the structure, protecting it from earthquakes. Feature 2 Bloodlust Aura Tier 2. All warriors gain an amplified aura of slaughter that intimidates enemies and deals extra damage to soul-based creatures. Feature 3 Spellbreaker Screen Tier 2. Anti-magic sand forms a skin-tight energy screen around each warrior, reducing the impact of spells and energy attacks. Feature 4 Innate Insight Tier 2. Potential and intelligence grow steadily over time. Feature 5 Expanded Roster Tier 2. Increases maximum troop count by 20. Note: Amazon warriors are transcendent troops. They are born as elite units with an 8 chance to promote to hero, a 0.5 chance to reach king class, and a 0.015 chance to ascend to god class. Huang Yu quickly sorted through the information. Stacked with Universal City's own Tier 4 Unshaken Ground, even a Magnitude 7 quake would struggle to crack the camp. The 200 units of Blood Essence crystals powering Bloodlust Aura were still modest for now, but future upgrades would turn the Legion into a nemesis of soul creatures. The Anti-Magic Sand Spellbreaker Screen was not armor but a constant, skin-hugging energy barrier, as though each warrior were wrapped in an invisible shield. The results of innate insight were not immediately visible, yet in Huang Yu's view the slow accrual of potential and intelligence was often more valuable than instant buffs. As for expanded roster, that was the day's biggest surprise. At Tier 3 the Amazon tribe could field only 500 fighters. Tier 4 bumped the base cap straight to 2,000. The additional 20 roster another 400 seats pushed the ceiling to 2,400. Huang Yu could now command a total of 2,400 Amazon warriors. For the next round of troop building upgrades, I really ought to pour in a mountain of spatial materials. But those things cost a fortune. Even a flawless grade of phantom glass barely unlocks Tier 2 functions. Staring at the panel, Huang Yu sighed inwardly. If I want a higher unit cap, they'll just have to keep grinding. He opened the warehouse interface. After the morning maintenance, more than 1,000 pieces of equipment were still in stock. Overnight, the Arcane Foundry had forged another 1,100 items and 200 plus Magitech constructs. By his orders, a little over 1,000 of the finished pieces were superior grade suits of armor, along with more than 100 grappling lines gear prepared specifically for the Amazon warriors about to arrive. A cold system prompt appeared. Spend 25,000 soul crystals to summon 1,000 Amazon warriors? Huang Yu hit yes without a second thought. It was the largest troop surge in the territory's history, and war was already brewing. Dawnstar Queen Ruiana would soon lead 1,500 warriors and 500 Blackscale Panthers to wipe out the Ogre tribe on the southwestern coast. A flash of light cut across the plaza, and Amazon warriors began to materialize one after another. Over 1,000 athletic women stood shoulder to shoulder, forming a living wall of steel. The men of Huan Yu City were impressed but kept their whistles to themselves. These proud, lethal fighters could pound a lecher into begging for mercy in a heartbeat. Greetings, my lord. The synchronized roar rattled the air. At first light, the next day, 1,500 Amazon warriors stood in formation under Ruiana's command, bowing to Huang Yu with fervent respect. Each wore at least a superior grade leather harness, blades and bows gleaming with menace. Ruiana herself sported the Frost Wave sword he had given her, an excellent grade cuirass, a grappling line in her left hand, and a rare grade longbow in her right, enough gear to make half the lords on the world channel green with envy. The force split into 3 phalanxes, 500 mounted on Blackscale Panthers, 500 with grappling lines coiled around their arms, and another 500 in a bow formation, every warrior radiating quiet ferocity. Once Yuan activated the illusion curtain, Huang Yu's image and the Amazon ranks were projected high above Huan Yu City. The citizens laid down their work and looked up to hear the pre-battle address. Warriors, Huang Yu's voice carried through every street. Ogres squat on the southwestern shore, butchering our people with barbaric glee. Today we will storm their land, slay their lord, and claim that tainted lordship as our prize. All for Huan Yu, all for victory. For Huan Yu, for victory. Ruiana raised her arm, and the answering roar thundered across the city. As the Amazon columns marched proudly out the south gate, Huang Yu stood on the battlements in reflection. With 2,500 heroes and warriors under his banner, the Amazons alone could crush a mid-Tier domain. He had planned to go himself at Tier 3, armed with 1 legendary talent and 1 mythic talent. No one in Huan Yu City struck harder than he did. But Celine and Ruiana had talked him out of it. Celine insisted that a lord's authority should live in the people's hearts, not be measured by how much blood he spilled. A ruler shouldn't flaunt brute force. Huang Yu didn't fully agree, yet because this was Celine's first formal council, he handed the Ogre campaign entirely to Ruiana. Still, next time he would be on the front line. Otherwise, what was the point of awakening the Void Plunder talent? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.